Slap. In the night, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the living room. Xia Tian, I warn you, apologized to Xia Ziyu immediately. Isn't it just a broken jade pendant? How dare you lay a hand on Xia Ziyu? You've grown far too bold. Xia Tian's face bore the full force of eldest sister's slap, his cheek reddening. He covered his face, dazed, and slowly opened his eyes. Did I reincarnate? Xia Tian looked incredulously at his 5 sisters and at Xia Ziyu, who was sitting on the sofa, crying, being comforted by them. In his past life, he was the lost youngest son of the Xia family in Jiangcheng, found and brought back from an orphanage at the age of 15. But the Xia family did not restore Xia Tian's status because they already had a young master. The Xia family valued face and did not want this to become gossip. To outsiders, the young master of the Xia family remained Xia Ziyu, while Xia Tian, the true young master, seemed somewhat superfluous to the Xia family. His parents and sisters gave all their love to Xia Ziyu, sparing not even a shred for Xia Tian. At first, Xia Tian didn't mind and treated Xia Ziyu as a younger brother. Having missed 16 years of family affection, he tried his best to please everyone, including Xia Ziyu. But each attempt to please was met with indifference. As time passed, Xia Ziyu's fangs were revealed. The false young master did not welcome the true one home. He always secretly provoked Xia Tian, and every time, without asking for the truth, everyone would defend Xia Ziyu. It must be Xia Tian's fault. Xia Tian would always endure. This continued until he graduated from university. Because he graduated from a prestigious school and found a good job through his own efforts. Xia Ziyu, on the other hand, was poor at studying and later got involved in scandals in the entertainment industry, becoming infamous. Sensing the family's gradual change in attitude toward him, he feared losing their favor. So on his birthday, which was also Xia Tian's birthday, while eating cake, Xia Ziyu suddenly clutched his stomach. He insisted that Xia Tian had poisoned him and even spat blood in front of everyone. Because of this incident, Xia Tian was sent to prison by his parents without a fair hearing, told it was just for a few days of reflection. But he ended up staying for months. Xia Ziyu even bribed the prisoners who bullied Xia Tian every day, making his life a living hell. On a stormy night, Xia Tian was beaten to death by the prisoners Xia Ziyu had paid. Before his death, there was not a single unscathed spot on his body. The memories of his past life were still vivid. He wondered what his biological parents and sisters would think after his death. They probably wouldn't care. But Xia Ziyu would be delighted. Having killed him, he would still have the love of his parents and sisters and no longer have Xia Tian in his way. Xia Tian, did you hear me? Apologize to Xia Ziyu immediately. I won't say it again. Seeing Xia Tian's silent eldest sister, Xia Zhenyan, grew even more furious. She was the CEO of a fashion group, decisive and a true strong woman. Sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have played rough with brother Xia Tian and accidentally broke his jade pendant. Xia Ziyu sat on the sofa crying. Huh? Xia Tian sneered. Xia Ziyu, now you know how to play the victim. Where's that arrogance you had when you snatched my jade pendant? Show it again. Originally, Xia Tian had always tolerated Xia Ziyu, but this time Xia Ziyu went too far, trying to snatch Xia Tian's jade pendant. The struggle started in Xia Tian's bedroom and continued to the living room. That jade pendant was a birthday gift from his mother last year, the only birthday gift he received. Xia Tian cherished it, feeling that with it, he could at least sense a little family affection. But during the struggle, Xia Ziyu directly smashed the jade pendant. Blazing with fury, Xia Tian, somehow finding strength, pushed Xia Ziyu to the ground. In truth, Xia Tian, with his weak anemic body, couldn't have hurt Xia Ziyu much, but Xia Ziyu was a master of acting. Xia Tian, that's wrong of you. Xia Ziyu was just playing with his older brother. Besides, Xia Ziyu is just a child. Was it necessary to be so rough? Second sister Xia Rong pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. She was a university professor fond of reasoning with people. Reasoning? When had her reasoning ever been on Xia Tian's side? He had lost the only birthday gift he ever received, but Xia Ziyu had merely been pushed to the ground. Eldest sister's slap hurt 100 times more than the push. Yet she didn't care about him. He's a child. He's almost 18, still a child. Xia Tian sneered. He's only a few days older than me. A baby, you mean? Xia Tian. Eldest sister's face turned pale in an instant. I can't be bothered to argue with you. You picked up all sorts of bad habits in the orphanage, and I see you're not going to change. Now you're even talking back. If you refuse to apologize to Xia Ziyu, don't expect next month's living expenses. It was financial pressure. She thought this could control him. After all, before returning to the Xia family, Xia Tian had lived in an orphanage, poorly clothed, poorly fed, never knowing security. In the 2 years since I returned to the Xia family, I've only received living expenses once, 10,000 yuan, which I've used for 2 years. Go ahead and deduct it if you want. Xia Tian had long ceased to care. Huh? Eldest sister Xia Zhenyan was stunned, and the other 4 sisters exchanged glances. It seemed he truly had only collected living expenses once. They couldn't imagine how he had survived 2 years on 10,000 yuan. They themselves spent thousands on a single meal. Why didn't you ask us for more? Eldest sister Xia Zhenyan scolded, and the other 4 sisters nodded in agreement. It was Xia Tian's fault again. I don't want to talk anymore. With that, Xia Tian went straight upstairs to his room. Remembering the suffering of his past life, this cold home no longer held any attachment for him. Having lived a second life, Xia Tian's heart was already as calm as still water. That bastard. He's rebelling. Eldest sister Xia Zhenyan shouted. What angered her most was that Xia Tian had always been tolerant, always the first to apologize and beg for forgiveness. How dare he talk back now? Did he even want to stay in this family? Sister, my back hurts. Xia Ziyu, sitting on the sofa, began to moan, looking pitiful. Whether his back really hurt, only he knew. Let me rub it for you. Xia Ziyu, if Xia Tian ever bullied you before, you must tell us. He's full of bad habits. We shouldn't let him play with you. If it comes to it, well, send Xia Tian back to the orphanage for a few days to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. The sisters cooed over Xia Ziyu talking about Xia Tian. Maybe we should just let him apologize. He's just lacking discipline. Third sister Xiaoling said. In the family, she was the only one who was kind to Xia Tian, and she had the softest heart. But this time Xia Tian had dared to lay hands on Xia Ziyu, and she was also furious. If not for the fact that Xia Tian was pitiful, she wouldn't want to talk to him at all. I will definitely discipline him properly. Eldest sister Xia Zhenyan said indignantly. She absolutely could not accept that Xia Tian would show disrespect to her in the Xia family. Everything Xia Tian had now was given by the Xia family. Xia Tian must be docile to be a good child. But the sisters never imagined that the reborn Xia Tian had long since grown cold toward this family. Xia Tian, get up and eat breakfast. The next morning his mother, Zhou Liqing, called out from downstairs. Though her voice was gentle, this was the first time in 2 years since Xia Tian had come to the Xia family that he had been summoned for breakfast. Previously, if he accidentally overslept due to studying late into the night, breakfast would not be saved for him, and he would have to go to school on an empty stomach. But now whether they called him or not no longer mattered. Tianer, come sit down. Xia Tian came downstairs, and his mother, Zhou Liqing, greeted him while peeling an egg for Xia Ziyu. Xia Tian sat down at the table. His father, Xia Wendy, who was drinking porridge, glanced at him and slid an envelope of money across the table. Without waiting for Xia Tian to take it, he said sternly, if you're out of money, ask us. If word gets out, people will think we're mistreating you, the young master. Hearing this, Xia Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. He, his own biological son, didn't expect to have the same status as Xia Ziyu. But when had this young master ever been mentioned? A young master who could be scolded and beaten at will was worse than a dog. Besides, brothers should be harmonious. If this gets out, what would it look like? People might think the Xia family lacks discipline. Xia Tian apologized to Xia Ziyu now. In this matter, Father Xia Wendy remained stern. Apologize? Xia Tian felt like laughing. He knew last night's incident wasn't over. No wonder they called him for breakfast and gave him money this morning. In the end, it was all to seek justice for their precious son Xia Ziyu. Thinking about how in his past life he was sent to prison by the Xia family, and how Xia Ziyu had people beat him to death in jail, Xia Tian's anger flared up. I pushed him to the ground, and I have to apologize. Then if he broke my jade pendant, shouldn't he kowtow to me? Xia Tian said loudly, glaring fiercely at Xia Ziyu. At these words, Xia Ziyu, who was eating an egg, was terrified. He felt that his usually timid brother seemed ready to devour him. Father Xia Wendy was also furious, and he slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. But before he could explode, Mother Zhou Liqing stopped him, smiled at Xia Tian, and said, Tina, Xia Ziyu was just playing with you. Why take it so seriously? The jade pendant is broken, ill buy you a new one. It's not worth much anyway. You hitting Xia Ziyu was indeed wrong. After Mother finished, the 5 older sisters also came downstairs, washed up, and made up, ready to go out. But they still wanted to see Xia Tian apologize in person to feel at ease. The jade pendant, it turns out it's worthless. Xia Tian let out a cold laugh. In truth, the pendant was not cheap, but the point was that it was the only birthday gift Mother Zhou Liqing had given him last year. Xia Tian treasured the jade pendant and only wore it for important school events. So in his mother's eyes, the pendant was worthless. Xia Tian looked at his mother Zhou Liqing. It is said that home is where mother is. But his mother was someone else's mother, and home was someone else's home. Before being beaten to death in his past life, Xia Tian had already thought it through clearly. Fine, I can apologize to Xia Ziyu. Then Xia Ziyu stood up, but he did not apologize. Instead, he walked toward the TV cabinet where a remote-controlled airplane was placed. It was a gift from Mother to Xia Ziyu a long time ago. But Xia Ziyu had too many gifts, so this remote-controlled airplane had been gathering dust. It was probably even less valuable than Xia Tian's jade pendant. After I smash his plane to settle the matter of my jade pendant, I'll apologize. With that, Xia Tian raised the plane and threw it down with all his might. Xia Tian, have you lost your mind? At the same time, his father's furious roar rang out. Slap. As the plane shattered into pieces, a solid slap landed on Xia Tian's face. It hurt, much more than the slap from his eldest sister Xia Zhenyan last night. Xia Tian nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. But Xia Tian smiled, looking at his so-called father Xia Wendy, and said with a sardonic grin, You've slapped me so you can't demand an apology anymore. How dare you? Xia Tian, do you even know what you're doing? If I remember correctly, this plane was given by mother to Xia Ziyu on his 16th birthday. Dad, Xia Tian can't stay in this family anymore. I propose sending him back to the orphanage. Wild and untamable, he doesn't deserve to be the young master of the Xia family. Xia Tian, now you can't even make up for it by kowtowing, let alone apologizing to Xia Ziyu. The 5 sisters lashed out furiously at him. Xia Tian, I am so disappointed in you. Mother Zhou Liqing cried out in disappointment. No mother doesn't care about her son. Zhou Liqing did care, but her concern was whether Xia Tian would apologize to Xia Ziyu and continue to be docile. Huh. Xia Tian continued to sneer. This barrage of condemnation was all within his expectations. If this were his past life, he would have immediately apologized and begged them not to be angry. But now Xia Tian didn't care about their attitude at all. Don't be angry at my brother. It's all my fault. Let me apologize to my brother. At that moment, Xia Ziyu suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Xia Tian. He composed himself and prepared to apologize. Xia Tian looked at Xia Ziyu, whose acting was worthy of a Best Actor award, and couldn't help recalling his past life. The reason he always ended up being punished when Xia Ziyu caused trouble was precisely because of Xia Ziyu's superb acting. Every time he pretended to be pitiful and innocent. A male version of a manipulative woman. What kind of act are you putting on? Disgusting. Xia Tian felt sickened. Old and new grievances surged in his heart, and he directly slapped Xia Ziyu across the face with a loud smack. This slap wouldn't actually hurt much. Xia Tian had been weak since childhood and didn't have much strength. Smashing the remote-controlled plane earlier had already exhausted him. Xia Tian was completely stunned. After recovering, he covered his face and started crying softly. He kept murmuring, "Brother, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Xia Tian. Then a thunderous roar erupted. Father Xia Wendy rushed over in 2 or 3 strides, raised his hand, and slapped Xia Tian across the face again. Slap. Buzz. Xia Tian felt his ears ringing, then fell to the ground and passed out. In his fury, Xia Wendy had held nothing back, and Xia Tian couldn't withstand a second slap. Xia Tian, get up. Don't lie there pretending to be unconscious. A real man isn't this weak. I warn you, will count to 3. If you don't get up, you can't stay in this family anymore. 1, 2. At this point, Xia Wendy's voice suddenly stopped. He didn't count to 3 because the boy on the ground didn't move. It didn't seem like an act. His third sister, Xia Ling, who had a kind heart, walked over, shook him, and checked his breath. She gasped, "Dad, Xia Tian isn't breathing. How could this be?" Father Xia Wendy began to feel a chill of fear. Xia Tian had even stopped breathing. This was either a deep coma, or the slap had just claimed his life. Xia Wendy was filled with dread. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take Xia Tian to the hospital." Mother Zhou Liqing cried out. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, lifting Xia Tian into the car and racing to the hospital at breakneck speed. This Xia Tian. Xia Ziyu clenched his fists, seething with rage. Normally his parents and sisters would have come to placate him first, and Xia Tian would have had to bow his head to him today. But Xia Tian's sudden collapse had shifted all of his parents' and sisters' attention onto him. One day he'll make sure you can't stay in this family any longer. Xia Ziyu snarled, a string of sinister schemes to frame Xia Tian brewing in his mind. The best private hospital in Jiangcheng. The doctor walked out of the ward and said, "The patient has long-term malnutrition, a weak constitution, and cannot do heavy physical labor or be beaten." What happened to him? A minor scuffle with a classmate. We'll handle it. Father Xia Wendy said, too proud to admit the truth, so he fabricated an enemy for Xia Tian. "It's all your fault. Why did you hit him so hard? Luckily it's only a deep coma, a little glucose will do. But what if something had really happened? What would you have done?" After the doctor left, Mother Zhou Liqing complained. "How was I supposed to know he was that fragile?" "It was Xia Wendy explained. "Go see Tianer." Then everyone entered the ward. By now Xia Tian had already woken up. Lying on the hospital bed, his cheek still throbbing with pain. "Tiana, your father didn't mean to hit you earlier. You won't blame him, will you? Rest at home today and don't go to class. He'll ask Annie Zhang to make you something nice to eat. We won't force you to apologize to Xia Ziyu either, but you brothers must get along and never quarrel again," Mother Zhou Liqing said gently. Xia Tian looked at his parents and sisters, who were all smiles and gentleness, but his face was blank and his heart still. His heart had long died. What had happened this morning was merely a final flicker of family affection. Now it was all over. "Go home." Xia Tian gave a wry smile. Who knew what malicious scheme Xia Ziyu was brewing at home? Would he go back just to be toyed with to death? Without another word, Xia Tian pulled out an A4 sheet from his pocket and handed it to his parents. "Sign this." "What is this?" Curious, his parents took it and read it, then their faces turned pale with shock. Mother Zhou Liqing was terrified, covering her mouth as she stared at Xia Tian in disbelief. Father Xia Wendy was furious, raising his hand as if to slap Xia Tian again, but remembering how fragile he was, he could only lower it in frustration. Because the paper read agreement to sever the parent-child relationship. Xiaotian, have you lost your mind? Eldest sister Xia Junyan snapped. Xiaotian, haven't you caused enough trouble? Even the second sister Xia Rong, a university professor who always preached reason, was unusually angry. Xiaotian, don't be ridiculous. How can a son sever ties with his parents? Third sister Xia Ling tried to reason with him. I've thought it through clearly. Rather than being beaten to death by you in the Xia family ID, rather go back to the orphanage. With that, Xiaotian prepared to get up. After waking, his cheeks still ached and his head felt dizzy, but since he had been given glucose and the doctor had prescribed some medicine, it wouldn't stop him from going to school. Xiaotian. His mother and sisters tried to continue persuading him. Don't stop him. Let him be an orphan if he wants. Let's see what kind of life he can live without the Xia family. Father Xia Wendy roared. Mr. Xia, you don't actually think I've been living well in the Xia family, do you? With that, Xiaotian prepared to leave, but his mother was still blocking his way. Xiaotian, come back with us. Stop this. His mother's tone was almost pleading. I'm the one causing trouble. Xiaotian chuckled softly, but without anger, and said, then just take it as me causing trouble. Just come home with Mom. You can make any request you want. Zhou Liqing quickly said. Fine. Xiaotian nodded and asked, I am your biological son, and Xia Ziyu is your adopted son, right? Yes. His mother answered. I was lost by you by accident, not because I ran away from home when I was a few months old, right? Xiaotian asked. Yes. His mother began to feel guilty. According to the law, you are obligated to support me until I turn 18. But you were absent for 16 of those years. You wronged me, not the other way around, right? Xiaotian asked. Yes. Mother Zhou Liqing burst into tears. Hearing this, she finally realized that as a mother she had been somewhat derelict in her duty. Xiaotian, that's enough. Eldest sister Xia Junyan interrupted his questioning. What exactly do you want to come home? Simple. Xiaotian smiled. Since I am the true young master of the Xia family, and Xia Ziyu is the fake one, and the Xia family can only have one young master, just kick Xia Ziyu out. Impossible. Eldest sister Xia Junyan refused without a second thought. Xiaotian, Xia Ziyu is also your younger brother. The third sister tried to mediate, but Xiaotian stopped her. In that case, farewell. Xiaotian walked straight out. At the door he added, our severance is a private agreement. I am still obligated to support you in your old age. When you're old and need me, you can find me. As you treat me, so shall I treat you. These words sent a chill down Xia Wendy's and Zhou Liqing's spines. Though what Xiaotian said seemed innocuous, it felt like a curse from the abyss. I need your support. Without the Xia family, you're nothing but a stray dog on the street. Let him go. The Xia family has no such unfilial descendant. Xia Wendy cursed loudly. Xiaotian, unbothered by the insults, walked straight out of the ward ready to go to school. Why are you so harsh with your son? He's really gone now. Zhou Liqing vented at Xia Wendy. The five sisters were also stunned. They never thought Xiaotian would actually dare to leave the Xia family. He had always been so docile, obedient, and sensible. How had he turned into this? Should I go and coax him? Third sister Xia Ling suggested, as she had always been the closest to Xiaotian. Xiaotian's unilateral severance and departure from the family would soon make the Xia family the laughingstock of Jiangcheng. Although Xiaotian's identity had not been made public, quite a few people knew about it. Where would the Xia family's face go? Coax him. He chose to leave himself, but we didn't kick him out. Xia Wendy said. He silently took out a cigarette, ignored the no smoking sign, lit it, and blew a. He added another sentence, a hungry dog will come back on its own. To hell with that dog's hunger. I will never return to this family. Xiaotian, who had just stepped out, vented his fury after hearing Xia Wendy's words. After all, the college entrance exam had ended a few days ago, and once the summer vacation passed, he would be heading to university. Xiaotian couldn't care less about the attitude of the Xia family. Now freed from that household, Xiaotian felt even the air was refreshing. What concerned him most at the moment was the tuition for his upcoming college life. Not only would the Xia family certainly refuse to give him that money, but even if they offered, he wouldn't take it. The reality was exactly as Xiaotian had anticipated. At this moment, after returning home, the Xia family didn't truly take Xiaotian's departure to heart. Let him experience the outside world. When school starts, he'll come back begging for tuition. College is nothing like high school. Without money, he can't attend. Since he's so disobedient, let him suffer a bit out there, then he'll appreciate how good we've been to him. Xia Wendy addressed the family in the living room. After a pause, he turned to Xiaotian's 5 older sisters and added, remember, none of you are allowed to visit him without my permission. And absolutely no giving him money. Let's see how long he can last out there. With that, Xia Wendy stormed back to the bedroom in indignation. Meanwhile, Zhou Liqing shook her head and busied herself making the bed for Xia Ziyu. I think Dad is right, said the eldest sister Xia Junyan as she first voiced her opinion. She deliberately glanced at Xia Ling, knowing that the third sister Xia Ling was usually closest to Xiaotian. Ling, sometimes wrong is wrong. Xiaotian must apologize. Don't spoil him, or you'll only harm him. After speaking with profound meaning, the eldest sister also retreated to her bedroom. The other sisters gradually left as well. Xiaoling let out a soft sigh. She was a bit puzzled herself. If Xiaotian had simply apologized, why did things escalate like this? Perhaps she had indeed been too indulgent with her younger brother. Just then, both her father and eldest sister forbade her from seeking Xiaotian. Since that was the case, Xiaotian, I hope you won't be obstinate. Come home and apologize soon. Xiaoling shook her head and returned to her bedroom. Evidently, she had no intention of looking for Xiaotian. That night, the cool breeze whispered. Xiaotian did not rent a hotel room. With tuition still unsettled, he had only 9,000 yuan left. Yes, 9,000. Although the Xia family had given him a lump sum of 20,000 yuan for living expenses since the start of his sophomore year, due to evening self-study sessions requiring meals at school, Xiaotian hardly spent any money on food. Having endured hardships since childhood, he was exceptionally frugal and more mature than his peers. He had been working part-time in the school cafeteria, helping the staff serve meals during peak hours. Though it didn't pay due to the limited hours the cafeteria provided his meals. Thus, during high school, aside from buying stationery and study materials, Xiaotian had almost no other expenses. He never even bought snacks even once. That was how he managed to save as much as 9,000 yuan after 2 years. But Xiaotian knew that 9,000 was far from enough for college. So he had to make full use of this summer vacation, earning at least enough to cover his tuition. Xiaotian was not without resources. Although he lacked substantial starting capital, he possessed memories of the future spanning several years. It was the year 2000, and the incident where Xia Ziyu framed Xiaotian after his graduation and postgraduate recommendation would happen 7 years later. In other words, the direction of the world for the next 7 years was all stored in Xia Ziyu's memory. Xiaotian had always been a good student, otherwise he wouldn't have been recommended for postgraduate studies and later landed a job that even Xia Ziyu envied. Calming his mind, Xiaotian began to ponder what methods he could use to quickly earn money this summer. Got it. Soon a bold idea struck Xiaotian. It was June 10th, the start of summer break. Before long, senior high school juniors, sophomores, and even middle school students would also be on vacation. In the millennium, many students' favorite hangouts during holidays were internet cafes or game arcades. Of course, Xiaotian wasn't thinking of opening an internet cafe. His funds were far too insufficient for that. His idea was that with so many students flocking to internet cafes and game arcades, those places would be bustling with activity. The allure of these venues was enough to attract students as the primary consumer base. Many would get so engrossed that they wouldn't even bother eating or going home. If he sold boxed lunches near those internet cafes and game arcades, there would definitely be a market. This idea stemmed from his previous experience working in the school cafeteria. He had a good relationship with the cafeteria manager, Aunt Wang. Crucially, the meals under Aunt Wang's management were cheap. After all, they were student meals. And the prices were quite reasonable. Adding a box to turn them into boxed lunches would easily satisfy most. In comparison, buying boxed lunches from other restaurants would first incur higher costs, and second, wouldn't be as competitive in terms of affordability. Without further ado, Xiaotian went straight to the school to find Aunt Wang. At that moment, with the junior and sophomore students starting evening self-study, Aunt Wang had just finished cleaning up. Although the senior students had already finished the college entrance exam and were on break, the cafeteria still had junior and senior students to serve, keeping it relatively busy. But not for many more days. Once summer vacation officially began, the cafeteria would close entirely until the new semester. And it was precisely this gap that Xiaotian needed. Aunt Wang. Xiaotian greeted warmly. Xiaotian, what brings you here? Aunt Wang was somewhat surprised, but there was also a hint of awkwardness. Since Xiaotian had been working for her all along, she knew his situation well. That he wasn't well off despite his seemingly glamorous family. That was why she had hired him for the part-time work. But then again, who in this world had an easy life? Aunt Wang instinctively thought Xiaotian had come to ask about continuing his work-study job, especially now that Xiaotian was on vacation. He had whole days free, not just after school hours. This meant she couldn't simply provide meals without paying him. But could she really employ him now? With the senior students gone, the cafeteria was much less busy than before. If Xiaotian were to ask for work these few days, Aunt Wang would indeed be in a bind. Xiaotian, adept at reading people, quickly discerned Aunt Wang's thoughts. Though Aunt Wang was a decent person, she had grown up in hardship and tended to be somewhat frugal. However, Xiaotian did not mind. Her frugality was merely a minor flaw. If she were truly stingy, the meals in the cafeteria would not be sold at such low prices. To put Aunt Wang at ease, Xiaotian came straight to the point and shared his idea with her. Aunt Wang was taken aback. Xiaotian, do you mean to have the cafeteria prepare extra food, which you'll buy and pack into lunchboxes to sell outside? Exactly. Xiaotian smiled. This way, not only can you earn more money regularly, but you won't have to shut down during the summer break either. Well, Aunt Wang hesitated. It wasn't that she thought the idea was bad, but rather she had some doubts about. After all, the cafeteria catered to over 1,000 students. If it remained open during summer vacation, could Xia Tian really sell 1,000 portions a day? Aunt Wang, how about this? I'll pay you for tomorrow's lunchboxes in advance and order 100 portions. Sensing her hesitation, Xia Tian pulled out 200 yuan and handed it to her. All right, he'll make 100 portions for you tomorrow. Aunt Wang took the money and nodded resolutely. 100 extra portions was not much. Before the senior students had left, there were easily several hundred of them. Aunt Wang was worried that Xia Tian might not be able to sell so many lunchboxes. After all, who would buy lunchboxes outside school unless they were students rushing to class? Great, then it's settled. He'll come pick up the lunchboxes tomorrow morning. After finalizing the details with Aunt Wang, Xia Tian left the school and headed to the home of his close friend Luo Meng. Luo Meng was Xia Tian's best friend at school. Though not academically inclined, he was extremely loyal. Most importantly, his family was also not well off. Xia Tian knew he couldn't sell that many lunchboxes alone, so he planned to enlist Luo Meng to make money together over the summer. Sell lunchboxes? Luo Meng's eyes widened upon hearing the plan. Xia Tian, isn't your family wealthy? Even if they don't give you allowance, they wouldn't refuse to pay for college, right? I've run away from home, Xia Tian explained calmly. What? Luo Meng was stunned, but he didn't pry further. He quickly gritted his teeth and said, all right, Xia Tian, tell me what to do. He'll follow your lead. Even if we don't make a fortune, well, at least cover your tuition and living expenses. Come with me. Xia Tian dragged Luo Meng to a nearby game arcade, which was quite famous in the area. The owner, known as Lu Siji, was rumored to have strong connections. Xia Tian directly approached Lu Siji with Luo Meng. Mr. Lu, we're just graduated students hoping to earn some tuition money this summer. Would like to sell lunchboxes in your arcade. Students? Lu Siji looked them over. Their youthful faces, especially Luo Meng's nervous expression, left no room for doubt. However, Xia Tian's calm demeanor piqued his interest. He said teasingly, earning tuition is a noble ambition, but why should I let you sell lunchboxes here? Luo Meng felt at a loss and looked anxiously at Xia Tian. Xia Tian remained composed, raising one finger. Mr. Lu, for every lunchbox sold here, I'll give you 1 yuan. He paused, then added, you can rest assured that our lunchboxes are made by the school cafeteria, which has a hygiene license. There will be no quality issues, and they're affordable and cheaper than market prices. Most importantly, Xia Tian continued with a smile, there are many people in the arcade. If someone gets hungry and goes out to eat, it'll take at least an hour. That means they could have spent another hour playing here, but they lose that time to eating, and you lose an hour's revenue. On the other hand, if lunchboxes are available, they won't need to leave, and you'll earn extra money. It's a win-win. Lu Sizi's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. But as the owner of such a large arcade, he asked curiously, if it's truly a win-win, why didn't you just use that argument to convince me? Why offer me 1 yuan per lunchbox first? I can't hide anything from you, Mr. Lu. Xia Tian laughed. I raised the thing ID like you to help promote the lunchboxes in the arcade. It won't require much effort. Just print a sheet listing the available options for lunch and dinner. All right. Lu Siji, quick-witted, immediately understood Xia Tian's intent. By having him promote, it was equivalent to his endorsement. The customers would probably give it a try out of respect for him. And once they tried, they might come back. Perhaps these 2 students' lunchboxes would actually sell well in his arcade. Then it's settled. Bring the lunchboxes tomorrow. Lu Siji said with a grin. We'll be going now, Mr. Lu. Wait. Just as Xia Tian was about to leave, Lu Siji suddenly asked, are you planning to pitch this to other places? Xia Tian didn't hide it. Yes, we're going to check out the nearby internet cafes. Selling lunchboxes couldn't be done too far away. Since the cafeteria was at school, they had to stay nearby. After all, meal times were short. If they went too far, the food would get cold by the time they delivered it. So for now, Xia Tian could only sell within the school's vicinity. How about this? Lu Siji said with a knowing smile. I can go with you and put in a good word, but I have one with my reputation, the owners of nearby internet cafes and arcades won't turn you down. But you must prioritize my arcade for your daily lunchbox supply. Xia Tian was a bit surprised by the request. This Lu Siji was indeed shrewd. No wonder he had such a strong reputation. In the short term, the effect might not be obvious, but over time, gamers would know that his arcade had the freshest and most varied lunchboxes. Perhaps someone who usually played elsewhere would hear about the lunchbox selection and start coming to Lu Sizi's arcade instead. Deal. Xia Tian said no more. Xia Tian merely wished to sell boxed lunches during this summer vacation. Lu Siji was willing to make it convenient for him. Why not seize the opportunity? And indeed, as Lu Siji had said, with Lu Siji accompanying him soon, all the nearby shop owners agreed to let Xia Tian sell his boxed lunches in their establishments. They also promised to recommend the meals to visitors the following day. Xia Tian, you really pulled it off. Luo Meng grinned after parting ways with Lu Siji. He had initially been skeptical about Xia Tian's plan, but he hadn't expected that in such a short time Xia Tian would have already opened up channels for selling boxed lunches. Luo Meng said expectantly, Aunt Wang's boxed lunch costs 2 yuan. Including the container, which is 3 mao our cost, is only 2 yuan and 3 mao. The market price for a boxed lunch is 5 to 8 yuan. Let's calculate at 5 yuan. If we give 1 yuan to the shop owners, we can still earn 1 yuan and 7 mao per box. After all, this was the year 2000. Not to mention families like the Xia family, an ordinary person's monthly salary was only a few hundred yuan. On average, that was several dozen yuan a day. If they could really sell all 100 boxed lunches tomorrow, wouldn't that mean earning 170 yuan in a single day? Luo Ming, that's not how the math works, Xia Tian said with a faint smile. First, if we can't sell them, we can't return the boxed lunches to Aunt Wang. We'll have to cover the loss, though the possibility is slim. Second, to sell all these boxed lunches in such a short time, we can't rely on just the two of us. So let's study the market for a few days first, then make a decision. Xia Tian didn't elaborate. It wasn't that he didn't trust Luo Ming, but he knew Luo Ming's mind wasn't fond of reasoning. There was no need to trouble him. That evening, Xia Tian stayed overnight at Luo Ming's place. Since Luo Ming's father was working away from home and his mother was working as a live-in nanny in the county, the house was usually empty except for Luo Ming. Luo Ming, tired of being alone, was more than happy to have Xia Tian stay. The next day around 9 in the morning, Xia Tian bought the containers and brought Luo Ming to the cafeteria. By nearly 11 o'clock, the two had packed all 100 portions of lunch that Aunt Wang had prepared. Though Aunt Wang was often stingy, she could also be generous at times. She made 2 extra portions and insisted that Xia Tian and Luo Ming eat before they went. Xia Tian didn't stand on ceremony. He wolfed down his meal and then led Luo Ming to the arcade. It was only 11:30, but the aroma of the boxed lunches had already made the gamers in the arcade rest. Most of them were students, though some were adults. Xia Tian's boxed lunches were not only generous in portion and varied in selection, but also cost only 5 yuan each. In an instant, over a dozen people bought Xia Tian's boxed lunches. Seeing Lu Siji watching with a smile, Xia Tian took the initiative to offer him a portion on the house. Lu Siji didn't refuse. After tasting it, he praised, "Not bad, the flavor is decent. No worse than your average restaurant. Here, let me pay for this and save a few more portions for my employees," Lu Siji said generously. After a short while longer in the arcade, seeing that almost no one else was buying, Xia Tian took his leave from Lu Siji. After that, Xia Tian didn't continue with Luo Ming. He had brought Luo Ming along earlier just to show him the ropes, how to sell. But if they kept up that pace, they wouldn't be able to cover all the locations by noon. So they split up. By the time it was almost 1 o'clock, all the boxed lunches were sold out. Xia Tian, this money is way too easy. The only problem is we didn't have enough boxed lunches. People were dying to buy more. Luo Ming exclaimed in amazement. Today, plenty of people who wanted to buy didn't get any. Xia Tian laughed. It's only the first day. Tonight we'll prepare a few more varieties. And for the ones that sold well today, we'll make more tomorrow. For those that didn't, we'll cut back at night. Over the next few days, Xia Tian and Luo Ming threw themselves into the intense business of selling boxed lunches. On Xia Tian's suggestion, they added the regular customers as QQ contacts, launching a pre-order service. Xia Tian didn't hold back either. To facilitate communication, he used his own money to buy a second-hand phone for himself and Luo Ming. However, on the 5th day, Xia Tian encountered a familiar face in an internet cafe. His third sister, Xia Ling. In truth, Xia Tian hadn't noticed her at first. Xia Ling, though she was looking for him, hadn't expected to run into him here. She had gone to the school first and found his homeroom teacher, but the teacher had no idea where he was. Later, she heard from a cafeteria worker that Xia Tian had been selling boxed lunches in internet cafes. Xia Ling came to the cafe on a whim, hoping to get lucky. After all, the idea of Xia Tian selling boxed lunches, it sounded absurd to her. But she had barely entered when she spotted him. Xia Tian. She lifted her skirt and hurried over to where he was. She was dressed in an exquisite gown radiating an aristocratic aura that clashed sharply with the internet cafe's atmosphere. Xia Tian, upon hearing her voice, was utterly exasperated. "Ms. Xia, if you're here to see me, please leave. We have nothing to do with each other anymore." Xia Tian was thoroughly annoyed. Why did this huge family keep bothering a high school student? If not for his fear of the Xia family's influence, he would have already cursed her out. "Xia Tian, why are you calling me Miss? Xia, don't you recognize me? I'm your sister. Your third sister." Hearing him call her that, she was nearly furious. He had never addressed her that way before. Xia Tian thought to himself, "I'm your damn uncle. Hey, are you out of your mind? Can't you read Chinese? Didn't you even glance at the agreement?" He turned to leave, rolling his eyes dramatically, but Xia Ling grabbed his hand. "Come back with me. If you apologize, everything will be fine, and you'll have Ziyuer again." These words made Xia Tian's blood boil. "Get lost. What did I do wrong to apologize? Are you out of your mind? Come on, tell me. What exactly did I do wrong?" Xia Tian wanted to hear for himself where he had erred. A whole family of lunatics. Well, Xia Ling hemmed and hawed for a long time without uttering a single word. Xia Tian grew impatient. "Are you going to say it or not? If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving. I don't have time to wait for you." Xia Ling knew that Xia Tian was completely innocent. But in the past, he had been easy to push around, and their family's mindset dictated that even if he was blameless, he should apologize and admit fault. After all, unlike Xia Ziyu, who had been born into a noble family, Xia Tian was different. You know your threats mean nothing to us. That agreement of yours is useless. In the eyes of the Xia family, that agreement was merely a means for Xia Tian to drive Xia Ziyu away. If you just apologize properly to your father, they will surely welcome you home, okay? Are you deaf? They'll say it one last time: if you want me to come home, then send Xia Ziyu away. Xia Tian thought to himself, hadn't he said this before? Was Xiaoling suffering from dementia? Forgetting so quickly that he had to remind her again. In truth, even if they did send Xia Ziyu away, he wouldn't return because he knew they wouldn't send him away. Xia Tian, can't you just tolerate Xiaoyu? Xiaoling grew anxious, raising her voice. One was her blood brother, the other a foster brother she had lived with for over a decade. She couldn't bear to let go of either. Xia Tian, can't you be sensible? Women, the one being unreasonable. It's all my fault. Xiaoling thought he had relented, her eyes lighting up, believing he would apologize to the whole family. She believed that as long as Xia Tian was willing to apologize, his parents would let him back into the family. All right. Xia Tian waved his hand in annoyance. He hadn't expected anything from them anyway. But Xiaoling didn't let go, still tugging at his arm. Come on, let's go back. Are you fucking done? Do I have to curse you out? With that, Xia Tian turned and walked away without looking back. For the Xia family, harboring illusions was enough in his past life. At that moment, the little girl who had given him candy and the orphanage auntie stared at Xia Tian in shock. In their memory, Xia Tian had always been soft-hearted and had never cursed before. Xiaoling was also stunned, her hand frozen midair. I'm sorry, Xia Tian. If you're really sorry, then just get the hell out, okay? I'm so damn annoyed. Xia Tian drove her away again. He had been in a good mood returning to the orphanage today. He could see that Xia Tian was truly angry. She pulled out a small box from behind her and handed it to Xia Tian. Here, I fixed it for you. Xia Tian opened the box. Inside was the jade pendant that Xia Ziyu had broken, now carefully pieced back together. Thank you. I won't see you out. The next second, Xia Tian casually tossed the box into the trash can. The keepsake he had once cherished was discarded by his own hand. When Xiaoling returned home, the entire household, men, women, young and old, had been waiting for a long time. I'm tired, I'll go rest first. Where are you going? You're missing your brother's comingafage ceremony. Are you crazy? Father Xia had hired a photographer, and after taking the family portrait, he realized one person was missing. Even the fifth sister, who was studying in Jiangcheng, had been called back. Unlike Xia Wendy's curses, Zhou Liqing, seeing her daughter's state, rushed forward anxiously and grabbed Xiaoling's hand. She had no idea what had happened to make her daughter not only miss her brother's comingafage ceremony, but also appears so utterly distraught. Linger, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom, okay? Are you frightened? Who bullied you? Tell me. Talk to Mom. Zhou Liqing was already crying in panic. Only then did Xiaoling snap out of it, looking at the crowd before her, and spoke. I went to see Ziyuer. Who told you to go see him? Xia Wendy slammed the table in fury, the sound echoing, and then hurled the cup on the table to the floor. Beside him, Xia Ziyu clenched his teeth, his hands tightly balled into fists, not even noticing that the nails of his right hand were digging into his flesh. Xia Tian, what kind of magic do you possess? Why do you get to steal my wonderful life? Why don't you just die in that orphanage? Why do you have to reappear in Mom and Dad's sight? Why do you keep interfering in my life? At this moment, Xia Ziyu's hatred for Xia Tian had reached its peak, threatening to spill over at any second. He didn't understand. Even though they were swapped at birth, why did Mom and Dad have to bring him back? Why did he have to intrude on his life, affect his life? Today is Ziyuer's birthday. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy living room fell into dead silence. Everyone was quiet. Xia Wendy was about to curse, but found the words stuck in his throat. They had never considered that since the two were swapped at birth, their birthdays naturally fell on the same day. If outsiders found out that they had thrown such a grand comingafage ceremony for a foster son, not only failing to celebrate their biological son's birthday, but also driving him out of the house on that very day, it would surely cause an uproar. Zhou Liqing's eyes suddenly reddened, and she began to sob softly. As a mother, she had forgotten her own biological son's birthday. But she seemed to have forgotten that once when Xia Ziyu had a fever, she took him to the hospital. It happened to be their birthday. She took Xia Ziyu to see a doctor, leaving Xia Tian alone at home, and celebrated the birthday outside with Xia Ziyu. Now she remembered. Wasn't it too late? I'm going upstairs. Xiaoling's expression remained weary, as she still couldn't believe that after a 2-hour journey to find Xia Tian, he had thrown the carefully restored jade pendant into the trash right in front of her. But before, Xia Tian wasn't like this. No matter what happened, he never lost his temper and always listened to her. Before, he would carefully place the gifts from his sisters on his bedside. Why had things changed so much now? Why did he seem like a completely different person? Was this still Xia Tian? She had only scolded him a couple of times. What was it she scolded him for? It seemed to be about that jade pendant. Xia Ziyu wanted to take a look at it and accidentally dropped it. But Xia Ziyu didn't mean to. He said he was just curious and wanted to see it with no ill intentions. Suddenly Xia Ling remembered. Didn't Xia Ziyu have more belongings than Xia Tian? Why did he have to grab Xia Tian's things? It was as if she had suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be? She couldn't believe her brother was like this. Had the family raised a wolf in sheep's clothing all these years? She couldn't believe what she was thinking, but it was all true right before her eyes, and she couldn't deny it. She suddenly realized how biased her heart was. How could a bird flying in the sky know the depth of the ocean? Only the fish at the bottom of the sea understand its dangers. And Xia Tian was that little fish forced to scheme and fight to survive in the deep. She huddled alone in a corner, arms tightly wrapped around her legs, face buried in her arms. Tears soaked her sleeves and the front of her clothes. Endless despair and helplessness engulfed her, devouring her heart, as if an abyss was about to swallow her will. By now Zhou Liqing was panicking, telling the driver to find a car. I want to go to my Tianer. I want my Tianer. Enough, stop crying. It's too late today. He'll go with you tomorrow. Xia Wendy rose impatiently from the sofa, turned, and ascended the stairs while speaking to Zhou Liqing. Zhou Liqing dared not defy him, so she could only lean on Xia Rong's arm and return to her room. The living room gradually emptied, leaving only the youngest Xia was standing there in confusion. Although she was the youngest in the family, she was the most sensitive to the prejudice against Xia Tian. It was as if even his very breath in this house was a sin. But she dared not speak up, because once when she merely said a word in his favor, her father froze her allowance for a month. Yet that time it was not Xia Tian's fault at all. Never try to awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. When public opinion leans to one side, you have no choice but to follow suit. Xia Zhenyan pushed open Xia Ling's door and found her huddled in the corner. At a loss, she could only walk slowly to her side. Little Ling, tomorrow Mom and Dad will take us to see Ziyuer. Tomorrow we'll explain everything to her. Let's go to sleep, okay? Be good. These seemingly caring words were actually meant to avoid worrying their parents. Everyone in the Xia family harbored their own thoughts. Xia Ling covered her face, crying even harder. It's useless. He will never forgive us. It's all our fault. He will never forgive me. When Xia Tian threw away the jade pendant he cherished like a treasure, she knew that their relationship would be like the shattered pendant. Even if pieced together, there would always be cracks. Xia Zhenyan frowned deeply upon seeing this. Why should they seek his forgiveness? He was always the one who snatched everything from Xia Ziyu. Had her sister been brainwashed by him? Wasn't it true that he targeted Xia Ziyu? This Xia Tian is simply outrageous. Even after leaving home, he still causes so much trouble. When he can't make it outside and comes back begging for tuition, I'm not going to let Mom and Dad give it to him so easily. But it seems Mom plans to find him tomorrow. Fine, let him come back if he wants. I hope he can sincerely apologize to Ziyu. Elder sister Xia Zhenyan thought silently to herself. The next day at noon, while Xia Tian was on his way to deliver box lunches, before he even reached the internet cafe, several luxury cars suddenly pulled up. These luxury cars appeared utterly out of place in this area, attracting the attention of many passersby. Soon the Xia family alighted from the cars and headed straight for Xia Tian. The people around all stared at them curiously. By the time Xia Tian noticed them, it was too late. He was about to leave when Zhou Liqing called out, "Wait, Ziyuer." Zhou Liqing hurriedly shut the car door and ran towards Xia Tian. After a moment's thought, Xia Tian decided not to run this time. He would settle things with them once and for all to avoid endless entanglements. Seeing that Xia Tian did not flee, Zhou Liqing breathed a sigh of relief and slowed her steps. "What is it, Aunt Zhou? Is there something you want to tell me?" These words pierced Zhou Liqing's heart like a knife. She never imagined that Xia Tian now refused to even call her mom. "Xia, Ziyuer, I am your mother. First tell me what you want from me." Xia Tian had no other thought but to drive them all away. They were unbearably annoying. Xia Ling, Xia Gui, Xia Ziyu, and Xia Zhenyan slowly emerged from behind Zhou Liqing. Xia Ziyu, his eyes red, reached out to grab Xia Tian, but Xia Tian shook him off directly. "You're a grown man, why are you always crying? Aren't you disgusted, pretending to be pitiful? Too cowardly to own up to what you did. With such acting skills, were you a trash can in your past life? Don't think touch me." Instantly Xia Ziyu stood frozen, never having been cursed at like this before. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes. Zhou Liqing stared at Xia Tian in utter disbelief. In her memory, he had never cursed anyone. Seeing the stunned faces before him, Xia Tian felt a surge of relief. Indeed, letting out vulgarities made him feel much better. "Brother Xia Tian, if only you would come back, I would do anything for you, even leave this family." Xia Tian sneered at Xia Ziyu's exaggerated performance. He had grown tired of such theatrics long ago. Why did he still revel in playing this role? It was precisely through this kind of hypocritical facade that Xia Ziyu had once convinced him to get along as. Who would have thought that Xia Ziyu would slander him, claiming he associated with disreputable people and even hired someone to bully him? No matter how he explained back, then it seemed utterly useless. At that time Xia Ziyu had said the same words, pretending to defend him, but actually solidifying his guilt. "Xiaoyu, your brother is not that kind of person, right?" Zhou Liqing quickly covered Xia Ziyu's mouth, then looked at Xia Tian with a sincere and pleading expression. She believed that Xia Tian would not really drive Xia Ziyu away, and that his words at the hospital were merely spoken in anger. If you came to see me for this, I'll take my leave. I'm not sticking around. He had already made it very clear long ago it's either him or me. Were these people still pretending to care about him, pretending to care about the family? Didn't they understand what he said, or were they still playing dead? What a bunch of hypocrites. What brand of trash bag could hold so much crap? Might as well buy some for the orphanage so they won't have to take out the trash so many times a day. They'll say this one last time, don't come looking for me again. Otherwise every time you come, I'll curse you out. If you have the guts. With that, Xia Tian turned and walked away. But the Xia family was far from calm. This meeting had failed to bring him back. Xia Wendy in particular wore a dark, gloomy expression. In truth, the reason he had agreed to fetch Xia Tian last night was solely because the company was about to hold a gala. At that event, all the board members would bring their families. If all his other children attended, but Xia Tian was absent, what would people say? Could this family matter affect the development of their company? Xia Wendy began to scheme again. Isn't that kid selling boxed lunches in the school cafeteria? How about we corner him there? With so many students and teachers around, I don't believe he'll dare say those things. As expected of a self-made entrepreneur, he knew how to use public opinion to pressure others into compromise. That old fox was indeed strategic. Xia Ling was displeased upon hearing this, knowing full well how biased her family was. Dad, Mom, you can't treat Xia Tian like this. He is your own son, our own brother. How can you do this to him? Do you really have the heart for this? It's so unfair. Hearing these words, Xia Wendy flew into a rage. He grabbed his phone and hurled it towards Xia Ling. With a sharp crack, the phone shattered into pieces, and Xia Ling's legs were lacerated by the shards of glass from the ashtray, blood streaming down. Tears welled up in Xia Ling's eyes. Dad, what are you doing? She's your own daughter, and you threw an ashtray at her. Have you lost your mind? Zhou Liqin shouted angrily at Xia Wendy. Shut up. The Xia family doesn't need a daughter like this siding with an outsider. Xia Wendy clenched his fists and yelled, Get out. Don't let me see you again, you ungrateful wretch. Xia Ling covered her face and ran away. Though wrong, she was utterly disappointed in her father. How could he be a father at all? How could he be so cruel to his own child? Could he really be such a person? He had come up with such a vicious and despicable way to treat his own son. Would he do the same to them in the future? Xia Ling stood in a corner sobbing uncontrollably. She felt miserable being born into such a family, a silent misery. To outsiders, the family appeared glamorous, but in reality, there was constant scheming and conflict every day. It seemed everyone harbored their own hidden agendas, but fearing exposure, they layered mask upon mask, utterly hypocritical. She hesitated, phone in hand, wondering whether to tell him about Xia Wendy's plan. If he got hurt at school because of this, what would she do? If she told Xia Tian about this, and someone found out, how would she defend herself? Would life at home become even? She thought about it, and quietly put down her phone. In the end, she didn't tell Xia Tian. And the Xia family were people of action. They would do whatever they set their minds to. That evening, when Xia Tian went to the cafeteria for a boxed meal, just as he reached the entrance, a woman grabbed his hand, crying, Son, come home with Mom. Mom knows she was wrong. She shouldn't have argued with you. From now on, I'll make sure to cook you porridge in the morning, okay? Please come home with Mom. Hearing this, the surrounding students and teachers turned to look and began scolding Xia Tian. How could he treat his mother like this just because she forgot to make porridge for breakfast? Xia Tian was both amused and infuriated. What child would be so unreasonable as to throw a tantrum over a missing bowl of porridge? Auntie, I don't know why you're saying this, but you've mistaken me. I'm not your child. Ziyu, are you still angry with Mom? Mom will kneel to you. Please don't be mad anymore. With that, Zhou Liqin knelt down at the cafeteria entrance in full view of students and teachers. Xia Tian was so furious he could kill the Xia family beasts. How could they be so shameless? He had already prepared a countermeasure against the Xia family. He put down his backpack and pulled out a bulging document folder from its inner pocket. From it, he took a stack of papers and handed them out one by one to the onlookers. Everyone take a look. This woman's words are nothing but lies. The only truth is that she is indeed my biological mother, but she never fulfilled her duty as a mother. Since I was born, they swapped the babies. I grew up in an orphanage. My only mother was the orphanage aunt and the director. I don't have siblings either. All the children in the orphanage are my brothers and sisters. This is the agreement they signed. From the day the agreement was signed, I am no longer part of the Xia family. They promised that after signing we would have nothing to do with each other. But they keep disturbing my life. They want me to return to the family because if I don't exist it would affect their family. They never treated me well. Instead, they showered all the love that should have been mine on the child I was swapped with, Xia Xiaoyu. I don't want to live in such a family. I want to be free. Look carefully. This agreement means from today onward I have nothing to do with the Xia family. Xia Tian's words made Zhou Liqin cry bitterly. She was still playing the innocent. Before she could finish, Xia Tian turned and walked away, trying to morally blackmail me with such a trick. No way. Seeing her plan fail, Zhou Liqin immediately called Xia Wendy. On the other end, Xia Wendy was so furious he flipped the table. Why can't you do anything right? I told you exactly what to say and do, and you still couldn't bring Xia Tian back. What are we going to do at the board meeting in 2 days? All the director's children and ours will be there, but Xia Tian won't be. If someone asks what do we say? Figure something out. Either the family members betray us, or they can't accomplish anything. Why do I need such useless people? Hearing Xia Wendy's roar, Zhou Liqing grew even angrier. She had to find a way to bring Xia Tian back home, and her only solution was to ruin his college entrance exam. When Xia Tian was at his wit's end, he would surely come back to the family and beg for help. Xia Xiaoyu was not willing to be outdone either. Recently his parents had been completely focused on Xia Tian, which made him resentful. Such favoritism should have been his alone. But because of Xia Tian's recent actions, his parents had diverted all their attention to him. He had to find a way to regain his parents' love. So the next day he chose a dimly lit alley that Xia Tian had to pass through after school. He hired some unemployed thugs from the street. Just as Xia Tian entered the alley, he timed it and had the thugs beat him with sticks. There were many students after evening self-study. As Xia Tian turned into the alley, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly knelt before him with the thugs' abandoned sticks lying nearby. He shouted loudly to Xia Tian, "Brother, don't hit me anymore. I know I was wrong. I'll give mom and dad to you. I'll tell them not to focus all their attention on me. Brother, I truly know I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore." Passing students turned their heads to look into but Xia Tian ignored it all and walked straight past. Many students recorded everything on their phones. The next day the school forum was in an uproar. Shock. High school elite student beats his own brother in the street. This sensational headline immediately stirred up a storm on the school forum. Many people whispered among themselves, "Isn't this the summer of senior year? I never imagined that campus bullying would happen right beside me." So it turns out even top students can do such things. Could the rumors about cheating during the exams be true? As after all, he didn't even hesitate to beat his own brother. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. At first Xia Tian hadn't seen these news. It was because of Xia Tian's good friend, his desk mate and secret admirer, Zhou Jing, who told him everything. Xia Tian immediately burned with rage. He hastily dialed the police. Xia Ziyu was indeed thoughtless. This alley was close to the school and dark. How could it possibly lack surveillance cameras? Thus the police soon found Xia Tian and showed him the video of the incident. Meanwhile, Xia Ziyu was still playing the victim at school. While crying pitifully, he fabricated the truth. Soon the Xia family arrived. After learning what happened, they all immediately pointed fingers at Xia Tian. Zhou Liqing said in disbelief, "Xia Tian, how could you do this?" Xia Wendy fumed. "You little brat, didn't you say you had nothing to do with this family? Then why are you treating your brother like this? Let me teach you a lesson, you bastard." The other sisters, including Xia Ling, watched Xia Wendy strike Xia Tian without intervening. They also felt that Xia Tian had gone too far this time. However, just as Xia Wendy's hand was about to land on Xia Tian's face, the police arrived. "What are you doing, parent?" The officer looked at Xia Wendy in confusion. "I'm disciplining my son. Do you have to interfere with that?" Xia Wendy retorted without backing down. "Oh, then you really should educate him." The officer nodded and said, "Your son Xia Ziyu has a truly malicious heart." What? The Xia family was utterly bewildered. How could the police blame Xia Ziyu when Xia Tian was the one at fault? Hearing this, Xia Ziyu glared angrily at the officer. "What are you talking about? I'm the victim. You're the victim." The officer sneered. "At such a young age you sure know how to put on an act. But what is done by night appears by day. We've retrieved the surveillance footage and interrogated those thugs. They've confessed everything. It was you who bribed those thugs to pretend to bully you, then frame your brother." What? The Xia family was stunned. The surrounding students and teachers were also shocked. No one expected such a venomous younger brother to exist in the world, hiring people to frame his own brother. "Xia Ziyu, is this true?" The eldest sister asked. At this moment the second sister could no longer find any justification. She had no reason to defend Xia Ziyu in this matter. Even she felt that although Xia Tian was wrong, what Xia Ziyu did was utterly excessive. Xia Ling's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that they had all misunderstood Xia Tian. No, she should have realized it earlier. She had suspected that Xia Ziyu might be faking it. Yet just now she hadn't thought in that direction. Deep down she still subconsciously protected Xia Ziyu. "No." Xia Ziyu suddenly exploded. Staring at the police, the pointing fingers of the crowd and his family's incredulous looks, he said fearfully, "It's all fake. You're lying. It's Xia Tian who's framing me. Why is everyone protecting him?" "Alas." The officer sighed. "This is your family dispute, and since no serious consequences occurred, I thought a warning would suffice. But now it seems the offender hasn't realized his mistake. If left unchecked, he might cause even greater trouble in the future. Moreover, Xia Ziyu has passed his 18th birthday and is an adult. So after deliberation, we've decided to take him away for a few days of proper education." With that, the officer signaled his colleagues to escort Xia Ziyu into the car. "No, officer." The Xia family panicked. Zhou Liqing even blocked Xia Ziyu, refusing to let the police take him. But it was all in vain. The officer sternly said, "Your family is respectable. Do you really want to obstruct the law? If you continue to resist, it will be unpleasant for everyone." Besides, his crime is not severe, just a few days of re-education. Under the officer's stern reprimand, the crying Xia Ziyu was taken away. It was then that the Xia family remembered Xia Tian was still watching. "Xia Tian," Zhou Liqing said awkwardly, "I'm sorry I wrongly blamed you just now." As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. "Oh, I recall that a letter of forgiveness can reduce your brother's fault. Please write one quickly, so he might come out tonight. He's never been in a place like that before. He must be so scared." Zhou Liqing began to cry, shaking Xia Tian's shoulder. "Xia Tian, I'm begging you, go write it quickly." Xia Wendy felt embarrassed and said sternly, "Why are you begging him? Isn't this what he should do?" Except for Xia Ling, the other sisters also looked at Xia Tian and said, "Yes, Xia Tian, he's your brother. Just write one." "Huh?" Xia Tian laughed coldly. "I've told you I'm no longer part of this family. I've cut ties with you, least of all with Xia Ziyu, who shares no blood relation with me. I will never write any letter of forgiveness for him. I will never forgive him, just as I will never forgive any of you. Now I have to go to work. If you try to stop me, you'll call the police." "How dare you?" Xia Wendy roared. He reached out to slap Xia Tian, but just then a teacher stepped forward and pulled Xia Wendy back. "Parent, how can you hit someone without knowing the facts?" "Exactly, you're going too far. He's your own son." Soon a school administrator appeared, looking at Xia Tian with pity and said, "In view of Xia Ziyu's behavior, our school has decided to expel him and let him rest at home." "What do you mean?" "Because Xia Ziyu had disliked school as a child, he started school a year later. He was only in his second year of high school. If expelled, Xia Ziyu's life would be ruined forever." Xia Wendy immediately cried out, "Leader, you cannot do this. Am I the leader or are you?" The school leader, looking somewhat disgusted at Xia Wendy, said, "Moreover, Xia Tian is an adult. He has the right to decide his own life. I hope you will stop interfering with him, otherwise as a school leader, I have the right to call the police." The leader then looked at Xia Tian and asked, "Xia Tian, are you sure you want to leave your home?" "I am sure," Xia Tian answered with absolute certainty. Having said that, he bowed to the school leader, then turned and walked away, carrying his lunchbox without looking back. "Don't you ever come back." Xia Wendy was furious, but surrounded by so many school officials, he could not do anything to Xia Tian. With a cold snort, Xia Wendy called the Xia family, and they left in the car. On the way, he said to the Xia family, "From now on, none of you are allowed to mention Xia Tian again. Otherwise, get out of this family. There is no Xia Tian in our Xia family." Xia Ling wanted to say something, but intimidated by Xia Wendy's authority, she remained silent. Meanwhile, Zhou Liqing and the other sisters were worried about Xia Ziyu and did not think much about it. They even felt it was only right. Xia Tian was so heartless, refusing to help his own brother. He truly deserved to be cast out of the Xia family. However, what the Xia family thought no longer concerned Xia Tian. Moreover, because of today's incident, the Xia family would likely not bother him for a long time. Xia Tian was not sad at all. He felt only joy. That evening, Xia Tian and Luo Meng tallied their earnings from the past few days. After selling boxed lunches for a week, they had made a little over 5,300. Including Xia Tian's original savings, they had a total of nearly 20,000. Though not insignificant, this amount was far from enough to start an internet cafe or speculate in real estate, and buying lottery tickets would only be a waste. But it was enough for other ventures. In the days he sold boxed lunches, he had also been quietly surveying the market. Lu Sizi's game arcade was the most popular in the area. Xia Tian set his sights on Lu Siji. First of all, Lu Siji had great influence in the neighborhood and was known for his loyalty. Actually, his real name was not Lu Siji. He had been called that since his youth, when someone cut off one of his fingers. Later, it was said that Lu Siji endured hardship, eventually rose to power, and cut off the hands of the man who had severed his finger. Because of this incident, no one in the area dared to offend Lu Siji. Coupled with his connections and the substantial funds he had earned over the years, Xia Tian felt that with his limited capital, choosing to cooperate with Lu Siji was the best option. The next morning, the arcade was nearly empty. As soon as Xia Tian entered, Lu Siji spotted him and said mockingly, "What? Here to sell boxed lunches again? It's early in the morning, no one's around." "Not selling boxed lunches." Xia Tian pulled up a stool and sat down next to Lu Siji. He casually offered a cigarette and explained his purpose. "Boss Fong, how about we go in a partnership and open another arcade?" Hearing this, Lu Sizi's expression shifted slightly. In later years, the arcade industry would be shattered by the proliferation of internet cafes. Thus, the once thriving game arcades gradually declined over the next few years. Arcade owners had no choice but to adopt a distribution model, placing machines in supermarkets, convenience stores, and entertainment venues. Even Lu Siji had been considering a career change and had recently invested a significant amount to open a. Xia Tian still remembered that even 20 years later, claw machines, game machines, and coin pushers at supermarket entrances would still attract many players. Lu Siji obviously hadn't caught on his fierce face, still showing confusion. He only knew that in any industry less competition meant more profit. If Xia Tian also opened an arcade, wouldn't that be blatantly stealing his business? Xia Tian, what exactly are you up to? I let you sell boxed lunches here before, but today, are you here to cause trouble? The latter just smiled faintly unperturbed and looked up at Fang Siji, who seemed ready to devour him, calmly saying, "With you Boss Lu in charge, how would I dare steal your business? You'd better know that." Lu Siji grunted again, quite pleased with Xia Tian's flattery. Pausing, Xia Tian continued, "But Boss Lu, no matter how big your arcade is, it's just this one. How much profit can a single arcade make? Why not spread out and open a branch?" "Easier said than done," Lu Siji snorted. "You think opening a branch doesn't cost money? Store rent, hiring staff. If the employees under me act dishonestly, I'd not only not make money, but lose money." Lu Siji was telling the truth. Without centralized management, if employees were dishonest and did shady things behind the scenes, then Lu Siji would not only receive no money, but also have to pay for the storefront and staff salaries. It was clearly a losing proposition. But Xia Tian's next sentence suddenly piqued Lu Siji's interest. But what if there was no need for store rent or employees, and you just had to come over every now and then to count the coins and settle the accounts? Such a good deal. Of course. Xia Tian smiled mysteriously, leaned in close to Lu Siji's ear and whispered. After a while he finally looked up and grinned. "Boss Lu, what do you think of my idea? You little rascal." Lu Siji took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. After a long pause he finally spoke seriously. "I could tell you were clever the other day when you came here to sell boxed lunches. Coming up with such a brilliant idea. Fine, let's do it your way. They'll have someone bring the machines over tonight. I just opened a new bar recently and am short on cash. I was planning to sell those fruit machines in the warehouse to get some money. If you can make money with those fruit machines, they'll be impressed." Lu Siji thought to himself that there were over a dozen idle game machines and slot machines in the warehouse. Since they were just gathering dust, he might as well let Xia Tian try his luck and see what he could achieve. Arcades were not like internet cafes where income and expenses were transparent and easily checked on it. The coins fed into the machines were uncountable. If an employee secretly opened a machine and grabbed a handful of tokens, that machine would have zero revenue or even negative revenue for the day. The idea Xia Tian proposed to Lu Siji was to lock the machines, count the coins in person, and split the profits 50-50. Lu Siji wouldn't need to watch over them. He just had to come every few days to unlock and collect the coins. Summer's plan was actually quite simple, akin to soliciting sponsors from a supermarket. The supermarket provides sales counters, allowing manufacturers to place their products. Once the goods are sold and the money is collected, they split the profits with the manufacturers. This results in a mutually beneficial outcome. The supermarket avoids tying up large sums of capital in inventory, allowing for more flexible cash flow. For the manufacturers, it is also entirely advantageous. They need not spend time and money establishing sales channels or investing in advertising. The supermarket handles these matters more professionally. Summer merely explained the pros and cons of this distribution model to Lu Siji, stirring his interest and making him perceive the potential for profit. Gazing at the 20-plus fruit machines and slot machines neatly arranged in the small storefront of about 40 square meters, Luo Meng still scratched his head in confusion. "But Summer, since it can make money, why don't we go it alone? Are you stupid? Each of those game machines costs several hundred yuan. Where would we get the money to buy them now? Besides, even if you bought the machines, complaints from parents or rivals would bring the police knocking on your door in no time. Then they'd confiscate the machines, and you'd be left crying." In his past life, Summer had heard of many such incidents, and he would not make that mistake. Moreover, arcade businesses differed from others, tinged with shades of gray. This line of work indeed brought quick money, almost like a no-cost venture. Buy a few game machines, and within a month you recouped the investment. The subsequent earnings were nearly pure profit. But not everyone was qualified to run such a business. The Public Security Bureau and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau would crack down every few days, and even if you managed to avoid losing money, the fines alone would be enough to drain you. Lu Siji had connections. He could make a phone call to the higher-ups, and as long as the issue wasn't too serious, he could smooth. If they ever encountered a tough nut, even if the machines were confiscated, it would be Lu Siji's headache, and Summer would have nothing to do with it. After listening to Summer's explanation, Luo Meng finally understood and hurriedly flattered him. "Summer, how did you become so shrewd? How could you come up with such a scheme to get something for nothing? It's not over yet." Summer placed plastic stools in front of the game machines, clapped his hands, and admired his handiwork. "Now it has the feel of an arcade. Next it's time to welcome customers." He had Luo Meng watch the shop while he went outside. Around noon, Aunt Wang, who sold boxed lunches, had already set up her stall early, waiting for customers. Summer approached her. Annie busy as usual. Having bought boxed lunches from her every day for a while, he had become a familiar face. Aunt Wang beamed at the sight of him, as if seeing a benefactor. "Summer, how many boxed lunches do you need today? They'll dish them up for you." Summer smiled and pointed at her stall. Andy, you'll buy all your box lunches for today. Could you move your stall over there? Summer gestured toward the entrance of his arcade. The shop was somewhat secluded, far less convenient than the Aunt Wong frowned hesitantly. Summer, will anyone come to eat there? Don't worry about that. Even if no one shows up, they'll pay you for whatever box lunches you make today. This era was nothing like 2 decades later when everyone had a mobile phone and entertainment venues were everywhere. Being in the suburbs, there were few entertainment options, especially for migrant workers who couldn't afford high-end venues like nightclubs or karaoke bars. Their daily recreation consisted of either visiting a hairdresser's for a quick fix of physical needs, or holing up in a video parlor watching adult films, or playing games in an arcade. Especially for those working in factories like the electronics plant, which was far from the city center, their entertainment options were even more limited. After work, these factory workers had little to do besides staying in their dorms and playing cards in small groups. Summer had his eye on this. When the shift ended, workers from the electronics plant and nearby factories poured out. Summer also began to shout at the top of his lungs, box lunches. Box lunches for sale. He shouted as loudly as he could, trying to draw as many people as possible. Openly calling people to play slot machines and fruit machines in the arcade would be too conspicuous, but selling box lunches was different. Workers needed to eat, and while eating they would notice the arcade next door and might wander in for a few rounds. That's not too much, is it? Game machines weren't profitable. For skilled players, a single coin could last half an hour or even clear a hole. The real money came from the slot machines and fruit machines, gambling devices that always cast an alluring glow in the eyes of gamblers, drawing their attention. But these machines were programmed with fixed odds. How could you ever win against them? Leveraging the foot traffic from box lunch sales, the arcade was packed by noon. Those inserting coins and placing bets were visibly excited, while the onlookers were just as hyped, pointing and gesturing. I told you to bet on watermelon, but you insisted on oranges, and you bet so many points. I bought the coins, so we'll bet on whatever I want. Want to play? Buy your own. Go to hell, you think I can't afford it? Within just half a day of opening, the 1,000 game coins Summer had obtained from Lu Ciji were completely sold out. Taking advantage of the afternoon lull, Summer quickly called Lu Ciji, asking him to come and open the machines to collect the coins. When Lu Ciji opened the game machine and saw it filled with coins, he was astonished. Brother, how did you manage this? Business is so good. Is there some trick? He had originally approached it as a trial, thinking the machines would just gather dust in the warehouse. He never expected that in Summer's hands the machines would thrive, a complete contrast to how they performed in his own shop. Summer merely chuckled. What trick could there be? Just like you, boss Lu, I sell coins and let them play. There really was no secret. It was just a matter of targeting a different demographic. Liu's arcade was in the city center with a larger space and more machines, but most of his customers were students. How much money could students have? Scrimping and saving to get a yuan or two, they could buy 3 to 5 coins and play all day. Summer, however, chose to open his arcade near the factory district, targeting a very different group. In this era, entertainment options for the working class were already limited, and being in the suburbs made it even worse. Workers from the electronics plant and nearby assembly lines had no other pastime after work besides gathering in dorms to play cards. The arcade Summer opened here was undoubtedly a spiritual sanctuary. Summer had Lu Ciji bring almost exclusively fruit machines and slot machines, all with a slightly gambling element, which further stimulated the nerves of these veteran players. For them, fruit machines and slot machines were the games of adults. Meanwhile, arcade cabinets featuring King of Fighters or shooting games were for kids, and they dismissed them. Lu Ciji was no fool. Lying in bed that night, he would quickly figure out the reasoning. Altogether, 940 coins. Round it off, and you owe me 200 yuan. Lu Ciji grinned broadly, took the 200 yuan from Summer, and then lifted a small burlap sack from his moped weighing about 10 kilograms. Brother, there are 2,000 coins in here. Earlier when you said you needed more coins, I didn't believe you. Now it's clear, 3,000 total. If you need more, just let me know, and he'll bring them right away. With only a little over 10 days left before the semester began, Xia Tian finally received the long-delayed admission letter from Jiangcheng University. Yet holding the letter in his hands, he could not muster any joy. Xia Tian, Jiangcheng University, a top-tier university. You've been admitted. Luo Meng felt it necessary to remind Xia Tian of the significance of this letter. Unlike me, I didn't do well in the college entrance exam and could only apply to a vocational college. Xia Tian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Luo Meng was really blowing his own trumpet. Come on, didn't do well. If you had done well, you might not even have gotten into a vocational college. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xia Tian quickly pressed on. Which vocational college did you apply to? Shunin Normal School, to become a teacher. Luo Meng chuckled, sheepishly, knowing he wasn't cut out for teaching. Attending vocational college was just a way to gild his resume. After entering society, at least he could say he had a college education, right? Xia Tian, however, patted him on the shoulder with a meaningful smile. Shunin Normal School is a good choice. In his memory, by the end of the year 2000, after approval from the Education Bureau, Shunin Normal School would be upgraded from a vocational college to a full undergraduate institution. The original vocational students would thus turn over a new leaf and inexplicably become undergraduates. As Xia Tian was pondering, he heard Luo Meng ask again, "Xia Tian, what are you worried about?" Xia Tian let out a sigh and slowly spoke, "I'm short on money." No sooner had he spoken than Luo Meng exclaimed, "Xia Tian, you're short on money. Your arcade earns about 1,000 a day. Workers in factories don't even make 1,000 in a month. You've been running the arcade for almost 2 months now. You're already a 10th of Sandiyuan household. If you're still saying you're short on money, then all the rest of our graduating class are just a bunch of beggars." Luo Meng said, a bit agitated. He had been hanging around Xia Tian lately and had made quite a bit of money. Just by watching over the arcade, he earned 100 a day. In 2 months, he had saved several thousand and was planning to spend lavishly at school. Unexpectedly, Xia Tian shook his head and sighed again. In 2 months between the arcade and selling boxed lunches, he had scraped together nearly 100,000 yuan, but that sum would only be enough to open a small internet cafe. Moreover, his ambitions went far beyond just opening an internet cafe. There were many places where money would be needed in the future. Thinking about this, Xia Tian let out a mournful sigh. One step at a time. Luo Meng said nothing more. After a moment of silence, he added, "By the way, Tang Jiming said in the group chat last night that since we've all graduated, we should have a proper get-together. Do you want to join it?" In half a month, school would start again. High school graduates were all a bit restless, eager to have some fun before stepping into university and to draw a definitive end to their intense high school years. During this time, Xia Tian had been busy making money and hadn't logged into QQ for a long time, so naturally, he hadn't noticed the lively chatter in the class group. Moreover, with his mental age of over 60 years, having lived 2 lifetimes, these freshly 18-year-old graduates were nothing more than kids to him. Having experienced much in his past life, he had little interest in contemporary entertainment. His only pleasure now was making money. Seeing Luo Meng's eager expression, Xia Tian asked, "You want to go?" Luo Meng nodded immediately. "I want to go. I haven't had much fun these past 2 months and school is about to start. I need to relax a bit." Xia Tian rolled his eyes, seeing through Luo Meng's intentions, and called him out directly. "You're just hoping to show off at the gathering, aren't you? After all, you've got quite a bit of spare cash now." "Ahem. Xia Tian knows me too well." "All right, stop." Xia Tian waved his hand to cut off Luo Meng and said absent-mindedly, "Go if you want to. You should have some fun. After all, once school starts, everyone will go their separate ways, and who knows when we'll see each other again. If there's something you regret, settle it while you still have time. Don't wait until it's too late and end up regretting it." Thinking back, he had many regrets in his past life, and every time he recalled them, he felt remorse. Fortunately, he had been reborn, finally having the chance to make up for his regrets and mistakes. As soon as Xia Tian gave the go-ahead, Luo Meng was so excited he could jump. "Whoopee. Then I'll head off now, Xia Tian. They'll come back to help you tomorrow." After seeing Luo Meng off, Xia Tian sank into thought again. Opening an internet cafe was not like starting an arcade. Computers couldn't be acquired for free. Those things were expensive. Each one cost several thousand yuan. Add in the rent for the storefront decoration and other miscellaneous expenses, the nearly 100,000 yuan in cash he had on hand would probably only amount to a splash in the water, a fleeting bubble. "If it really doesn't work, I suppose I'll have to go in with Fong Butong." Xia Tian sighed, though he was reluctant to. The biggest drawback of a partnership was that leadership rankings would constantly stir restlessly, always trying to replace company management with personal camaraderie. But for now, partnership was the only way forward. Xia Tian sighed again. Seeing his mother already approaching with the boxed lunches, he gave her a few brief instructions and then followed her out. Opening an internet cafe was not his original intention, but in his plan, it was only the first step. If the first step was already so difficult, he dared not imagine how to carry out the subsequent plans. Meanwhile, outside the Passion Bar, Luo Meng and a group of classmates stood staring into the bar, their eyes straining. After waiting a long time, Tang Jiming finally walked out of the bar dejected and shook his head. "The bar is full. We have to wait until some seats open up before we can get in." Hearing this, the group of old classmates immediately started discussing, irritation creeping into their voices. "How long do we have to wait to get in? We can't keep waiting if there's never a seat, can we? Yeah, what's so great about this bar anyway? It's just new. If it doesn't work, we can just switch to another bar." "Exactly, there are plenty of bars on this street." As they spoke, a few of them started to wander off. At that moment, Luo Meng suddenly spoke up. "Actually, you could ask Xia Tian for help. If it's a maybe. No, definitely he can get us a seat." "Xia Tian, you mean that guy who's always running around selling boxed lunches?" Among the 50-odd students in the class, surnames ranged far and wide, but when it came to names bearing the character Huan, who else could it be but Xian? The moment Luo Meng mentioned Xiayan, someone immediately began to tease. Xiayan would have the clout to reserve seats. Passion Bar is the hottest spot right now. You can't even buy a seat. Exactly, if Xiayan had that kind of pull, he wouldn't be selling boxed lunches. Unless the bar owner is a fan of his boxed lunches and sworn brothers with him. Even Tang Jiming snorted in disdain. Though he said nothing aloud, he silently mused that he himself had offered the bar manager extra money only to be met with cold indifference. Unless Xiaoyan truly had become sworn brothers with the bar owner, then Luo Meng was simply boasting. Chen Xijia harbored the same thoughts. The reason she had turned a blind eye to Xiaoyan's affections before was precisely because he had neither money nor influence. Good grades and a hint of handsomeness. What use were they? Unlike Tang Jiming, young wealthy with a family leather factory. Though he still lived off his parents, he would eventually inherit the family. With this comparison, Chen Xijia let out a cold laugh and spoke. Luo Ming, I know you're close to Xiaoyan, but don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? It's just getting into a bar. You're still defending him over something this trivial. Tang Jiming chimed in, taunting him. Exactly. Unless you can make that kid Xiaoyan appear right now and get us all inside, you're just blowing smoke. As he spoke, Tang Jiming thought to himself that there was no way Xiaoyan could appear now. Even if he did, he absolutely couldn't get this group into the bar. No sooner had he finished speaking than a Bentley pulled up behind him. Two girls, one tall and one short, stepped out of. The distinction was clear. The taller one was slender with curves that rivaled a model's. The girl beside her, though not short and with a nice figure, seemed somewhat overshadowed in comparison. Fortunately, the shorter one, lacking the taller girl's striking bust, compensated with a more adorable doll. After getting out of the car, Shen Luoshu frowned at the bar before asking Bai Meng, "Is this the bar?" Bai Meng nodded, eagerly, a hint of excitement in her voice. The group chat mentioned this bar. I wonder if Xiaoyan will show up later. Shen Luoshu rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. If you miss your Xiaoyan that much, why not just go straight to his house? Why wait in a place like this? At the mention of this, Bai Meng's expression dimmed. I don't want to either, but I did go to his house. His family said he's already left to live independently, and they can't. It wasn't Xiaoyan's fault. These days he was busy making money, leaving early and returning late. Even Bai Meng often couldn't reach him. As the two chatted, Tang Jiming, standing nearby, had already noticed them. With one cold and stunning, the other pure and cute, it was impossible not to. Tang Jiming in particular recognized Shen Luoshu. He never expected that Miss Shen would come to a bar like this. This is a golden opportunity to make an impression. How could I miss it? With that thought, Tang Jiming approached, his face full of obsequiousness. Miss Shen, what a pleasant surprise to meet you here. It's truly an honor. Are you planning to enter the bar? Shen Luoshu snorted, clearly dismissing Tang Jiming and unwilling to exchange a single word with him. As for Bai Meng, she was a quiet girl. Besides those close to her, she was practically a stranger to everyone else. At school she rarely spoke, and her relationship with classmates barely extended to knowing their names. When Tang Jiming approached uninvited, she immediately hid behind Shen Luoshu. Tang Jiming felt a moment of awkwardness, but in front of Shen Luoshu, even losing face mattered little. He scratched his head and continued. Miss Shen, if you want to get into the bar, I'm afraid it's a bit tricky. Without waiting for her response, he rambled on about his earlier rejection at the door. After hearing Tang Jiming's words, Shen Luoshu raised an eyebrow in surprise. This bar is really that popular? Yes, indeed. Tang Jiming nodded. Miss Shen, would you consider switching to another bar? They'll cover the bill tonight. Treat you and all our old classmates to a few drinks. Do you think I can't afford it? Shen Luoshu snorted, thoroughly dismissing him. The Tang family had risen only because of the Shen family. Without the Shen family, the Tangs would be nothing. Embarrassed, Tang Jiming let out a dry chuckle. No. I just meant that a distinguished lady like you shouldn't have to pay when mingling with us. Shen Luoshu snorted again, her expression coldly aloof, but her gaze fixed on Passion Bar with curiosity. After a pause, she said, It's just a small bar. I never expected it to be so popular. I'm a bit intrigued. Then she turned to glance at Bai Meng, who was still hiding behind her. Besides, this little sister of mine probably won't leave until she sees her beloved Xiaoyan tonight. At these words, Bai Meng's face flushed scarlet, and she lowered her head, wishing she could bury it in the ground. Xiaoyan. Again with Xiaoyan. Every time Tang Jiming heard that name, his teeth ached, and he wanted to grind them into dust. Why did this guy have to be involved in everything? Luo Meng, on the other hand, upon hearing Shen Luoshu mention Xiaoyan, immediately stepped forward, acting like a show-off. If Xiaoyan came, getting into this bar would be a piece of cake. In fact, the bar owner might even waive the bill for us out of respect for him. Intrigued, Shen Luoshu asked, Does Xiaoyan really have that much influence? Absolutely. For once, Luo Meng felt emboldened. The reason this bar is so popular is all thanks to Xiaoyan. At that moment, a female classmate stepped forward, pressing Luo Meng. What exactly has Xiaoyan done to make a bar this successful? Luo Meng was about to launch into a grand tale when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. What are you all standing here for? Why aren't you going inside? Hearing the voice, Luo Meng turned around and exclaimed with delight, Xiaoyan, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you to lead us in. In those days, there were no smartphones, and you couldn't just make a WeChat call anytime, anywhere. Even cell phones were something most people didn't have. For students like them, the best they could get was to inherit their parents' retired Xilingtong phones. Luo Meng was one of them, and otherwise he would have definitely called Xiaotian to come over and show off. Fortunately, Xia Tian showed up at that moment. Luo Ming quickly asked, Xia Tian, didn't you say you weren't coming to the party? Why did you suddenly decide to come? What do you mean? Xia Tian snorted and glanced inside the bar before explaining, Fong Budong is here at the bar. I came to discuss something with him. Just as he finished speaking, a sweet, delicate voice came from behind. One could tell from the voice how adorable the speaker was. Xia Tian, I finally saw you. Hearing this, Xia Tian quickly turned around. Meng Meng, what are you doing here? Of course Xia Tian knew Bai Meng, and very well at that. When he was a child living with his grandfather in the countryside, Bai Meng's parents would also send her to his grandfather Yi when was placed during winter and summer breaks, saying it was to let her experience the genuine, simple life of the countryside. He especially remembered when they were little. Xia Tian was like a wild child running around the fields all day, while Bai Meng was like a little shadow, always following close behind him. But later, after an accident and the death of his grandfather, Bai Meng's family took her back to the capital city. Then a few years ago, when she was in high school, Bai Meng was sent by her family to Shunan and lived with Xin Luoshu's family. She spent the next 3 years of high school in Shunan City. At this moment, seeing Bai Meng again, Xia Tian suddenly froze. For a moment, memories from his previous life flooded into his mind. In his past life, because of Chun Sijia, Xia Tian had been unable to shake off that shadow for a long time. It was only when Bai Meng reappeared that he gradually pulled himself together. Xia Tian often thought that he was always used to confiding in Bai Meng, yet he never paid much attention to her own affairs. If before that incident happened, before Bai Meng's suicide, she had been accustomed to consulting him upon receiving the news, he would have rushed to comfort her without a second thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up standing outside Bai Meng's funeral hall, crying heart-wrenchingly, yet it was already irreversible and futile. Bai Meng adored acting, and from a young age her dream was to become a big star. After graduating from university, Bai Meng entered the entertainment industry as she wished, and with her family's support, she soon became a somewhat famous star. When Bai Meng became a famous singer, the last concert she held was sponsored by the company where Xia Tian worked, and then Bai Meng entered the entertainment industry. When she truly stepped into that circle, it was even more filthy than she had imagined. With the help of her cousin, who had always been her agent, a master director known as the most promising to win an Oscar took possession of her body, which was tormented by an aphrodisiac, into a state of dazed desire, and filmed a video. The video was uploaded online, and Bai Meng chose suicide, ending her life that had bloomed brilliantly like a summer flower, only to rot rapidly. They buried that body coveted by countless men, a body that combined beauty and intelligence. Xia Tian saw the video and learned of Bai Meng's suicide. He furiously pounded the wall with his fists, then sat silently in front of the computer, tears streaming uncontrollably. Meng, you're alive. How wonderful. Bai Meng was a bit confused, but when Xia Tian hugged her, she didn't struggle. Instead, Xin Luoshu reached out to separate them, his face full of anger. Don't you dare touch Meng Meng. What's it to you if I hug Meng Meng? Xia Tian said, pretending to move forward to hug her, but Xin Luoshu directly blocked between them, leaving Xia Tian a bit disgruntled. Fine, I won't hug her then. Xia Tian spread his hands, then turned to Luo Meng and asked, what happened? Why are you all outside? The security guard won't let us in. He said all the seats inside are booked. Luo Meng pointed at the security guard at the bar entrance. As soon as he finished, the high school classmates who were with him immediately started chattering and discussing. Xia Tian, Luo Meng said, you have a way to get us in. Since you're here, take us in and have some fun. Yes, Xia Tian, Luo Meng has been bragging about you like you're some kind of god. We want to see just how amazing a lunchbox seller like you can be. Just a lunchbox seller with no money and no power. He might even struggle to treat us to internet cafe, and he says he'll take us to a bar. Amidst a series of snickers, Luo Meng's face turned red as a beet. He grumbled for a long time before finally blurting out, You don't know anything. Xia Tian has sworn brotherhood with the owner of this bar. The owner even wanted Xia Tian to be the bar manager. But Xia Tian thought the salary was too low, the money too little, and the work too tiring, so he didn't take it. These words made a few who were holding back their laughter burst out laughing. Luo Meng, can you be more realistic? Xia Tian, a bar manager. The bar owner probably wants Xia Tian to sell lunchboxes inside the bar, right? That would be great. When we're hungry later, he'll treat everyone to a box of rice with meat and fried eggs. Luo Meng's face turned even redder like a monkey's bottom. Xia Tian, however, calmly glanced at the speaker and then walked steadily toward the bar. As he approached the bar entrance, the security guard who was checking IDs was about to stop him. His hand was still in midair, but when he recognized Xia Tian, he immediately changed it into a salute. Hello, Xia Tian. Should I go notify Mr. Fong that you're here? No need, I'll go find him myself later. Xia Tian waved his hand, then pointed to Bai Meng and the others behind him. A few friends of mine want to go in and have fun, but I heard the seats are all booked. Before he could finish, the security guard immediately said, since they are Xia Tian's friends, even if it's full, we can free up some seats. Just take your friends in and enjoy yourselves. With that, the guard stepped aside and made a welcoming gesture, clearly indicating that Xia Tian should go in. This scene stunned the crowd waiting at the entrance to watch the drama. Huan Xiatian. That title. It sounds like a gangster boss from a movie. Holy crap, is it possible that this Xiatian really did swear brotherhood with the bar owner? Xiatian. So handsome. If his hair were a bit longer, he'd look just like Brother Haonan in the movies. I want to marry him. The chatter was too chaotic for Xiatian to make out what they were saying. When he came back, he simply said they could go in, and led by Meng Shun Luoshu and the others inside. As he reached the door, he turned back, pointed at the few who had mocked him the most, and said to the security guard, him, and him. Don't let them in. I don't want to sell my lunchboxes to them either. Those singled out by Xiatian had initially hoped to slip through unnoticed amidst the chaos, but since they had been called out, their faces were filled with embarrassment. They smiled sheepishly, their gazes shifting toward Tang Jiaming. This group was organized by Tang Jiaming, and now that they were turned away at the door, they naturally looked to him for guidance. They were of course unaware of the conflict between Xiatian and Tang Jiaming, although the matter had been temporarily settled under the mediation of the police. Tang Jiaming coughed twice, and with no other choice he steeled himself and approached Xiatian, saying, Xiatian, we're all classmates here. Going this far is too much. Oh, I almost forgot about you. As he spoke, Xiatian scanned the crowd and pointed at Chen Sijia, who was mingling among them. That bitch and that dog aren't allowed in either. If Chen Sijia had simply rejected him, he might not have been hurt. But the foolish part was that she not only rejected him, but also deceived him. Affection, time, and money. Along with Tang Jiaming, she had deceived him for 4 whole years. A bitch and a dog together forever and a day. That phrase was the perfect description for this pair. Tang Jiaming forced a laugh, his expression unbearably awkward. Even Chen Siji's face turned pale. After a long silence, she finally said, Xiatian, you can't do this. You can't hold a grudge against me just because I rejected you. Hearing this, Xiatian scoffed. Why can't I? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding classmates began to chatter again. Exactly, Xiatian. We're all classmates. There's no need to hold such deep grudges over these things. Yeah, everyone knows you liked Chen Sijia. If you liked her, you should have just said it boldly. Even if she rejected you, it's nothing. Xiatian, Chen Sijia rejected you, but I am willing to be your girlfriend. It's just that I'm not sure. As a girl with a lovesick expression leaned toward him, Xiatian quickly pushed her away. He glanced at Tang Jiaming again and snorted, fine, if you're treating, you can come in. No problem, I'll treat. For Tang Jiaming, it didn't really matter where they held the gathering. But ever since Shin Luoshu appeared, this gathering had taken on a special meaning. It was no longer about competing with Xiatian to get into this bar. It was all about showing off in front of Shin Luoshu and ideally winning her favor. At this point, Tang Jiaming didn't care how much face he lost, as long as he could get closer to Shin Luoshu. It proved that when a man becomes a simp, there was no limit to how nauseating he could get. The bar was indeed lively with every seat taken. Several people were even drinking at the counter just to catch a glimpse of the TV on the wall. The TV was playing a replay of the World Cup. As soon as they entered the bar, Tang Jiaming acted like the host, taking the lead in greeting everyone. Everyone 3 years of high school, short as it was long as it felt. I feel honored to have been in the same class. From today on, we're adults. So I propose a toast for everyone, but no soft drinks, only alcohol. Because what we're drinking today isn't just liquor, it's maturity. I once wrote this on my QQ signature, drink to my half-life of wandering, drink to my lifetime of solitude and loneliness. This first cup, I'll finish it in your honor. Tang Jiaming raised his glass and downed the beer in one gulp. Then, mimicking his father's business dinner mannerisms, he turned the glass upside down to show everyone it was completely empty. Seeing this, the classmates sitting around erupted in applause. Brother Ming, you don't seem like a student at all. Every move you make is so mature. Exactly, compared to you, we seem so childish. Drink to my half-life of wandering, drink to my lifetime of solitude and loneliness. That's the most badass signature I've ever seen. Watching this group of students try to act like adults, drinking and flattering each other, Xiatian found it somewhat ridiculous. He couldn't be bothered to entertain these classmates. He hadn't come to the bar for the gathering anyway. He headed straight for the office at the back of the bar. But before he could take 2 steps, Bai Meng tugged at his sleeve. The little girl asked pitifully, Xiatian, where are you going again? They'll go with you. Aren't you here for the gathering? Go have some fun with them. Once school starts, you might not get another chance to be together. Bai Meng shook her head, casting a timid glance at the classmates, then turned back and teased. I don't. All right. Xiatian sighed. The little girl wasn't the future superstar yet. She hadn't developed her. Looking around, aside from being familiar with him, she only knew Shin Luoshu beside her. And this was a bar, a place full of all sorts of people. If he didn't take her along, she might get bullied and he'd regret it. Then stick with me. I'm going to talk to Boss Liu about something. But to Xiatian's surprise, Shin Luoshu followed. Who knows where you're taking Ming Ming? What if you take her to a private room and do something outrageous? If you hurt Ming Ming, how am I supposed to explain it to her family? In Shin Luoshu's eyes, Xiatian was still that man who played with women and took no responsibility. A scumbag, in other words. This remark left Xiatian both amused and exasperated, but he didn't bother to explain. Let them follow if they wanted. It wasn't like what he was discussing was anything shady. The bar staff clearly recognized Xia Tian and led him straight to the office. Fong Batong was busy outside. The server poured tea for the three of them, asked them to wait a moment, and then went out to fetch the boss. While they waited, Shen Luoshu studied Xia Tian. She asked abruptly, "That guy Luo Meng said you made this bar's business booming. Xia Tian, can you tell me how you did it?" "Why should I tell you?" Xia Tian rolled his eyes. If he just answered whenever someone asked where would his dignity be. Bai Meng leaned in, as well a smile in her eyes, and asked softly, "Yes, Xia Tian, tell us." Meng in Bai Meng's eyes, if the person she liked gained recognition from others, especially from Sister Luoshu, it was as good as her own recognition. Was there anything more face-saving than that? Only then did Xia Tian clear his throat and begin to explain. But after hearing what Xia Tian had to say, Shen Luoshu's pupils contracted slightly, and her opinion of him changed a little. The ideas Xia Tian had mentioned were something only someone with decades of business experience could conceive. Yet this person was only just over 18, 2 years younger than her. How did he come up with such wild and innovative business ideas? When Fong Batong saw how brilliantly Xiaoyan had managed his gaming arcade, he asked Xiaoyan for advice on how to make his own arcade even more profitable. Xiaoyan then shared his thoughts, the same distribution strategy. However, this time, he didn't suggest approaching budding entrepreneurs like himself. Instead, he told Fong Batong to contact supermarkets, convenience stores, and entertainment venues, placing his surplus gaming machines and fruit machines everywhere, two here, two there. Though this distribution model would later become commonplace in this era of rapid economic takeoff, it was perfectly suited to Fong Batong's arcade business. Especially now, before internet cafes had completely crushed arcade games. If he waited another 2 years, with internet cafes proliferating nationwide, arcade players would dwindle even further. The earlier one seized the market, the more room for growth. When Fong Batong first heard this idea, his expression mirrored Shen Luoshu's current astonishment. He was awestruck, marveling at Xiaoyan's agile mind. Within a few days, Fong Batong's gaming machines and fruit machines appeared outside supermarkets large and small throughout Shunan City. He became the first to benefit from the distribution model in the arcade industry. Although half the profits had to be shared, the sheer volume made daily income multiply. In truth, this kind of distribution model was something Fong Batong could have figured out himself with a little thought, or a few years later when others adopted it. Xiaoyan merely offered him a convenient favor. Yet this incident opened Fong Batong's eyes to Xiaoyan's business acumen. A few days later, he asked again. His bar business was lukewarm. How could he make it thrive and reach new heights? Xiaoyan told him to tie it to the hottest topic of the moment. In June and July, what was the hottest topic? The World Cup, of course. Imagine a man with a wife and children. The wife won't let him drink, the kids need rest. If he stays up late watching the World Cup, he'll end up with his ear twisted kneeling on a washboard singing Conquest. So where could one drink, stay up late watching the World Cup, and debate with a crowd of men about which team would win? Of course, a bar. Xiaoyan simply had Fong Batong renovate the bar slightly, placing a massive TV in the most prominent spot, broadcasting World Cup matches live every day. He also spent a few hundred yuan hiring dozens of people to distribute flyers throughout the streets and alleys covering nearly the entire city of Shunan. Then he plastered football-themed bar posters on the gaming machines and fruit machines already placed out. Within days, the bar was packed to capacity. Those middle-aged men who were usually forbidden to watch the World Cup late at home flocked to Fong Batong's passion bar, sipping drinks, nibbling snacks, watching the matches, and occasionally trading barbs with the patrons beside them. In my opinion, Brazil has a better chance of winning this time. Bullshit. I'm Chinese. I support the Chinese team. If the Chinese team wins, I'll buy out this bar and let everyone drink for free all day. Of course, that dream of the Chinese team winning remained unfulfilled even 20 years later. But at this moment, Shen Luoshu, after listening to Xiaoyan recount these stories, casually gaped, as if he had drunk fake liquor. This guy, though a bit of a rogue in character, has a real head for business. With just 2 moves, he revived both Fong Batong's arcade and bar. Shen Luoshu couldn't help but marvel if such a business talent were given a larger stage, who knew how much he could shake up the financial world. While Xiaoyan was boasting, Fong Batong returned. When he saw Xiaoyan, he was beaming with joy, offering him water and asking, "Brother, have you thought about the bar manager position?" Shen Luoshu raised an eyebrow again, thinking that Luo Feng hadn't been exaggerating after all. Fong Batong really wanted Xiaoyan as bar manager. But Xiaoyan shook his head, dismissing the bar manager role with contempt. "Boss Lu, I told you before. This manager job has too many responsibilities and not enough pay. Whoever wants it can take it. I'm not interested." Fong Batong wasn't offended and chuckled. "Then why are you here today, brother?" "I came to discuss something with you, Boss Lu. About opening an internet cafe." "An internet cafe?" At those words, Fong Batong's eyebrows shot up. He had long considered dipping into the internet cafe business, seeing how profitable they were. But lacking talent in that area and fearing being cheated by unfamiliar operators, he had never opened one. Now that Xiaoyan had brought it up, Fong Batong quickly pressed, Brother, you want to open an internet cafe? Xiaoyan didn't beat around the bush. Yes, I have that intention, but I'm a bit short on funds right now, so I came to you, Boss Lu. So you're thinking about getting me to invest? Fong Butong ventured his guess, and upon receiving Xiaoyan's confirmation his mind began to race. If anyone else had asked him to partner, he might have hesitated. But Xiaoyan was different. Given the two suggestions that had revived his arcade and bar, it was clear that this young man's plan to open an internet cafe was no impulsive whim, but a well-considered decision. It definitely wouldn't lose money, in fact he might even make a killing. With that thought, Fong Butong came straight to the point. Brother, how much investment do you want from me? Xiaoyan thought for a moment and raised 2 fingers. This much. Fong Butong gasped. 2 million. Cough. I meant 200,000. Fong Butong breathed a sigh of relief. The distribution for the arcade had just started. Though it was generating cash, it wasn't a huge amount yet. The bar had only recently become bustling. If he had to pull out 2 million in cash for investment, he couldn't come up with that much liquid capital. But 200,000 was something he could consider. Fong Butong then asked, what share do I get? Well, how about 30%? Too little. Fong Butong frowned and shook his head, stating the equity split he found acceptable. I want 50%. No, 30% at most. Any more, and I'd rather call off the deal. Xiaoyan was firm too. 30% was his limit. He didn't want the internet cafe to be run by an outsider who would meddle. As Xiaoyan and Fong Butong argued red-faced over a 20% share, Shen Luoshu suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Xiaoyan and Fong Butong asked almost simultaneously. Shen Luoshu replied, I'm just laughing at how you two are squabbling over a mere few 100,000. A man with Xiaoyan's business acumen. If he partnered with the Shun family, we would never treat him shabbily. We would even open every door for him, letting him set the terms. Hearing this, Xiaoyan casually asked, if you were willing to invest, how much could you put in? 500,000. And I'd take only 20%. Without a second thought, Shen Luoshu raised a hand with 5 fingers spread. The next moment, Xiaoyan dropped to his knees, clutching Shen Luoshu's sleek long legs, and exclaiming, Sugar Mama. No, wait, Godmother. Come on, let's go sign the contract now. Hearing Xiaoyan repeatedly call her a wealthy woman and Godmother, Shen Luoshu's originally icy face flushed with a hint of shame. This Xiaoyan is truly shameless. She was only 2 years older than him, and they had even been engaged before. As Shen Luoshu pondered, she heard Fong Butong suddenly sneer, 50,000. Miss, don't you need to think before you brag? Miss, you look about the same age as Xiaoyan, right? Still in college. Being able to casually whip out 50,000. Hearing this, Shen Luoshu also snorted coldly. It's true I can't produce 50,000 on the spot. My monthly allowance is only a few tens of thousands after all. But for the Shun family, coming up with 50,000 is not difficult. The Shun family. Fong Butong was taken aback, then frowned. He looked up at Shen Luoshu and exclaimed, Are you the Shun family's heiress? Yes, that's me. In Shunan City, few were unfamiliar with the Shun family, for the Shun group frequently appeared on the local news, making it impossible not to know them. Especially someone like Fong Butong, who had connections on both sides of the law, was no stranger to the Shin family. He had indeed seen Shen Luoshu before, but earlier he had been so focused on the cooperation deal with Xiaoyan that he hadn't noticed her standing nearby. Now realizing the truth, he silently slapped his thigh. If the Shun family was involved, not just 50,000, even 5 million would be within their reach. If this Shin girl interferes, want the cooperation with Xiaoyan fall through. Thinking this, Fong Butong quickly rushed over and grabbed Xiaoyan, preventing him from leaving. Brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can still negotiate about the cooperation. 30% is fine. Actually, I just thought it over. 30% isn't too bad. Xiaoyan chuckled inwardly. This Fong Butong sure knew how to change with the wind. But this time it was his turn to stand tall. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyan frowned and shook his head. 30% was acceptable earlier, but now it's off the table. Look at the Shin family. They invested 50,000 without a word and only asked for 20%. You're investing 200,000 and demanding 30%. Isn't that a bit excessive? Fong Butong opened his mouth and after a long pause managed to squeeze out a single word. Then, 20%. 20% won't work either. The Shin family only asked for 20%. If you, Boss Lu, also want 20%, are you trying to stand on equal footing with the Shun family? 10%. Is that all right? He ground out the last sentence through clenched teeth. Damn it, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Just moments ago it was 30%. How quickly things changed. Now it was down to 10%. To his surprise, Xiaoyan still shook his head, as if not even satisfied with that. Brother, you're not going to give me only 5%, are you? Boss Lu, do you think I'm that kind of person? Xiaoyan widened his eyes and said, but we must observe the principle of first come first served, right? The Shin family reached an agreement with me first. That's called charcoal in the snow. You're trying to step in now, which is merely adding flowers to the brocade. Tell you what, Boss Lu, we've known each other for a while. How about you invest the same as the Shun family 50,000 and he'll give you 10% of the shares. That's a fair distribution, isn't it? Fair. Damn fair. Fong Butong felt like crying watching his 30% turn into 10%. Did this even count as fair? 10% it is. Something is better than nothing. This time he had no choice but to accept the loss. Fong Datong, no Fong Butong, gritted his teeth and agreed. At least he still had 10%. But if he missed this opportunity, who knew if he would ever get another? Moreover, even if it wasn't for Xia Tian's money-making prowess, which was like a treasure trove just for the sake of establishing a connection with the Shen family through this matter, it would benefit his future attempts to launder his image and switch careers. With this thought, Fong Butong felt much more at ease. Once they left the office and were alone, Shen Luoshu quickly asked, "Why did you still agree to let Fong Butong invest? If you had just asked, the Shen family could have easily come up with $1 million. Xia Tian rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she was his godmother, he would have called her an idiot long ago. Although the internet cafe is legitimate, the people who visit it may not be. There's no guarantee that fights or disturbances won't occur. Fong Butong is a local big shot in Shunan. With him around, most problems can be solved." Shen Luoshu's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated. "Are you telling me you don't trust the Shun family's influence in Shunan? I know your Shen family is powerful, but do you have to announce it everywhere? Want me to get you a loudspeaker for 24-hour broadcasting?" Xia Tian continued, "It's easier to deal with a king than with petty ghosts. If you really run into those petty nuisances, would the Shun family stoop to handle such trivial matters? That's where Fong Butong's value comes in." Hearing Xia Tian's explanation, Shen Luoshu pondered briefly and then understood. Her opinion of Xia Tian changed once again. Not only did he have a knack for business, but he also handled human relationships with remarkable skill. Too bad his character is a bit lacking. Just as she was thinking this, she heard Xia Tian add, "Besides, opening an internet cafe isn't really my ultimate goal. It's just a starting point. The money an internet cafe makes is beneath my notice." Hearing this, Shen Luoshu was taken aback again and asked subconsciously then, "What is your real goal?" "You'll find out when the time comes." Xia Tian didn't explain, merely gave a mysterious smile and strode out. Back in the main bar area, several classmates were already tipsy from drinking too much, looking dazed. But when they saw Xia Tian emerge, they forced themselves to sober up and applauded. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Xia Tian back. Amid the clapping, Xia Tian felt utterly bewildered. He turned his gaze toward Luo Meng, who was surrounded by several classmates drinking beer and boasting. His face was flushed, clearly under the influence. Xia Tian pulled him aside and asked, "Meng, what's going on?" "Xia Tian, you're back." Luo Meng scratched his head sheepishly, then explained the reason for the enthusiastic welcome. Right after Xia Tian left, a few curious classmates surrounded Luo Meng and asked him to tell stories about how Xia Tian had sworn brotherhood with the bar owner Fong Butong. After a couple of drinks, the guy couldn't keep his mouth shut. He started bragging without restraint, spilling all of Xia Tian's exploits with a little artistic embellishment. Selling box lunches became market research, and opening a game arcade turned into a strategic partnership. As for the two suggestions Xia Tian had given Fong Butong, Luo Meng exaggerated them into brilliant strategies, claiming Xia Tian had given Fong Butong 10 secret strategies, and Fong simply picked 2 to revive his failing game arcade and bar. After hearing Luo Meng's explanation, Xia Tian gave him a flick on the forehead. "Do you take me for Zhou Bai presenting 10 stratagems to Chow Chow?" This Luo Meng is a classic big mouth. Xia Tian was momentarily exasperated. He flicked another one on the forehead, fuming. "If you open your mouth any wider, the entire Milky Way will hear your boasting, and aliens will know about this by tomorrow." Luo Meng wasn't offended, he just chuckled dryly. "What do you mean boasting? Everything I said is true, isn't it? And making 10 to 20,000 a day is also true." Xia Tian rolled his eyes and said testily. Fortunately, what he was doing wasn't anything shady or illegal. Since it was out, it was out. Thanks to Luo Meng's big mouth, Xia Tian's reputation among the classmates had spread far and wide. Several female classmates kept glancing in his direction as if paying attention to him, only to look away when their eyes met. "Have you noticed? Xia Tian seems even more handsome than before." "Do you even need to say that? The whole class knows he's handsome. I've decided, I'm going to be his girlfriend." "You? Even if you're willing, it's up to him, isn't it? He likes Chen Xijia." At that moment, Chen Xijia was hiding in a corner with Tang Jiaming, trying to keep out of sight. She looked at Tang Jiaming beside her, bit her lip, and suddenly said, "Brother Ming, didn't you say we'd announce our relationship tonight?" "What?" Tang Jiaming was caught off guard by the question and didn't respond for a moment. After pondering for a long time, Tang Jiaming hesitated and said slowly, "Baby, look, tonight's spotlight is on Xia Tian. That guy has drawn everyone's attention. If we announce it now, wouldn't it be inappropriate?" But Chen Xijia was about to say that she and Tang Jiaming had been in a relationship since the second semester of high school. Back then they were afraid of being caught by school and family for early dating, which would affect their studies, so they kept it a secret from everyone. But now that they had graduated and were adults, what was there to be afraid of anymore? Before she could finish, Tang Jiming interrupted. Baby, all the classmates here are completely focused on Xiatian. Even if we announce it now, no one would listen. Just wait a little longer. Wait until the time is right, and he'll make it public. Chen Xijie turned her head to Indeed, as Tang Jiming said, the classmates present were talking most about Xiatian. Thanks to him, they were even able to get into this bar to have fun. It could be said that Xiatian was the undisputed protagonist of the night. If she announced her relationship with Tang Jiming now, who would even care? With that thought, Chen Xijie lowered her head silently and said gloomily, fine. Of course, there was another reason Tang Jiming didn't want to announce the relationship. Not only was Xiatian the center of attention, but the bigger reason was that Shin Luoshu was also here tonight. If he announced his relationship with Chen Xijie, how could he ever pursue Shin Luoshu in the future? The moment Shin Luoshu appeared, he had already thought of this, and he resolved deep down that he absolutely could not reveal his relationship with Chen Xijie tonight. Now seeing Shin Luoshu and Xiatian walking out from the backstage of the bar together, Tang Jiming was grinding his teeth in hatred. That Xiatian not only stole the show, but was also getting so close to Shin Luoshu. Especially since Chen Xijie had told him recently that Xiatian was already engaged to Shin Luoshu. Damn, if those two end up together, what chance will I have left, eh? After cursing inwardly, Tang Jiming turned to Chen Xijie and said, Xijie, do you hate Xiatian? Chen Xijie didn't know how to answer at first. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head. Actually, I don't really hate him. He just refused to take the blame for us. Back in school, I thought he was a pretty decent person. But Tang Jiming clearly didn't want that answer. Before she could finish, he said, no, you have to hate him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been expelled from university, and my dad wouldn't have had to waste so much money just to get us into a third-rate diploma mill. If it weren't for him, we could have announced our relationship today. You could say that the reason we're still sneaking around is all because of that bastard. There was another point Tang Jiming didn't mention. That incident a while ago when Xiatian got them thrown into the police station, and it ended up with his dad having to come pick them up. That event was nothing short of a humiliation for Tang Jiming. If Xiatian heard these words, he would definitely recommend Tang Jiming as a lecturer in a pyramid scheme. His brainwashing techniques were relentless. Though Chen Xijie wasn't fully brainwashed, hearing these words made her clench her teeth. Tang Jiming continued, that Xiatian guy used to like you and kept chasing you, didn't he? I have a way to make him get what he deserves. What punishment? Tang Jiming chuckled wickedly, a malicious expression spreading across his face. He had originally wanted to confront Xiatian. He didn't truly fight it out, but who would have thought the guy would call the police? Since you like playing dirty, then he'll play dirty too, all the way. You let him pursue you, pretend to agree, and become his girlfriend, drain all his money, and then kick him to the curb. Chen Xijie bit her lip. But Xiatian doesn't like me anymore. What does that matter? As long as you show a little interest in him, he'll come crawling back to lick your boots, won't he? Tang Jiming said this because he had already planned two moves. If Chen Xijie agreed to pretend to date Xiatian, the benefits for him would be immense. On one hand, it would buy time, allowing him to keep his relationship with Chen Xijie hidden indefinitely. On the other hand, once Xiatian's reputation was thoroughly ruined, even if Shin Luoshu was engaged to him, could she really marry him? Even if Shin Luoshu was willing, the Shun family wouldn't necessarily agree. By then, with a little more effort, he might just be able to win Shin Luoshu over. Tang Jiming was still lost in his fantasies. Chen Xijie thought for a long time before saying gloomily, ill. Think about it. After saying that, her gaze shifted to Xiatian. At that moment, Xiatian was like the moon surrounded by stars. Not only were Shin Luoshu and Bai Ming, two beauties of different styles, by his side, but several female classmates also gathered around him, finding all sorts of awkward topics to chat about. With the internet cafe deal settled, a weight had been lifted from Xiatian's mind. The chirping voices around him gave him a headache, so he decided to drown their chatter with alcohol. What are you drinking? Beer. Xiatian, well, drink whatever you drink. The girls nodded in unison, confirming the decision. Even Bai Ming timidly raised her hand and said, "I'll have beer too." Xiatian shot her a glare. "You're drinking? Have you forgotten that time you got drunk as a kid? Just have some Waha AD calcium milk." Bai Ming felt a bit deflated, but when she heard him mention that childhood incident, a shy blush spread across her cute little face. The gathering didn't break up until after 11. Walking home, Zhong Hui was still raving about the evening party. But seeing Chen Xijie's gloomy expression beside her, Zhong Hui hesitated and asked, "Are you thinking about Xia?" Chen Xijie shook her head, but inwardly, she wasn't thinking about Xiatian at all. She was thinking about Tang Jiming. That guy had been dating her for nearly half a year, yet he still refused to make their relationship public. She couldn't help muttering under her breath, "Does he not like me? Is he just playing with me?" Zhong Hui, still thinking Chen Xijie was referring to Xiatian, automatically replied, "Xiatian has chased you for 3 whole years. How could he not like you? Guys are all like that. They pretend to be indifferent in front of you just to get your attention. Zhong Hui, acting like an experienced person, continued. If you ask me if you also like Xia Tian, you should show some signs too. You've been stringing him along, neither rejecting nor accepting. No wonder he treats you like this now. If Xia Tian had heard those words, he would have grabbed Zhong Hui's hand with tears of gratitude, a true kindred spirit. But Xia Tian wasn't there, and Chen Sijia wasn't talking about Xia Tian. She didn't take Zhong Hui's words to heart, just frowned, and thought for a long time before muttering, "If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being unrighteous." Zhong Hui didn't catch it, and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing. I think Xia Tian is actually pretty good. Although he doesn't have money now, he seems to be able to earn a lot." Hearing this, Zhong Hui was speechless. Good heavens. Xia Tian doesn't have money. Tonight Luo Meng told me that guy just sits there and rakes in several thousand a day. Even if it's only been since summer break, he must have tens of thousands by now, right? What about their classmates? A few dozen or a few hundred in pocket money would make them jump for joy. Especially now that he's so close to the bar owner. Seeing how the waiters and bartenders treat Xia Tian, Zhong Hui absolutely believed that Luo Meng's bragging was all true. Someone like Xia Tian, no matter the age group, would definitely be considered the cream of the crop. After all, her own parents worked in a supposedly lucrative government unit and only earned 1,000 or 2,000 a month. That's less than what Xia Tian makes in a day. Zhong Hui pouted, envying him while sighing. Comparing one person to another only brings frustration. CJ, you need to cherish someone like Xia Tian, seize the opportunity, and stop being so proud. You didn't see how the female classmates looked at him tonight. Their eyes were practically glued to him. If you miss him, there's a long line of girls waiting. If you let someone else have him, you'll be the one crying. Zhong Hui advised earnestly, but Chen Sijia just nodded lightly and said, "MMI, no. He'll send Xia Tian a text message now. Xia Tian, everything that happened before was my fault. Can you forgive me?" After sending the message, Chen Sijia breathed a sigh of relief. Given how much Xia Tian used to like her, now that she had apologized first, wouldn't he come running back to lick her boots and pursue her again? Meanwhile, on the other side, Shin Luoshu sat in the Bentley pondering for a long time before finally pulling out her phone to call her father Shin Zhonghua. "Dad, can you transfer 5,000 yuan to my card?" Shin Zhonghua was startled and asked, "What do you need so much money for?" Shin Luoshu usually had a generous allowance, several tens of thousands a month, which was enough. And Shin Zhonghua knew his daughter wasn't the type to spend money recklessly. If she asked for such a large sum at once, there must be a reason. The next moment, Shin Luoshu explained everything that had happened in the bar with Xia Tian, recounting it all truth. After hearing her, Shin Zhonghua chuckled. Especially when he heard Xia Tian's name, he asked, "Is that the grandson of Uncle Yi Wenhua? I didn't expect that kid to have grown up already. Dad, are you even listening to me?" Shin Luoshu acted spoiled. At this moment, where was her usual aloof goddess demeanor? Shin Zhonghua laughed again. I'm listening. When your grandfather was on his deathbed, he said we should treat the Yi family well, especially that little guy Xia Tian. We pulled some strings before and got sister-in-law Tsuelon a job in a government unit. I wonder how their family is doing now. Uncle Yi Wenhua once did a divination for that kid, saying he was a golden scale that is no ordinary fish. Upon awakening, it transforms into a dragon. Hearing her father go on about Xia Tian and golden scales, Shin Luoshu was exasperated. "Dad, whose daughter am I? Are you even listening to me?" I am. Shin Zhonghua quickly agreed. "Isn't it just 5,000 yuan? I want to see if that golden scale Xia Tian can make a fortune with that 5,000 yuan. If he can rise, you two would be quite a match." Shin Zhonghua promised to transfer the money immediately, and then the call ended. But as soon as the call ended, Shin Luoshu grumbled angrily. Who would marry that scoundrel? "Sister Luoshu, if you don't want to, we'll marry him." Bai Meng, looking innocent and adorable, wrapped her arm around Shin Luoshu's and said dreamily. But Shin Luoshu snorted. "You're not allowed to marry that scoundrel either. You don't know how bad he is. He played with someone and then shirked responsibility." "Huh?" Bai Meng's lips parted slightly, and she asked instinctively, "Who did he play with? I don't know about this. Did he get into a fight with someone, hurt them, and then sneak away?" In Bai Meng's naive mind, playing at most meant getting into a fight with a classmate and running away before the teacher. Shin Luoshu didn't explain, just said, "Anyway, you're not allowed to get too close to that guy. Sister Luoshu is mean. You get close to Xia Tian, but you won't let Meng get close to him." Bai Meng pouted, looking a bit wronged, and muttered, "The official can set fires, but the commoners are not allowed to light lamps. Learning to talk back, are you?" Bai Meng crossed her arms, sulking, and pouted, "I don't care. I want to be close to Xia Tian." Hearing this, Shin Luoshu sighed. She only found out tonight that Xia Tian had applied to Jiangcheng University, and Bai Meng, somehow getting the news, had also applied to the same school. From now on, they would be at the same school, seeing each other all the time. No matter how tightly she watched, she couldn't stop mutual affection. Thinking of this, Shin Luoshu said, "Fine, I can't stop you from flirting with your Xia Tian, but remember this, no dating that kid, and definitely don't let him touch you." Bai Meng looked up innocently. "He and I have touched many times. We even touched tonight. Shen Luosh's face turned pale then flushed slightly. She knew Bai Ming had misunderstood the meaning of touch, but she couldn't explain. She just said, anyway, don't do anything that crosses the line. Don't let that kid get off easy. What counts as crossing the line? It's. The more she tried to explain, the more confused Shen Luoshu became. As the start of the semester approached, there were matters that needed to be settled. Let's transfer the game arcade. Summer said, hanging a for sale sign outside the arcade. Both he and Luo Meng were about to leave for university, and they wouldn't be able to manage the arcade business. Transferring it to Lu Siji was the best solution. When Lu Siji learned of Summer's plan, he agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Soon the day of the new semester. On the first day of school, both new and returning students crowded the campus. Seeing the sea of people at the school gate, Summer's face darkened as he lugged his suitcase and squeezed his way in. But once inside, he realized it was even more crowded. The girls were better off with senior students to help them. Any girl who was even slightly pretty or had a nice figure would be surrounded by several senior students eagerly offering to carry her luggage and clear the way. Summer had to rely on himself. While pushing through the crowd, he heard a student shouting, Lu Jiai, Lu Jiai, apparently having lost his girlfriend in the chaos. The noise was so grating that Summer kindly squeezed over to tell him, 6 + 1 = 7. You're a college student, and you can't even do simple addition. After registering, he finally found his dormitory building, and then his room. The room had 4 beds, and the other 3 had already arrived as Summer was the last. The other 3 were already chatting, so Summer didn't disturb them. He put his luggage away and sat on the side listening. Du Feng from Guangling in southern Sichuan had some acne on his face. Zhou Ziqiang from the northeast was tall and big, but his speech was anything but the boldness typical of northerners. You'd think he was from Taipei. Lu Qifeng, a local from southern Sichuan, like Summer, was dressed in designer brands. When introducing himself, he said his family was in business and his father was a CEO. Your turn, buddy. Summer, also from southern Sichuan. I like being a CEO. Lu Qifeng took a moment to realize what was said, then lunged to choke Summer. Damn it, you're taking advantage of me right off the bat. Summer thought to himself, I didn't lie. I do like being a CEO, what are you going to do about it? After tidying the dorm and cleaning up, the 4 of them gathered and started chatting. Since they had just met, they weren't close yet, so their conversation had a formal, slightly ridiculous tone. Each one talked about their grand ambitions. Taking civil service exams, studying finance, taking over the family business, making it big, and creating new glory. Summer couldn't take it anymore and directly punctured their pretensions. Guys, can we talk about something men are actually in? Du Feng was silent for a moment, then spoke up. That senior who helped us enroll today. I think she's pretty good looking. Zhou Ziqiang chimed in, yeah. And those 2 seniors who gave us our campus cards. Those legs long. And Lu Qifeng snorted dismissively. Women. Boring. I've been with a few before, got tired of it. Now I'm more into the single life. After a pause, Lu Qifeng asked back, what about you guys? Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship. Zhou Ziqiang waved his hand immediately. Impossible, I was a player back in the day, okay. Du Feng, with his legs crossed, said calmly, I never dated, but back then there were 2 girls who chased me. I just wasn't interested. It was Summer's turn, and all eyes were on him. At that moment, he was reminded of his past life. After breaking up with Chen Sijia, he couldn't move on for a long time. By the time he came to his senses, he had already passed the age for romance. As for those 4 years with Chen Sijia, better left unsaid. Summer smiled, showing no embarrassment, and said, I've never been in a relationship. Upon hearing this, the other 3 in the dorm all broke into smiles, feeling that their status in the room was now, especially Lu Qifeng, who straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and suddenly felt on top of the world. Old Yi, although dating is pretty boring if you don't have a relationship in college, it'd be such a pity. Want me to teach you a few tricks? Summer smiled lightly. Go ahead, grandson. Lu Qifeng only then realized he had been played again by Summer. Old Yi sounded like grandpa. Chasing girls is actually simple. If you have patience and perseverance, you can basically succeed. Be nice to her, buy her gifts, often chat with her frequently, send good morning and good night messages, make her get used to your presence. Of course, she won't respond at first. You have to learn to persist. In short, women are soft-hearted creatures. Once her heart softens, you're 50% there. For someone like me with money, it takes about 3 to 4 months to win a girl over. You might need a bit longer. Listening to Lu Kaifeng's relationship advice, Summer's mouth twitched. This was exactly the summary of his 3 years of simping for Chen Sijia. Finally, Lu Qifeng put on a mysterious smile and concluded, the most important thing, never be self-righteous enough to think a girl will come to you for a meal or a chat. Girls nowadays are very reserved. You have to take the initiative to make things happen. Just as he finished, Summer's phone rang. He took it out and saw several text messages. One was from Luo Meng, who was studying at the adjacent Sichuan Normal University and had just reported that he had arrived safely. Another was from Bai Meng. The little girl had just checked in with Shen Luishu's help and couldn't wait to contact Summer, asking him to take her around the campus and find a place to eat. Seeing Bai Meng's message, Summer quickly replied, stand at the school gate. Don't move. They'll come pick you up right now. With that, he stood up. The other three asked where he was going. A girl is waiting for me to eat. He'll be off. The three left in the dorm stared at each other wide-eyed, especially Du Feng and Zhou Ziqiang, who looked at their relationship notes and felt like complete fools. On his way to find Bai Meng, Summer also called Luo Meng to invite him out for a meal and to get familiar with the area. As soon as the call connected, Luo Meng exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! Summer, guess who I saw at school? A ghost! Summer rolled his eyes. Who else could you see at school besides students and teachers? Luo Meng was being mysterious, not saying directly, just chuckling. Then he said, you'll find out soon enough. It's definitely a surprise. After agreeing on a meeting spot, Summer hung up. Just as he reached the school gate, he saw Bai Meng standing alone in a corner looking around, a bit lonely. Ever since that incident in childhood, she had suffered from social anxiety, especially around strangers. Summer sighed, feeling even more protective of Bai Meng, and went up to greet her. Been waiting long? No. Bai Meng quickly shook her head. Her furrowed brow instantly relaxed when she saw Summer. Then, as if they were old friends, she linked her arm with his and said sweetly, Summer, take me around. Sure, where do you? Big brother will show you around today. I know this area like the back of my hand. Summer was not lying this time. In his past life, Chen Xijie studied at Jiangcheng University while he attended a nearby college. Because of his nominal relationship with Chen Xijie, he frequented Jiangcheng University every few days, becoming intimately familiar with the area. Seeing Bai Meng frowning in deep thought, Summer couldn't help but ask, by the way, where is my godmother? He had grown so accustomed to seeing Shun Luoshu and Bai Meng together that her absence now piqued his curiosity. Bai Meng replied, Sister Luoshu is the vice president of the student union. Today is the start of the semester, so she's very busy. She told us to have fun, and she'll find us after she's done. Hearing this, Summer nodded again. Seeing Bai Meng still undecided, he took her on a casual stroll around the campus, pointing out buildings and introducing them in detail, as if afraid she might get lost. After nearly an hour of wandering, they had just about covered the entire Jiangcheng University campus when a sudden grumbling sound caught Summer's attention. He instinctively looked around, thinking there might be pigeons nearby. Only when he noticed the faint blush on Bai Meng's face did he realize. Hungry? Bai Meng nodded. Come on, let's get something to eat. Between Jiangcheng University and the neighboring Shunan Normal University lay a commercial street where Summer had arranged to meet Luo Meng. Unsure if Luo Meng had arrived, yet Summer simply found a Chinese restaurant, settled in, and began eating while waiting. He couldn't let Bai Meng go hungry. As for Luo Meng, who cared about him? While waiting for the food, Luo Meng called to ask for the restaurant's name. A few minutes later, he appeared at the entrance. Summer was about to stand and wave him over when he caught sight of the person behind Luo Meng. His expression flickered. Chen Xijie. Summer hadn't expected that Luo Meng's promised surprise would be bringing Chen Xijie. It was certainly a surprise, but not a pleasant one. Summer didn't expect this, did you? Luo Meng bounded over, plopped down, and pointed at Chen Xijie, following him. Chen Xijie is also at our Shunan Normal University. Indeed I didn't. Summer gave a dry chuckle, glancing at Chen Xijie. In his past life, after making Summer take the blame, she had brazenly entered Jiangcheng University with Tang Jiming. What surprised him wasn't that Chen Xijie came with Luo Meng, but that in this life, after he refused to take the blame, she had somehow managed to enroll in Shunan Normal University and by sheer misfortune run into Luo Meng. Before Luo Meng could speak, Chen Xijie confronted Summer. Summer, why didn't you reply to my text? Summer had Chen Xijie send him a message. He never received it. What he didn't know was that the old phone he had recently retired along with a new number meant he never got the text. Seeing her again, now Summer paused briefly before recovering and gestured to the chair beside him. Since you're here, sit down and eat with us. To his surprise, Chen Xijie plopped down right next to him, flanking him with Bai Meng on the other side. Once seated, Chen Xijie looked at Summer with a wistful expression. Summer, I came specifically to find you. Oh, Summer, I know you've liked me for a long time. Oh, Summer, what happened back at school was all Tang Jiming's doing. Oh, no matter what Chen Xijie said, Summer replied with just one word. Oh. The atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Even Luo Meng could tell that his friend Summer had found someone new, no longer interested in Chen Xijie. Glancing at Bai Meng beside him, even Luo Meng, dull as he was, began to suspect something, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Summer chased Chen Xijie for so long without success, so he moved on to Bai Meng. And now I've brought Chen Xijie here. Haven't I just made everything worse? At this thought, Luo Meng could have slapped himself twice. Faced with the awkward situation, he was afraid of angering Summer and dared not take sides. If he chose the wrong side, things would be difficult with Chen Xijie, Bai Meng, and even Summer himself. Meanwhile, Bai Meng, feeling the presence of strangers, retreated into her social anxiety, silent and head down. Even when the food arrived, Summer only busied himself with piling dishes onto her plate. You were hungry earlier, weren't you? Eat more so you'll grow bigger. I'm already big enough, Bai Meng murmured. I'm already 18, an adult. I wasn't talking about age. Bai Meng looked puzzled, then thought further. I'm not short either. Just not particularly tall. Not height either. Now Bai Meng was completely lost. After pondering, she couldn't figure out what part of her summer wanted to be bigger, so she simply buried her head in the food. Chen Sijie couldn't hold back any longer. Summer, what happened before? It was all Tang Jiming's doing. I didn't want that either. Nothing happened in the classroom. We just talked for a bit. I've already apologized to you, haven't I? What more do you want for forgiveness? Summer laughed not at Chen Sijie, but at the thought that all girls like her they forced me. I didn't want to do this. We're just friends. Nothing happened. I've already admitted I was wrong. What more do you want? That kind of talk might fool a naive, lovesick boy, but Summer, having lived 2 lives and been scarred by Chen Sijie in the past, was not so easily swayed. He raised his head and finally met the woman's eyes. Their gazes locked, and Chen Sijie quickly said, Summer, can you forgive me? Eat your meal. If it doesn't suit your taste, you can always leave. Hearing this, Chen Sijie finally lost her composure. She stood abruptly, slamming her chopsticks on the table, startling Bai Meng so much she nearly choked. I'm not eating. She turned to leave, but her abrupt movement nearly knocked into the person behind her. Chen Sijie, full of pent-up frustration, yelled instinctively. But the moment she saw who it was, regret. You bumped into me. Shouldn't you apologize? The newcomer's voice was soft, but carried an air of, I'm sorry, Miss Shin. I didn't see it was you. Chen Sijie apologized hastily, then lowered her head and tried to leave. But just as she lifted her foot, Shin Luoshu called out, Wait! Before Chen Sijie could ask what else, Shin Luoshu raised her hand and brought it down sharply, slapping Chen Sijie across the face. Watching Chen Sijie's pitiful appearance, Xia Tian felt a sharp pang of sympathy and instinctively touched his own cheek, as if the slap had landed on his face. It wasn't that he pitied Chen Sijie, rather he was pondering. His internet cafe had Shin Luoshu's shares, and in the future his ventures would inevitably involve frequent interactions with the Shin family. If he ever angered this nominal mother of his, would she slap him, just as she had slapped Chen Sijie? Then he heard Shin Luoshu say coldly, her face stern, This slap isn't because you offended me, but because you scared our little Meng Meng. Meng Meng. Chen Sijie was still puzzled. Who was Meng Meng? Xia Tian felt it necessary to let Chen Sijie die with clarity. He then spoke, Meng Meng is her. As he said this, Xia Tian pointed at Bai Meng. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on Bai Meng, causing the girl to lower her head, in even greater shyness, abandoning her meal. Chen Sijie managed a bitter smile. She couldn't afford to provoke Shin Luoshu. This slap was something she had to endure. Staying any longer would only invite humiliation. Lowering her head, as if to avoid recognition, she hurriedly left the restaurant. Shin Luoshu finally sat down, complaining, Every year around the start of the semester is the busiest time. Well, you're in the student union, aren't you? Bai Meng giggled, pushing the dishes in front of her toward Shin Luoshu, and said sweetly, Sister Luoshu, you've worked hard. Eat more so you'll grow bigger. What do you mean by bigger? Shin Luoshu asked instinctively. Bai Meng's innocent eyes immediately darted to Xia Tian, and she said sweetly, I don't know either. Xia Tian said, Eating these will make you grow bigger. Hearing this, Shin Luoshu instinctively glanced at the dishes on the table. Eating these would make her grow bigger. She was already past the age of development. How much bigger could she possibly get? Shin Luoshu, after all, was not a naive little bunny like Bai Meng. Though inexperienced, she understood far more than Bai Meng. She immediately realized what Xia Tian meant by grow bigger. A faint blush crept across her lovely face. She let out a light spit and pulled Bai Meng to sit beside her, glaring at Xia Tian. Xia Tian, you'd better behave yourself. If you dare to have any designs on Bai Meng, even if your grandpa Wen was grandson, I won't hesitate to disregard our family ties. Cough, cough. Xia Tian cleared his throat, looking at Shin Luoshu's ample figure and forcing a dry laugh. Meng Meng needs to grow bigger, you don't. Why are you so concerned? Besides, what's wrong with growing bigger? Meng Meng doesn't understand now, but she'll thank me later. Seeing Shin Luoshu about to change expression, Xia Tian, fearing this nominal mother might slap him, quickly changed the subject. How's the internet cafe going? Shin Luoshu shot him a glare before getting down to business. The internet cafe was located on the commercial street between Jiangcheng University and Shunan Normal University. The location was chosen at Xia Tian's insistence. His reason? It was convenient for him to pop into his own cafe to surf the internet. Fortunately, neither Shin Luoshu nor Fang Batong objected. Fang Batong was an outsider, while Shin Luoshu considered that she had 2 more years of university left. She wanted to use that time to gain more exposure to business, so she could later take over the Shun family's vast enterprises. The internet cafe was a training opportunity, so she naturally didn't oppose it. The cafe had opened half a month ago, and Xia Tian had only shown up on the opening day, then promptly became an absentee boss. Thinking of this, Shin Luoshu felt a surge of irritation. She glared at Xia Tian and said, You're not planning to just sit back and count the money after the cafe opens, are you? How could that be? Xia Tian grinned shamelessly. Sitting is tiring. You'll lie down and count the money. You? The more she saw his cheeky grin, the angrier she became. But the next moment Xia Tian turned serious. The internet cafe is just the first step. The plans after that have to be taken step by step, right? What plans? Xia Tian didn't answer. While eating slowly, he suddenly asked, by the way, can you find any software programming talent? What's so hard about that? Shen Luoshu immediately became proud. If you need, I can have my dad transfer a professional programming team over right now. The Shen Group had investments in many industries, including the internet. But the internet had only entered China for a few years and hadn't yet developed. Among the Shen Group's holdings was an internet company that was on the verge of collapse due to poor business performance. If Shen Tianhao had known that the internet would experience a qualitative leap in the coming years, he would probably regret it bitterly. Shen Luoshu thought. As long as she gave her father Shen Tianhao a heads up, she could probably take over that internet company at any time. But Xia Tian shook his head and said thoughtfully, I don't want my own business to become a subsidiary of the Shen Group. They'll figure this out myself. Shen Luoshu didn't insist. She then suggested, you can look for computer programming majors on campus. There are some talented people in the school. They might not be able to handle overly complex programming, but simple tasks are a breeze. Xia Tian quickly said, I don't need anything too complicated. Just add a few features to the existing software and change the interface. The rest can be refined gradually later. Shen Luoshu nodded. That's easy. Graduating seniors from our school should be able to handle that. Hearing this, Xia Tian's eyes lit up. Then, senior, do you have any recommendations? Preferably someone who's both free and professional. Dream on. Shen Luoshu shot him a glare. After a moment of thought, she said, they'll make a call and ask if she's willing to take the job. Shen Luoshu acted with decisive efficiency. She immediately stepped aside to make the call. When she returned, she said, I asked. She said she needs to think it over. I gave her your number and she'll contact you when she's decided. Xia Tian nodded, waiting for good news. The pleasant conversation in the restaurant had long made Xia Tian forget about Chen Siji's existence. He didn't even notice that after leaving the restaurant she had glanced back at them. On her way back, Chen Sijie grew increasingly uneasy. She couldn't help scrutinizing herself. Had she lost her former charm? Otherwise, why would Xia Tian, who used to be a pathetic lapdog fawning over her, now be so cold? Thinking this, she turned to her dorm mate Wang Ru. Xiao Ru, what do I need to do to make a man completely infatuated with me? Wang Ru was taken aback, then replied without hesitation. If he's an innocent virgin, it's simple. Just sleep with him, once let him experience the joys of adulthood. After that you can make him go east, and he won't go west, to make him chase a dog, and he won't go after a chicken. Chen Sijie frowned and thought for a moment, finding it reasonable. After a long silence, she finally pulled out her phone and retrieved Xia Tian's number, which she had gotten from Luo Meng that evening. Xia Tian, I can agree to any request you have. They'll be waiting for you in room 301 of the Ciyuan Hotel. The meal stretched on until nearly 10 o'clock. Xia Tian initially offered to escort Bai Meng back to her dormitory, but upon hearing this, Shen Luoshu promptly declined. Let this scumbag take Meng Meng back to the dorm. Who knows where he might drag her off to halfway. Shen Luoshu thought, then spoke aloud, no need. Meng Meng and I live in the same dormitory building. They'll see her back. In truth, Shen Luoshu had misunderstood Xia Tian. To Shen Luoshu, Meng Meng was her little sister, but to Xia Tian, wasn't she the same? Who would ever lay a hand on such an adorable little sister? Shen Luoshu escorting Bai Meng home set Xia Tian's mind at ease. He glanced outside the restaurant, watching Shen Luoshu lead Bai Meng into that Bentley before raising his glass, clinking it with Luo Meng's, and tossing it back in one gulp. After downing the drink, Luo Meng spoke up. Xia Tian, what's the deal between you and Chen Sijie? You used to like her quite a bit, didn't you? But now? Luo Meng trailed off, unsure how to continue. Xia Tian let out a long sigh, feigning a touch of profundity. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Without further explanation, he paid the bill and said to Luo Meng, don't worry about this. In short, from now on, just steer clear of that woman. Luo Meng was bewildered, but nodded nonetheless. He generally heeded Xia Tian's words. Shifting the topic, Luo Meng grinned ingratiatingly. Xia Tian, take me to your newly opened internet cafe to surf the web. If you bring me, I can get free internet, right? You're always trying to mooch off your big brother. Xia Tian shook his head, but didn't refuse. Since the cafe opened, had only visited once, fortunately still remembering the address. Just as he was about to head over with Luo Meng, his phone rang with a message from an unfamiliar number. Xia Tian, I can agree to any of your demands. I'm waiting for you in room 301 of Ciyuan Hotel. Seeing this message, Xia Tian chuckled softly. Shen Luoshu had promised to help him contact a software programming expert, and the other party had said they'd think it over. Unexpectedly, in just over an hour, they had already made up their mind. He patted Luo Meng on the shoulder. Well, skip today. I have other business. You head back to school first. Luo Meng felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to kick off his college life with an all-nighter on the first day. Ciyuan Hotel wasn't far from the commercial street, only a 10-minute walk away. But Xia Tian found it odd. Why would this senior, whether male or female, choose a hotel as the meeting? After a moment's thought, he shrugged it off. After all, it was the first day of school, and many students who had registered were staying at hotels with their parents. Plus, the hotel had broadband, making internet access convenient. Since his request involved software programming, having a network connection would make the discussion easier. With this in mind, Xia Tian strode briskly toward the hotel. After explaining the situation to the front desk clerk, the clerk smiled. "So you're the one she's been waiting for. All right, just register, and you can go up." Hearing this, Xia Tian didn't think much of it. He simply wrote his name and ID number on the registration form. When he looked up again, the clerk briefly checked the form and said, "That's all. You can go up now. She should be waiting for you in the room." Xia Tian hadn't expected the person Shen Luoshu introduced to be so organized. That was good. He could rest assured handing over those tasks to them in the future. As he thought this, Xia Tian raised his hand and knocked on the door of room 301. After waiting 2 seconds, he heard a woman's voice from inside. "Come in, it's unlocked." A woman. Xia Tian instinctively frowned, caught off guard. The computer industry was a burgeoning field only entering the country and gaining acceptance in the past decade. The computer science department at the university was notoriously male-dominated, earning it, and the civil engineering department the nickname Northern and Southern Shaolin Temples from students of other faculties. Xia Tian hadn't expected Shen Luoshu to introduce him to a female senior. But then again, Shen Luoshu was a woman herself, so it made sense she knew more women. He brushed off the surprise. He pushed open the door and glanced around. No one. Just then he heard a rustling sound from the bathroom. Someone was taking a shower inside. This senior was rather casual, inviting him over and then going off to shower. More importantly, she hadn't even locked the door. What if an intruder had come in? Xia Tian mused to himself as he sat down on a chair to wait. After a long while, the water sounds finally stopped, and he thought, has she finally finished showering? But when the bathroom door opened and the figure emerged at the threshold, Xia Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. "It's you. Chen Xijie, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Chen Xijie wore a set of highly suggestive lingerie, revealing every inch she could while barely covering her intimate areas, an utterly alluring sight. This was a carefully chosen piece from her wardrobe, one she had originally planned to use to seduce Tang Jiaming. Tonight, however, it was being put to use on Xia Tian. Their eyes met, and Chen Xijie felt a flicker of shyness. But after a moment, she lifted her chin with an air of defiance. "Why can't it be me? Wasn't it me who sent you that message to come here?" Hearing this, Xia Tian finally realized. No wonder that phone number had looked so familiar. So it was Chen Xijie's number. Good grief. It wasn't someone Shen Luoshu had introduced at all. It was all just his own wild imagination. Now that he understood, Xia Tian stood up immediately. "Since it's you, I'm leaving." "You can't leave." Chen Xijie in a panic rushed to the door before him and locked it, fastening the security chain. Though the chain could be opened from the inside, it would take some time. After locking the door, she leaned against it, her expression clearly stating that to get out, he would have to get past her first. Seeing this, Xia Tian sighed and sat back down, calmly lighting a cigarette. "Chen Xijie, what exactly do you used to call me Xijie?" she said reproachfully, then demanded, "Xia Tian, am I beautiful?" Not in this era, before the proliferation of medical beauty procedures, Chen Xijie could indeed be considered attractive. Though she might fall short compared to an enchantress like Shen Luoshu, or an angelic little lowly like Bai Meng, she certainly outshone the majority of self-proclaimed beauties. For that very reason, the old Xia Tian had pursued her relentlessly for 3 years, and Tang Jiaming had wanted to toy with her. Conquering a beautiful woman satisfies any man's psychological desires. But Xia Tian had lived 2 lives, and had seen countless beauties in the future, both online and offline. From his current perspective, someone like Chen Xijie could only score an 80 out of 100. Chen Xijie pressed on. "Since I'm beautiful, why did you suddenly stop chasing me? I've already apologized. What more do you want? Xia Tian, if you don't give me an explanation today, you're not a man." "Not a man." Xia Tian suddenly lunged forward, grabbing her smooth arm, and with a flick of his strength tossed her onto the bed. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he pressed his entire body onto Chen Xijie. "Today I'll show you whether I'm a man or not." During the evening meal, Xia Tian and Luo Meng drank quite a bit of alcohol. Coupled with the chill from the hotel's air conditioning, they now felt somewhat dizzy. Without exerting much force, he pulled down most of Chen Xijie's pajamas, revealing the fair skin beneath. Chen Xijie neither resisted nor struggled, instead murmuring, "Xia Tian, take me. From now on I am yours. Xia Tian, I've always liked you. It was Tang Jiaming who pursued me relentlessly, so I." "Xia Tian." As Chen Xijie was about to continue, she felt Xia Tian's hand suddenly stop. She opened her eyes and saw Xia Tian frozen in place. After a moment, he sat up straight, leisurely pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. Chen Xijie was furious. She was on the verge of success. If Xia Tian slept with her from then on, this devoted admirer would grovel at her feet. But to her surprise, Xia Tian stopped midway. "Xia Tian, you're not a man," she said through gritted teeth. "It's right in front of you, and you won't take it. Are you impotent? Or are you already finished? Over before it even..." Hearing this, Xia Tian didn't argue, but instead grew calmer. He was not a creature driven by his lower instincts. Though the alcohol had nearly pushed him to take Chen Sijia, he stopped himself. In that instant before acting, he thought of many things. Of Bai Meng in his past life, who had committed suicide after being defiled. Compared to Bai Meng, Chen Sijia was not exactly chaste. In his past life, after seeing her true colors, Xia Tian had even labeled her a slut. But if he slept with her tonight, how would he be any different from the scum Shen Luoshu spoke of? How would he be any different from those driven by their base desires? How would he be any different from Tang Jiaming? Xia Tian took 2 deep drags of his cigarette, forcing himself to calm down, then turned to look at Chen Sijia, whose clothes were partially undone. You say I'm not a man. Chen Sijia pursed her lips. You're not a man. You have it right in front of you, and you won't take it. What kind of man are you? I am a man certified by the state. As he spoke, Xia Tian pulled out his ID card from his pocket, pointed at the gender field, and showed it to Chen Sijia. See clearly. Gender male. After saying this, he put away his ID card, turned around, released the security latch, opened the previously locked door, stepped out, and left the room without looking back. In the vast hotel room, only Chen Sijia remained sitting on the bed in silence. It was a long while after Xia Tian left before Chen Sijia let out a sigh and murmured, Xia Tian, was I truly wrong back then? Should I have chosen you instead of Tang Jiaming? Xia Tian, I thought you were just a devoted admirer, but now you're becoming harder and harder for me to understand. Xia Tian, of course, was unaware of Chen Sijia's thoughts. As soon as he stepped out of the hotel, he received a text message from Chen Sijia. Xia Tian, how long will you keep hating me? Hate. In his past life, he had been toyed with by Chen Sijia for 4 whole years, and indeed, he had hated her. But in this life, the tragedy had yet to occur and had been nipped in the bud. After some thought, Xia Tian realized he didn't harbor much hatred for Chen Sijia. It was more a matter of letting go. He no longer felt anything for her. He returned to the dormitory just before the curfew. The other 3 roommates stared at him wide-eyed, giving Xia Tian goosebumps all over. As soon as he sat down, the 3 gathered around him. Ahuan, Xia Tian, how did it go? Lu Qifeng was the first to ask. He dared not call him old Yi again, afraid of being taken advantage of by Xia Tian. How did what go? The girl? The one who treated you to dinner. How does she look? She's pretty. Xia Tian pondered for a moment before affirming. Shen Luoshu was undeniably beautiful. Her model-like figure alone could captivate a host of innocent young virgins. Coupled with her natural beauty, even without makeup, she was a high-scoring beauty in Xia Tian's eyes, above 90 points. As for Bai Meng, she hadn't fully matured yet, but she could still be considered a little beauty. However, her chest was flat, and compared to Shen Luoshu, she lacked allure, but possessed a greater innocence. Lu Qifeng immediately asked, is she your girlfriend? No. She didn't treat me, I was just invited to eat with her, and I ended up paying the bill. Upon hearing this, Lu Qifeng felt a bit more balanced, and then said, can you introduce us to her? Zhou Ziqiang and Du Feng nodded eagerly. Lu Qifeng continued, since she's not your girlfriend, share the resource. Let's all compete fairly. Could fairness even apply to this? Then Lu Qifeng pulled out his latest Nokia phone, waiting for Xia Tian to give him the number. While jiggling his phone, Lu Qifeng didn't forget to brag. My family got it for me from abroad. It's the latest Nokia model, not too expensive, just 6,000 or 7,000. Once the girl sees my outfit, I'm sure she'll be half won over without me saying much. Xia Tian rolled his eyes and decided to ignore him. He took out his laptop from his suitcase and placed it on the desk. In those days, mobile phones were rare, let alone laptops that cost over 10,000 yuan. When the 3 saw Xia Tian's laptop, their eyes bulged. Lu Qifeng in particular felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he looked at his own brand new phone. Damn it, he had barely managed to show off, and now this guy had stolen all the limelight. But Xia Tian had taken out his laptop, not to show off. Although Shen Luoshu had promised to help him find talent in software programming on campus, he liked to have a backup plan in case that path didn't pan out. There was no Wi-Fi on campus, so after searching for a while, Xia Tian finally found an Ethernet port on the wall. After connecting the laptop to the network, he opened a URL from memory. The Red Hacker Alliance. Few people knew about this website, which was specifically built for programmers. When the network was first established, the founder, under the banner of maintaining a secure online environment, quickly gathered a group of skilled programmers. However, because the work was voluntary and private jobs paid little, the members of the Red Hacker Alliance eventually ended up being recruited by major internet companies. The reason Xia Tian knew about this site was that during his time as a counselor, he had once mentored a member of the Red Hacker Alliance. That kid always fantasized about being a brilliant programmer. But his skills were lacking. The software he created was either full of bugs or simply wouldn't run. Still, thanks to him, Xia Tian had become quite familiar with the field of programming. In reality, the so-called Red Hacker Alliance was just a forum. After browsing through it briefly, Xia Tian posted his own job in the private projects section. Requirements: proficient in computer languages, able to skillfully write various software. Generous compensation. Interested parties please DM. 2 days had passed since he sent out the request, yet no reply had come. Fortunately, the person recommended by Shen Luoshu had taken the initiative to contact Xia Tian. It coincided with the start of the new semester in military training for freshmen. Just as the training ended, Xia Tian, drenched in sweat, barely had time to catch his breath before he grabbed his laptop and rushed toward the library. The person who had reached out to him said they would be waiting in the library. Upon arriving, he made a phone call. Whoever answered would be the one. From a distance, Xia Tian spotted a bespectacled, gentle-looking girl pick up her phone. She ended the call, then raised her hand to wave at him, signaling that she was the one. Before the girl lay a laptop of the same model as Xia Tian's, her slender fingers gliding across the touchpad. "Hello, I'm Xia Tian. My godmother must have told you about me, right?" She nodded and gave a brief introduction. She was a senior graduating this year, named Lu Wenxian, majoring in computer science, and would be starting her internship in the second half of the year. Originally, she had been busy with her thesis in the first half of the year. When she received Shen Luoshu's call, she was torn between taking on this job or focusing on her graduation paper. After a simple introduction, Lu Wenxian asked curiously, "How did President Shun become your godmother?" That's a long story. Seeing Lu Wenxian's eager curiosity, Xia Tian quickly changed the subject. "I need to design a software. A multi-user management system that includes time-based billing, a member database, terminal information pop-ups, and multi-terminal account synchronization. Can you do it?" Lu Wenxian frowned and pondered. "It's a bit challenging, but doable. How long will it take?" That was what Xia Tian cared about. Lu Wenxian thought for a moment more, then raised a finger towards Xia Tian. "One day, How could it?" Lu Wenxian adjusted her glasses before replying. "At least a month, and that would only be a prototype. There will likely be various bugs." Fearing that Xia Tian might not understand, she quickly added, "I mean loopholes." "That's too long." Xia Tian shook his head. He couldn't wait that long. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What about adding these features to an already mature software? How long would that take?" "That's much simpler. 3 to 5 days at best, and no more than half a month at worst." Xia Tian immediately opened his laptop and pulled up the Internet Cafe management system commonly used in cyber cafes at the time, the May-Apple Network Management System. In those days, internet cafes were everywhere, but decent management systems were scarce. The May-Apple system was considered the best, yet it had only the most basic functions. Even so, it cost several hundred yuan a year to use. Xia Tian pointed at the software interface. "Can you add the features I mentioned onto this software?" "That's simple. Just a matter of a few lines of code and algorithms." Lu Wenxian agreed readily. As for payment, Xia Tian promised her 1,000 yuan once the software was developed and running successfully. That price wasn't particularly high, but it wasn't low either. Since it was only adding a few features to existing software, Xia Tian thought the price was quite reasonable. But Lu Wenxian didn't seem to care about the 1,000 yuan. It made sense. Computer science majors often grew up immersed in computers, and in those days those who could afford a computer at home were typically well-off or privileged. Especially someone like Lu Wenxian, who carried around a laptop worth over 10,000 yuan. Did she look like someone who needed 1,000 or 2,000 yuan? Lu Wenxian explained, "I'm not doing this for the money. I just want to gain more experience before graduation, and also out of respect for Shen Luoshu." Xia Tian quickly nodded, echoing, "My godmother's influence is really something." But Lu Wenxian let out a snort, then said, "Flattering me won't work, and flattering Shen Luoshu won't work either. He'll be off now. He'll contact you after I've modified the software." With that, she picked up her laptop from the table and left the library. Back in the dormitory, Xia Tian heard 3 voices wailing inside, sounding as if someone were slaughtering a pig. Lu Qifeng was lying on the bed, rubbing his feet and groaning, "Damn, a 5-kilometer run. That's not something a human can handle. You're telling me. I'm dead tired." Du Feng also moaned in agony. Only Zhou Ziqiang wasn't crying out, but he was exhausted too. However, given his physical condition, he was in much better shape than the other two. At this moment, the difference in physical fitness became apparent. Xia Tian had been selling box lunches during the summer vacation, running back and forth with dozens of lunchboxes every day for several kilometers. Although he hadn't developed much else, his stamina and endurance had improved significantly. Seeing the others looking as if they were on the verge of death, Xia Tian laughed. "What guys can't handle it anymore? Not very lasting, are you?" Lu Qifeng was offended and struggled to stand up, grumbling, "Men, how can we say can't?" But because his feet hurt, he plopped back down. When he heard Xia Tian say that military training would continue for at least another half-month, his already not-so-handsome face drooped like a frostbitten eggplant. "Think, is there any way to escape military training?" Zhou Ziqiang and Du Feng looked at each other, but after racking their brains, they could only shake their heads. In the end, Lu Qifeng pinned his hopes on Xia Tian. After a moment's deliberation, Xia Tian said, "I do have a method, but it might make you suffer a little." Lu Qifeng immediately perked up and pressed, "What method? As long as it's not worse than military training." Seeing Xia Tian beckon with his hand, signaling him to lean in, the guy eagerly shuffled over to hear the plan. After hearing it, he asked skeptically, "Will this work? Why not try it and find out?" Lu Qifeng was dubious, but still picked up his phone and went to the balcony to call his father. Through the closed door, Lu Kaifeng's voice was too low to hear clearly. Only fragments like hospital, money, and circumcision drifted through. Zhou Ziqiang and Du Feng were also curious about the method and couldn't help asking Xia Tian, "Lao Si, what kind of lousy idea did you give Lu Qifeng?" And he actually took it seriously. Xia Tian gave a mysterious smile and shook his head. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. The next morning, Lu Qifeng left school with a leave note signed. He returned in the afternoon, but his walk was like a crab's, legs spread wide, tiptoeing gingerly, which was hilarious to watch. Still, the guy didn't seem to mind. He proudly handed the medical certificate to the military training instructor, and after receiving permission swaggered back toward the dorm. But before Lu Qifeng had gone far, the instructor took his certificate and read it aloud to the entire class. Circumcision of redundant tissue. Postoperative rest required for 15 days to 1 month. During this period, avoid stimulation, strenuous exercise, and any pulling or tearing of the surgical site to prevent secondary injury. Lu Qifeng, who had barely taken 2 steps, stumbled and nearly fell. The students of economics class 3 burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. Zhou Ziqiang and Du Feng in particular slapped Xia Tian's shoulder, laughing so hard they could barely speak. "Lao Si, you're such a devil. Coming up with a rotten idea like that for Lu Qifeng. Circumcision, my goodness. Yeah, Lao Si, that poor guy Lao San is doomed. He'll probably have a hard time finding a girlfriend for the next 4 years. The whole class knows he had surgery down there, and by tomorrow the whole school will know." Xia Tian stifled his laughter, pretending to be innocent. How was I supposed to know how to actually do it? After saying that he had to admire Lu Qifeng, the guy was truly ruthless with himself, cutting without any hesitation. Lu Qifeng was completely shut down. When Xia Tian returned to the dormitory, he saw the guy, even in the scorching summer, burying himself in his bed. "I can't face anyone." With a wail, Lu Qifeng poked his head out from under the covers, provoking another round of laughter from Xia Tian and the other two. Through their interactions over the past few days, they knew that Lu Qifeng wasn't so easily defeated, nor he felt embarrassed at the moment, but in a couple of days when this incident passed, he would definitely resume his path of... At that moment, they felt like teasing him. Zhou Ziqiang and Du Feng casually began to discuss. "Old two, have you noticed? There are quite a few beauties in our class. That Jiangcheng I didn't notice before in class, but in the camouflage uniform, she actually looks quite dashing." "Indeed. And that one Mei, she's a sister pair with Wenqin. Both are pretty if we could get both." "Tut, old four, which girl in the class do you like? Is it Fang Jiejia? I noticed you kept staring at her during military." Fang Jiejia is a little beauty worthy of old four. In the boys' dormitory, the most discussed topic was always girls. Xia Tian was indifferent to such topics, but he felt a bit helpless about Fang Jiejia. When standing in line, he was right behind her. If he didn't look at her, was he supposed to stare at the ants on the ground? He also wanted to tease Lu Qifeng, but considering the guy had just undergone surgery and was publicly embarrassed by the instructor, he decided to spare his dignity. With that thought, he shook his head and opened his laptop. But when he saw the desktop, he was stunned. This laptop was not his own. Oh no. The desktop wallpaper was a photo of a girl. Though the angle wasn't great, the girl was naturally pretty, and the photo had a certain aesthetic charm. Coupled with neatly arranged files and software on the desktop, it didn't look like a guy's computer at all, but rather... After thinking carefully, Xia Tian slapped his forehead and remembered. Yesterday at the library when meeting Lu Wenqin, she had the same model of laptop. The two laptops placed together were hard to distinguish. Looking more closely at the desktop photo, it was indeed Lu Wenqin without her glasses. Who knew that the girl without her glasses could be so pretty? Xia Tian was captivated. The other three in the dorm also gathered around, pointing at the wallpaper and asking, "Old four, who is this beauty? Could it be your girlfriend? If you're dating someone, you can't hide it. If she is, then you have to treat us." Only Lu Qifeng pointed at a folder on the desktop and asked, "Old four, are you this diligent in your studies? So many study materials." This laptop wasn't his, it was Lu Wenqian's. Her diligence had nothing to... Xia Tian rolled his eyes and directly clicked on the folder labeled Chinese study materials. Inside were dozens of video files. He randomly opened one and saw the warning at the beginning, "Not for viewing by persons under 18. Xia Tian immediately understood what kind of study materials these were. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He never expected that Lu Wenqin with her glasses and demure appearance would secretly study such physiological knowledge, and in such quantity. He then opened another folder labeled English study materials. The contents inside were even more explosive. Various adult versions of blockbuster movies. Opening one, he saw explicit scenes of bare flesh stirring his blood. "Damn, old four, you've been hiding such good stuff from us," Zhou Ziqiang exclaimed, then snatched the laptop and opened one of the videos, watching with great interest. But after watching for less than 2 minutes, Lu Qifeng suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his crotch as he rushed into the bathroom. When he came out, he wore a pained expression, helpless. "It seems the stitches broke." They'll probably have to go back to the hospital this afternoon to get them redone. This remark sent everyone, including Xia Tian, into fits of laughter. After laughing, Xia Tian took back the laptop partly to spare Lu Qifeng from further trauma, and partly because the laptop belonged to someone else, so he shouldn't snoop around. At that moment, the four of them were in high spirits, unaware of what was happening in the girls' dormitory. Lu Wenxian opened the laptop and saw a plain desktop, a few scattered software icons, and some boring games. She immediately realized this wasn't her laptop. Oh no, oh no. She was even more flustered than Xia Tian, realizing that she and Xia Tian had swapped laptops at the library. Her face flushed crimson down to her neck. Shutting the laptop without a second thought, she dashed out of the dormitory, clutching it, and ran towards the boys. Entering the girls' dormitory was not easy, but girls could enter the boys' dormitory without even greeting. She knocked on the dormitory door and called Xia Tian out. We swapped laptops. Give me mine back. Xia Tian, knowing why she was there, had already brought the laptop out before leaving the room. After exchanging, Lu Wenqian's face, already as red as a monkey's bottom, relaxed a bit. Then she asked cautiously, "You didn't open it, and look, did you, eh?" "I did," Xia Tian said nonchalantly. "Otherwise, how would I know this laptop wasn't mine?" The next second, Lu Wenqian's already flushed face turned even redder. "Then, you didn't look at the Well, Xia Tian hesitated, then said, "That photo is really nice. I didn't expect you to be so pretty without. You only saw the desktop." Xia Tian thought for a moment, then said, "Ahem. You should watch fewer of those study materials. It's not good for your health. If you must find a boyfriend." Wah! Lu Wenxian wailed, using the laptop to cover her face as she ran back to the dormitory. As she ran, she thought, "Oh no, I've lost face completely. What kind of senior am I now?" She only hoped that Xia Tian wasn't a big mouth and wouldn't spread this around. Still uneasy, Lu Wenxian sent a text to Xia Tian. "Don't tell anyone about the laptop." "Got it." The next second, Xia Tian replied, "Got it. This is our little secret. Only the two of us know." After retrieving his notebook from Lu Wenxian, Xia Tian immediately logged into the Red Hacker Alliance to check if anyone had replied to the private job posting he had made earlier. Upon logging into the backend, he found several private messages. A quick glance revealed they were mostly from programmers at internet companies looking for freelance work, all asking about the price. After modifying the software as required and running it successfully, the reward ranges from 30,000 to 50,000. Xia Tian briefly explained the situation and after a moment of thought added, preferably long-term cooperation with real-time updates and back-end maintenance. This addition essentially meant hiring employees. Those freelance programmers, upon seeing this message, hesitated. After all, they were already employed by other companies, and taking on additional work here might constitute a breach of contract. But working for both sides would certainly not sit well with their original employers. After waiting for a while, only one of the dozens of private messages received a reply. "Where can we meet in person?" A brief exchange with this respondent revealed an unexpected surprise. Behind this person was a team of 5 programmers who had previously worked together at the same internet company. However, the internet industry in China had only just emerged a few years ago, and that company soon disbanded due to financial irregularities, leaving the 5 unemployed and temporarily jobless. Sharing a common plight, they decided to make money by taking freelance projects on platforms like the Red Hacker Alliance before joining new companies. To this end, they formed a group called Tianmei Studio, a somewhat capable little studio. Tianmei. The name of the studio reminded Xia Tian of the opening line, heard many years later when countless people opened a certain game on their phones. Timmy. And the mobile game Honor of Kings, made by a studio called Tianmei, which almost everyone young. Of course, Xia Tian also knew that the Tianmei in front of him was most likely not the same studio that later created Honor of Kings. But wasn't he exactly in need of such a relatively mature studio right now? Moreover, they happened to be in Shuanan, which made things even more convenient. With this in mind, Xia Tian didn't hesitate. He arranged to meet them at the internet cafe he co-owned with Shin. Settling this matter felt like temporarily putting one worry to rest. Xia Tian let out a sigh of relief and, having nothing else to do, logged into his long-dormant QQ. Several chats immediately popped up. One was from Chun Sijia with multiple messages asking if he was there. Xia Tian glanced at it and closed it directly. Chun Sijia no longer had any connection to him. Luo Meng had also sent a few messages inviting him to go online or hang out, but they were all from long ago. Nowadays, he mostly contacted Luo Meng by phone, so he closed that chat window as well. To his slight surprise, Meng had sent him dozens of messages. From high school graduation to the start of college life, there were nearly 100 messages in total, and the sheer number made his scalp tingle. The latest one was sent just tonight. "Military training is so tiring. Xia Tian, take me out to play." Seeing this message, Xia Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Meng's adorable resigned expression during military training on the playground, forced to obey despite her misery. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Where do you want to go? They'll take you." Meng's family was also well off, and Xia Tian could even imagine her lying bored in front of her laptop. She replied instantly, "My feet hurt." Then come out. He'll wait for you downstairs in your dorm and give you a foot massage. After sending this message, Xia Tian turned off his computer. The other three in the dorm immediately gathered around teasing him. Old fourth, another date. You're going to massage a beauty. Jealous. Xia Tian's smug reply provoked indignation among the three. Lu Qifeng grumbled, damn. Old fourth, you said you've never been in a relationship. This doesn't look like someone who hasn't. Exactly, old fourth, you're playing the fool. Massaging a girl, what a joy. I wish I had such luck. Xia Tian smiled, shook his head, and looked up at a 45-degree angle, feigning profundity. You think massaging a beauty is happiness? You're wrong. My happiness is beyond your imagination. With that, fearing the three would lash out, he dashed out of the dorm before they could react. In the first few days of military training, many students found it hard to endure. Even a tough guy like Lu Qifeng complained bitterly, even willing to pay hundreds for a minor surgery to avoid it. Bai Meng, a little princess raised with a silver spoon, found it even harder. Her usually cute face was now clouded with worry. The first thing she said when she saw Xia Tian was, military training is so exhausting. I don't want to do it anymore. Every freshman has to go through it. It's a necessary step into college. Xia Tian didn't care whether Bai Meng liked it or not. It's not something you can skip just because you don't want to. I don't care. I just don't want to do it. It's not even as fun as catching crabs in the creek with you when we were kids. Xia Tian, you're so smart. You must have a way to get me out of this, right? Seeing Bai Meng's hopeful expression, Xia Tian hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Who could resist that cute, adoring face? Her pout was like a nuclear weapon of irresistible charm. Even someone who had lived 2 lives couldn't refuse. After thinking it over, Xia Tian took Bai Meng to a bench near the playground, told her to wait, and went to the convenience. When he returned, he was carrying a large bag containing not only Bai Meng's favorite snacks, but also a pack of sanitary pads. When Bai Meng pulled out the sanitary pads, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly stuffed them back in. Xia Tian, what are you doing? My period hasn't come yet. Better safe than sorry. Having experienced much, Xia Tian wasn't embarrassed at all. He handed the pads back to her and continued, besides, they're not for you to use. They're for the instructor to see. Huh? Before Bai Meng could ask, Xia Tian explained. During a female student's period, instructors usually make allowances. Just pretend to accidentally drop the pads during training. When the instructor sees them, they'll understand and let you go back to the dorm to rest. Bai Meng's expression changed from doubt to understanding. Will it work? Have I ever lied to you? She flashed a sweet smile, then suddenly lifted her slender straight leg and placed it in front of Xia Tian. My feet are uncomfortable. Is that so? Xia Tian felt her foot and smacked his lips. No, they feel pretty good to me. Bai Meng, being naive, didn't catch the double meaning for a long time. Jokes aside, Xia Tian was certainly not the kind of dense straight man who understood nothing. As he watched Bai Meng enjoy her beloved snacks, he gently massaged her slender calves to ease the muscle soreness. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to ask about Bai Meng's life at school, how she was getting along with her roommates, and whether the relationships were good. He also asked if she had made any new friends. But each question was met with silence, and when he looked at Bai Meng's adorable face, it was written all over with embarrassment. Xia Tian sighed, roughly guessing the truth. Ever since that incident in childhood, Bai Meng had been socially anxious, and even now she simply didn't know how to interact with outsiders, nor did she truly want to engage with them. She had made no new friends at university, and her relationship with her roommates was limited to knowing each other's names. Xia Tian sighed as he continued massaging, while also gently lecturing the little girl. Be nice to them. You'll be living together for 4 whole years. And who knows, after graduation you might still keep. Bai Meng said nothing, but her conflicted little expression spoke volumes. The girl was also troubled about how to get along with her roommates. After finishing the massage, Xia Tian stood up and headed to the convenience store again. When he returned, he was carrying several large bags of snacks, which made Bai Meng's eyes sparkle. Are these in your dreams? Xia Tian raised his hand and gently swatted away Bai Meng's reaching paw, then explained. When you go back, share these snacks with your roommates. Tell them you bought them at the store. Can I sneak a few out for myself? No. Watching Bai Meng's little eyes dart around, Xia Tian already knew what she was plotting and immediately crushed her hopes of sneaking a bite. The 3 large bags contained identical snacks. If Bai Meng secretly ate any, it would be easily noticed. If one bag had fewer items while the other 2 had the same, the person who ended up with the lighter bag would feel the disparity, creating a rift between them. The biggest taboo in cohabitation is creating a sense of hierarchy. The roommate who got the lighter bag probably wouldn't say anything, but would surely wonder if Bai Meng had deliberately given her less, breeding resentment. Bai Meng might not understand these social intricacies, but Xia Tian, having lived 2 lives, could not afford to be ignorant. Seeing the little girl pouting with a look of grievance, his heart softened. He patted her head and comforted her. All right, don't look like a wronged little wife. Once you've built a good relationship with your roommates, they'll take you to eat whatever you want. But I want to be your little wife. Bai Meng muttered under her breath, so softly that only she could hear. Xia Tian didn't catch it and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Bai Ming quickly shook her head, then added, "You said it. Once I'm on good terms with them, you'll take me to eat whatever I want." After receiving Xia Tian's confirmation, the little girl picked up the 3 bags of snacks and skipped back to the dormitory. But at the doorstep, her social anxiety resurfaced, and she nervously opened the door. Inside dorm 206, there had been faint murmurs of conversation, but they abruptly ceased when, I just went to the convenience store. Bought some things. Brought them back. For you all. To share. The little girl was so nervous, she stuttered. When the other girls exchanged glances, they cheered and swarmed around her, encircling Bai Ming in the middle. "Bai Ming, let's go for breakfast tomorrow. I'll treat you to soup dumplings. This military training is so tough. After it's over, let's find a time to have a meal together and celebrate the real start of university life. What do you think?" "Great idea. Bai Ming, you have to come." "Well, I'll go. We're sisters in the same dorm." Bai Ming first smiled and shyly nodded, but inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. In her heart, she grew even more dependent on Xia Tian. No matter what happened, Xia Tian would always stand in front of her, shielding her from the wind and rain. This feeling is so wonderful. The next day, during military training, Bai Ming followed Xia Tian's advice, and with an utterly clumsy act, dropped a sanitary pad in front of herself. Bai Ming was petite, so her squad was placed in the first row closest to the instructor. The moment the pad hit the ground, it caught the instructor's attention. The stern-faced instructor immediately asked, "What's that?" "Whose?" "Mine." Bai Ming's heart pounded, and she stammered a reply. Her cute little face was already flushed crimson with embarrassment over that sanitary pad. The old instructor didn't mind. He just gave Bai Ming a meaningful look and said, "Not feeling well. Then go back to the dorm and rest. Write a leave note, get your advisor to sign it, and bring it to me." After saying that, the old instructor shouted to the remaining students, "Everyone else attention. Run 10 laps around the track." "Damn, that's brutal. 10 laps. That'll kill me. Girls have it easy. Once Aunt Flo visits, they skip training. I'm going to Thailand for a sex change. Be a woman. Go ahead. After you change, we can date, export, and re-import." The boys grumbled as they trudged around the track like zombies, listless and exhausted. Only Bai Ming kept looking back. After walking a short distance, she stuck out her tongue at Xia Tian, looking as if she had pulled off a clever scheme, a mischievous and adorable sight. With Bai Ming's successful precedent, the next day the instructor received over a dozen leave notes, all from girls claiming they were on their period and couldn't exercise. Suddenly, the female squad of the economics department's class 3 lost a third of its members. The male squad started complaining. "Man, training is exhausting enough, but now we don't even have any pretty girls to look at. How can anyone survive? I heard this dirty trick of faking a period came from a guy in our class. What a jerk. Xia Tian, was it you? I feel like you're the only one who could come up with such a sneaky idea." Zhou Zichang, standing beside Xia Tian, whispered. This kind of devious scheme was eerily similar to the one he had suggested to Lu Qifeng, going to the hospital for a circumcision. Besides Xia Tian, Zhou Zichang couldn't think of anyone else. But Xia Tian quickly shook his head. "How could that be? How could I deprive our fellow male comrades of such a privilege? I have absolutely nothing to do with it. Don't spread rumors." Hell, he absolutely could not admit to this now. If he did, he'd become a target for everyone, attacked from all sides. Who could withstand that? 3 days later, Tianmei's studio finally called. The person in charge was already waiting at the joyful internet cafe, asking Xia Tian to find time to go over. Such matters could not be delayed. Xia Tian had just finished military training, and without even changing clothes, went straight to the cafe. In those days, any internet cafe business was booming. Almost no advertising was needed, and customers would come as soon as the doors opened. When Joyful Internet Cafe first opened, Shin Luoshu specially recruited a few part-time students from the campus to distribute flyers for 2 days, which further boosted the cafe's reputation in the vicinity. Every day, almost every computer in the cafe was occupied. The cafe covered an area of over 600 square meters and housed 100 computers. It was divided into smoking and non-smoking areas, private rooms, and gaming zones, all designed by Xia Tian based on the improved internet cafe layouts he remembered from the future. Now the effect was evident. Within just half a month, Joyful Internet Cafe had become one of the most popular cafes in the university district. Nearby college students were happy to come here. Xia Tian had also set aside a small room for office use, though he and Shin Luoshu were rarely there. Although most of the time, neither Xia Tian nor Shin Luoshu was at the cafe, the office was kept. Now it finally proved useful. Inside the office, Xia Tian and Shin Luoshu sat behind their respective desks, facing Feng Chang, the head of Tianmei's studio. "Can your studio design an internet cafe management system?" Xia Tian got straight to the point. After pouring a cup of tea for Feng Chang, he said, "My requirements are that this software can connect to a cloud server, support magnetic card swiping, include a membership system and billing system, store all member data in the cloud, and allow members to use their magnetic cards to register and use the internet at any cafe running this system." Xia Tian was not familiar with the technical jargon of software design, so he described his requirements in the simplest and clearest terms. Feng Chang looked to be in his 20s, likely just a few years out of college. However, his thinning hair clearly marked him as a programmer. After taking a sip of tea, Feng Chang thought for a moment and then nodded without hesitation. This isn't difficult. We can improve the existing Apple network management system, patch some vulnerabilities, and build a database. With our team, it should take at most a week. There. That's what I call professional. Xia Tian smirked at Shen Luoshu, looking quite pleased. After a moment, he added, the interface needs to be changed. I don't want to face a plagiarism lawsuit later. That's a given. Xia Tian continued. Also, I need the system to be able to control all connected terminals. Whenever the administrator, or I, want all connected terminals can receive some. Well, pop-ups. Xia Tian wasn't sure how to describe it. Fortunately, Feng Chang could roughly understand. After a brief pause, he asked tentatively, you mean advertisements? Yes, exactly. For example, when a user opens a certain software, they see a video or an ad link. After watching the video or clicking the link, they get some rewards, like extra internet time. Feng Chang thought it over and nodded again. That's also no problem. Our previous company worked on similar designs. We can just copy the code, make a few modifications, and it will be ready. It won't take long. Great. After discussing with Feng Chang, Xia Tian decided to acquire Tianmei Studio outright. As for the salary, Xia Tian raised it slightly above the current market rate. Feng Chang, as technical director, would receive a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan plus a 1% commission on advertising revenue. The other 4 members of the studio would receive 3,000 during their probation period. After the probation, if they chose to stay, each would also get a 1% commission on advertising revenue, just like Feng Chang. In the year 2000, even for scarce programmers, this was not a low salary. Xia Tian understood that if this studio truly had potential, they would become the company's founding employees. The compensation could not be too poor, and it would only improve to retain talent. Feng Chang was naturally very satisfied. He stood up and solemnly addressed Xia Tian and Shen Luoshu as boss and boss wife. The work location was temporarily set at Joyful Internet Cafe. Xia Tian had previously reserved a server room usually used for storing miscellaneous items. A simple cleanup would turn it into an office. After the deal was settled, Feng Chang couldn't wait to return and share the good news with his 4 colleagues. Only Shen Luoshu and Xia Tian remained in the office. Their eyes met, and Shen Luoshu suddenly asked, Xia Tian, what exactly are you trying to do? What? Shen Luoshu rolled her eyes and said bluntly, if you only wanted to open an internet cafe, you've already done it. But if you think you can make a small fortune from this cafe, then I must have misjudged you. Xia Tian, I originally thought you would use this cafe to make big moves, but now it seems you're just Shen Luoshu had heard Xia Tian give Lu Si those 2 business proposals at the bar, and she thought he had a forward-thinking business mind. But now, after half a month since the cafe opened, aside from being busy, it was no different from any other internet cafe. This result deeply disappointed her. Perhaps she had expected too much from Xia Tian from the start, and now his performance fell far short of her expectations, creating a huge gap. Watching Xia Tian slowly sip his tea, she heard him say unhurriedly, don't worry, this is just the beginning. Big moves. They'll show you. After a moment of silence, Xia Tian suddenly spoke mysteriously, Ganma, do you believe that within half a month I can rely on this Joyful Internet Cafe to start a business and have branches in all 12 districts of Shunan City? Shen Luoshu snorted dismissively. Will you die if you don't brag? Whether it's bragging or not, you'll see in half a month. Xia Tian seemed confident, even propping his leg on the desk, lounging casually. By then, without you investing another cent, using the cafe's working capital, barring any accidents, I should be able to open several more branches. Fine then. Shen Luoshu was unconvinced. He'll be watching to see how you pull it off. With that, Shen Luoshu picked up her handbag and headed for the door. At the threshold, she turned back, her face cold, and said, also, I'm not your boss wife. We're just the most ordinary partners. I hope you'll clarify that with those people to avoid any misunderstandings later. Xia Tian shrugged. Isn't being the boss wife a good thing? Counting money until your hands cramp, being able to boss the boss around, and having a large group of employees under you. How glorious is that? Having finally come to his own internet cafe, Xia Tian had no intention of leaving right after finishing his business. He went to the service counter for a cup of coffee, then sat down at the back like just another staff member. Although he rarely visited the cafe, the waitstaff and network administrators knew he was the biggest boss among the 3 silent owners. They treated him with respect, but without excessive fawning. Of course, this was under Xia Tian's direction. He didn't want to become the center of attention wherever he went. As a capitalist, it was best to keep a low profile. Being too high profile could easily stir resentment among the grassroots. The coffee had just been brewed and delivered by a beautiful waitress, but before Xia Tian could take a sip, he heard a surprised voice nearby. Xia Tian, I didn't expect to run into you here again. Turning his head, he saw it was his high school classmate She was at the service counter going through the internet registration procedure when she spotted Xia Tian and warmly greeted him. Xia Tian had a fairly good impression of Zhong Hui. Although she was Chen Siji's best friend, she didn't carry Chen Siji's arrogance. She was sensible, well-mannered, and knew right from wrong. In his past life, after learning that Chen Sijia had toyed with him for 4 years, Zhong Hui had even stood up for him. Xia Tian had heard privately that she had fallen out with Chen Sijia over the matter. Of course, in this life, Zhong Hui was still Chen Siji's best friend. Standing behind Zhong Hui now was none other than Chen Sijia. Seeing him again, Zhong Hui chuckled. I really didn't expect it. During summer break, I heard you were selling boxed lunches at the internet cafe, and I thought you were just working part-time to support your studies. But you were actually playing a clever trick, pretending to advance along one path, while secretly going another. Hearing this, Xia Tian couldn't help but laugh. You already know. Isn't it obvious? Zhong Hui smiled, glanced at Chen Sijia behind her, and continued. You sold boxed lunches at the cafe before, and work study was just a secondary goal. You must have been learning the ropes of running a cafe. And now, right after the new semester started, you're working part-time as a waiter at this newly opened cafe. Xia Tian, am I right? Good heavens, this woman's ability to fill in the blanks was extraordinary. Xia Tian smiled, but didn't explain. He simply asked, are you two planning to use the internet? He didn't show a pleasant face to Chen Sijia, but he also didn't harbor excessive disgust. The mistakes of his past life had been nipped in the bud. He believed that in the years to come he and Chen Sijia would have little interaction, so there was no point in holding a grudge. Now facing her, he treated her like any ordinary customer. Of course, he would pretend the incidents at the hotel had never happened as long as Chen Sijia didn't bring them up. Zhong Hui, naturally unaware of any of that, teased, if you come to an internet cafe, it's to use the internet, not to fall in love, right? After saying that, she shot a meaningful glance at Chen Sijia. So this girl had insisted on dragging her to this cafe today. It was all because of Xia Tian. Thinking that her best friend might really have fallen for Xia Tian, Zhong Hui was happy to play matchmaker. She generously said, give both of us overnight passes. Ahem. Staying up late is bad for your skin. You'll become a sallow-faced woman and nobody will want you. Won't I have you? As soon as Zhong Hui said that, she regretted it. She had meant to say that even if Chen Sijia became a sallow-faced woman, Xia Tian wouldn't mind. But her tongue had moved too fast, and the ambiguous words slipped out. She quickly explained, I meant you and Chen Sijia. Oh. At the mention of Chen Sijia, Xia Tian's interest immediately waned. I have nothing to do with Chen Sijia. Don't talk nonsense. He paused, then deliberately changed the subject. By the way, let me let you in on an inside scoop about this cafe. In about a week, there will be a new promotion, recharge and get bonuses. The more you recharge, the more you get. Maybe you should save your money and recharge once the event starts. This was also part of Xia Tian's next plan, but he gave his old classmate an early heads up. Just let us know when the event starts. After getting their machines, Zhong Hui made an excuse to go online, leaving Chen Sijia standing alone at the service counter staring at Xia Tian. After a long silence, it was Chen Sijia who spoke first. Xia Tian, are you still not willing to forgive me? It's not about forgiveness. Like I said before, there's nothing between us anymore. Xia Tian replied with an expressionless face. If there's nothing, does that mean everything that happened is in the past, eh? So can I take it that we can start over? Then I'll give you a chance now to pursue me again. Are you willing? Xia Tian laughed bitterly again. What else could be said about this woman's arrogance and self-centeredness? She actually thought every man in the world had to revolve around her. Pursue her again. If the Xia Tian of his past life had heard that, he would have been so excited he couldn't sleep for 3 days. But at this moment, Xia Tian only felt a cold sneer inside. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, Chen Sijia thought he was still considering it, and quickly continued to dangle the carrot. Don't worry, you'll think it over carefully this time. If you're good enough to me, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. You know, dating wasn't allowed in high school. Back then our minds were on studying. And I also wanted to test you to see if you truly liked me, so I... Xia Tian gave a cold laugh. So you getting so close to Tang Jiaming was also to test me? Chen Sijia didn't even think twice, completely oblivious to whether Xia Tian's words were sarcastic. She had been worried about how to explain her relationship with Tang Jiaming, and now Xia Tian had conveniently handed her an excuse. She quickly seized the opportunity. Yes, exactly. Back then I didn't know if you were sincere. But don't worry, nothing ever happened between Tang Jiaming and me. A tree without bark is doomed to die. A person without shame is invincible. Xia Tian sighed, amazed that his own random fabrication had been taken so seriously by Chen Sijia. Now that he had seen Chen Siji's true colors, he couldn't help but marvel. This woman was textbook material for a manipulative socialite. She wanted to play the game both ways, building a reputation while indulging in deceit. He couldn't be bothered to continue this argument with Chen Sijia, not even sparing her a glance. He simply said, go ahead and use the internet. The rates here are a bit higher than at other cafes. Only then did Chen Sijia relent. As she left, she didn't forget to remind him, Xia Tian, I'm giving you enough chances this time. I hope you'll seize them and not let me down too much. as high school classmate Xia Tian had a good impression of Zhong Hui and asked the waiter to deliver a cup of milk tea to her. After some thought, he decided to send one only to Zhong Hui. To avoid misunderstandings, he instructed the waiter to also send a cup to Chen Xijia. However, after sending it, Xia Tian regretted it and secretly slapped himself. Damn it, in his past life, he was a sycophant, and in this life, he had turned into a warm man. Being a warm man is worse than being a sycophant. It seems that my tendency to consider everything in detail does not apply when dealing with women. Xia Tian sighed, secretly vowing not to do this again. Yet the two women receiving the milk tea had. Zhong Hui touched the warm milk tea in her hand, and hearing from the waiter that it was a gift from the boss, couldn't help but give Xia Tian a thumbs up. Turning to Chen Xijia, she said, I didn't expect Xia Tian to have such connections, actually having his boss send us milk tea. However, this is also because of our beautiful Jia, right? It's because of you that Xia Tian sent us milk tea, isn't it? Speaking of which, I'm benefiting from you today. Xia Tian is quite nice to you. If you like Xia Tian, don't keep him hanging. If you think he's good, go ahead and date him. We're already college students. Dating in college is no longer considered early romance. Chen Xijia remained expressionless, even showing a hint of disdain when looking at the cup of milk tea. I just mentioned giving him a chance, and this guy only sent a cup of instant milk tea, which tasted terrible. How could it compare to Tang Jiaming treating me so well? He took me to Starbucks for coffee. A poor guy is still a poor guy. Even if he made a little money recently, he's still so stingy. How could someone like this deserve my affection? If it weren't for what Tang Jiaming said, wanting to punish Xia Tian, would I treat Xia Tian like this? Chen Xijia thought to herself, feeling disgusted. However, she did not voice these thoughts to Zhong Hui, only frowning with some disdain, saying, I'm on a diet lately and won't drink milk tea. If you like it, you can have both cups. That sounds good. Zhong Hui was more than happy to accept. The military training lasting half a month finally came to an end. After the last day's review, all the freshmen sighed in relief. Next was the social gathering, where students performed singing and dancing on stage, while groups of 3 or 5 chatted about life and aspirations. Xia Tian and Bai Meng quietly hid in a corner whispering when suddenly a few girls approached, catching Xia Tian off guard. Thanks to Bai Meng's introduction, he learned that these girls were her roommates. At this moment, they were quite familiar with Bai Meng, chatting without reservation and even teasing her. Bai Meng, he can't be your boyfriend, can he? He's quite handsome. Wow, Bai Meng, I didn't expect you to keep this from us. You said you weren't dating anyone before. Exactly. That's where you went wrong. You have to treat us to a big meal. The 3 women were putting on a show, making Bai Meng blush a little. She instinctively glanced at Xia Tian and then waved her hands in a flustered manner, explaining, No. He's just my brother, sort of. A foster brother. We understand, we all understand. The girls exchanged knowing smiles. A foster brother could develop into a romantic partner in time. Before they could chat further, several boys who were Xia Tian's roommates approached. After a brief introduction, Zhou Jiqiang and Du Feng became excited, patting Xia Tian on the shoulder, saying, Old, for your being a bit unfair here. With such a good resource, you didn't introduce us sooner and kept it hidden. Are you trying to hog it all for yourself? Only Lu Qifeng, who always pretended to be cool, was no different this time. He feigned indifference, saying, Having the ability, why fear not having a beautiful woman by your side? As for me, I'm somewhat handsome. My family has a small business. Can't say I'm rich, but I'm not starving either. My ambition is to finish college well and then go home to inherit the family business. Those familiar with Lu Qifeng knew his personality and dismissed his words. He always talked about inheriting the family business as if he feared others didn't know he had millions in assets. Speaking of ambitions, the men and women present began to chatter. When Bai Meng was asked, she hesitated a bit, stammering, I want to be a big star. A star. Xia Tian immediately jumped into a pose. No way. The tragedies of his past life seemed vivid in his mind. With Bai Meng's innocent nature, she was simply not cut out for the entertainment industry. Who knows, she might get sold one day and happily help count the money for someone else. I support whatever you want to do, but you absolutely cannot be a star. Why not? Bai Meng felt a bit wronged, lowering her head and shyly saying, I just want someone to notice me all the time. Who is that someone? Just watch me handle him. Xia Tian gritted his teeth. Only the other onlookers exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. Bai Meng's little feelings were apparent to everyone. Only Xia Tian, the person involved, still didn't see through it. It truly proved the saying, the bystander sees clearly while the participant is confused. Yet Bai Meng seemed to have an unusual obsession with becoming a big star. The submissive girl, who was always compliant, suddenly started to rebel. Suddenly looking up, she said defiantly, I won't. I want to be a big star. I want to sing for someone and dance for someone. Xia Tian also gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing the bastard who made Bai Meng sink so deep. If he found out who it was, that person wouldn't have a good ending. Seeing Bai Meng so determined and knowing she had a naturally endearing charm, Xia Tian didn't want to hurt her feelings. After pondering for a moment, he finally sighed and said, So you want to be a big star? Then I'll set up an entertainment company just for you, dedicated to promoting you. Wow, now that's called showing off. When Xia Tian said this, both men and women present were stunned. Someone had been talking about their family business, always eager to go back and inherit it. Little did they know that there was someone even more ostentatious willing to start a company, just because of a small dream of someone close to him to promote that person to stardom. How many years of experience in showing off did it take to say something like that? Regardless of whether Xia Tian was serious or just bragging, at least this wave of boasting was on a completely different level compared to Lu Qifeng. While others were amazed only by Meng, the person in question was filled with joy. She chose to ignore but when Xia Tian said such words, by Meng believed him wholeheartedly. Not for any other reason, but because the Xia Tian in her heart had never deceived her. Whatever he promised, he would surely fulfill. On the way back, the three roommates crowded around Xia Tian, making a ruckus. Old for, you've really been keeping a low profile. Bai Meng must like you. That's right, old for. How could you not tell us about this? Keeping it from us for so long. That's not right. You have to treat us to a big meal. Lu Qifeng said indignantly, puffing with anger. He had thought he could show off tonight, and if things went well, successfully find a girlfriend at the start of university life. But unexpectedly, all the glory had been stolen by Xia Tian, who had taken all the coolness for himself. How could Lu Qifeng not be angry? Xia Tian, however, just frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then shook his head. What are you talking about? How could Meng possibly like me? Having experienced the emotional setbacks of his past life, Xia Tian had already secretly sworn in his heart to seal his heart with cement and remain single through thick and thin. Not to mention that Meng didn't like him. Even if she did, he didn't want to hold her back. From beginning to end, he had always regarded Meng as his own little sister, not just taking care of her when they were young. Even now that they were all adults in Xia Tian's heart, Meng was still that little girl who used to follow him around catching fish and crabs in the river. Having clarified his goals, Xia Tian said again, the old saying goes that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own nest. We're so close, it's like family affection, definitely not romantic love. Zhou Ziqiang and the others all shook their heads, sighing that the bystander sees more than the player. After the military training ended, university life truly began. With the daily training gone, life became much easier. Good news came from both Lu Wenxian and Tian Mei. Both sides had almost simultaneously developed the network management system. After briefly reviewing the network management system software improved by Lu Wenxian in the library, Xia Tian frowned. He had already experienced the network management system software from Tian Mei Studio at the Internet Cafe, and comparing the two now, the difference was clear. In terms of functionality, Lu Wenxian's system was far from the completeness of Tian Mei's. The lack of many functions made this software almost no different from the previous Mei Penguin network management system. But Lu Wenxian was a girl after all, and in terms of interface design and beautification, her work was more pleasing to the eye and easier to operate, making it more suitable for beginners. After Xia Tian finished his rough review, Lu Wenxian asked, so, is it usable? Well, Xia Tian frowned, caught in a dilemma. Refusing would be awkward, but accepting it didn't meet his expectations. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Tian spoke again. Your beautification and interface layout are quite good. Have you considered transitioning to interface layout design and beautification work in the future? Moi. Lu Wenxian didn't understand Xia Tian's meaning for a moment. You're a senior now, you can apply for an internship at school, right? Xia Tian said slowly. I happen to have a software studio that's missing a beautification and interface design department. Would you like to consider interning at the studio? As for the salary, it's the same as the RD department, 3,000 yuan per month. After the internship, if you want to stay, you'll get 4,000 a month. As he spoke, he took out 1,000 yuan from his backpack and handed it to Lu Wenxian. This is the payment I promised you before. Even if you refuse, this money is yours, keep it. Such treatment was rare, even at many large companies, especially during the internship period. Even though Lu Wenxian's family wasn't short of money, she wouldn't refuse such an offer. After only a brief thought, Lu Wenxian agreed. Okay, great. Xia Tian had been worried. The guys at Tian Mei Studio had the skills, and the software they designed was highly practical. But their aesthetic sense was indeed lacking, and the interface layout was convoluted, making it confusing for beginners. With Lu Wenxian joining, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Lu Wenxian would provide interface layout design and software beautification, while Tian Mei Studio would handle development. After a few more simple exchanges, Xia Tian learned that Lu Wenxian was actually more interested in art. Because of this, she had even joined an art club and spent her days idling there. The reason she had chosen computer science was because her family thought the computer industry had more future prospects. Sigh. Another puppet controlled by family. When family members say a civil service job is an iron rice bowl, they force their children to take the exam regardless of their willingness. When family members say teaching has good benefits and security, they send their children to normal universities without considering their ability to educate. Lu Wenxian was clearly a typical example. She didn't hear what Xia Tian said and frowned, asking. Nothing. Lu Wenxian nodded, then said, I have one more request. Since it's a department, it can't just be me alone, right? Xia Tian forced a smile. Of course. Then I want to bring a junior sister to work with me. That shouldn't be a problem. Xia Tian sighed. One more person meant one more salary. Touching his increasingly thin wallet, he lamented whether the money he had saved during the summer break could sustain him until he saw returns. The money he had earned from opening the game arcade had been almost entirely invested in the internet cafe. Now, before even receiving the first dividend from the internet cafe, he had to support a software studio, a considerable sum. After careful consideration, since it was a junior sister, Xia Tian offered a slightly lower salary than Lu Wing. Moreover, because they were students, he allowed them to work on campus. If I want to set up an office on campus, who should I talk to? Xia Tian asked. Lu Wenxian chuckled, as if recalling something amusing. Then she said, you can just ask your godmother. Godmother? Xia Tian didn't react for a moment. Lu Wenxian said, yes, Shen Luoshu. She's the vice president of the student union. With one word from her, you can get an activity room from the school and start a club under some pretext. Right. Xia Tian slapped his forehead, realizing he had been overthinking. Why go begging everywhere when he had such a good resource in his godmother? But for now, the most urgent task was to have Lu Wenxian design a set of magnetic cards for the Internet Cafe's membership system. The software designed by Tianmei Studio also needed Lu Wenxian and her junior sister to beautify the interface and operations before it could be officially put into use. The student council at school in reality was more about providing students with an opportunity for growth. Shen Luoshu, as the vice president of the student council, was not particularly busy. But when Xia Tian came to her, she felt a flicker of surprise. You want an activity room? And you want to work on camp? Xia Tian shared his thoughts. I plan to set up the publicity and media department at school for easier management. After all, I'm still a college student. I can't just skip classes and run off campus every other day. Shen Luoshu scoffed, muttering under her breath. So you remember you're a college student. Though she rarely interacted with Xia Tian recently, she kept an eye on his every move. This guy was hardly ever in class. Since the semester officially started, besides the registration day, he had spent most of his time holed up in the dorm or the internet cafe. A shoot-in and an internet addict. If she hadn't known that Xia Tian wasn't truly addicted to the internet, and that the cafe was partly his, Shen Luoshu would have been utterly disappointed in him. Now, hearing that he wanted an activity room as an office, she was both surprised and curious. Curious about what he was really up to. Does running an internet cafe even need promotion? With that thought, Shen Luoshu said directly, if you're thinking of promoting the cafe, I'd say it's completely unnecessary. I've been keeping an eye on the cafe. Business is already nearing saturation. Even without any promotion, it's packed most of the day. And I think, even if business slows down later, all we'd need is a few flyers, some events, and simple. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian shook his head. Who said I'm promoting the cafe? Internet cafes these days didn't need promotion. Word of mouth spread fast. Within 2 days, people would know where a new cafe had opened, its pricing, service, and environment. They'd figure it all out. As he spoke, Xia Tian couldn't help but glance at Shen Luoshu's chest, shaking his head dramatically. Too small. Shen Luoshu didn't react immediately, asking blankly, what's too small? But when she noticed his gaze, her expression changed. She raised her hand to slap him, but Xia Tian quickly dodged. He hurriedly shouted, I meant your vision is too small. What did you think I meant? I thought. Shen Luoshu was at a loss for words. She couldn't exactly say she thought he was referring to her breasts. As a woman, Shen Luoshu knew well the essence of female allure. Beyond inner beauty, outer appearance mattered immensely. She had always been extremely satisfied with her figure, which many women could only envy. Yet today this scoundrel called it small. How could she tolerate that? I said your vision was too small. Why are you so angry? Xia Tian tilted his head, wary of another slap. He knew her temper. She was a ruthless one who didn't hesitate to strike. Watching her fuming, Xia Tian couldn't help but take a second look. Leaving aside her bad temper, Shen Luoshu was undeniably a stunning beauty. Even her anger was beautiful. He suddenly heard her huff. So tell me, where is my vision too small? Those words snapped him back to reality. He shook his head internally. Better to keep romance out of this. He said, I want to use the internet cafe for other kinds of promotion and advertising. Use the internet cafe? Xia Tian nodded, continuing, yes. Nowadays, apart from TV ads, flyers, and wall posters, people encounter advertisements through the internet. Shen Luoshu nodded in agreement. At that time, TV ads dominated. It was absurd how commercials were inserted into TV dramas, repeated 3 times over. No gifts this holiday season, just brain platinum. Life no. 1. Boost immunity. Huiyuan kidney treasure, he's good and good. These catchy jingles, even though Shen Luoshu rarely watched TV, were etched in her memory. Hard to forget after hearing them a few times. As for flyers and street posters, they were even more common. When the cafe first opened, Shen Luoshu had even hired part-time college students to hand out opening flyers. After a moment's thought, Shen Luoshu pressed further. So what do you plan to promote? Astronomy, geography, elephants, ants. Xia Tian replied without thinking, joking around. But after a glare from Shen Luoshu, he coughed awkwardly and said, haven't figured it out yet. This publicity department is open to anyone willing to pay us for promotion. Shen Luoshu sneered. Do you think anyone would pay us for promotion based on our current cafe scale? Even if we offered it for free, they might not be interested. Who said it's just our current cafe? Xia Tian smiled back. After a chuckle, he opened his laptop and brought up the Internet Cafe Management System developed by Tianmei student. Pointing at the software interface, he said, "This is a stripped-down version of the network management system I had Feng Chang and his team make. For now, let's call it the Wani Network Management System. Most functions are retained except for the member database integration." Shen Luoshu was momentarily curious, but after glancing at the interface, she lost interest. "So what are you planning to do with this system?" "I plan to promote this system. Get all internet cafes to use it." Xia Tian spoke slowly, deliberately. The current Maipingguo network management system costs 498 yuan per year, and it's feature-poor with an ugly interface. Only basic functions. If we promote this system for free with full features, do you think cafes would use it? Yes. Shen Luoshu nodded almost without hesitation. While they say the best things are free, who wouldn't take advantage of a freebie? She believed cafe owners would think the same. But after a pause she asked, "But what's the use? What benefit do we get from this?" "Of course there is." Xia Tian smiled mysteriously. "Once most internet cafes across the country are using our system, I can push a single ad from the backend and it'll appear on every computer connected to the system in those cafes. Do you think any business would refuse such pervasive promotion?" Shen Luoshu gasped sharply. In the early 1990s, the internet made its way into China, granting the masses their first glimpse of its vast potential. Nearly a decade later, the millennium arrived. Internet cafes sprang up nationwide like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, showcasing the unimaginable speed of the internet's proliferation. Shen Luoshu could not recall which newspaper had published a report on internet user statistics. By 2000, the total number of internet users in China had exceeded 20 million, roughly 1/6 of the national population. Moreover, this figure was skyrocketing, nearly doubling every quarter. In other words, the number of internet users would only continue to grow, potentially surpassing television viewers. But how did these people access the internet? Aside from those who had home connections, the majority relied on internet cafes scattered across the country. Xia Tian's proposal utterly astounded Shen Luoshu. Seizing control of the network management systems of most internet cafes nationwide would mean commanding the country's foremost promotional channel. If that could truly be achieved, he might become the nation's largest advertising contractor. Of course, this notion was perhaps overly naive. If Xia Tian were aware of this thought, he would likely shake his head and sigh at Shen Luoshu's limited vision. In the coming years, internet cafes would continue to thrive for a considerable period, but that boom would not last indefinitely. Within a few years, smartphones and rapidly advancing wireless networks would soon dominate the market. By then, the internet cafe business would begin its decline. Of course, Xia Tian had already anticipated this, but there was no need to elaborate at the moment. Moreover, Xia Tian was not the type to take things step by step. He preferred to strategize and prepare for the future. The course of development was, after all, already within his plans. As he pondered this, watching Shen Luoshu still immersed in his scheme, Xia Tian tapped the table to get her attention. "So what do you think?" "Vice President, can you get it approved, dear godmother?" Shen Luoshu shot him a glare, still displeased with his calling her godmother. Nevertheless, she nodded. "It's possible. Go back and write an application form, then bring it for me to stamp. After that, you can submit it to the teacher for approval." "Well," Xia Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Shen Luoshu had already figured it out. She patted her forehead and waved her hand. "Fine, I'll write the application myself. Once it's done, I'll let you know." "Great, thanks, godmother." Shen Luoshu snorted. "Don't thank me yet. Since you had this plan from the start, why did you open an internet cafe later? If you only wanted a network management system for internet cafes nationwide, you could have just hired a competent software team. There was no need to open a cafe." Xia Tian disagreed. He shook his head. "Without the internet cafe to accumulate initial capital, how would I have the funds to realize my plan? And don't underestimate this cafe's current size. It's just a medium one. But believe me, within 6 months, I'll have my joyful internet cafes spread across the entire southern Sichuan region. From major first and second-tier cities to the smallest counties. Wherever people go online, our cafes will be there. In the next 2 years, joyful internet cafes will expand nationwide with branches in every city." Internet cafes were a source of the real economy, and currently the crucial financial backbone for Xia Tian's dreams. 3 days from now, just wait and see the show. Xia Tian smiled mysteriously, then stood up to leave. But before departing, he turned back, cast a meaningful glance at Shen Luoshu's chest, smacked his lips, and muttered unexpectedly, "If it's too small, get a bigger one. Constricting yourself like that is uncomfortable and bad for your health." This time Shen Luoshu understood. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she grabbed a paper cup from the desk and hurled it at Xia Tian, shouting, "Get lost." Without needing her reminder, Xia Tian had already nimbly slipped out of the student council activity room. Left alone, Shin Luoshu glanced down at her chest. It was far from small. In fact, it had grown even larger in the past 6 months, making her previous bras feel tight and uncomfortable. Looks like I need to buy new bras again, she said, pulling out her phone to call Bai Ming, asking when she would be free to go shopping together. After getting a reply, she hung up. The activity room door opened again, and Shin Luoshu assumed Xia Tian had returned. What are you back for? But upon seeing the person who entered, she realized her mistake. It was Li Yunfeng, a senior student and the student council president. Li Yunfeng held a bouquet of roses, approached Shin Luoshu gracefully, and presented it with a polite demeanor. For you, roses. Do you like them? No. Shin Luoshu frowned. She knew well that Li Yunfeng had been pursuing her for a long time. Ever since she joined the student council in her sophomore year, he had been persistently wooing her. But she had never liked him and had made her rejection clear from the start. Yet he never gave up. To this day, whether he offered gifts or invited her out, she refused, everything unrelated to work or study. After all, Shin Luoshu had no desire to be entangled in an ambiguous relationship with any boy. Unfazed by her coolness, Li Yunfeng placed the roses on the table. It's fine if you don't like them. Consider them decoration. They're still nice to look at. Then enjoy them yourself. Shin Luoshu stood up to leave. But Li Yunfeng suddenly said, by the way, I saw a rather sloppy-looking classmate leaving just now. He came here. Was he applying for a financial aid fund? Cough. His remark amused Shin Luoshu. The sloppy one he referred to must be Xia Tian. That guy wasn't exactly wealthy, but he certainly wasn't poor either. She didn't explain, just shook her head. No, he wanted to apply for an activity room. After consideration, I approved it. Li Yunfeng didn't press further, only nodded. Then he spoke earnestly. Luoshu, I'm about to graduate. Next year, the student council presidency will be yours. Work hard and seize opportunities to shine. Having this experience will greatly benefit you when you enter. He thought that mentioning student council service on a resume would give one an edge over others and attract employers' attention. But did Shin Luoshu care about that? The vast Shin Corporation certainly didn't require her to work for anyone else. Did Shin Luoshu care about such things? With the entire Shin group at her disposal, would she ever need to seek employment elsewhere? The university's student council in name is meant to provide students with a platform for expression and a space. In reality, this is indeed the case. Gaining experience in the student council for a period can be greatly beneficial for one's future in society. Li Yunfeng was a case in point. His father worked in the education bureau and arranged for him to join the student council of Jiangcheng University, hoping to give him an opportunity to shine. After graduation, he would smoothly enter government or public institutions, a win-win situation. However, Shin Luoshu did not need such an opportunity. Joining the student council was more out of a feeling that 4 years of university would be too dull otherwise. At this moment, she was so bored that she dragged Bai Ming along for a purposeless stroll on the commercial street. Without a destination in mind, they wandered aimlessly for an entire afternoon without achieving anything. Bai Ming, the little one, was the first to lose patience. Sitting on a roadside bench, she rubbed her calves and complained with a pained expression, Sister Luoshu, how much longer are we going to wander? My legs are about to fall off. Shin Luoshu looked around and felt a momentary sense of confusion. At that moment, she wished someone could step forward and offer advice. In that instant, a person flashed through her mind. Xia Tian. If it were him, she wondered if he would come up with some brilliant commercial ideas while shopping. Thinking of this, she recalled how Xia Tian had once mentioned feeling constricted around her chest. Right, wasn't today's outing with Bai Ming meant to buy underwear? Her previous bras had become too small, causing tightness and shortness of breath. Since she planned to buy new ones today, she had even left the house without wearing a bra, just a simple tube top covering the essentials topped with a loose t-shirt. This way nothing was obvious, though only Shin Luoshu felt a bit odd. Seeing Bai Ming's exaggerated exhaustion, Shin Luoshu smiled and sat beside her. Muming, come on, let's go get something to eat. Something to eat. At the mention of food, Bai Ming's interest immediately perked up, and she no longer felt tired. Great. Sister Luoshu, let's hurry. Ming is starving. Bai Ming said, while rubbing her flat, but Shin Luoshu was in no rush. She gave a sweet smile and added, but before that we still need to shop a bit more. Isn't it too early for dinner? Hearing this, the excitement Bai Ming had just mustered quickly cooled down. Just as they stood up, a hand reached out from beside them, offering a flyer. Prepaid internet fee with cashback promotion. Would you two beauties like to take a look? The more you prepay, the more you get back. Up to 1,000 yuan. If you're interested, feel free to check it out. It's at the Huanyu Internet Cafe up ahead. Shin Luoshu had initially not intended to take the flyer, but when she heard the promoter mention Huanyu Internet Cafe, she realized. That was the internet cafe she and Xia Tian had co-founded. The internet cafe was running a promotion, and she was completely unaware. With this thought, she reached out and took the flyer. The content was extremely simple, using plain artistic fonts to roughly outline the promotion. Prepay internet fees and get cash back. The more you prepay, the more you get back. From the lowest tier of prepaying 50 yuan for 30 yuan back to the highest tier of prepaying 1,000 for 1,000 back. The description was straightforward and easy to understand at a glance. But even Shen Luoshu didn't know when the internet cafe had started offering prepaid internet fees. Thinking this, she immediately tugged at the part-time junior girl handing out flyers and asked, "What's this about prepaying internet fees?" "I don't know either." The junior girl shook her head blankly, then pointed toward Huanyu Internet Cafe. "But you can go ask over there. It's incredibly popular right now. Loads of people are lining up to prepay." Hearing this, Shen Luoshu no longer had any interest in shopping. Exchanging a glance with Bai Meng, she pulled the little one toward Huanyu Internet Cafe. As they walked, Bai Meng asked curiously, "Sister Luoshu, isn't Huanyu the Internet Cafe you and Xiatian opened? What kind of promotion is this? It seems like there are a lot of people." Before they even arrived, they could see a long queue forming downstairs at the Internet Cafe. To maintain order, someone had organized the crowd, telling them to wait in line and not cut in. Shen Luoshu snorted and said irritably at the mention of Xiatian, "Who knows what tricks your Xiatian has cooked up now?" With that thought, she led Bai Meng and squeezed into the Internet Cafe. The Internet Cafe was on the second floor, but the queue had already stretched to the ground floor. Just as Shen Luoshu was about to push through, the junior girl organizing the queue stopped her. "Excuse me, if you're here to get a membership or prepay internet fees, please join the queue. Cutting in line is not allowed." Membership. Besides prepaying internet fees, there was also a membership promotion. Shen Luoshu was completely baffled now. She couldn't be bothered to explain to this junior girl. She didn't recognize these junior students. They were probably part-time hourly workers Xiatian had hired temporarily for this promotion. Without any systematic training, they didn't even know who they were working for or who was paying them. Just handing out flyers for an hour or standing at the entrance to organize the queue earned them dozens or even 100 yuan per day. "I'm here to use the internet. I'm already a member," Shen Luoshu said simply, then pulled Bai Meng and squeezed. As she pushed through, she overheard people around her discussing. "I still have 3 years until graduation. They'll probably be spending a lot of time here playing games. I'm thinking of topping up 500. They say you'll get 400 back. That's 900 yuan in total. Xiatian, what the hell are you up to?" Shen Luoshu's roar startled the carefree Xiatian, almost causing him to spray the coffee he had just taken into his mouth. Grabbed by the collar and yanked back and forth twice by Shen Luoshu, Xiatian hadn't even had a chance to speak before the woman added, "First you prepay internet fees, then you process memberships. What exactly are you trying to do? Is there even a question?" Xiatian rolled his eyes, broke free, straightened his collar, and pointed at the busy servers behind the front desk. "Can't you see for yourself? It's obviously about making money." Of course, Shen Luoshu knew Xiatian was making money. Her question was merely an outlet for, after all, she and Xiatian were now partners. They had jointly invested in this internet cafe, yet she was completely in the dark about what was happening inside. Even the next move, Xiatian hadn't bothered to inform her. This infuriated Shen Luoshu. She liked to have everything under her control, especially anything related. But ever since she started working with Xiatian, she found many things slipping beyond her grasp, especially his business acumen, which she simply couldn't keep up with. Just like now. She paused, then gritted her teeth. "Of course I know you're making money. I'm asking why you didn't why should I inform you?" Xiatian rolled his eyes. Before he could answer, commotion erupted from the front desk. "Are you going to process it or not? Why stop when it's my turn? Is my money not money?" "Exactly. If you're going to do it, hurry up. I'm waiting for dinner later. There's a long line behind us. If you two want to argue, go argue somewhere else. Don't hold up our memberships, okay?" Xiatian and Shen Luoshu exchanged glances, realizing that their quarrel had drawn the attention of several servers who were so entertained by the drama that they had stopped processing transactions. No one was more awkward than Bai Meng. On one side was her closest sworn sister, on the other her most intimate sworn brother. Now caught between their argument, she felt like a mirror in a pig's den, neither side pleased. Bai Meng whispered, "Sister Luoshu, Xiatian. This isn't the place to talk." Shen Luoshu came to her senses, snorted, and glared at the servers. "What are you looking at? Never seen a fight before." Hearing this, the servers fell silent, quickly turned away, and pretended to be busy taking IDs from customers and entering them into the system to process memberships. Shen Luoshu shot another glance, then pulled Bai Meng along, shot Xiatian a glare, and snorted, "Come with me. Explain yourself properly." Her assertive attitude stunned the servers again. They shook their heads, inwardly muttering, "Our boss is going to have a tough time." Who knew the boss wife, so gentle and refined in appearance, had such a fiery temper? Exactly. We rarely interact with her, never knew she was so short-tempered. Better stay out of her way. In contrast, the boss is much more easygoing. He even cracks jokes with us sometimes. The servers whispered among themselves while skillfully processing memberships for the customers. One server paused mid-motion, then muttered, "By the way, if the boss wife finds out that the boss often tells us those risque jokes, would she kill us?" Another server shuddered, recalling Xiatian's jokes about soy milk and fried dough sticks. Images that once evoked fantasies now transformed into whips and chili oil. Thinking this, the server quickly shook her head. Don't bring that up. Better never let the boss wife know about these things. The servers ultimately agreed to joke less with the boss. As for the risque tales he often shared, they decided never to let the boss wife find out. They were merely ordinary servers at the internet cafe, whose daily duties included registering customers, turning on computers, serving tea and water, and occasionally cleaning up. They knew the owners were Xia Tian and Shen Luoshu, but that was all. They assumed Xia Tian and Shen Luoshu were a couple, perhaps even married college students who opened the cafe for fun or to gain an advantage by being close. Thus, in their eyes, Xia Tian and Shen Luoshu naturally became the boss and the boss wife. Now this couple, in the eyes of outsiders, entered the office one after the other, neither wearing a pleasant expression. Shen Luoshu sat behind the desk, coldly staring at Xia Tian, and snorted. Now can you tell me your plan? Plan, oi. Xia Tian was taken aback, then realized what she was asking. My plan? It's to make money. You knew that a long time ago, didn't you? Xia Tian shrugged, replying with utter nonchalance. Shen Luoshu snorted again. Xia Tian stopped dodging the question. You'd better confess honestly. What exactly is your plan? Otherwise, even now Shen Luoshu remembered that Xia Tian had once said opening the internet cafe was only his first step, a very minor one. His future plans would be grander and more meticulous. Judging by today's prepaid internet fees and membership drive, that guy's scheme had already begun. Even if I can't grasp the entire plan, at least as his partner, I should have the right to know. Thinking this, Shen Luoshu fixed her beautiful phoenix eyes on Xia Tian, waiting for him to explain. Sure enough, Xia Tian took a deep breath and finally spoke. I thought with your intelligence you would understand. Xia Tian said, already turning on the office computer and pointing at the accounts. I told you before, within half a month, it'll open a branch. Within 2 years, it'll have Joy Internet Cafe spread across the entire country. Hearing this, Shen Luoshu nodded subconsciously. Xia Tian had indeed said that before, and he had added that he didn't need her or the Shen family to invest another cent. At the time she thought he was just joking or boasting, but now it seemed. So you launched this prepaid internet fee campaign to get customers to pay in advance, accumulate cash flow, and use that money to open branches. Congratulations. You got it right. By collecting prepaid internet fees, he plans to use the funds deposited by netizens to open the next Huanyu Internet Cafe. Such operations are not uncommon in the business circle. In fact, Shen Luoshu had already guessed Summer's next move when she learned of his prepaid fee strategy. What surprised Shen Luoshu, however, was that Summer had been planning this since much earlier. At present, almost all legitimate internet cafes use the May Penguin network management system, which only offers basic time billing and remote terminal control. As for membership services and prepaid fee functions, Summer estimated that they would not appear in the public eye until several years later, after the May Penguin system was replaced by the more advanced Wanxiang network management system. In other words, the prepaid fee and membership system he was now introducing could be considered a product ahead of. To transcend the era, there are only two paths to take. One is to be rejected, talked about for a while in the beginning, and then fade from people's memory. The other path is to be widely accepted, even seen as beneficial, and thus embraced by the vast number of netizens. Judging by the promotional results of the past 2 days, it was clear. His prepaid fee campaign had already been accepted by the majority of netizens. Pointing at the accounts on the computer, Summer continued, from yesterday until just now, the total flow of funds raised through prepaid fees is. He blinked, counting the total displayed on the screen. The total is 200,000. No, it's over 2 million. In his excitement, he had missed a digit. Clearly, he was not cut out for finance. If he misplaced a decimal point, he would be in deep trouble. Summer scratched his head awkwardly, then continued, give me another week, and raising 5 million should not be a big problem. With a budget of 1 million per branch, 5 million will be enough to open 5 new stores. Hearing this, Shen Luoshu did not argue this time. She knew that Summer had been planning this since before the semester. Moreover, the investment in this campaign was not small. Flyers had been spread everywhere around the nearby universities and colleges. Not to mention the 2 universities at the east and west ends of the commercial street. Jiangcheng University and Shunan Normal University. Together their enrollment reached nearly 20,000 students. Adding the surrounding colleges and nearby residents, even if not everyone went online, as long as 1 in 3 people did, the base would be substantial. After a simple analysis, Shen Luoshu drew a sharp breath. That guy Summer had indeed lived up to her expectations. A casual business idea that popped into his head had already overturned her understanding. Taking a deep breath, she sighed. You miscalculated. Where did I miscalculate? Summer frowned. Shen Luoshu shook her head and said meaningfully, you miscalculated the flow of funds. This is only after 2 days of promotion, and so many people have already deposited prepaid fees. If we continue promoting for a week, there will be even more. So I dare say that the total funds raised in a week will definitely exceed 5 million. As if on cue during their conversation, the real-time prepaid fee figure displayed on the back end had increased by several digits. In just half an hour, we've raised tens of thousands more. Shen Luoshu stared at the ever-changing number and drew another sharp breath. At that moment, money had become nothing more than a string of digits on the back end for both her and Summer. Frowning, Shen Luoshu estimated, "If this pace continues, I think it won't take 2 years for your internet cafes to spread across the country." "That's not that fast," Summer modestly replied. Then Shen Luoshu continued, "Next, you'll open more branches, and under the banner of prepaid fees and unified consumption, you'll launch another round of crowdfunding. In this way, every time you open a new branch, you can raise funds locally." Shen Luoshu was indeed sharp. From just a few small steps, she had already deduced the subsequent business plan, or rather she had spoken out Summer's next intentions. Summer felt as if the woman had seen right through him, and he couldn't help but sigh that women shouldn't be too clever. But he had never intended to hide these things from her. Besides, even if he wanted to hide his plans, he couldn't. With that thought, he took the initiative to say, "Well, my next plan is just as you said, using the popularity of each branch to accumulate more flow funds, and trying to open my internet cafes in every city across the country in the shortest time possible." And then, oi! Shen Luoshu looked forward to the next part, her eyes wide with anticipation as she waited for him to continue. But to her surprise, he only paused for a moment before spreading his hands. Then, That's it. For a second, Shen Luoshu's eyes widened, wondering if she had misheard. From her understanding of Summer, that guy definitely had a follow-up plan. In fact, she suspected he had already meticulously designed a long stretch of the plan. Yet he deliberately refused to tell her, which left her frustrated. Her temper flaring, she grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Cough, cough. "Let go first. Men and women should keep their distance." As he struggled, Bai Meng tried to persuade her from the side. "Sister Luoshu, please don't be like this. Summer must have his own reasons and thoughts for not telling us right. Let's not force him." Summer nodded hastily. "Exactly. Even if I tell you now, it's useless. Plans can't keep up with changes. Who knows what modifications will affect my plans later." Summer did have a series of follow-up plans, but as he said, there was no point in discussing them now. Plans are always changing, as sticking rigidly to them would likely lead to nothing. He wasn't refusing to share. He simply felt it was pointless to talk about it now. Shen Luoshu released her grip, snorted, and said, "Fine. Then I'll just wait and see what tricks you're up to." Summer nodded quickly, adding, "You just sit back and watch the show." With that, he walked out of the office. As he went, he said, "You two stay here and have fun. They'll go attend to my—" After Summer left, Bai Meng looked at the still angry Shen Luoshu and said, "Sister Luoshu, you've changed." "Changed? Where have I changed?" Shen Luoshu touched her cheek, instinctively feeling no difference. Then Bai Meng continued, "You used to be cold to everyone, but now, when it comes to Summer, you get work." Bai Meng struggled for a moment before finding the right word. Then she murmured, "Sister Luoshu, be honest with me. Have you fallen for Summer too?" "Fall for that guy? How is that possible?" "Like Summer." Just thinking about it sent a shiver down Shen Luoshu's spine. When she was very young, her parents had taken her to the countryside to see Summer, but back then she was the little city princess in the eyes of the rural folk. Even though she spent winter and summer breaks in the village, she rarely interacted with the rural children like Xiatian. Back then, the Summer she saw was nothing more than the simple kindness of the country folk. Shen Luoshu hadn't noticed any other qualities in Xiatian. Years later, when she heard Xiatian's name again, it was because he was using their engagement to swindle people everywhere. When she went to confront him to clarify their relationship, she unexpectedly learned that he had played with a girl and then refused to take responsibility. Such a scumbag had long since lost all image in Shen Luoshu's heart. How could she possibly still fall for him? Thinking this, Shen Luoshu said firmly, "Even if that Xiatian gets down on his knees and begs me, I won't fall for him." Bai Meng looked thoughtful but still muttered, "But, Sister Luoshu, whenever you mention Xiatian, your emotions get unusually stirred up. It's nothing like your usual self." This time Shen Luoshu remained unusually silent, just thinking for a while before finally attributing it to that Xiatian being utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Xiatian, busy outside, had no time to consider the thoughts of these two beauties. Too many people were prepaying for internet fees, and the two front desk attendants alone couldn't handle the load. Xiatian decided to have the internet cafe's manager temporarily set up 2 more computers connected to the server. He himself sat in front of one of them, earnestly playing the role of a server processing membership registrations for those people. By accumulating hours spent surfing the internet, customers could upgrade their membership levels. VIP2 users enjoyed a 20% discount on internet fees, and for every 10 hours of cumulative surfing they received a free coffee or an equivalent priced milk tea. And so on. The higher the level, the greater the discounts and perks. Becoming a member was also extremely simple. Just by pre-depositing more than 100 yuan into an account registered with a national ID, a regular account could be upgraded to a basic membership, enjoying a 10% discount on internet fees. In Xiatian's words, once you upgraded to VP, you'd use the VIP channel from then on. No more waiting at the front desk for a server to turn on your computer. Just remember your account password, walk up to any computer in the Huanyu Internet Cafe, boot it up, enter your account and password, and you're good to go. Of course, if the pre-deposited internet fee was about to run out, the Wani network management system would kindly remind you that it was time to recharge Wani, so you can experience the utmost comfort and ease. Bro, I pre-deposited internet fees at your cafe, but if I stop studying here in the future and can't use up the balance, can you refund it? Sorry, no refunds. But as long as you're in the country, there are Huanyu Internet Cafe branches everywhere. The fees you deposit at any branch can be used at any other branch. Miss, can the pre-deposited fees only be used for surfing? I see you also sell drinks and snacks. Can I use the fees to order those? Of course, dear. As long as you're willing and the cafe offers that service, you can use the pre-deposited fees to experience any service here. These were all part of the procedure Xia Tian had laid out for the staff before the promotion began, so they could answer. He had long anticipated that people would ask all sorts of questions when signing up, and he had answers ready for everyone. Now the servers sounded like Taobao customer service, calling everyone dear and baby, focusing on providing meticulous service. Xia Tian, busy with his head down, naturally didn't notice that not far away several girls were pointing at him. Wang Ru looked at Xia Tian from a distance, scrutinized him, then curled her lips dismissively. Xijia, is this the simp you mentioned before? He's not bad looking, but he doesn't seem like much. Working as a server in an internet cafe. Even if he's at Jiangcheng University, will he amount to anything after graduation? No wonder you didn't accept him and just let him on. Someone like that can only be a simp, not nearly qualified to be a boyfriend. Chen Xijia didn't comment. She and Wang Ru were roommates, and she had mentioned Xia Tian during a casual chat, probably to make herself seem more attractive. Chen Xijia casually said that in high school, there was a simp who chased her for 3 years, but she remained indifferent, only treating him as a simp. Wang Ru and the other girls in the dorm suddenly became interested, gathering around. Some curious, some skeptical, and some playing the saint, criticizing Chen Xijia's approach. Wang Ru was obviously the curious one. To prove she wasn't lying, Chen Xijia spilled everything about Xia Tian. Recalling that she had seen Xia Tian working as a server at the internet cafe when she came with Zhong Hui last time, she took the opportunity to bring a few roommates over. Wang Ru continued, Xijia, with your looks, finding a handsome and rich guy would be easy. If you actually chose this little server as your boyfriend, that would really surprise me. Chen Xijia just frowned and didn't answer. But the girl beside her, after hearing Wang Ru's words, frowned deeply and said in a low voice, I think this guy is pretty good. It's only the start of the semester, and he's already working part-time to earn money. From this, you can tell he's at least diligent and hardworking. When it comes to marriage, someone like this is the right choice. Hardworking, steady, and reliable. He's definitely. Wang Ru curled her lips, dismissing Wan Leilei's words. If you find a rich boyfriend, you can hire a nanny for everything at home. Who would do it themselves? After saying this, Wang Ru turned to Chen Xijia. Xijia, if you don't have a boyfriend yet, I can set you up. Don't underestimate me. I know plenty of handsome rich guys. Wan Leilei was unimpressed by the two girls' way of thinking, their heads full of finding rich, handsome men. She had only one simple, mundane wish: to finish her 4 years at the normal university, then get assigned to a small 3rd or 4th-year city as an ordinary teacher. Then, in what seemed like a chance encounter, meet a guy who looked decent, and as she had said, was diligent, honest, and hard work. Then get married, have children, and be a devoted wife and mother. But thinking about it, she felt she was getting too far ahead of herself. She shook her head again, lightly patted her cheeks, and forced herself to stop dwelling on those thoughts. Among the group, only one person remained expressionless throughout the argument between Wan Leilei and Wang Ru, as if their discussion had nothing to do with her, which in fact it did not. Chen Xijia stole a glance at Xu Rue and couldn't help but shiver. Among the 4 roommates, perhaps due to personality, she got along best with Wang Ru, while Wan Leilei was the lively and outgoing type who could get along with anyone. Chen Xijia and Wan Leilei had a decent relationship, but there was always a certain barrier between them, as if they were on different paths. Only Xu Rue always gave Chen Xijia an aloof impression, a feeling she had experienced before, exactly as she had felt with Shen Luoshu. Xu Rue gave her the same feeling as Shen Luoshu back then, and what Chen Xijia found hardest to accept was that Xu Rue not only resembled Shen Luoshu in her aloof demeanor, both being ice goddesses, but also in appearance, as she was a model-like fairy. Are all aloof girls this beautiful? A trace of envy stirred in Chen Xiji's heart, and recalling the fear Shen Luoshu had instilled in her, she felt even more uncomfortable with Xu Rue. At that moment, after Wan Leilei and Wang Ru finally stopped arguing, Xu Rue spoke coldly. If you came here just for such trivial matters, I'm not going to stay. With that, she stood up, took her ID card, and walked toward Xiaoyan. She hadn't come today to watch Chen Xijia show off her suitors. She came to get an internet card so she could easily look up materials for her studies. No one would believe someone would go to an internet cafe to use the internet, but that was the truth. Xu Rue handed her ID to Xiaoyan and said, "Can you upgrade my membership too?" Of course. Xiaoyan replied without hesitation, then, without looking up, began to routinely explain the conditions for upgrading. But when he saw the photo on the ID, he was momentarily stunned. Even in a mugshot, this person was gorgeous. Admiring the beauty, he looked up and glanced at Xu Rui. She's indeed a beauty. Thinking this, Xiaoyan became much more enthusiastic. Miss, what membership level would you like to upgrade to? Different levels require different prepaid fees, and of course, even if you only upgrade to the basic level, you can later upgrade to a higher level through usage and additional prepayments. Xu Rui simply nodded to show she understood, then, without thinking, took out 200 yuan and handed it to Xiaoyan, adding, "They'll prepay 200 first. I don't really care about the membership level." "Alright then. Miss Xu Rui, I have a small request. May I ask for your help?" Xiaoyan was a bit embarrassed as he processed the prepayment and said shyly, "Of course, as a token of appreciation, I can privately upgrade your membership to level 3, which gives you a 30% discount on internet fees. Additionally, every time you spend on internet time at this cafe, you'll receive a free milk tea." Level 3 membership required 5,000 hours of internet usage, roughly a year's worth. The reason Xiaoyan offered such terms was not just because Xu Rui was beautiful. Granted, beautiful women get preferential treatment everywhere, but Xiaoyan wasn't the type to think only with his lower body, nor would he fall in love at first sight just because of a brief encounter. After all, he hadn't been moved by Shen Luoshu or by Ming, two different styles of beauties, so a stranger, even if equally beautiful, couldn't stir his feelings. His internet cafe was located between Jiangcheng University and Shunan Normal University, so the majority of his customers were students from these two universities. He thought that if such a beauty frequented his cafe, all he needed to do was give a little push. Then he could use her for publicity. The concessions he made now would bring corresponding returns later. With that in mind, he looked at Xu Rui expectantly and asked, "How about it, miss?" Interested. Xu Rui was momentarily puzzled, frowned, and didn't immediately agree. Instead, she asked, "Why would you do?" "To make the cafe's business better, of course." Xiaoyan answered without hesitation. "You're a university student from a nearby school, right? With a beauty like you coming to our cafe, if word gets out, won't your classmates flock here? Then we won't have to worry about customers." Hearing this, Xu Rui was relieved. At first, like most girls, she had thought Xiaoyan might be interested in her, but now that he explained, she felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she might have been too narcissistic. "I shouldn't be like Chen Xijie and Wang Ru, thinking every man is interested in me." After admonishing herself inwardly, she looked at Xiaoyan and said, "But I prefer quiet." "No problem. We have private rooms where you won't be disturbed." Xu Rui thought for a moment and added, "I won't be in the cafe often. I just need to look up some materials occasionally for convenience, so." She was about to politely decline, but Xiaoyan insisted, "That's not a problem. You don't need to be here all the time, though it would be even better if you could. It's fine if you can't. We'll hold occasional events. As long as you visit during those events and cooperate with the staff for simple promotions, like taking a few promotional photos. Of course, we won't ask you to do it for free. With your consent, we'll pay you an additional promotional fee." Xiaoyan finished in one breath and looked at Xu Rui expectantly. She sighed and said helplessly, "Since you've put it that way, how can I refuse? Besides, to be honest, I also need money. Otherwise, I would have bought my own computer and used the internet at school. With money and top-tier treatment at the cafe, I have no reason to say no." Back when the internet cafe first opened, Xiaoyan had already conceived a series of business plans, especially recalling the later era of the internet where almost every connected computer would occasionally have another web page pop up while browsing. Then Jia Xiaohui or Qin Xiaochun and Gu Tianle would appear on screen wielding a massive cleaver, shouting, "I am XXX, if you're a brother, come to Tanwan Blue Moon." Xiaoyan had no intention of making games, but he knew that with the advertising services his internet cafe offered, game operators would eventually seek him out. When that day came, Xu Sua's usefulness would be immense. Having her cosplay as a game character, performing a few simple poses, speaking a few lines, and combining it with computer effects to create a video, the promotional impact would be absolutely outstanding. Initially, Xiaoyan thought Shen Luoshu would also be a suitable candidate. But when he proposed this idea to Shen Luoshu, the woman flatly refused. First, because she was not in need of money, and second, because she was unwilling to be in the public eye. Of course, if Xiaoyan asked Bai Meng to be the model, that little girl would be more than delighted. However, due to her appearance and height, Bai Meng was only suitable for roles like the girl next door, while characters such as the aloof queen or the icy goddess were utterly unsuitable for her. But Xu Sua was different. Xiaoyan only promised her a few small benefits. On one hand, this would bind Xu Sua to his internet cafe, attracting more customers. On the other hand, if there ever came a day when he truly needed Xu Sua's services, this connection would allow him to pay a lower price than others. As long as the internet cafe remains profitable, it's not a loss. In fact, it's a huge gain. Thinking this, Xiaoyan quickly processed Xu Sua's membership and directly upgraded her level to 3 in the system. This was also extremely beneficial for Xu Sua. Her family was not poor, in fact, they were somewhat well off. But because Xu Suo, who had scored above the first-tier university cutoff in the college entrance exam, secretly applied to Shunan Normal College, a vocational school, without informing her family, her parents were so furious they nearly disowned her. After much pleading, she avoided being cast out, but her family's support for her university education dropped. As a result, her living expenses during college were meager, not to mention buying a computer. Even daily expenses required frugality. Of course, unless Xu Suo spoke of these matters, no one else would know. Xia Tian was even less aware. He quickly completed Xu Suo's membership and handed her the magnetic card, then said, "From now on you can use this card to preload funds at this cafe or any branch. The card number is your login ID and the default password is 6 zeros. You can change it after logging in." Upon hearing this, Xu Suo simply nodded, glanced around, and asked, "Where is this private booth you mentioned?" Xia Tian pointed to a small cubicle partitioned by glass not far away. "Right there." The glass partition provided basic sound insulation, but was transparent, allowing people outside to see inside. When Xia Tian designed this, he considered both surveillance and promotion. "You can even sing inside the booth and no one outside will hear." Xia Tian smiled, then added, "Of course, only if you don't mind being the most conspicuous goofball in the entire cafe." Xu Suo made no reply and didn't immediately head to the private booth to use the internet. Instead, she stepped aside, clearing the counter for others to handle their business. Meanwhile, she sized up Xia Tian from head to toe and suddenly asked, "Having an employee like you is quite a blessing for your boss. Always thinking about the cafe's development. What if I am the boss of the internet cafe?" Xu Su was momentarily stunned, surprised. "You're really not an employee? When did I ever say I was an employee?" Xu Suo turned to look at Chen Sijia and Wang Ru in the distance, about to say that they had told her so. But on second thought, Xia Tian might not even know Wang Ru and Wan Lele. She held her tongue. Just then Wang Ru approached Xia Tian, grinning mischievously. "Handsome, would you consider me a beauty?" "I suppose so," Xia Tian replied politely. Compared to model-level beauties like Xu Suo and Shun Luoshu, Wang Ru was less striking, but she was still prettier than most girls. 20 years later, in an era of ubiquitous influencer-style faces with beauty filters, Wang Ru would definitely be considered attractive. Wang Ru continued, "Can I get the same treatment as Xu Su?" "No, you can't." He refused without hesitation. Such treatment, though easy to grant, was not something everyone deserved. Wang Ru pouted, scoffing, "You're just a server at the cafe. Why can you give Xu Suo a premium membership? But if your boss finds out you're acting on your own like this, won't he dock your pay? Or maybe even fire you?" Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, taking a closer look at Wang Ru. Just then he noticed Chen Sijia slowly approaching from behind Wang Ru. At that moment he understood. He had never told anyone, but because he appeared at the cafe a few times and stood behind the counter, everyone seemed to assume he was a server. Now it seemed most likely that Chen Sijia had concocted this idea and spread it by word of mouth. Thinking this, Xia Tian didn't bother to refute it. Server or boss, the cafe was still his. "I don't think that's any of your concern," Xia Tian replied indifferently. Wang Ru snorted. "Aren't you just Chen Siji's simp? What are you so arrogant about? You only gave her special treatment because she's pretty? That's none of your business." Birds of a feather flock together. Chen Siji's friends were all arrogant and self-righteous, weren't they? Xia Tian kept his head down, busy with work, and his attitude toward Wang Ru grew colder. "Are you going to do business or not? If not, please step aside. There are plenty of people waiting behind you." Hearing this, Wang Ru grew even more displeased. "Do you believe you'll tell your boss right now that you made a decision on your own, harming the cafe's interests?" "Wow." Xia Tian was amused by Wang Ru's words, letting out a wry laugh. "If the cafe owner had an employee like you, that would be his blessing. To have you worrying about such things for him." "Humph." Wang Ru snorted coldly. "Should I get Sijia to come over and talk to you personally, so you'll give us all premium memberships?" As they spoke, Chen Sijia also walked over from the other side. Standing beside Wang Ru, Chen Sijia said dismissively, "Xia Tian, just open a premium membership for us, and throw in a few hundred yuan worth of internet fees. What's the big deal? This internet cafe isn't yours anyway, you're just an employee. Even if there's a loss, it's the boss loss. As for you, you'll still get paid and still do your job. What difference does it make?" Wang Ru chimed in from the side. "Exactly, you're just a worker. What are you so cocky about? Besides, don't you like Sijia? If you treat us well, she might be happy and agree to be your girlfriend." Hearing this, Xia Tian laughed in spite of his anger. These two women, Wang Ru and Chen Sijia, were birds of a feather, sharing the same arrogant and unreasonable temperament. Xia Tian sneered, listening to Wang Ru's words, and replied calmly, "Sorry, but I am actually the owner of this internet cafe. You're lying through your teeth." Wang Ru curled her lips, glancing at Xia Tian with disdain. "You? The cafe owner? You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you even look like the owner type?" Chen Sijia didn't believe it either. Although Xia Tian had earned some pocket money through part-time jobs during the summer, this news had spread among their high school classmates, and everyone knew about it. But it was just enough to show off among their circle. This internet cafe was quite large, one of the best equipped and most well-maintained in the area. Chen Sijia roughly estimated that opening such a cafe would require at least 1 million yuan in. Having been classmates with Xia Tian for 3 years in high school, she knew his family background, a single-parent household with barely enough to get by. How could he possibly own such a cafe? With this thought, Chen Sijia said coldly, Xia Tian, I know my rejection hit you hard, and you want to impress, but there's no need to boast like this. Saying this cafe is yours. Even if it were true as the boss, shouldn't you be even more willing to give us premium memberships and free internet? It was a provocation. Chen Sijia believed that if Xia Tian truly liked her and wanted to show off, he would agree to her demands. But she didn't realize that the current Xia Tian was different from before. He snorted, not even lifting his head, and said, Who do you think you are? I. Chen Sijia was taken aback, about to retort, but then remembered how Xia Tian had been indifferent when she had offered herself to him recently. For a moment, she doubted her own charm. Does Xia Tian even like me? She wondered and dared not speak first. Wang Ru, however, persisted relentlessly. Xia Tian, if you know what's good for you, do as we say. Don't wait until Sijia changes her mind. Even if you come crawling, we won't accept it. Is that so? This voice wasn't from Xia Tian, but came from behind Wang Ru. The cold tone made Chen Sijia shiver involuntarily. She was all too familiar with that voice. The last 2 times they met, she had received 2 slaps from its owner. What terrified Chen Sijia most was that this person was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Not even Tang Jiming dared to act arrogantly in front of her. Turning around mechanically, she saw Shen Luoshu standing behind her with a frosty expression. Her face was unreadable, but still beautiful like an ice queen. Shen Luoshu had just come out of the office, having promised by Meng to call Xia Tian for lunch. As she reached the service counter, she overheard Wang Ru's words and responded coldly. What gives you the right to demand free internet fees from us? Because Xia Tian likes our Sijia, Wang Ru said, boldly unaware of Shen Luoshu's status. Shen Luoshu turned to look at Xia Tian. Xia Tian, do you like this woman? She remembered when Xia Tian revealed their engagement, she had gone to the school and met Chen Sijia, who claimed Xia Tian had used her and abandoned her. Now seeing Xia Tian's expression, a mix of helplessness and relief, he said, I used to like her. But this answer stung Shen Luoshu's ears. Used to meant he no longer did. Recalling Chen Siji's accusation, Shen Luoshu immediately thought Xia Tian had pursued Chen Sijia, then grown tired of her and dumped her. Scumbag. Shen Luoshu thought, feeling that Xia Tian was a heartless womanizer. She couldn't be bothered with his affairs, so she turned away indifferently and said, This is your business. Handle it yourself. After all, you're the owner of this cafe, any loss is yours. With that, she walked back toward the office without another glance. Just then a young girl entered the service counter and stood behind Xia Tian. Boss, I'm here for my shift. The cafe operated on shifts with staff on duty day and night, ensuring 2 people were always at the counter. It was mealtime, so the shift change was due. The 2 girls arriving for the next shift were supposed to replace the current attendants. But since Xia Tian was still there and covering their work, anyone with common sense would know to let the boss rest. Xia Tian glanced at the girl and asked casually, Xiao Chen, you're here. Where's Xiao Chui? The girl Xiao Chen replied, She's buying snacks downstairs. She should be up soon. We have snacks here. Help yourselves, you just keep track. As long as you don't exceed the limit, it's on the house. Xia Tian pointed to the snack display behind him, filled with a variety of treats. The staff were allowed to eat. He had even set a monthly allowance of up to 500 yuan worth of snacks per employee, anything beyond that would be charged normally. But Xiao Chen shook her head, blushing slightly. The snacks we need aren't here, and Xiao Chui. She's on her period and needs to buy something. Understanding immediately, Xia Tian nodded and stepped aside. He added, If it's quiet at night, you and Xiao Chui can take turns resting. Since she's on her period, don't overwork. Xiao Chen nodded gratefully. Having such a considerate boss made work much more pleasant. Like Chen Sijia, Wang Ru was also utterly shocked at this moment. There were plenty of wealthy students in the university, such as Shen Luoshu by Meng and the rich second-generation Tang Jiming. But few students could during their college years take out hundreds of thousands to invest in opening an internet cafe worth millions. Of course, Shen Luoshu was an exception. And in Wang Ru's eyes at this moment, the summer who had been looked down upon just minutes ago suddenly transformed into a wealthy, handsome man. Now she somewhat regretted the words she had said earlier. If not for what Chen Sijia had said, perhaps with her own beauty, she might have caught Xia Tian's eye. Thinking this, Wang Ru shed her previous arrogant demeanor and said coyly, Brother Xia Tian, it was all my fault earlier. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Before Wang Ru could finish, Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, Enough, enough. If you want to use the internet, pay up. If not, go stand aside. Can't you see there's a long line behind you? Wang Ru glanced behind her and saw that the people in line were glaring at her with resentment. After all, the few of them had been lingering and fussing for quite a while, causing a delay. Seeing this, Wang Ru quickly opened her wallet, took out 200 yuan, and signed up for a basic membership. For 200 she got a bonus of 180 in internet fees, totaling 380. Wang Ru felt she had made a great deal. Most importantly, by becoming a member of the Joyful Internet Cafe, she would have more opportunities to be around Xia Tian. Perhaps over time, he might develop feelings for her. Just thinking about it made Wang Ru excited, and she happily took her internet card to start using the computer. And Xia Tian, after the attendant Xiao Chun arrived sighed in relief, vacated the counter machine, and sat aside drinking milk tea. Unexpectedly, Chen Xijie directly opened the counter gate, walked into the service area, stood behind Xia Tian, and said, "Xia Tian, I never expected you to be this impressive now. I admit I underestimated you back then. Oh, since you have money now and are the boss, I think our future lives will be secure." "What security?" Xia Tian was taken aback. Then he heard Chen Xijie shamelessly continue, "The expenses during our relationship. The reason I didn't agree before was because I was worried about the high costs of dating, afraid you couldn't afford it. I did that because I care about you, always thinking about you." Hearing this, Xia Tian nearly spat his milk tea onto Chen Xijie's face. It must be said, a tree without bark is doomed, but a person without shame is invincible. Chen Xijie was truly shameless to the extreme. If he hadn't known her true nature, and was still the innocent young man he used to be, he might have been deeply moved by these words. Right. Seeing Chen Xijie gazing at him with affectionate eyes, Xia Tian felt she would have made a fortune if she had studied acting. After she finished, Xia Tian said listlessly, "Are you done?" Chen Xijie nodded, then added, "Xia Tian, I hope you understand my feelings. Let's go back to how we were, okay?" Xia Tian nodded without a second thought, then pulled out a temporary internet card from the counter and handed it to Chen Xijie. "Since you're done talking, go and play. This is an internet card. You've used the internet here a few times, so I don't need to teach you how to use it, right?" Hearing this, Chen Xijie nodded, eagerly took the temporary internet card as if it were a treasure. Before Chen Xijie could leave, Feng Chang walked over carrying a briefcase. The 5-member team that Feng Chang had originally brought were all working at the internet cafe. Xia Tian had even set aside a dedicated office area for them. In reality, just a storage room. On weekdays, besides writing code, they also served as temporary network administrators at the cafe. Xia Tian could be said to have squeezed every bit of economic value out of these people. And Feng Chang was sent out to other internet cafes in Shunan City to promote the improved 1E network management system, the very system currently in use at Joyful Internet Cafe. At this moment, Feng Chang was dressed like an insurance salesman in a black suit with a briefcase under his arm, but his receding hairline made him look somewhat aged. Without time to catch his breath, Feng Chang picked up the milk tea Xia Tian had been drinking and downed it in one gulp. Finally, letting out a sigh of relief, he said slowly, "Boss, I've visited all the dozen or so internet cafes nearby as you instructed." Xia Tian raised an eyebrow. "What did they say?" Feng Chang continued, "I followed your instructions and introduced the advantages of our network management system in detail to those cafe owners. But they didn't seem to accept this free system. They felt it wasn't secure." Ahem. The internet cafe owners these days were all shrewd businessmen, not to be trifled with. These capitalists understood that the most expensive things are often the ones offered for free. By promoting it as free, I had naively hoped for smooth sailing, that at least most cafe owners would accept it, if not all across the country. But I never expected them to be so wary. Feng Chang was also discouraged. He asked, "Boss, should we continue promoting this network management system?" "Promote? Why wouldn't we? In my plan, the first step of the business empire relied on this network management system. If we got stuck here, how could we proceed with the subsequent promotion?" But now Feng Chang said dejectedly, "But look at our progress so far. Not a single cafe owner has accepted." "That's fine." Xia Tian shook his head and continued, "Within a month at most, they'll gradually accept our network management system." Feng Chang didn't know where his boss' confidence came from, but he nodded and believed, "I hope so." As a programmer, Feng Chang was a top expert in writing code and manipulating computers. But when it came to business, he wasn't as adept. Xia Tian's pre-deposit internet fee rebate activity was on one hand crowdfunding, a legal form of fundraising. On the other hand, it was also a demonstration to other cafe owners to show them how important it was to have a fully functional network management system. After all, the current May Penguin network management system could do nothing but simple billing and remote terminal control. And at his own cafe, the buzz from the past few days would soon reach the other cafe owners. By then, a network management system that allowed users to pre-deposit fees and upgrade membership levels for internet discounts would prove its value. After all, binding internet users to one's own cafe was crucial for any internet cafe. Feng Chang went to rest in the office area. Xia Tian, however, did not idle. Instead, he picked up the phone nearby and called Lu Xiji. Since the internet cafe opened, Lu Xiji had never bothered to check in, not even showing his face once. He simply waited for the first quarter to end, then collect his dividend according to his share. But now was the time to make use of him. Lu Xiji had run a game arcade for many years. Although he didn't know every thug in the Qingniu district of Shunan City, he at least knew the general picture. With his extensive network, he was the best person to handle this matter. Of course, Xia Tian wasn't asking him to get those thugs to cause trouble or vandalize. Instead, he wanted Lu Siji to spread the word when those thugs came to the internet cafe to surf. They could casually mention whether pre-depositing internet fees with rebates was possible. If possible, also casually mention that the Huanyu Internet Cafe near Jiangcheng University already allowed pre-depositing fees, and one could unlock different surfing discounts by upgrading their membership. On the phone, Lu Siji readily agreed, which put Xia Tian at ease. Just as he hung up, he saw Chen Sijia still standing beside him. Frowning slightly, he asked, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to surf?" "No rush." Chen Sijia clutched the temporary internet card, a smile blooming on her face. "I can surf anytime. I want to chat with you a bit more. What's there to talk about between us?" Without thinking, Xia Tian stood up and walked toward the office. Shen Luoshu and Bai Meng were still waiting inside, hoping to have dinner with him after he finished his work. But just as he stood up, he heard Chen Sijia continue, "Xia Tian, was that person just now reporting to you?" The person she referred to was Feng Chang. Xia Tian merely nodded, subconsciously replying casually, "Sort of." Chen Sijia pressed on, "It seems you have other side businesses." This internet cafe is just something I opened for fun," Xia Tian answered instinctively again. But these words struck Chen Sijia with even greater shock. An internet cafe worth over 1,000,000 yuan, just something he opened for fun. Then his other ventures must be even more formidable. In comparison, the once towering figure of Tang Jiming in her heart now seemed pale before Xia Tian. What is Tang Jiming anyway? Isn't he just relying on his father's money? He's still living off his father's allowance. But Xia Tian is different. In just one summer break, he's opened an internet cafe and a company. His future prospects are limitless. With this thought, Chen Sijia grew even more determined to mend their relationship. She had missed Xia Tian before, but wasn't it still possible to make up for it now? Thinking this, she asked no more questions. Instead, she took the internet card and walked over to Wang Ru, booted up a computer, and logged in using the account and password provided on the card. Wang Ru beside her asked, "Sijia, you got a membership too?" Chen Sijia felt a swell of pride. She noticed that the color of her internet card was different from Wang Ru's and from the other cards she had seen at the service counter earlier. She held her head a little higher. "No, it's a special gift from Xia Tian. Probably the highest tier internet card." Hearing this, Wang Ru's eyes immediately filled with envy, and she sighed inwardly. I've heard Chen Sijia say that Xia Tian was her devoted admirer, and she said it quite convincingly. Now it seems to be true. He even gave away the highest tier card so easily. So if I ever plan to pursue Xia Tian, it probably won't be realistic. After all, devoted admirers are pretty. With this thought, Wang Ru forced a smile and said to Chen Sijia, "You should quickly change the account and password to something easy to remember. From now on, this internet card is yours." Chen Sijia had the same idea. She had been to this internet cafe a few times before, although she had never paid much attention to the management software. Now, however, she felt the need to study it carefully. After all, she intended to frequent this cafe from now on, hoping to bump into Xia Tian. With this in mind, she immediately opened the management software, followed Wang Ru's instructions to find the personal information modification section, and clicked on account and password change. Then she deftly typed in a string of account and password that she could easily remember and clicked to confirm the change. "Sorry, temporary internet cards do not support account and password modification." "What does that mean?" Chen Siji's face darkened as she muttered under her breath. This caught Wang Ru's attention, who leaned over to look. When she saw the system prompt, she couldn't help but snicker. "So what Xia Tian gave you isn't a high-tier membership card, but a temporary internet card?" Upon hearing this, Chen Siji's face turned even redder. She had wanted to show off in front of Wang Ru, but who would have thought that this damned management software would ruin her act and even get her laughed at? And what was this temporary internet card anyway? She had been to Huanyu Internet Cafe several times, but she had never heard of such a thing. What she didn't know was that the Huanyu Internet Cafe management system had only been launched a couple of days ago. When Xia Tian first introduced the system, his target audience wasn't just regulars, but also transient surfers. Considering that transient surfers didn't necessarily want to deposit dozens or hundreds of yuan to open a membership, Xia Tian instructed the staff to use temporary internet cards to give them a few yuan or a dozen yuan worth of surfing time, allowing them to surf occasionally or to use up the entire deposit in one go. Although these temporary cards were meant for one-time use, Xia Tian had put considerable effort into their design for promotional purposes. He had specifically asked Lu Wenxian to craft them carefully, making each membership tier distinct, including the temporary cards, which were also beautifully designed. Moreover, the pre-deposit and membership services had only started a couple of days ago, so all the cards were brand new. Little did he expect that these coincidences would lead to a misunderstanding by Chen Sijia. At this moment, Chen Sijia only felt utterly embarrassed. She quickly opened the remaining balance window and saw only a little over 9 yuan left. So the temporary card Xia Tian gave her had only 10 yuan of internet fees in total. Huanyu Internet Cafe's hourly rate was already a bit higher than other cafes. With 10 yuan at 3 yuan per hour, she could only serve for about 3 hours. 10 yuan. What can you do with that? A cup of milk tea costs several yuan. Although Wang Ru didn't say it out loud, she thought to herself that Xia Tian probably didn't like Chen Sijia as much as she claimed. Maybe I still have a chance. As long as I come to the cafe often and interact with Xia Tian frequently, maybe later. Of course I still need Chen Siji's help. After all, I'm not close to Xia Tian yet, and I'll have to rely on her to make the initial connection. Thinking this despite her inner disdain, Wang Ru feigned concern and said, Sijia, don't be discouraged. Xia Tian might have been busy and grabbed the wrong card. Maybe he didn't want you to stay too long at the cafe, hoping you'd get some rest. Since we've already booted up, let's just play for a while. He'll treat you to some milk tea later to cool off, and next time we see Xia Tian, we can ask him about it properly. Of course Xia Tian was unaware of the thoughts Chen Sijia and Wang Ru harbored. At that moment he had already returned to the office, met with Shen Luosh's murderous glare and Bai Meng's expectant expression, leaving him momentarily unsure whom to address first. After a brief pause he finally spoke. Let's go eat. Mengmeng, what would you like? Bai Meng replied without hesitation, hot pot. Then hot pot it is. In the Chuanan region, hot pot was a popular cuisine with a wide variety of styles. Not far away there was a hot pot street lined with shops offering everything from buffet style to a la carte with an endless array of ingredients. Since they were only 3, Xia Tian casually picked a hot pot restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and they settled for a simple meal. After eating he asked Bai Meng, Mengmeng, what do you want to do next? He'll spend the day with you. Let's have some fun. Bai Meng beamed with joy, glanced at Shen Luoshu beside her, and after a moment's thought said, I want to practice singing. If I'm going to be a star, I can't lack talent. All right, then we'll go sing later. Xia Tian said as he looked at Shen Luoshu, hoping to gauge her. Shen Luoshu turned her head away and snorted. What are you looking at me for? Do whatever you want. Then you're not going to tag along, are you? To his surprise she replied without hesitation, of course I am. How can I let you two be alone together? You scumbag. Xia Tian was momentarily speechless. Since meeting Shen Luoshu she had been calling him a scumbag left and right. Was there some misunderstanding? But since he wasn't interested in her he decided not to bother asking. Singing with just the 3 of them seemed a bit dull, so as they left the hot pot restaurant, he asked Mengmeng, do you have any other friends you could invite to join? He also called Lu Qifeng, asking him to bring the other 2 roommates along for karaoke. The guy immediately asked, are there any pretty girls? Yes, but I'm afraid you can't handle her. Xia Tian said, glancing at the icy beauty Shen Luoshu beside him. After hanging up he heard Bai Meng ask timidly, can I invite my roommates to come along? Of course, the more the It had been a while since school started and Xia Tian had never met Bai Meng's roommates. He wondered if they were easy to get along with, and if she was being bullied in the dorm. This was a good chance to get to know them, and asked them to look after Mengmeng. Lu Qifeng, that dog, sprinted faster than anyone when he heard there were pretty girls. No sooner had Xia Tian and the others booked the private room than Lu Qifeng called to say they were already on the commercial street, and asked where to meet. Music Dynasty KTV, you know where it is, right? Come over on your own. After hanging up he looked over at Bai Meng, who said her roommates were almost there. They waited at the KTV entrance for a short while before seeing 3 men and 3 women approaching from 2 different directions. From a distance Lu Qifeng waved at Xia Tian, jogged over, and eagerly asked, where's the beauty? Where? There. Xia Tian gestured with his chin toward Shen Luoshu, who was looking around, then said, you should know her, right? The dog just glanced at Shen Luoshu, immediately shrank back, and whispered in Xia Tian's ear, why did you invite that she-devil? She-devil? Xia Tian was puzzled, wondering when Shen Luoshu had earned that nickname. Then he heard Lu Qifeng say, don't you know, Shen, the vice president of the student union, is known as the Ice Queen, the she-devil. She's cold to everyone as if they owe her money. And they say when you ask her for help there's no wiggle room. What's right is right. Freshmen are pretty scared of her. Hearing this, Xia Tian finally understood. It wasn't surprising that Lu Qifeng knew Shen Luoshu, given she was the vice president of the student union. But he hadn't expected her image to be so negative among them. Bai Meng's roommates arrived as well. At first they were unfamiliar and gathered around Bai Meng, whispering among themselves. After introductions they all looked at Shen Luoshu with some fear. Until Shen Luoshu spoke, you don't have to be so afraid of me. Work is work, study is study, life is life. In private I'm actually quite approachable. These words made both groups of roommates nod repeatedly. But Xia Tian, watching Shen Luoshu's forced smile as she said this, couldn't help thinking she didn't look approachable at all. Fortunately the 9 of them squeezed into a large private room, making it quite lively. Once they got to know each other the others were no longer so afraid of Shen Luoshu. With the microphone in hand, Bai Meng was more excited than anyone and immediately chose a pop song to sing. You say we regret meeting so late, I say I'm not brave enough to love you. Torn between love and indifference 1,000 times I've wavered. Even if I'm scarred, I don't care. A simple song, regretting meeting so late, sounded beautiful coming from Bai Meng's lips. After she finished, probably lost in the emotion, her big eyes glistened under the neon lights. She handed the microphone to someone else and turned to Xia Tian to ask, "Xia Tian, how did I do?" Xia Tian frowned for a moment, then replied, "It sounded great, but this song doesn't suit your voice." Bai Ming didn't seem disappointed. She only heard that he said she sang well. As for the latter part, the girl selectively ignored it. Xin Luoshu, sitting to the side, snorted and said, "You sound like an expert. So tell me what kind of songs." Xia Tian frowned again and thought. After a while, he finally looked up, grabbed the nearby writing board, and began scribbling on it. This board was usually used for customers to play drawing games, but now he was writing lyrics on it with a marker. After a short while, he wrote a short passage of lyrics and showed it to Bai Ming. "Xia Tian, what song's lyrics are these? I've never seen them or heard them before." "Of course not." Xia Tian smiled mysteriously, then cleared his throat and said to Bai Ming, "Now just follow me and sing. Oh baby, say a little more sweet, nothing's, look at me a little more when you miss me. Show a little more so I can oh, I say a little less, I want to stay with you more than just one day. A little more. So I willingly love you." A song titled Love You by Cindy Wong, with its light and cheerful melody and lyrics brimming with the sweet innocence of a young girl in love. Even with Summer's best efforts to sing in a higher pitch, it still sounded somewhat awkward. Yet the moment Bai Ming hummed along with the melody, there was a hint of that very essence. Bai Ming, true to her music major, seemed to possess an innate sense for melody. After memorizing the tune, she immediately began singing the lyrics Summer had written down. Even without accompaniment, her a cappella rendition was remarkably enchanting. What truly stood out was the playful sweetness in her voice, a unique quality that defied imitation. As the song reached its climax, the others who had been playing board games paused their actions, all eyes turning to Bai Ming, causing the young woman to blush with shyness. Summer was the first to break the awkward silence, clapping enthusiastically before saying with a smile, "Beautiful, beautiful. It seems this kind of song suits you, Ming Ming." The others chimed in, voices overlapping. "Why stop when it sounds so good? I've never heard this song before. Is it new? What's the name?" "Exactly, this is the first time I've heard Bai Ming sing so sweetly." Even Xin Luoshu cast a different glance. She had witnessed the entire process, knowing that Summer had taught Ming Ming the song. She had to admit this light-hearted and sweet tune suited Bai Ming far better than the previous "It's Too Late to Regret Loving You." Bai Ming, with her naturally girlish voice, sounded rather incongruous, singing about the vicissitudes of love. Instead, songs about young girls untouched by love's hardships, filled with longing for romance, were a better fit for Bai Ming. What surprised Xin Luoshu most was that Summer could actually compose songs. She swore she had never heard this song anywhere before, neither the melody nor the lyrics. Hearing it today for the first time was a considerable shock to her. "You can write songs?" Xin Luoshu asked without thinking. Summer didn't answer, merely offering her a mysterious smile. This song, Love You, was a signature track of Cindy Wong, the sweetheart princess of the era. Summer recalled it was released in either 2004 or 2005. But now it was the year 2000, still 4 or 5 years away. It was perfectly normal that Xin Luoshu and the others had never heard it. Overwhelmed by the praise from the group, Bai Ming turned her gaze to Summer and said to Lu Qifeng and the others, "Summer taught me this song. I don't even know its name." No sooner had she spoken than Lu Qifeng and the others surrounded Summer, firing questions. "I never knew you could write songs, Old Fourth." "Yeah, Old Fourth, you've been hiding your talents. Come clean, how many secrets do you still have?" "Summer, I've heard Bai Ming mention you often. Meeting you in person, you truly are impressive." Unlike Bai Ming, Summer wasn't shy about the compliments. He waved his hand with brazen confidence. "Just average, third best in the world." For a moment, voices overlapped. Someone suddenly blurted out, "Since you can write songs, you must be able to sing too. Finish the song you just started." Others chimed in, "Yes, yes. It's a pity to hear only the climax of such a beautiful song." Not only Lu Qifeng and the others, but Bai Ming was also filled with anticipation. She found the song suited her well and was quite beautiful. Naturally, she wanted to hear Summer sing the entire piece so she could learn it. Perhaps it would become a talent of hers in the future. But Summer simply shook his head and said, "No, that song isn't for me. Besides, it's now Bai Ming's signature piece. It wouldn't be right for me to sing it." At the mention of signature piece, Bai Ming's cheeks flushed with surprise and delight. She hadn't expected that the lyrics and melody Summer had casually crafted were not only beautiful, but also specifically tailored for her. Of course, Summer wasn't thinking that deeply at the moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qifeng teased, "Then sing something else we've never heard." The group erupted in chatter. With such pressure, Summer knew he wouldn't be able to escape without performing a song. He grabbed the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced, "Since you insist, I'll sing a random one." Without needing accompaniment, or rather the KTV's song library didn't have this track anyway, he began to sing. "She doesn't understand your heart pretending to be calm. She doesn't understand love treats it as a game. She doesn't understand that loving each other besides sorry leaves only sighs. She doesn't understand why your heart is crying, suffocating to the point of barely breathing. She doesn't understand your heart. In his past life, after pining after Chinchijia for 3 years of high school and another 4 years of college, he still couldn't make her love him. This rendition of Jason Zhang's "He Doesn't Understand" could be seen as Summer's heartfelt expression after his rebirth, seeing through the true nature of Chinchijia. Especially with the natural magnetism in Summer's voice, the song came across even more emotionally charged. Even without any accompaniment, it was exceptionally beautiful. Everyone around was stunned, especially Shun Luoshu, who cast a meaningful glance at Summer. Unlike Bai Meng's earlier "Love You," Summer had listened to this song thousands of times and knew it by heart. It came naturally to him. His performance was even more captivating now, leaving the others dumbfounded. They showered him with praise. "Old Fourth, how the hell are we supposed to live with you being this awesome? Damn, Old Fourth, I never knew you could sing so well. Summer, you have so many talents. No wonder Bai Meng talks about you all the time." Shun Luoshu was also astonished. Summer, who usually kept a low profile, had casually hummed 2 songs she had never heard before, and they were so beautiful. Could this guy really be omniscient? He had a head for business, navigated commerce with ease, and now possessed artistic talent, singing with such skill. Just how many things about him don't I know? Shun Luoshu pondered, already deciding to ask her father about Summer's background when she got home. He was nothing like the boy she remembered from childhood, who used to catch crayfish and dig for crabs in the fields. According to Xia Tian's estimation, within a month those internet cafe owners would be unable to sit still, and would most likely take the initiative to contact Feng Chang, asking him to help replace all their cafe's management systems with Wang Yi's system. However, in reality, it didn't even take a month. 3 days later, Feng Chang called Xia Tian excitedly, saying, "Boss, Giant Elephant Internet Cafe contacted us. They said they want to try out our network management system." Xia Tian knew of Giant Elephant Internet Cafe. There were several internet cafes on the commercial street, and Giant Elephant was one of them. Presumably they had seen how flourishing his own cafe's business was and grew envious, thus unable to hold back. Xia Tian could hear Feng Chang's excitement over the phone. He figured it wasn't because the promotion was recognized, but because the network management system he had created was being accepted by others, which made him so excited. In contrast, Xia Tian appeared much calmer. After a moment of pondering, he asked, "Well, what did you say?" "I told him we could go over with the team tomorrow to install the system." Xia Tian nodded and continued, "All right, good work, you guys. Did you close the server port of the software? Did you open the backdoor?" "Of course." Feng Chang immediately replied, "This is the commercial secret of our network management system. We certainly can't let others use it freely." Back when designing this management software, Xia Tian had repeatedly emphasized that the server part must be handled well. This was their secret weapon. Opening the server port meant they could connect to the server, and the biggest advantage of connecting to the server was they could set up a chain of internet cafes where user account information would be synchronized to the cloud server, allowing users to access their accounts at any cafe. The network management system that Xia Tian was currently promoting could also store user information and allow operations like prepaying internet fees. However, user information was stored locally, meaning that if a user prepaid fees at one cafe, they could only use that cafe's internet. To use another cafe, they would have to pay again. As for the software backdoor, it was even more important. This was the top priority for Xia Tian's future. Opening the backdoor meant that Xia Tian could directly remotely control other internet cafes that had installed the Wang Yi network management system. Of course, as a law-abiding ordinary citizen, he never thought of using these cafes to do anything bad. He would only, after receiving advertising business, display some commercial advertisements on all computers in all cafes with the Wang Yi system in front of all netizens sitting at the computers without affecting normal computer usage. Feng Chang hung up the phone cheerfully, and in the afternoon, he made an agreement with the other party at night. When fewer people were online, the staff of Giant Elephant Cafe would claim a system upgrade and close the cafe for half a day. In the following days, Xia Tian received several good news from Feng Chang, one after another. According to statistics, among the 32 internet cafes in the University District, 25 have scheduled system upgrade times with us. Among them, 8 cafes have already been upgraded, and the remaining 17 are being arranged. But due to insufficient manpower, our progress is a bit slow. Boss, would you consider hiring some recent college graduates or talents in software and hardware engineering? Feng Chang reported, as if giving a work briefing, sitting across from Xia Tian in the office, speaking formally. Upon hearing Feng Chang's intention to hire, Xia Tian's face darkened. Good heavens, he was coming to ask for more people. One more person meant one more mouth to feed. Paying one more salary meant earning one less profit. Good heavens, even the most ruthless capitalist in the world could hardly be worse than this. If Grandet knew Xia Tian's thoughts, he would probably kneel and exclaim, "You are the true capitalist." Of course, despite thinking this, he had no intention of actually working Feng Chang and the others to death. After all, these people were his founding employees in the startup phase and also held shares in Wang Yi business. Naturally, he didn't want to work them to death. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he pretended to be somewhat annoyed and snorted, then said in a deep voice, "Old Feng, you must have collected quite a bit of installation fees these days, right?" Feng Chang looked a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and picked up the water glass on the table, hiding his face. Then he heard Xia Tian say again, "Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. As long as it doesn't harm the company's interests, he'll turn a blind eye." Feng Chang then put down the glass. As for expanding the company's staff, they'll consider it on a case basis, but if it's just for promoting and installing the network management system, I think it's completely unnecessary. Feng Chang looked up at Xia Tian in surprise. Then he heard him continue, "You've been in the Red Hacker Alliance for so long, you must know quite a few talents in this field, right? You'll be in charge of this. Find a few people to help, let them handle promotion and installation, and you can give up the kickback from installation fees." Hearing this, Feng Chang opened his mouth, anxious. "Boss, our hard-earned software if we give it to others." Before he could finish, Xia Tian looked at him with a smile. "Can't find a suitable excuse." Feng Chang's expression grew more awkward. "The kickback from installation fees must be substantial, right? These past few days I saw you running around sweating, but you were so happy." Cough, cough. Feng Chang picked up the water glass again to shield himself. "Old Feng is a founding employee of the company. You don't need to worry about this trivial kickback. The big gains are still ahead." "All right." Hearing Xia Tian's promise, Feng Chang finally gave and dejectedly put down the glass and said in a subdued tone, "Then I'll follow your lead, boss." After replying, Feng Chang hugged his laptop and left. Meanwhile, Xia Tian sat in the boss chair, crossing his legs, muttering to himself, "It's time to set up a business department and start taking on clients." As soon as he finished muttering, the Nokia phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, startling him. "Xia Tian, you promised to write me a song. It's been almost half a month, and you still haven't finished." Bai Ming's sweet voice came through the phone. Hearing her words, Xia Tian's forehead broke out in a light sweat. He quickly replied, "It's done, it's done." "Then when will you teach me to sing? You said you'd record a song for me." Bai Ming sounded a bit reproachful. "No rush." As soon as he said that, he heard a sigh from Bai Ming's side. Xia Tian quickly added, Tomorrow, I'll teach you to sing and go with you to record the song, okay? Then you must not lie to me." Before hanging up, he heard Bai Ming say seriously on the other end, "Remember to come pick me up at the dormitory building." Early the next morning, Xia Tian was awakened by a call from Bai Ming. "Hurry up and come pick me up to record the song, you promised me." Hearing Bai Ming's coquettish voice, Xia Tian was still groggy with sleep, but he forced himself to climb out of bed. Just as he arrived at the girls' dormitory building, he happened to run into Bai Ming's roommate Wang Ming, who was fetching hot water from the ground floor boiler room. "Yo, handsome, Xia Tian here to see Bai Ming so early." Xia Tian nodded. "I promised her I'd take her to record a song." Wang Ming smiled lightly and stepped aside. "Want to come up and sit for a bit?" But catching the icy glare from the dormitory matron at the entrance, Wang Ming immediately abandoned the idea of inviting Xia Tian upstairs. Instead, she lifted her thermos and said, "Wait a moment, he'll go up and help wake Bai Ming for you." After more than 10 minutes, Bai Ming came bounding down the stairs. When she reached Xia Tian, she composed herself with a coy humph. "Humph. Lucky you didn't break your word, or I would have told Sister Luoshu to punish you." Xia Tian's face darkened. Thinking of Shen Luoshu's cold demeanor and her unyielding temper toward everyone, he couldn't help but shiver. Forcing a smile, he said, "How could I ever do that? Since I promised Ming, of course I'll keep my word." With that, Xia Tian took Bai Ming's hand and led her toward the activity building. The school had a dedicated recording studio, but it required advanced application and scheduling to use. Fortunately, with Shen Luoshu as the vice president of the student council, many hassles could be avoided. Xia Tian had submitted the application to the student council the day before, and thanks to Shen Luoshu's lightning-fast review, it was approved immediately. There was no need to wait in line. After picking up the key from the teacher, they went straight into the recording studio. Meanwhile, back in Bai Ming's dormitory. After Bai Ming left, the other 3 girls had woken up and were now chatting over breakfast. That girl Bai Ming. Has she forgotten her sisters now that she has a boyfriend? Looks like it. Bai Ming is so innocent, completely focused on her boyfriend with no room left for us sisters. Well, I think Xia Tian is a decent guy. If Bai Ming ends up with him, they'd make a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. After saying that, the girl quickly added, "I'm not saying Xia Tian is bad, just that Bai Ming is so naive. If he gets her too easily, what if he doesn't treasure her in the future?" That's a good point. Especially since we're Bai Ming's family, we should be looking out for her best interests. With that, the 3 girls nodded in agreement. One of them said, "All right, when Bai Ming gets back, we need to teach her how to how to handle a relationship." Inside the recording studio, Xia Tian and the senior sound engineer sat outside, watching through a glass window, as Bai Ming softly sang the lyrics he had written. "Often I think about what you said, wondering if there's a hidden meaning. I want to believe so badly, yet I can't help but doubt. In your heart, am I the only one? Love is when I'm always annoying you." Halting mid-song, Xia Tian called out over the microphone cut. Always annoying you. That line needs to be sung a little higher to contrast with the previous notes and make it sound more playful and cute. Bai Ming nodded from inside, cleared her throat, and began singing again. In his past life, Xia Tian had never studied music aside from being able to sing. He was a complete novice. When it came to teaching Bai Ming to sing, he was just going by instinct. Recording the song took an entire morning. By noon, they finally had a take, and even then it was only a rough draft. It would still need a series of post-production steps like mixing, synthesis, and noise removal. The final product probably wouldn't be ready for a few more days. After the recording, although Bai Ming was exhausted with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, she was beaming with joy. Holding onto Xia Tian's arm, she kept asking, "Xia Tian, if I upload this song to the internet, do you think I could become a famous singer? A celebrity?" Xia Tian pursed his lips, reluctant to let Bai Ming venture into the entertainment industry. The tragedy of her past life was still vivid in his mind. Given a second chance, he was determined to prevent her suicide. Yet he couldn't bring himself to reject the little girl's dream. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke again. "Maybe. Since you want to be a star so badly, I'll make you one." Within half a month, more than 50 internet cafes in 2 districts near the university town had mostly switched to the WANI network management system. All thanks to Feng Chang's tireless promotion, along with his 4 brothers and the friends from the Red Hacker Alliance. Anyone from Shunan City had been recruited by Feng Chang to help. Promotion, installation of the management system, all of it was now in their hands. Although Xia Tian had said that Feng Chang's friends would work as volunteers, only receiving a small installation and debugging fee, in reality he had already poured nearly 5 million yuan in internet fees collected from netizens into the project, ensuring that 2 1U internet cafes would be opened in each district. He also arranged for those who helped promote and install the system to work in the cafes either as general managers or supervisors. Of course, Xia Tian didn't shortchange them on salary. They received slightly less than Feng Chang's team, plus a 5% commission on the net profit of the cafes they managed. Those responsible for managing the cafes earned tens of thousands a month. They worked with enthusiasm, overseeing the decoration of new cafes while traveling across the city to promote the WANI network management system. Even Feng Chang grew envious and repeatedly brought up the matter with Xia Tian. "Boss, I really think I'm qualified to be a cafe supervisor." Xia Tian could understand Feng Chang's thinking. In Xia Tian's vision, the WANI network management system would eventually generate substantial ad revenue, and Feng Chang's 1% commission on ads would make him a fortune. But right now the system was only just being promoted, there were no ads, yet not even widespread adoption. Advertising revenue was zero. Naturally, Feng Chang wanted to manage a cafe and take home 10% of the net profit. That was real tangible income. Xia Tian sighed and said in a low voice, "You're a founding member of the company. The company can't do without you." Feng Chang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, boss. I'll work here during the day and take care of the cafe in my free time at night." Xia Tian asked, "But won't your cafe be left unattended most of the time?" Feng Chang replied, "No, I'll have my family oversee it. It won't harm the company's interests or image." Xia Tian frowned briefly before finally nodding. "All right, you can take charge of 1 cafe. And the other 4 guys can each manage 1 as well. You can choose the locations yourselves, but don't put them too close to other branches. And don't make them too far from here, so you won't have trouble commuting. Also, don't neglect your company duties. We'll be setting up an advertising department soon, and we'll need you for ad placement and promotion." Feng Chang nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, boss. I won't let anything slip." In recent days, under the pretext of songwriting, Bai Ming had practically dragged Xia Tian along every day. She claimed she was learning to sing, but in truth, whenever she had no classes, Bai Ming would have Xia Tian take her wandering around the streets like a pair of idle drifters. That day, just as Xia Tian had sent Bai Ming back to her dormitory building and was about to leave, he saw Bai Ming's roommate emerging from the boiling water room, carrying 2 thermos flasks and preparing to go upstairs. Xia Tian vaguely remembered her. Not long ago, when he came to pick up Bai Ming for recording, he had seen her fetching water early in the morning. The girl also noticed Xia Tian placed her thermos flasks by the wall and walked toward him. Xia Tian bringing Bai Ming back again. "Yeah." Xia Tian nodded and replied politely. The girl extended her hand and introduced herself. "I'm Gao Jia. Nice to meet you." Bai Ming's roommate. Xia Tian dared not say she was also his roommate. But during the 4 years of university, Bai Ming would inevitably spend a lot of time with them, so building good relations was necessary. Toward Gao Jia, Xia Tian was especially courteous. After a brief handshake, Gao Jia said, "We've known each other for a while now. As Bai Ming's friends and confidants, we've been looking after her. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal?" That's only right." Xia Tian quickly nodded, then added, "But I've been really busy lately. Tomorrow, if you're free, I'll take you all out for a big feast." Hearing this, Gao Jia merely smiled, then changed the subject. "It's only been a little over a month since school started, and you're already this busy. I bet you don't know. Your precious Bai Ming talks about you all day in the dorm. Talks about me, eh? Xia Tian didn't believe it at all. The naive girl probably didn't even understand what longing meant. Lying at such a young age, don't ever lead Ming Ming astray. Gao Jie raised an eyebrow. I'm telling the truth. Nonsense. Did she whisper it in your ear? When we chat she always says Xia Tian took me to catch crabs when we were kids. Xia Tian took me to rob bird nests. Xia Tian and I went to the bar together. But it's always the same few places, never anything new. We can all see that she's truly been waiting for you to take her out to have fun. Is that so? Xia Tian found it somewhat surprising because a lie couldn't be that consistent. Of course, I've never seen a boyfriend like you. School's been in session for so long, and you've only come to see her a few times. She's too afraid to come find you. It's really too much. Wait, why is she afraid to find me? Gao Jie thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't know. When I asked, she wouldn't say. Xia Tian also felt a headache coming on. That girl was naturally quiet around people she wasn't close to. If it weren't for the fact that Gao Jie and the others were her roommates and had been together for a while, she probably wouldn't have even told them those things right. After a moment's thought, Xia Tian spoke. Thank you for taking care of Ming Ming. If you have time, you can also take her out to play. They'll cover the expenses. Gao Jie immediately shook her head and quickly added, it's not that we don't want to take her. She won't go herself. The night before last we planned to go to the Debase city to see Hua Yang Yin Hua, but she didn't come, saying that you would definitely take her. Xia Tian looked up at her. You must have made that up, right? I swear I'm not lying. I still have the movie ticket stub. Xia Tian was stunned for a moment, as if he could see poor Bai Ming sitting alone in the dim dormitory waving goodbye to her roommates who were off to see the movie, muttering to herself, Xia Tian will take me another time. He wiped the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat dazed. His rebirth had caused many changes to the original timeline, and Bai Ming was perhaps one of the most affected. In his past life, Bai Ming had few friends during high school. After the rumors about him and Bai Ming spread at school upon learning about it, she chose to apply to a university in the capital instead of Jiangcheng University. But in this life, why did Bai Ming come to Jiangcheng? Without even thinking, it was obvious. Bai Ming followed Xia Tian and Shun Luoshu to Jiangcheng. Because he was her only friend in high school, and could even be considered a childhood friend, having grown up together. As for Shun Luoshu, needless to say, she was a good older sister and close confidant. The two families were intimately connected, and Bai Ming had always loved being Shun Luoshu's little shadow. But Shun Luoshu was the vice president of the student council, about to enter her senior year next semester with only 1 year left before graduation. She was busier than ever and had no time to look after Bai Ming, which was understandable. But what about himself? Perhaps the urge to make money was too strong. Lately, aside from studying, his mind was full of internet cafe promotions and advertising deals. He hadn't genuinely taken Bai Ming out to have fun. Why hadn't he thought of taking her out? After careful consideration, Xia Tian realized he had assumed that Bai Ming already had good sisters to play with, so he hadn't paid much attention. But now it seemed things were different from what he had imagined. Xia Tian pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, realizing that it had always been Bai Ming who initiated contact, asking him to take her out. He had never taken the initiative to contact Bai Ming. Xia Tian, why are you spacing out? Nothing, just looked at my phone and was stunned by the reflection of my own handsomeness. Xia Tian snapped back with a reply. After parting with Gao Jie, he returned to the dormitory alone. Lu Qifeng and the other two had gone to the internet cafe, leaving him by himself. He hesitated for a long time, glancing repeatedly at the phone on the table before finally picking it up and composing a text message. Get some rest early. Tomorrow your big bro will take you to a fun place. Upon receiving the message, Bai Ming let out a startled cry, then began to giggle foolishly. Seeing this, Gao Jie immediately asked, what's wrong? Too much schoolwork studying yourself, silly. Xia Tian sent me a message. Bai Ming held up her phone and showed the text to the others in the dorm. Isn't it just taking you out? Why make such a big deal out of it? One of the girls pouted, unimpressed. But Gao Jie understood the reason. It was probably the conversation she had with Xia Tian while fetching water that finally made that guy come to his senses. But relying on just one text message to win over the precious little princess of their dorm. There was no such easy thing in the world. Gao Jie thought to herself as she washed her face, saying to Bai Ming, I know you like Xia Tian, but we can't just throw ourselves at him. Bai Ming, remember this. Men don't cherish what they get too easily. We have to make him unable to have you, yet constantly think about you. Only then will he have endless motivation. Early the next morning, without waiting for Bai Ming's phone reminder, he was already waiting downstairs at the dormitory. It must be said, do all women take so long to get ready when going out? Xia Tian glanced at the time. It had been over half an hour since he called Bai Ming awake, yet the girl still hadn't come down. Even the dormitory matron gave him strange looks, as if suspecting him of being some kind of miscreant, glaring at him with wary eyes every time she passed by. After the last phone call, Bai Ming quickly said, I'm coming. Soon her figure finally appeared on the dormitory staircase. But what surprised Xia Tian was that Bai Ming had abandoned her usual student attire and was wearing a floral short skirt in the midsummer heat, her fair and slender legs exposed, drawing glances from both girls and boys passing by. Even Xia Tian couldn't help asking, "Why are you dressed like this today? What about your usual student outfit?" Hearing this, Bai Meng's face flushed with shyness, and she said hesitantly, "Gao Jie said the student outfit makes me look too young, easily mistaken for a primary school student. This way I look more mature." "Mature my ass." Xia Tian cursed under his breath, glaring menacingly at the boys who were staring, as if to prevent them from taking advantage of Bai Meng. The front gate square was the most concentrated small commercial hub in Jiangcheng University, surrounded by numerous shops. Early in the morning, after picking up Bai Meng at the dormitory, Xia Tian strolled leisurely toward the square. Bai Meng seemed curious about everything. She entered every shop to browse, but never bought anything, prompting Xia Tian to sigh inwardly. All women are the same. Whenever shopping was mentioned, she became incredibly enthusiastic. Whether buying or not, she just had to browse first. "Xia Tian, do you think this dress looks good on me? I feel it would look really nice on me." "Xia Tian, that cotton candy looks so delicious, I really want to eat it." "Xia Tian, that bouquet of flowers is so beautiful, I want it." Xia Tian just followed behind her, and whenever she said she wanted something, his next words were always, "Just buy it." But the girl would always take a couple of glances, then turn away, making excuses. She would say it's too expensive, or not practical, or unnecessary. Any excuse not to buy. "Handsome, just buy this bouquet for the young lady. I can see she really wants it," the flower shop owner said, handing him the bouquet. "If you buy today, it's buy one get two free, absolutely worth it." Hearing this, Xia Tian instinctively glanced at Bai Meng. The girl had browsed the flower shop for a long time, looking at almost every bouquet. Earlier, Xia Tian had offered to buy her some, but she stubbornly refused, so he had to drop it. The flower shop owner seemed to read his mind, and continued, "First time in love, handsome. What makes you say that?" Xia Tian looked at the owner. "Obviously, you don't understand girls. When a girl says no, she means yes. When she says yes, she means she wants it even more." Xia Tian chuckled. "So no matter what she says, she wants it?" "Not necessarily," the owner shook her head. "You need to read her expressions." She looked at this rose bouquet the longest. What she wants most is probably this one. If you buy it for her, she'll be very happy. Better buy it soon. In 2 days my shop will close, and you'll have to go to the nearby commercial street for flowers. Xia Tian was taken aback and immediately asked, "Why are you closing?" "Rent is too high and not many people buy flowers. I can't even cover costs." The owner sighed. Business was decent 2 years ago, but since last year a supermarket opened near the dormitory that also sells flowers, and my business has plummeted. I'm planning to transfer the shop. The sign is already hung out. She gestured toward the shop for transfer. "Actually, I've wanted to quit for a while, but the rent still has a year left. If I bail now, it's pure loss. Sticking it out at least makes me feel a bit better. I used to think being near a university meant easy business, but now I realize that crowded places mean even more competition." The flower shop owner was a young woman in her late 20s, full of complaints, as if she wanted to storm into the college supermarket and bite someone. Losing money wasn't the worst. The worst was not being able to cut losses in time, which gnawed at both your finances and your spirit. Xia Tian looked around the shop. "Can't you do something else? This shop is in a corner of the building, tiny space. Besides selling flowers or daily necessities, it's useless. And everyone knows my business is bad, so I can't even transfer it." The young woman was full of resentment. "What if someone is willing to take over your rent? Would you transfer? Who would be that foolish?" The owner didn't believe it. Xia Tian coughed. "Fools do exist. Do I look like one? If I can get my rent back, I'll transfer." Half an hour later, Bai Meng had finally finished browsing the nearby shops and returned to the flower shop, ready to call Xia Tian to continue exploring other stores. Her steps were light, her gaze serene, and the brilliant sunlight made her fair skin and beautiful features shine, making her the most beautiful sight in the entire square. Xia Tian waved at her from the flower shop entrance, then pulled her inside and sat her on a high stool. "Do you really like this rose bouquet?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "It's not that I like it a lot. I just think it's pretty." "Then should I buy it for you?" "No. It's not very practical. It would wither in a few days in the dorm." Xia Tian finally understood. It was exactly as the owner had said. She wanted it, but wouldn't admit it. He sighed and said, "Then how about I buy the whole flower shop for you? That way the roses can stay here and last much longer." "Huh?" The owner, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed. She had seen rich guys splurge on watches and bags, or more modestly on flowers and chocolates, but buying an entire shop for a girl. Just how rich must he be to do something like that? Ignoring the owner's astonished gaze, Xia Tian led Bai Meng into the shop. He had already discussed things with the owner earlier, and drawing up the contract was simple. Watching Bai Meng hold the pen and sign her name on the transfer contract, Xia Tian let out a long breath. The business license won't be changed for now. He'll take her to the entrepreneurship base this afternoon to get a self-employment certificate. "By the way, does your shop have staff?" "Yes, but since I've been losing money, I was planning to let them go." "Don't fire them yet. Call them over so we can..." The owner took out her phone and called the shop assistant, a girl named Fang Xiaoli, who was thin and small, but supposedly very efficient. After a brief introduction, Xia Tian called Shun Luoshu to come and pay. After all, the internet cafe's income was all in her hands. Shun Luoshu was busy, so she just asked the owner for a bank card number and hung up. Half an hour later, the owner received a transfer notification on her phone. Then Xia Tian had Su Nai bring the sponsorship agreement over for Bai Meng to sign. Xia Tian, what are you doing? Why are you giving me a flower shop out of nowhere? Bai Meng looked bewildered. Xia Tian sighed. Pure rich kid whimsy. Impossible. I don't believe it. It was naturally impossible for someone to be both wealthy and ostentatious. However, this flower shop was something Xia Tian intended to keep for other purposes. The agreement was signed quickly, and after taking Bai Meng for a stroll, Xia Tian sent her back to school. Just then the girls caught sight of a figure not far away and hastily scurried off in a fluster. "Ah, it's senior sister Yi Xiaozhu, let's go quickly." At the foot of the library building not far away, a breathtakingly beautiful figure with an ethereal aura approached gracefully. She had a tall, slender figure dressed in a simple plain white dress with snow-white straight slender legs and a high ponytail. Her skin was as white as snow and her delicate, elegant face was cold and unapproachably beautiful. She gave off an air of distance, one that could only be admired from afar. It was even easier to feel inferior in her presence. Compared to Chen Xijie, just now this one was clearly on a whole different level in both appearance and temperament. She was the student council president of Caiyuan, also widely acclaimed as the academy's top campus beauty. Yi Xiaozhu. When Xia Tian saw this goddess of the academy, he was stunned. General Manager Yi. His gaze fell on Yi Xiaozhu's flawless, coldly beautiful face, and Xia Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was the previous life, before his rebirth, or after. Because the woman before him was exactly the general manager of the Tianyang capital Modu branch in his previous life, whom he had once seen on TV. She was also the renowned queen of employees, who had made a name for herself in the investment field. He recalled that in his previous life, after graduating with a master's degree from Modu University of Finance and Economics, she joined Tianyang Capital and made significant contributions to its successful expansion. Staring at that exquisite face that was almost identical to his memory, only younger Xia Tian was completely stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Seeing this boy staring at her with a dazed expression, a flicker of disgust passed through Yi Xiaozhu's cold eyes, and she quickly walked toward the girls' dormitory building. Watching Yi Xiaozhu's graceful retreating figure, Xia Tian could only smile wryly. He couldn't just go up to her and tell her that she would soar to great heights in a few years, could he? That would probably get him slapped by her as a charlatan. Xia Tian also recalled that this woman had indeed studied at the same college as him for her undergraduate degree, just 2 years ahead of him. Moreover, not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also a famous super female scholar at Caiyuan. It was said that she ended up at the academy because she missed one exam during the college entrance exams. Besides winning the national first-class scholarship every year, she never failed to come first in any competition or exam. Before she even graduated, she had been recommended for graduate studies at Moda University of Finance and Economics. Coupled with her inherently transcendent temperament, she directly stood above the entire academy. During his previous life in college, the gap between them was enormous, and they had never crossed paths. Xia Tian didn't dwell on it any longer. He had many more important things to do. This was the golden age of the internet economy. Meituan food delivery hadn't been established yet, short video platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin hadn't emerged, and Kuaibao seemed to still be alive. Not to mention Bitcoin, which was only a few dollars a coin. And his internet cafe had now entered the formal stage. So even without the Xia family, Xia Tian could still build his own fortune from scratch. At 6 p.m., inside the Yinyuan restaurant not far from Caiyuan, Chen Xijie and several roommates were sitting in a private room ordering dishes. "Xijie, why hasn't that fool who's chasing you shown up yet? According to past practice, shouldn't he have come early to serve us tea and water?" A girl said discontentedly while pouring water. He must be off preparing Sijie's birthday gift." Before Chen Xijie could speak, Lu Nana said with a grin, "By the way, Xijie, Senior Ma Ziqiang from the music department is also coming to celebrate your birthday today. I heard his family runs a catering company with over a dozen branches in Jiangcheng." Hearing Lu Nana's words, Chen Xijie's heart stirred. She had heard of this Senior Ma Ziqiang from the music department. Although he was a bit of a playboy and not as handsome as Xia Tian, his family background was indeed excellent. Not only did he drive a Honda sedan before even graduating, but it was said that he gave his ex-girlfriends bags from the Donkey brand. Unlike that Xia Tian, who could barely afford to give her a fruit phone. Just then the door to the private room opened, and a slightly chubby boy in branded sportswear walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. "He's here." Lu Nana winked at Chen Xijie. "Xijie, happy birthday." Ma Ziqiang presented the flowers with a smile, a flash of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Chen Xijie, who was specially dressed up and even more beautiful tonight. "Xijie, you look really beautiful tonight." "Thank you." Chen Siji's pretty face flushed with a hint of shyness as she took the flowers and placed them beside her. Two more boys arrived one after another, both boyfriends of Chen Siji's roommates. Sijia, it's almost 7 o'clock. Why hasn't that guy Xiaoyan shown up yet? Lu Nana said impatiently. That useless simp had grown a backbone this time, daring to make them all wait for him alone. Forget about him, let's start without him. Chen Sijia glanced at the car keys Ma Ziqiang had placed on the table, a flicker in her eyes, and directly told the waiter to serve the dishes, announcing the start of dinner. The dishes were served, and the group of boys and girls ate happily together. Ma Ziqiang even went to his car to fetch a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for each of them. With the stimulation of alcohol, the atmosphere became even more lively. Whether it was due to the alcohol or the presence of the wealthy young master, Ma Ziqiang, Chen Sijia was also very happy today, showing no discomfort from Zaishan's absence. Her usually aloof face was flushed pink, and her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with a watery gleam, making her even more captivating, causing even the seasoned Ma Ziqiang to be unable to resist. He finally couldn't hold back and placed an exquisite shopping bag in front of Chen Sijia. Sijia, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. The latest generation of Fruit 5. I hope you'll be my girlfriend. Chen Sijia was stunned on the spot. She hadn't expected him to be so direct, and he had even prepared the Fruit 5 she had been longing for. She was still very excited inside. After all, she had always wanted to find a wealthy boyfriend. Although he wasn't a true heir of a wealthy family, he was far better than that poor wretch Xiaoyan. Besides, how easy was it to meet a true wealthy young master? After a brief hesitation, Chen Sijia was about to agree when a roommate's voice rang out from the side. She pointed out the window, her eyes full of disbelief. Sijia looked quickly. That person, isn't that Chen Siji's gaze turned involuntarily toward the window. A brand new black Audi sedan slowly came to a halt in front of the restaurant, its 4 silver rings gleaming brilliantly under the streetlight. The driver hurriedly stepped out respectfully, opened the rear door, and a young figure alighted, holding an exquisite box as he walked toward the restaurant. Xia Tian. Impossible. It can't be him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Sijia shook her head. She knew Xia Tian too well. He wouldn't even take a taxi, let alone ride in an Audi. Moreover, while appearances might be deceiving, one's bearing was hard to change. This person's aura was clearly far beyond that of a poor boy like Xia Tian. The others averted their eyes and continued drinking. Chen Sijia glanced at Ma Ziqiang's Honda car keys, and then at the unopened iPhone 5 on the table. She bit her red lips about to speak her agreement. Just then the door to the private room swung open. Everyone froze and turned to look. When they recognized the figure standing there, they all stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape in an awe shape. Xia Tian was dressed in a charcoal gray casual suit devoid of any logo, yet perfectly tailored. On his feet were brown leather shoes with a prominent H emblem gleaming softly under the light. His formerly disheveled hair had been replaced by a neat short cut, making him appear refreshing, and most strikingly, his entire demeanor had undergone a radical transformation. His brows radiated not only absolute confidence, but also the calm poise of one accustomed to authority. Compared to him, everyone else in the room seemed like uncouth bumpkins. Xia Tian placed the red wine gift box on the table and casually sat down beside Chen Sijia. He cast a faint glance at the bewildered Ma Ziqiang and the conspicuously placed Honda car keys on the table, then curled his lips slightly. Waiter, open the wine. The waitress who had served the dishes saw the 2 bottles of red wine, paused for a moment, then looked at the imposing Xia Tian. Instantly, her demeanor became exceedingly respectful. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The waitress quickly fetched a decanter, carefully opened one of the bottles, and gently poured the wine into it. Xia Tian, what the hell are you playing at? Do you really think wearing a suit makes you rich? Lu Nana, who had not witnessed Xia Tian's arrival, assumed he had merely dressed up for Chen Siji's birthday party. She couldn't resist sneering. What kind of wine did you bring? It's all in foreign languages. Is it fake? Xia Tian gave a faint smile and paid her no further attention. After the waitress finished pouring, she carefully placed the decanter on the table, glanced at the extraordinary Xia Tian, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Her heart fluttering, she couldn't help but explain on his behalf. If I'm not mistaken, this is the world's finest wine brand, Romanicani. I've heard even the cheapest bottle costs tens of thousands of yuan. A collective gasp escaped the students, who knew nothing about wine but were stunned by the price. Holy shit. Tens of thousands of yuan for a bottle of wine. And he brought 2. Is this really Xia? Ma Ziqiang, frowning deeply, came from a family that ran a restaurant chain, so he recognized the low-production wine brand as well. But he couldn't tell if it was genuine. Everyone, don't worry about the price. Drink up. Xia Tian urged them to drink, then picked up the decanter and poured a glass for Chen Sijia. With a hint of self-mockery, he said, Sijia, do you know what my greatest regret in this life is? What is it? Chen Siji's mind was still reeling. Staring at the drastically different Xia Tian, she struggled to piece together the story. Xia Tian let out a soft sigh laden with infinite regret and melancholy. It's probably that I never got to be with you. And I'm sorry for bothering you all this time. Today is your birthday, and I'm here to celebrate it for the last time. Please rest assured that after today, I will never disturb you again. With that, Xia Tian raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. His eyes seemed to hold boundless sorrow and finality. Hearing his words and seeing his expression, Chen Siji's heart tightened. She quickly asked Xia Tian, you. Before. Yes, before I was seeking a love like that in a utopia, but now time no longer permits. My family has arranged more important matters for me. The family business, you know. But some things may need regret to prove their beauty. A helpless smile tugged at the corners of Xia Tian's mouth as he glanced at his watch. Holy crap, a Richard Mille. Ma Ziqiang, catching sight of the watch on Xia Tian's wrist, couldn't help but he took a long hard look at Xia Tian and finally confirmed that this was a young master he could not afford to offend. Family. Business. Chen Sijia also caught those two keywords and noticed Ma Ziqiang's expression. Her heart jolted again. If even Ma Ziqiang reacted like that, the watch must be extraordinary. Could it be that the companies and shops she had seen before were all real? At that moment, Xia Tian stood up. Well, I still have some matters to attend to tonight, so we'll take my leave. Enjoy your meal. He said it casually, then let his gaze linger on the iPhone 5 in Ma Ziqiang's hand, a hint of amusement flickering in his expression. Ma Ziqiang was startled and instinctively pressed the phone down. He was just trying to flirt with a girl. He dared not challenge a man who owned a Richard Mille. After all, one wrong move could bring his family's restaurant chain to ruin. A slight smile curled on Xia Tian's lips. Sijia, fate may bring us together again. He said it softly, then turned and walked away with an air of nonchalance. Watching Xia Tian's retreating figure, a pang of urgency seized Chen Sijia. She finally couldn't hold back. Xia Tian. Wait. But Xia Tian seemed not to hear his steps, never faltering. Panicked, Chen Sijia immediately rose and chased after him. She reached the entrance of the restaurant just in time to see Xia Tian opening the door of the Audi. Upon seeing the gleaming four rings, Chen Sijia became even more certain of her speculation. Xia Tian was undoubtedly a true wealthy young master. A so-called playboy like Ma Ziqiang was nothing compared to him. Xia Tian, I have something to tell you. Moi. Xia Tian turned around, looking at Jiang Sijia with some confusion. Let's talk inside the car then. Okay. Jiang Sijia whispered nervously, her usual aloof demeanor nowhere to be seen. As she sat in the car and felt the luxurious interior, her heart began to pound. An uncontrollable look of fascination and yearning flickered in her eyes. She was just an ordinary college student, and this was the first time she had ever sat in a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Sijia, I have limited time. Please say what you need to say quickly. Seeing Jiang Siji's expression, Xia Tian sneered inwardly. On the surface, he furrowed his brows slightly, as if displeased. Okay. Jiang Sijia snapped out of it, and quickly suppressed her expression. She knew that rich people's time was valuable. She also worried that Xia Tian might misunderstand her. Xia Tian, I was just testing you before. Oh. Xia Tian responded indifferently. Actually, I was already planning to agree to be with you tonight. Jiang Sijia nodded decisively, her big eyes filled with deep affection. You might not know, but I've already fallen for you. But I'm a girl, so I can't be too casual, right? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Xia Tian was dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Siji's blushing, shy expression. If he didn't know her true nature, indeed women are natural-born actresses. Can't be too casual. Then let's see just how casual you can be. Xia Tian's sneer grew deeper, and he put on a skeptical expression. Sijia, you're not saying this just because I have money now, are you? No, absolutely not. Jiang Sijia quickly shook her head, looking utterly pitiful. Xia Tian shook his head in disbelief, seeming somewhat disappointed. Sijia, it's not that I don't trust you. But you know, many women before have said they wanted to be with me, but it was all because of my family's money. So. But I'm not like that. Jiang Sijia hastily explained, I can prove it to you. Oh. Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Siji's body with a predatory intensity. Instead of feeling repulsed by his blatant stare, Jiang Sijia felt a strange heat rising within her. Clearly to her, tonight's arrogant and domineering Xia Tian was far more alluring than the timid, impoverished loser of the past. A smirk curled at the corner of Xia Tian's mouth. Get a room. Off. Jiang Sijia was stunned, then her face flushed crimson and she lowered her head. Xia Tian observed her now acting like a shy little woman and sneered inwardly. In his past life, at this very moment, he would never have imagined that the usually aloof Jiang Sijia could be so seductive and tender. What? Not willing? Xia Tian said coldly. Sensing the chill in his voice, Jiang Sijia quickly shook her head. No, it's not that. I just think. Isn't this a bit too fast? Xia Tian frowned impatiently. My time is limited. If you're not willing, then get out of the car. No, I'm not unwilling. Jiang Siji's heart tightened, and she quickly shook her head. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she asked pitifully, then, Will you marry me in the future? Of course. Xia Tian nodded solemnly. As long as you're willing. Seeing him agree, Jiang Siji's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She never thought she could actually marry into a wealthy family. Her dream was coming true so fast. Even if it meant giving up her first time, it was absolutely worth it. In her eyes, that hymen was meant to be used at the most critical moment. Suppressing her excitement, she cooed then. He'll do whatever you say. A sinister smile curled at Xia Tian's lips. He said to the driver, drive to the Wanhao International Hotel. 20 minutes later, Jiang Sijia stepped out of the car and was once again awestruck by the magnificent Wanhao International Hotel. This further confirmed Xia Tian's identity as a rich second-generation heir. She had heard of this hotel. It was the most upscale 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng. A single night cost at least a few thousand yuan. Just 2 days would cost as much as a latest iPhone. This was the life of the truly wealthy. Arm in arm with Xia Tian walking through the extravagantly luxurious hotel lobby, Jiang Sijia couldn't help but hold her head high as if she were already a wealthy lady. Entering the opulent room, Jiang Sijia was like a country bumpkin visiting a grand palace, letting out exclamations of wonder from time to time. Xia Tian took off his suit jacket, casually hung it in the closet, and pointed to the bathroom. You go take a shower first. Everything you need is in there. Jiang Sijia was secretly shocked by his practiced movements. Though she knew his family was wealthy, she hadn't expected him to be a regular at such 5-star luxury hotels. Many things could be faked, but details couldn't lie. Her last shred of doubt vanished completely. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Jiang Siji's silhouette was faintly visible through the frosted glass. Yet Xia Tian felt no excitement. He didn't even spare a second glance. He was sitting on the sofa holding a notepad and pen from the hotel, frowning as he scribbled something. In his previous life as the founder of Tianyang Capital, Xia Tian had an incredibly deep understanding of the financial industry. His knowledge of the stock market went without saying. Coupled with his freakish memory that could replay scenes like a video, he quickly retrieved from his memories the detailed price movements of some key stocks in recent years. Xia Tian, I am done. Jiang Sijia came out wrapped in a towel. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair rounded shoulders exposed to the air, and glimpses of her alluring figure peeked through. Below the towel, a section of her snowy, slender calves was visible. Xia Tian looked up and couldn't help but swallow. This woman was a bit of a gold digger, and a bit of a tease. But he had to admit she did have some capital. Feeling the strong reaction of his youthful body, Xia Tian put down his pen and walked into the bathroom. Wait for me on the bed. We'll take a shower. A few minutes later, Xia Tian, draped in a bath towel, walked to the bedside and shot Chen Sijia a wicked grin. If you can satisfy me tonight, I'll take you home to meet my family tomorrow. Chen Siji's delicate frame trembled instantly, her large eyes brimming with undisguised delight. During her shower, her thoughts had been a whirlwind. She had already fantasized about the life of marrying into the wealthy family, envisioning it several times over. Yet a flicker of worry lingered. Would Xia Tian merely be toying with her? After all, the scions of wealthy families were often fickle. Once they got what they wanted, they might not cherish it. But if Xia Tian truly brought her to meet his parents, the entire situation would take on a completely different meaning. She would then become the acknowledged daughter-in-law of Xia Tian's parents. At this thought, a tender, seductive smile curled at the corners of Chen Siji's lips. A ripple of spring water swirled in her large eyes, and she pressed her entire body against Xia Tian's. Though she had never been intimate with a man, she had secretly studied quite a few romantic films. On one hand, it was for the day she might need the knowledge. On the other hand, it was also to satisfy her own physical needs. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she harbored an indescribably contrasting personality deep within. For Chen Sijia, money was the ultimate catalyst. Coupled with Xia Tian's naturally handsome features and the sudden calm aura he exuded, Chen Sijia soon found herself lost in a daze, sinking into the moment. In her dream, the night was deep. It was a vast horse ranch where 2 steeds galloped across the field, always locked in a tight race, impossible to tell which was ahead. Riding was a most intriguing activity. On the wide grounds, Chen Sijia moved with the rhythm, her long black hair flowing like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the breeze. Chen Sijia was in truth a girl of considerable courage. Except from the very beginning, and in her eagerness to impress Xia Tian, she even took the initiative to be an innovator who dared to be the first. Yet thanks to Xia Tian's exceptional physique and reflexes, he always managed to adapt perfectly. The two ran a full 4 or 5 laps on the track. Only then did they completely let go, utterly exhausted. That night, Chen Sijia dreamed a most beautiful dream. In it, she became the mistress of a wealthy household. She lived in a grand villa, driving luxury cars out to shop every day. Each time, she would swipe her card, madly buying all sorts of designer clothes, cosmetics, and handbags. She had obtained everything she had ever yearned for. Then she flaunted it all before her girlfriends. The envy in their eyes left her utterly intoxicated. The next morning, Chen Sijia woke heavily from her slumber. Opening her bleary eyes, she saw Xia Tian sitting by the bed, his face full of worry, a lit cigarette in his hand. Darling, what's wrong? Though she didn't know when Xia Tian had learned to smoke, Chen Sijia still wrapped herself around him. Is something trouble? Feeling the soft, smooth warmth against his back, Xia Tian suppressed the urge in his body, let out a long sigh, and smiled bitterly. What's troubling me is how I'm going to pay off the debt. Pay off the debt? Chen Sijia was taken aback, not immediately understanding. Yet even though this outfit was bought at the Wenzhou clothing wholesale market, it still cost me over 1,000 yuan. And that Richard Mille watch is the latest high-quality replica. It wasn't cheap either, a full 650. Xia Tian pointed at the clothes and watch on the sofa, shaking his head helplessly. Renting the car cost 1,000 plus nearly 2,000 for the hotel tonight. My monthly allowance is only a few hundred. Looks like I'll be eating dirt from now on. What? Wenzhou clothing wholesale market. A high-quality replica? Chen Sijia was dumbfounded. Her gaze lingered on the clothes and watch for a long time before she finally forced a smile. Darling, you must be joking with me. You're testing me, aren't you? Xia Tian shook his head helplessly, about to say something when Chen Siji's phone rang. Chen Sijia glanced at it and answered. The urgent voice of Ma Ziqiang came through the earpiece. Sijia, it's me, Ma Ziqiang. There's something I have to tell you. Last night, I took the leftover bottle of red wine that Xia Tian brought back. After testing by the professionals at our catering company, that so-called Romani Conti is definitely fake. If you buy it at the wholesale market, it's at most 99 yuan a bottle, no a case. With a clatter, the phone slipped from Chen Siji's hand and fell onto the bed. Chen Sijia seemed to have lost her soul. Her eyes, void of light, stared at the touch of crimson on the bed. After a long while, she lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with boundless hatred as she fixed her gaze on Xia Tian. Grinding her teeth, she said, Xia Tian, you're ruthless. Why did you do this? Xia Tian put on a guilty expression as if he had reverted to the timid, submissive self he used to be in front of Chen Sijia. I'm sorry, Sijia. I love you so much that I came up with this plan hoping you would agree to be with me. Sijia, you're mine now. Don't worry, I'll work hard from now on, striving to give you a wealthy life. Get the hell out. Hearing Xia Tian's words, the anger in Chen Siji's heart became even more uncontrollable. She lashed out like a shrew, flailing wildly. How the hell can you give me a wealthy life? With your measly few hundred yuan monthly allowance? You're nothing but a piece of trash, and you still want to be with me. What a damn dream. Cursing, Chen Sijia put on her clothes, got out of bed, and slipped on her shoes. But due to the strenuous activities of the night before, a sharp pain shot up from her lower body, making even walking difficult. Yet she was clearly unwilling to stay a moment longer in this room, let alone spare another glance at that pauper. Seeing Chen Siji's awkward gait, Xia Tian feigned panic and called out, Sijia, wait. Didn't you say you wanted to go home with me to meet my parents? Get the hell out of here. Don't ever let me see you again. Chen Sijia slammed the door shut and limped down. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window watching Chen Sijia limp into a taxi, Xia Tian's lips curled slightly. He turned to glance at the trace of red on the bedsheet, a hint of emotion welling up inside him. He had never imagined that what he had desperately pursued in his past life would be achieved in just a few short days after his rebirth. And it had happened while the other party was going out of her way to please him. Xia Tian shook his head with a wave of emotion, tore off the sticky note that he had scribbled on from the coffee table, and casually tucked it into his pocket. Then he turned and left the room. Arriving at the hotel lobby on the first floor, he had just finished checking out when he turned around to leave, only to spot a strikingly familiar, beautiful figure. It's you. Xia Tian was taken aback, the words slipping out involuntarily. Seeing Xia Tian, the woman frowned slightly, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. Without deigning to acknowledge him, she turned and walked inside. Two staff members in professional suits had already approached her, saying respectfully, President Mu, the meeting is about to begin. It's on the 16th floor. All right. The young woman, whose demeanor was far from ordinary, nodded slightly and stepped into the elevator, led by the staff. Her exquisite high-end suit, the black stockings beneath her pencil skirt, and her cold, almost emotionless features made her, though barely 20, appear somewhat more mature. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Xia Tian felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected that the young beauty with whom he had shared a one-night stand could also display such a composed, mature side. From what the staff had just said, her identity seemed far from ordinary. Seeing that she hadn't even glanced at him, but walked straight into the elevator, Xia Tian shook his head, dismissed the thought, and turned to cross the street opposite the hotel. Across the street was a Guotong Securities office. The building's facade bore the 4 characters, Guotong Securities. This area was the core of Hangzhou, and the Guotong Securities building, imposing in its architecture, was likely the city's headquarters. Entering the office, Xia Tian got straight to the point, handing his ID card and bank card to a staff member. Hello, I'd like to open an account. Certainly, please fill out the account opening form. Soon the female staff member had set up the account, then looked at Xia Tian and asked, Sir, your account is ready. Would you like to transfer funds in? Yes, transfer 5000 in. Xia Tian thought for a moment. In truth, this was money he had set aside for tuition, but borrowing it temporarily shouldn't cause any issues. 5000. Hearing this amount, the somewhat overweight female staff member was speechless, her face showing undisguised contempt. This was the Guotong Securities Hangzhou Central Office, where the usual clientele were wealthy big shots. Someone opening an account to trade stocks with just 5000 yuan. She had never encountered such a thing before. After completing the transfer, the female staff member tossed the ID card and bank card in front of Xia Tian, then turned to greet a portly middle-aged man. Unperturbed by her cold attitude, Xia Tian picked up his cards and walked over to a computer, logging into his newly opened securities account. Then he took out the sticky note from his pocket, quickly searched for a few stocks to verify, and the joy in his eyes grew deeper. Just as he had expected, the trends were exactly as he remembered. So far, his rebirth hadn't triggered any butterfly effect. Xia Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. He furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then his gaze finally settled on the stock, Luodun Development. Luodun Development 4. 92 yuan, current change 8. 15-inch. Comparing the chart from his memory, Xia Tian decided to go all in. His balance of 500 yuan was just enough to buy 10 lots i.e. 1000 shares. Sir, if this is your first time trading, I'd recommend choosing a more stable stock. Stocks like Luodun Development, which had been plunging for a week due to last month's disastrous earnings report, are likely to hit the daily limit down today, based on the current chart. Just then a clear, melodious voice sounded from the side. Xia Tian looked up to see a very young woman. Her porcelain-white, delicate face, high-bridged nose, and tall figure of 170 centimeters, it dressed in a fitting professional black suit and stockings. Although only in her 20s, she exuded the aura of a corporate elite, professional and aloof. Only the simple ponytail of her soft black hair softened the overall impression. Xia Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter a top-tier beauty easily over 95 points and looks with such an extraordinary aura in the middle of the lobby. Thank you. Xia Tian expressed his thanks, but didn't alter his plan. He pressed the buy button. 10 lots. The transaction was completed instantly. Logging out of his account, Xia Tian turned and gave the young woman a polite smile, then walked out. Watching Xia Tian's departing back, and then glancing at the Luodun Development stock that continued to drop, nearly hitting the limit down, Lin Xiu shook her head helplessly. She had seen plenty of college students like this eager to get rich in the stock market only to end up losing everything, and they never listened to good advice. Spotting Lin Xiu, the overweight female staff member hurried over. Manager Lin, Mr. Zhao from Jiangcheng Private Equity is looking for you. Lin Xiu nodded faintly and walked toward a portly middle-aged man. What's so great about her? Just because she's a returned overseas student. If not for her looks, even a ninja turtle wouldn't look for her, the female staff muttered sourly behind her. Seeing Lin Xiu, the portly middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Manager Lin, finally I meet you. I'm Zhao Xin from Jiangcheng Private Equity. We met last time. I'm quite familiar with Director Li of your office. Sorry, Mr. Zhao, I'm just a wealth management manager. If you need anything else, you can contact another staff member. Lin Xiu finally managed to shake off the ill-intentioned Mr. Zhao and turned to head upstairs. Just then an exclamation rang out from a corner of the lobby. Holy crap, look at Luodun Development. Luodun Development. What about it? Didn't it just hit the limit down? Look, it's already rising. And it's about to turn red. What the hell? I just sold at a loss this morning. The lobby, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly became noisy. Luodun Development. Lin Xiu was startled and looked over. On the big screen, the chart for Luodun Development had been pulled up. In the blink of an eye, a straight line shot straight up, from the daily limit down to the daily limit up in an instant. A ground-to-ceiling limit. And at the limit-up price, there were buy orders of over 1 million lots, solidly locking it. Oh my god, a ground-to-ceiling limit. If only I had bought a few lots just now. That's a full 20 profit. Probably more than 20, right? Such a straight line up, locking the limit in under a minute. There's likely more meat to come. Damn it, I just cut my losses. Listening to the chatter and staring at the over 1 million lots of buy orders at the limit-up price. Lin Xiu's body trembled, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. The scene of Xia Tian buying the stock without hesitation flashed through her mind. Tian, where did you go last night? As soon as Xia Tian stepped into the dormitory, Luo Meng spotted him and walked over with a worried tone. Another roommate, Guo Changdong, lay on the bed scrolling through a web novel while speaking in a thick northeastern accent, grinning mischievously. Tian Ge, how come you learned to stay out all night? Don't tell me you went to one of those cheap hotels on Chengdong Street. Chengdong Street was just east of the university town, the infamous red light district of Hangzhou. It was said that many male students from the university lost their virginity there. What are you thinking? Could that kind of place ever match my standards? I stayed at the Wanhao International Hotel last night. Wanhao International. Tian Ge, you're awesome. Even though I know you're bragging, your haircut and clothes do make it look legit. Guo Changdong laughed from the bed, clearly not believing Xia Tian. The Wanhao International was a super 5-star hotel costing at least a few thousand a night. How could a poor student like him afford it? Xia Tian rolled his eyes and ignored him, turning to Luo Meng to explain. Wei-Go wasn't at Siji's birthday last night. I drank a bit too much and just stayed at the hotel. Luo Meng nodded. He knew that Ma Ziqiang from the music department had also attended Chen Siji's birthday party and seemed to have guessed what Xia Tian had gone through last night. He wasn't a man of many words. He wanted to offer some comfort, but didn't know how. Tian, let's have a drink together. Feeling Luo Meng's concern, a warmth spread through Xia Tian's heart. He nodded. Sure, Wei-Go. He'll treat you guys. Just then Chen Xiaokong pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. The moment he saw Xia Tian, he eagerly rushed over. Tian-ge, how was it? Did you enjoy the car last night? It was a brand new one, never been used. New car. Xia Tian was momentarily stunned, then nodded with a meaningful smile. Yeah, it was a nice car. Brand new indeed. Exactly. My reputation is solid, Tian-ge. Next time you need a deal, come to me. Although Chen Xiaokong found Xia Tian's smile a bit odd, he didn't think much of it. He had made a cool $500 from this deal and was more than satisfied. Come on, Tian, time for class. Luo Meng stood up and called the others to go. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory building, Luo Meng tugged at Xia Tian and pointed into the distance. Ahem, Tian. Xia Tian also felt a chill approaching. He looked over and saw Chen Sijia limping toward them from the direction of the female dormitory. She glanced at him with an expressionless face. Her already pale features seemed even more icy. There was an indescribable hatred in her gaze. Xia Tian, come here. I need to talk to you. Luo Meng looked at Chen Sijia with some confusion. Bro, you're something else. Guo Changdong quietly gave a thumbs up, then pulled Luo Meng toward the teaching building. Awesome, Tian-ge. Looks like the Audi really works. Chen Xiaokong chuckled and winked at Xia Tian before following the others. Just say what you have to say. Xia Tian fixed his gaze on Chen Sijia. She clearly wasn't in good shape today. Her makeup was far less meticulous than usual. Her face was pale as if she had lost a lot of blood. But Xia Tian felt no pity for her, nor any guilt. Besides, everything last night had been her own initiative. Many of the moves were a first for him. Feeling Xia Tian's strange gaze, a look of intense disgust flashed in Chen Siji's eyes. She said coldly, First, I don't want anyone to know what happened yesterday. Second, from now on there is nothing between us. No problem. Xia Tian curled his lips slightly and nodded. He had already anticipated why Chen Sijia had come. For her, cutting her losses in time and not tarnishing her pure and pristine image was the most important thing. Seeing Xia Tian agree, Chen Sijia snorted coldly and turned to leave. But Xia Tian suddenly spoke. Wait, there's one more thing I need to confirm. What? A flicker of disgust crossed Chen Siji's eyes, thinking he was going to pester her again. It's just, are you sure you won't regret today's decision and come back to bother me? Xia Tian asked seriously. Regret? Bother you? Chen Sijia laughed in fury, her sneer dripping with contempt and disdain. I would rather die than go after a worthless man like you. With that, she didn't even spare him another glance and turned toward the teaching building. Watching Chen Siji's still slightly unnatural gait, Xia Tian revealed a confident smile. It seemed that after his rebirth, certain abilities had been greatly enhanced. Xia Tian. Just then a gentle, concerned female voice came from nearby. A figure quickly trotted over, stopping beside Xia Tian, a little out of breath. Her ample chest heaved up and down, and her big eyes were full of concern. Xia Tian turned around and was met with the sight of a long-haired girl dressed in somewhat old-fashioned clothes. She was very tall, but the outdated tracksuit she wore made her look a bit bulky. The girl kept her head down, her long bangs covering most of her face, revealing only a pair of dark, bright eyes. Her jet-black hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, exuding an indescribable tranquility and gentleness. And despite the plain old tracksuit, Xia Tian could clearly sense the impressive curves beneath. Seeing him staring at her in silence, the girl finally lifted her head and asked softly, a hint of worry in her voice. In that fleeting glance, Xia Tian caught a glimpse of a strikingly beautiful, ethereal face beneath the long hair. His heart jolted. Damn, this face seemed. Xia Tian was stunned. In his memory, there was no such goddess-level beauty in the college. After thinking for a while, he vaguely recalled that there was indeed a girl in the class who always wore an old-school uniform and kept her head down, hiding her face behind her long hair. In his previous life, no one had ever paid attention to this girl, who barely existed. Because back in freshman year, he had happened to help her once. Since then, this shy, introverted girl had always been kind to him, and he, having been obsessed with pursuing Chen Sijia, had never given another girl a second glance. Bai Meng. Seeing the gentle, quiet girl lower her head again, it took Xia Tian a long moment to match her with the name in his memory. Then he couldn't help cursing himself 100 times in his mind. Had he been brain dead in his previous life? How could he have ignored such a gentle, beautiful treasure of a girl and chased after a green tea bitch like Chen Sijia? Bai Meng looked at Xia Tian with concern. She had witnessed Chen Siji's cold attitude toward him. In the past, Xiatian would have been heartbroken by now. Why was he standing there grinning foolishly and acting as if he had never seen her before? Could he be stupid? Just then an irritated voice came from the side. Class has started. Why aren't you in the classroom? A mature beauty stood at the bottom of the teaching building frowning at Xiatian and Bai Meng. She wore a tight black dress that hugged her perfect figure. Her long straight legs were even more seductive in black stockings, and paired with the thin-heeled black sandals her mature sensuality was fully displayed. Summer was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered, and said hastily, "Hello teacher, Su will go in right now." Then turning to Bai Meng he nodded slightly, and said, "Bai Meng, let's go." "Oh, sure, okay." Bai Meng was startled, her cheeks flushing as she nodded, then hurriedly followed behind. Watching Summer's retreating figure, Su Yuru recalled something else, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes before she followed the two into the classroom. Tisk, my goddess, is even more alluring now. With that figure and aura, who in the entire finance academy can compete? Guo Changdong couldn't help but swallow as he gazed at Su Yuru on the podium. As the most reclusive resident of the boys' dormitory, he had always been deeply fascinated by mature, seductive beauties like Su Yuru. Summer also cast a few appreciative glances at the stunning counselor. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. It must be said, through the eyes of a mature man, this beautiful counselor was truly a gem. Her entire being exuded an overripe charm, as if a single pinch could release droplets of nectar. In certain aspects, she was utterly incomparable to a young girl like Chen Sijia. Feeling Summer's aggressive gaze, Su Yuru turned around and shot him a glare. Summer didn't avoid her eyes, but instead he offered her a faint smile. Su Yuru furrowed her brows. In her impression, although Summer was decent-looking, he was rather shy and even a bit insecure. Why was he so bold today? Summer stopped admiring Su Yuru's figure, took out his cheap smartphone, and downloaded the Tongwashan stock trading app. This phone had been bought by his family when he first entered college, costing nearly 2,000 yuan. Though the brand was mediocre, its specs were decent enough to run stock trading software like Tongwashan with ease. After logging into his Guotong Securities account before he could even look, a news alert popped up on Tongwashan. Mysterious funds aggressively scoop up Luodun Development, executing a floor-to-ceiling reversal in 1 minute. A surge of excitement ran through Summer. He quickly opened the chart for Luodun Development. Sure enough, shortly after he bought in the morning, a straight line shot the stock from the daily limit down to the daily limit up. Luodun Development, current price 5.85 yuan, current change 10.00, holdings 1,000 shares, position value 5,850 yuan. After checking his holdings, Summer shook his head helplessly. With such limited capital, even a near 20 profit amounted to just 1,000 yuan. If nothing unexpected happened, this Luodun Development would see 3 more consecutive limit up days, all opening with a 1-character limit up board. But he didn't plan to wait 3 days to sell. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Su Yuru announced the dismissal, then her gaze fell on Summer sitting at the back. "Summer, come with me to the office." The office? Summer was slightly taken aback. A fragment of memory from his past life flashed through his mind, but he couldn't recall this beautiful counselor ever summoning him alone today. Nevertheless, he stood up and followed Su Yuru out. Luo Ming, Chen Xiaokong, and the others all gave him looks of silent commiseration. "Brother Yang, you're in for a treat." Guo Changdong, on the other hand, wore an envious expression, as if jealous of Summer's chance to be alone with his sexy goddess. Su Yuru's office was in the building behind the teaching block, divided into an outer and inner room. Although she was only a counselor, she enjoyed decent treatment, occupying a private inner space alone. Entering the inner office, Su Yuru put down the teaching materials she was carrying and sat down directly. From the side, Summer could clearly see the enticing curve of her waist and hips, her slender waist blending perfectly with her rounded thighs. Summer couldn't help but swallow hard. Harboring a mature soul of over 30 years, he naturally knew just how lethal those shapely legs could be in certain moments. Su Yuru, unaware of Summer's expression, simply regarded him as an immature boy. She turned sideways to look at him, her waist appearing even slimmer, a hint of anger in her voice. "Summer, do you know why I called you here?" "No, I don't." Summer, somewhat enviously eyeing the chair beneath Su Yuru's black tight skirt, shook his head with utmost honesty. "Oomph." Su Yuru let out a light snort, her displeasure intensifying as she scrutinized Summer with a judgmental gaze. Summer rolled his eyes inwardly. Was she trying to use elementary school tactics on him? "Teacher Su, if there's something, just say it directly." Seeing Summer's nonchalant attitude, Su Yuru grew even more irritated and asked coldly, "Where did the tuition money in your bank card go?" "Tuition?" Summer was stunned. Damn, could he be this unlucky? He had just transferred the money out, and the school started deducting the fee. Seeing his shocked expression, Su Yuru snorted again. That morning, when the finance department tried to deduct the tuition, Summer was the only one in the entire class whose card showed insufficient balance. "Did you use it to chase a girl? Was it Chen Sijia from the finance department? I heard yesterday was her birthday." Su Yuru had heard from other students about Summer's simpering pursuit of Chinchilla, but she never imagined Summer would actually spend his tuition money just to win a girl's favor. Apparently, even buying her an expensive smartphone. It was utterly unreasonable. Teacher Su, you might have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Summer, I don't care where you spent the tuition. They'll give you 1 week. Su Yuru glanced at him dismissively. Pay the tuition to the school finance office by next Friday at the latest. Okay, thank you, Teacher Su. Summer said no more, and just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard the outer office door open, followed by a coquettish female voice from outside. Director Wang, don't be so hasty. What if someone sees us? Darling, what are you afraid of? Everyone's gone to lunch at this hour. You know this office. Besides Teacher Su, it's just me. The footsteps grew closer. Summer instantly reacted, pulling Su Yuru behind the door, because through the glass panel on the wall the inner office was visible from outside. Sure enough, 2 figures glanced inside. Oh dear, what if Teacher Su comes? Don't worry, that little vixen usually goes straight home after class. Come here. You're so annoying. Listening to the obscene sounds from outside, Su Yuru's face turned green. She knew Director Wang had a chaotic private life, dallying with several female teachers on campus, but she never expected him to fool around right in the office. The sounds outside grew more and more indecent. Summer found it amusing, but not overly shocking. Office romances were quite common on campus. But Su Yuru felt extremely awkward, especially with a male student pressed so close beside her. Her face reddened, and whether from anger or another reason, her delicate body trembled incessantly. Finally, unable to bear it, Su Yuru was about to stand up and go out, but Summer grabbed her arm. Then accidentally her entire body leaned against him. Oh, shoo. Summer made a silencing gesture and shook his head. Feeling the soft warmth against him and catching the faint scent of her body, Summer couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. Su Yuru glared at Summer with flushed cheeks, but she knew that going out now would only make things awkwardly messy. Still, she glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. Why was this usually shy boy acting so calmly today? Looking at his profile, which seemed more handsome than before, and listening to the lewd sounds outside, Su Yuru's cheeks grew even redder. Didn't expect the old man to be quite impressive. Summer glanced outside, then surveyed the office. Suddenly his gaze stopped on the computer screen on Su Yuru's. A few minutes later, the sounds of battle outside finally ceased. The coquettish female voice came through again. Director Wang, am all out of strength. Why are you so formidable today? You little vixen, I came prepared today. Blue talisman, energy concentrating pill, locking in more energy. How about it? Satisfied. Satisfied, satisfied. Get up now, it's getting late. I should head home. What are you afraid of? That useless husband of yours. Male vigor energy pill. Xia Tian nearly burst out laughing. No wonder the old man lasted so long. He had a secret trick. Glancing at the beautiful teacher whose face was flushed almost black, he barely managed to suppress his laughter. With the sound of a door closing, the world fell silent again. Hearing the shameless conversation outside, Su Yuru felt utterly disturbed. Remembering that Xia Tian was still nearby, her face grew even redder. Su Yuru stood up only to find Xia Tian staring at her computer screen as if he had discovered something. Her body trembled, and she instantly tensed up, quickly stepping in front of the computer. Xia Tian, what are you looking at? Huh? Xia Tian looked at the extremely nervous Su Yuru, whose pretty face seemed about to bleed red, and his expression turned strange. Was it really necessary to be this nervous just from glancing at the computer? Could it be? An improper thought arose in Xia Tian's mind. Teacher Su, the icon technology stock you bought is very risky going forward. You'd better cut your losses early. Leaving these words, Xia Tian turned and walked out of the office. Su Yuru stood there dumbfounded. Icon technology. It took her a long moment to react. She turned to look at the computer screen, which displayed the user interface of a stock trading software. Her holdings in icon technology were a sea of green. It had dropped a full 5 today. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very risky. What does a brat like you know about stock trading? After studying macroeconomics for a few days, you think you understand the stock market. The icon technology she was bullish on had solid fundamentals. It was clearly a potential stock. The current decline must be the market maker shaking off weak hands. Trying to shake me out. No way. Su Yuru studied it again with wide eyes, then gritted her teeth and increased her position. Using all her remaining funds, she went all in to buy the dip on icon technology. After leaving the office building, Xia Tian first went to the cafeteria to get a meal. When swiping his card, he saw the balance 15.9 yuan. After deducting 6 yuan for the deluxe boxed lunch, only 9 yuan remained. Xia Tian smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been reborn, he would probably be broke soon. He needed to find a way to... Just as he finished eating, his phone beeped twice with a message notification. He took out his phone and saw a light blue female avatar flashing among his QQ contacts. Senior Zihan Jr., are you free? Senior Zihan. Xia Tian was momentarily stunned, then a figure perfectly blending sexiness and purity appeared in his mind, especially those snow-white straight legs, the ultimate fantasy of every guy. Yang Zihan, a beautiful senior from the neighboring art academy now in her 4th year. In terms of looks and figure, she was a campus belle at the art academy, a top-tier 95-point stunner. Because Xia Tian had a good voice, he joined the school's music club in his freshman year and occasionally participated in school performances. By chance he met Yang Zihan. Although Yang Zihan was a goddess at the art academy, she was very kind to Xia Tian, a handsome and shy junior who often silently helped her, and she frequently teased him. But back then Xia Tian was too insecure to have any thoughts about the music academy's goddess. After graduation they lost touch. He only remembered that later this beautiful senior became a rising star in the music industry, releasing several songs that achieved decent success and quickly gaining fame. But it didn't last long. First, she was rumored to be involved with a big shot in the entertainment industry. Then a so-called scandal was exposed. After that she was completely blacklisted. Xia Tian recalled that in his previous life after founding Tianyang capital, he happened to hear that after being blacklisted, she had gone alone to Yunnan province. Thinking of Yang Zihan's sexy figure, Xia Tian was slightly surprised. Why would this senior suddenly contact him? Wendy, Senior Zihan, is something the matter? As soon as he sent it, a reply came. Senior Zihan, if you're free, come to Absolute Zero now. Absolute Zero. Xia Tian was taken aback. This was the place where he met that seductive woman on his first day of rebirth. He checked the time and simply replied with 3 words. Wendy, okay, wait for me. Absolute Zero was the largest bar near the university town, located by the university park with an excellent location. The decor was luxurious and upscale. Besides students, the bar catered more to elite white-collar workers from society. So the prices were not low. Yang Zihan worked there as a resident singer in her spare time. Xia Tian over here. As soon as Xia Tian walked in, he heard a crisp, melodious voice. He turned to look and saw a seemingly familiar, seductive figure heading out of the bar. Her. Xia Tian was stunned. Then he saw Yang Zihan, standing not far away, her snow-white straight legs looking even more alluring under the lights, drawing the gaze of every man. Her flawless oval face was lightly made up with slightly furrowed brows and bright eyes that sparkled, giving her a pure water-like appearance. Truly an angelic face with a devilish figure. Even Xia Tian, accustomed to seeing beauties, couldn't help his heart racing. Now this was top tier. Compared to Yang Zihan, Shinxijia was clearly a tier lower. Perhaps only the woman from that night could rival her. Xia Tian couldn't help but think of that silhouette again. Junior, what would you like to drink? My treat. Yang Zihan walked over and gave Xia Tian a seductive glance. Anything's fine. Xia Tian replied absent-mindedly. Yang Zihan paused, then blinked with a sly expression. Anything. Let's drink then. I hear the brandy here is good. Sure. Xia Tian nodded casually. Yang Zihan was taken aback. She often teased this junior with drinking, and he always panicked. Why was he agreeing now? But she quickly recovered a slight smile, curving her lips as she flagged down a waiter. 2 bottles of brandy. 2 bottles. The waiter was startled, but asked respectfully, certainly, Miss Yang. Which brand would you like? Yang Zihan froze. Though she sang there, she rarely drank and knew little about brand labels. She had only mentioned brandy to scare Xia Tian. Hennessy VSOP Cognac will do, Xia Tian said casually. The price was reasonable, and the taste. Yang Zihan was dumbfounded. Was this the shy, supposedly never-drunk junior she knew? Just then the entire bar suddenly fell silent. A young man in his 20s walked in, followed by 2 bodyguards in black suits. The man wore a designer suit and shiny pointed leather shoes with an air of arrogance between his brows. Congratulations, everyone. Tonight all drinks are on Mr. Sure. With the host's announcement, the bar erupted in excitement. Damn, young Master Sure is here again. Awesome. Mr. Sure is so generous, we always get a free round. This must cost at least 100,000 yuan. Is Mr. Sure really that loaded? What do you know? This is nothing to young Master Sure. He's the heir to Landy Real Estate. You know Landy Real Estate, right? The top real estate company in Hangzhou City. Hearing the crowd, Mr. Sure wore a smug expression and walked up to Yang Zihan. His lecherous eyes fixed on her with infatuation. Miss Yang, have you reconsidered what I mentioned last time? Upon seeing this young Master Sure, Yang Zihan's expression changed instantly. Her originally charming face was suddenly shrouded in frost as she coldly stated, I'm sorry, young Master Sure. You are a person of great stature, while I, Yang Zihan, am merely a poor student and dare not reach for the heights. Hearing Yang Zihan's words, Sure Filong's expression darkened, and he let out a heavy snort. Zihan, I truly like you, otherwise I wouldn't offer you so many conditions. Following me will definitely not leave you wanting. After saying this, he looked down at Xia Tian with disdain, saying, Zihan, when looking for a man, don't just focus on appearances. With a poor student like this, what can he provide you? Forget it, I'll give you a few more days to think it over. You know the relationship between the owner of this bar and our blue. If you refuse, hee. After finishing, Shifilong's gaze shamelessly fell on Yang Zihan's voluptuous figure, licking his lips and revealing a lewd smile before turning to leave. Watching Shifilong's retreating figure, Xia Tian fell into thought. Don't mind him, he's a lunatic. Seemingly worried that Xia Tian would be concerned, Yang Zihan returned to her original playful demeanor and pulled Xia Tian to sit at a booth. Junior, I heard you were dumped. Are you very sad? Come, sister will drink with you today. Xia Tian had a puzzled expression. He was confused as to how Yang Zihan knew about his issues with Chen Sijia since they were not in the same school. You might not know, but your goddess has already started dating Ma Ziqiang. It seems she knows your doubts. Yang Zihan explained that brat Ma Ziqiang, in order to show off, specially posted their couple photo in the group chat and even mentioned you. Xia Tian suddenly realized that Ma Ziqiang was also part of the music club and was in the same circle as Yang Zihan. He didn't expect Chen Sijia to be with that Ma Ziqiang so quickly. In his previous life, she had always kept him hanging. It seems she truly hated him. Although he had no feelings for Chen Sijia, the thought of her with another man still stirred a strange feeling within. However, he quickly shook his head. He knew that with Chen Sijia's cunningness, she would never let someone take advantage of her. Even, perhaps this new suitor would have to support Chen Sijia until graduation, only to watch her get into someone else's BMW. After all, with Ma Ziqiang's conditions, he could never satisfy Chen Sijia's appetite. Alright, Junior, what's there to be sad about? That woman not choosing you is her lack of vision. Come, cheers. Seeing Xia Tian's expression, Yang Zihan thought he was still mourning over Chen Sijia, and she raised her glass. Thank you. Xia Tian raised his glass, downed it in one go, and smacked his lips. It was still that familiar. Seeing Xia Tian's expression of lingering enjoyment, Yang Zihan widened her eyes. Was this still the same Junior who never dared to drink? She took a sip herself and nearly spat it out. So spicy. What's wrong, senior sister? How does the wine taste? Xia Tian looked over. It's okay. Yang Zihan forced down the spiciness and swallowed. This wine has quite a high alcohol content. If senior sister can't handle it, why not drink something soft? Noticing Yang Zihan's expression, Xia Tian kindly reminded her. Who says I can't handle it? Who do you underestimate? Yang Zihan huffed playfully and poured herself another glass, seemingly afraid of being looked down upon by Xia Tian. Sister was drinking before you were even drinking calcium milk. Come, cheers. Xia Tian helplessly shook his head and raised his glass. That guy just now, Shifilong, is the general manager of Blue Land Real Estate and the son of Bashan, the chairman of Blue Land Group. He already has a wife, but ever since he met me, he's been pursuing me. You know, it's nothing more than wanting to keep me as a mistress. Perhaps because Yang Zihan was also in a bad mood, she drank quickly, and soon her beautiful eyes became a bit hazy. Chu Xia Tian, do you think all men are the same? Not a single good one. Xia Tian didn't know how to respond and raised his glass to take a sip. Looking at the men and women in the corner of the bar, he curled his lips. I don't know if there are any good men, but I do know that good men are often not cherished by women. Hee, you must be talking about yourself. Yang Zihan draped her arm over Xia Tian's shoulders, saying with a hint of schadenfreude. Me? Xia Tian shook his head. Perhaps in the past he was, but after being reborn, he would never be a good man again. Junior, don't drink alone. Waiter, bring 2 more bottles of brandy. Yang Zihan looked at the empty bottles and shouted towards the waiter not far away. Senior sister, you've had a bit too much. Let's get ready to go back. What? Don't you want me to drink too much? Wouldn't that make it better if I can't go back? Yang Zihan flashed a seductive smile at Xia Tian. Teasing me. Xia Tian's lips curled slightly, and he waved to the waiter, saying, waiter, bring the drinks. Then he turned to Yang Zihan, saying, senior sister, you'd better not light a fire. I'm just a normal man, and I've already— Yang Zihan chuckled playfully, not expecting the little man she had her eyes on to be so manly today. Moreover, after chatting for so long, he clearly exuded an indescribable charm. It made her unable to resist, feeling even more enthralled. Half an hour later, after 2 more bottles of brandy that hadn't been drunk much, Yang Zihan had completely slumped against Xia Tian. Alright, let's go back. Xia Tian helped Yang Zihan up. Yang Zihan leaned against Xia Tian, her alluring eyes glimmering as she made a significant decision in her heart. Chu Xia Tian, let's go. To a hotel. Glancing at Yang Zihan's impressive curves and feeling the soft touch on his body, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel dry-mouthed. Senior sister, are you sure? Yang Zihan nodded, looking at Xia Tian with hazy eyes. Anyway, I'll give myself to someone sooner or later, so why not let it be you? The most renowned romantic rendezvous for couples in the university town. The Love in Her Buddha-earthened hotel. Its ambience and decor were exquisite, warm, yet imbued with subtle charm. Behind the circular hotel building lay a secluded courtyard. Within the courtyard, a dense thicket thrived, and a winding path connected to the entrance. Inside, a crystal-clear spring moistened the surrounding soil. The once silent grove had somehow become animated with a sudden liveliness. Though the night had deepened, the rooms around showed no signs of quietude. After hours of frenzy, Xia Tian felt his entire being, body and soul, elevated to a sublime state. Lying on the integrated circular bed, he lit a cigarette. Gazing at his perfect reflection in the ceiling mirror, Xia Tian slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He hadn't expected this goddess-like senior to be a virgin. Yet despite it being her first time, she was astonishingly passionate. So much so that even he, a man reborn into a second life, found himself uncontrollably captivated. Born with a seductive charm. The phrase sprang unbidden into Xia Tian's mind. Lying in Xia Tian's embrace, Yang Zihan's beautiful eyes were slightly unfocused. She was clearly still immersed in the lingering afterglow. Zihan, won't you regret this? Regret? Why would I? I'm going into the entertainment industry, and you know how murky those waters are, right? I don't have any powerful backing, so I can't stay pure in that world. Yang Zihan seemed to have accepted it, but a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Since I'll eventually be taken advantage of by those disgusting men anyway, I'd rather give myself to you first, little one. Little one. Xia Tian raised an eyebrow and shifted slightly. No, not little one. Yang Zihan quickly begged for mercy. Though she had an extraordinary constitution, it was still her first time. She hadn't expected this seemingly gentle and mild-mannered Xia Tian to be so exceptionally gifted. If this continued, she feared she might not be able to bear it. Xia Tian was also somewhat puzzled. He remembered his past lives' performance was decent, but not to this extent. It seemed to be another benefit of his rebirth. Zihan, do you want to become a singer? Yes, I love singing. My only dream since childhood has been to sign with Starry Sky Entertainment. A glimmer of longing appeared in Yang Zihan's eyes. That was her greatest aspiration. Starry Sky Entertainment. Xia Tian paused for a moment. He knew that company, the undisputed giant in the entertainment industry. If he remembered correctly, in his past life, Yang Zihan had joined that company, and then rumors of an affair with a certain executive there had surfaced. Yes, Starry Sky Entertainment. You might not have heard of it, but it's the absolute ruler in the entertainment industry. Having said that, Yang Zihan grew a little dejected. But a giant like Starry Sky Entertainment would never pay attention to an ordinary student like me. Don't worry, senior. I think your voice and musical talent will definitely catch their attention. Xia Tian comforted her. Oh, you don't understand. The entertainment industry isn't just about talent. Often you need other things. Yang Zihan shook her head. To her, this junior brother didn't grasp the complexity and murkiness of the entertainment world. The next morning, Yang Zihan woke from her dream, and her first sensation was Xia Tian's boundless energy. Xia Tian pulled her into his arms and gave her a gentle kiss. After nearly 2 more hours of wild passion, they finally emerged from the room. Hello, checking out of room 8201. At the hotel front desk, Xia Tian handed, oh, yes, sir. Besides the room charge, your additional consumption is 30. No 60 yuan. Cash or card. The front desk clerk, a young woman in her 20s, confirmed the room charges, then blushed as she looked at Xia Tian. Xia Tian realized, patted his empty pockets, and pulled out his bank card with only a few hundred yuan left. Card, please. The blushing clerk swiped the card and handed it back. Sir, your card. Please keep it safe. Xia Tian nodded and reached for it, but Yang Zihan snatched the card away. Moi. Yang Zihan took out her phone, photographed the card number, then returned the card to Xia Tian. Don't forget to have some breakfast. I have class later, so I can't stay with you. Aren't you eating? I'm full already. Going to class now. Bye. Yang Zihan giggled, shot him a seductive glance, and waved. Watching Yang Zihan's long, slender legs carry her away, Xia Tian turned and headed toward the Guotong securities office. He hadn't taken many steps when his phone suddenly chimed. Xia Tian pulled out his phone and saw a message. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 1718 received a transfer of 50 yuan at 912 on October 12th. Current balance 50182. 65 yuan. Xia Tian was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and dialed Yang Zihan's number. Soon her pleasant voice came through the phone. Hee, little junior, missing me already? Was it you who transferred the money? I've saved some money from my gigs. I don't usually need it, so consider it a loan. Yang Zihan's eyes darted as she explained, as if afraid he would refuse. Okay, tell me when you need it. Xia Tian didn't refuse, he simply accepted matter-of-factly. Hanging up, Yang Zihan's lips curled into a smile. She had heard that Xia Tian had spent all his living expenses on Chun Siji's birthday, so she had memorized his bank card number and transferred the money to him. This was all the savings she had accumulated during that period, but since she had little need for money, she transferred it all to Xia Tian. She had worried he might not accept it, but it seemed this junior brother wasn't that chauvinistic. Just like the night before, Xia Tian didn't think much about it. Right now he needed money badly. Since Yang Zihan had some, he would use it. After all, for someone who had once possessed hundreds of millions in assets, this 500 yuan was nothing. Now with this 5000 yuan as capital, he could speed up his wealth accumulation considerably. Xia Tian entered the Guotong securities office just as the clock struck 9:25. The call auction had just ended and the regular trading session was about to begin. Xia Tian walked directly to the customer area, found a free computer, and quickly logged into his account. He transferred the 5,000 yuan from his card into his securities account. Opening the intraday chart for Luodun Development, he saw it was indeed hitting the daily limit up at the opening. A limit up board. Luodun Development current price 6.44 yuan, change 10. 1 A holdings 1000 shares, a position value 6440 yuan. Compared to the purchase price yesterday morning, he had gained nearly 30 points, earning 1520 yuan. The initial accumulation of capital was painfully slow. Xia Tian shook his head helplessly, then, without hesitation, he chose to sell. The limit order book had over 1 million shares waiting to be bought, and his sell order was instantly filled. This scene happened to catch the eye of Lin Xiyu, who was passing by. Upon seeing Xia Tian sell Luodun Development at the daily limit up, Lin Xiyu was rendered speechless. She had initially suspected that Xia Tian might be a master for buying Luodun Development at the limit down without hesitation yesterday. Now that thought vanished instantly. It further confirmed that he was nothing but a complete novice. Those truly in the know understood a saying in the stock market. He who buys is a disciple. He who sells is the master. And he who stays out of the market is the patriarch. Luodun Development opened with on a limit up straight today, firmly sealed by millions of buy orders. This meant the stock would still have a premium tomorrow and even likely continue its limit up. Selling at such a moment. What else could it be but sheer stupidity? She rolled her eyes in exasperation, losing all interest in Xia Tian, and headed straight upstairs. Xia Tian, unaware that he had become Lin Shiyu's mental deficient, checked his account balance after selling Lu. Then he immediately switched to Huaca Media. Today was the first day of Huaca Media's backdoor listing results. The stock that Huaca Media was taking over had been suspended since 2006, and it officially resumed trading today, having been locked away for 6 full years. Huaca Media current price 9.05 yuan, current gain 9.12.00. Indeed. According to the regulations of the Huahua share market, on the resumption day of a stock reform, the 10 price limit does not apply. Even so, the staggering 900 gain was still shocking to behold. Though locked for 6 years, opening with a 9-fold increase surprised everyone. At that moment, the entire trading hall buzzed with frantic discussions about Huaca Media's terrifying opening price. Damn, the opening price shot from 1 yuan straight to 9. That's insane. If I recall correctly, this single day gain should break the share historical record. Yes, I just checked. The legendary monster stock of 2007 St. Lansha only had a single day gain of 715. It must be the main force manipulating the market. At this price, who the hell would take the bait? Sure enough, at that moment, the upward trend suddenly crashed. Consecutive massive sell orders of tens of thousands of shares dumped onto the market. The guy who spoke earlier smirked contemptuously. See, pumping up just to dump. I've seen this trick countless times. Well, I was just about to buy a few lots to gamble, glad I didn't. Me too. If I had bought, I'd be stranded at the peak, smashed down over 100 points. Damn, just thinking about it gives me chills. Listening to the crowd, Xia Tian curled his lips slightly and stared intently at the screen. Just as another few sell orders of tens of thousands of shares pushed Huaca Media's stock price down to 7.85 yuan, Xia Tian decisively placed an order to buy with all his capital. The trade executed instantly. Huaca Media current price 7.85 yuan, current gain 726. 8. Holdings 7200 shares, position value 56520.00 yuan. After the large sell orders broke through 7.85 yuan, panic selling ensued, and the price continued downward. It quickly reached 7.80 yuan. But in an instant, massive buy orders appeared, sweeping up shares. The price stabilized around 7.85 yuan. Within seconds, a super buy order of 100 shares appeared, sweeping away all sell orders from 7.85 yuan to 8.10 yuan. The price was instantly yanked up to 8.11 yuan. Xia Tian's lips curled slightly. Clearly, a major hot money player had detected the main force's true bullish intent through the earlier maneuvers. Sure enough, after that super order, the entire market entered a frenzy of grabbing shares. Several deep-pocketed hot money players likely entered the scene, sweeping up shares aggressively. Huaca Media's stock price shot up vertically, once more soaring to the sky. Soon it surpassed the opening high. Can we still buy at this point? Buy? At this level? You want to be left holding the bag. Trust me, the main force is pumping and dumping again. Why else would it rise so fast? A group of people swallowed hard watching Huaca Media's price jump from 8.11 yuan straight up to 11.65 yuan. Then it stabilized around 11.60 yuan. This. Damn, I should have gone all in just now. Even buying a few lots would have been fine. ITLL come back down. With my 10 years of stock market experience, this is definitely a trap by the main force. Trap. The main force's net inflow is nearly 1 billion yuan, or more than all retail orders combined. Have you ever seen a trap like that? Well, everyone slapped their thighs in regret. They regretted not placing orders earlier. Xia Tian shook his head with a slight smile. That's how retail investors are. always slapping their thighs. Even if given another chance, they'd still act the same. If they had bought, the result would be simple: they'd be left holding the bag for the main force. Seeing Huaca Media's stock price stabilize, Xia Tian logged out of his account and closed the trading software. Then he opened a browser to read the news. Meituan officially announces entry into hotel and travel group buying market. Renren Review faces toughest rival. Ali Group releases third quarter financial report. Taobao online transaction volume exceeds 500 billion yuan. Momo app user base surpasses 20 million just 11 months since launch. Internet industry news dominated the front page. Xia Tian browsed through the headlines, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. For a man reborn, the investment opportunities of this era were simply too abundant. Finally, his gaze stopped on a news item. Huawei government issues document actively advocates introducing private capital into the financial industry. Xia Tian clicked to study the official document carefully. He knew that this very document heralded the start of the share bull market a year later. Although he possessed memories of the stock market trends from his past life, once his capital reached a certain scale, it would inevitably affect the market, making it difficult to buy and sell without restraint as he could now. After reading the news, Xia Tian was about to leave when he suddenly recalled the beautiful woman who had pushed him off the cliff in his previous life. Taking a slow breath, he opened Qianda's search window again and typed in the 3 characters Qinxia. The internet speed at the business hall was excellent. The moment Xia Tian pressed the enter key, the search results appeared instantly. Xia Tian began scanning from the top. He found many names identical to Qinxia, but it was clear they were not the same person. There was a neighborhood committee and a shot-put athlete and a third-tier minor celebrity. It seemed that Qinxia had no reputation in the financial circle, yet nor had she become the so-called financial jade maiden. In truth, Xia Tian still hadn't figured out why Qinxia had made a move against him that day. Although he hadn't yet told her he intended to entrust all his assets to her. But since they had already obtained the marriage certificate, they were husband and wife. There seemed to be no reason for her to kill him. Suddenly, Xia Tian's gaze halted on the very last search result at the bottom of the screen. Qinxia, female, 22 years old, staff at Ontai Securities Hangzhou Central Business Department, joined in June 2012. Wait, 22 years old. Xia Tian's heart stirred. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, although Qinxia looked as innocent and beautiful as a maiden, her actual age on the ID card was 2 years older than him. He was now 20, so she should be exactly 22. He quickly clicked on that entry and a photo for identification. Indeed. Xia Tian's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath. The woman in the photo looked somewhat immature, unlike the mature and sophisticated Qinxia of his previous life. But the familiar features and delicate face made it clear that it was the same person. This was an employee onboarding notice featuring introductions of several new hires, including Qinxia. Who would have thought that such an ordinary employee at a securities business department would in just a few years become the renowned financial jade maiden in the financial sector? After reading, Xia Tian casually opened the homepage of Ontai Securities Hangzhou Central Business Department. At that moment, another unexpected name appeared on the screen. Lu Jianren, General Manager of the Hangzhou Central Business Department. Xia Tian's pupils contracted, and he stood frozen in place. Fragments of memories gradually surfaced. Lu Jianren was his deputy and the second-in-command of Tianyang Capital. When Tianyang Capital was founded and made a name in the Chinese financial world at the height of its glory, Lu Jianren left a private equity firm and joined Tianyang Capital. He gradually rose to the position of Xia Tian's deputy. As a key member of the company, Lu Jianren naturally met Qinxia on a daily basis. But the two had never mentioned that they knew each other before. Qinxia, as Xia Tian's woman, often offered advice on company development and repeatedly expressed her approval of Lu Jianren. And Xia Tian, as a model good man, generally supported and adopted Qinxia's suggestions. It could be said that Lu Jianren's rise to the number 2 position at Tianyang Capital was absolutely inseparable from Qinxia's pillow talk. But how could they not have known each other when they had worked together at the same securities business department? Moreover, Lu Jianren was the general manager of that department. Realizing this, and recalling certain details from his time with Qinxia, Xia Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. No wonder she had been so awkward during their first intimate encounter. She even claimed it was due to overexertion while riding a bicycle as a child. The reason Xia Tian had never doubted her was mainly because Qinxia was known as the financial jade maiden, always projecting an image of pure innocence within the industry. She had never even been linked to any other man. This was the primary reason Xia Tian chose to believe in love again and fell into her tender trap. Now, with the clear memories of his previous life, Xia Tian recalled certain details of being with Qinxia and finally confirmed. The relationship between Qinxia and Lu Jianren was definitely not ordinary. It was even possible that after being with him, Qinxia frequently sneaked around behind his back to be with that bastard Lu Jianren. No wonder she knew so much in bed. At times, even opening the eyes of someone who had seen a fair share of adult films. Financial jade maiden. More like financial lust maiden. Damn it. What a load of crap. Xia Tian's face turned ashen as he understood. Clearly Qin Xia's initial approach to him had been purposeful. It was highly likely a setup orchestrated by her and Lu Jianren. Or perhaps Lu Jianren was the true mastermind. So, after making a move against him, Tianyang capital would naturally fall into the hands of Lu Jianren and Qin Xia. That was their goal. General Manager of Ontai Securities Hangzhou Central Business Department, huh? Glancing at the information on the screen, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Xia Tian's mouth. Although it was a matter of the previous life, distinguishing between kindness and enmity was a fine virtue of a modern young man. The next morning, Xia Tian skipped class and went straight to Guotong Securities Business Hall. Today, besides trading, he found another free computer and logged into his account. Since it was still before market opening, the screen displayed yesterday's price movements. Huaka Media current price 12.90 yuan, current gain 11.83. 65 shares held 720, position value 92880.00 yuan. In a single day, a profit of over 60. This rate of wealth accumulation was astounding. Seeing the funds grow from over 5,000 to over 9,000, Xia Tian showed little excitement. A mere tens of thousands in profit was nothing compared to the grand spectacles he had witnessed in his previous life. Soon at 9:15 the call auction began. Another exclamation came from the side. Holy shit, Huaka Media is limit up again with a one-character board. It's not giving us a chance to get in. This is definitely malicious speculation. It surged 1200 in one day. Have you ever heard of a stock that can rise 1200 in a single day? Damn, if only I had gotten on board yesterday. The bold are fed and the timid starve. Sigh. The old man who had been frantically slapping his thigh yesterday slapped it again, then winced in pain. But his eyes inadvertently caught Xia Tian's position and they widened in shock. Holy shit, this kid bought Huaka Media yesterday. Looking at the profit that had already exceeded 70 after including today's limit up, the old man's mouth nearly watered. Wait. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Xia Tian place a sell order at the limit up price. The transaction was executed instantly. There were still 5,000 lots of buy orders below. Holy shit, this kid actually sold at the limit up. The old man couldn't help but slap his thigh again. A sharp slap echoed. The old man gasped, grimacing in pain. Sure enough, people who make money in the share market are all a bit crazy. Huaka Media current price 14.19 yuan, current change 10.01 shares held 720, position value 102168.00 yuan. Although Huaka Media surged nearly 1200 yesterday, due to its years of suspension, the opening price was already high. Thus, even though Xia Tian bought near the lowest point, his single-day return at close was only a little over 60. Checking his account balance combined with today's 10 gain, it just exceeded 1,000 yuan. Compared to yesterday's over 5,000 yuan, it had nearly doubled. That was the power of compound interest. Xia Tian nodded slightly, then instead of selecting stocks, he walked toward the service counter. Hello, I'd like to open the Chinex trading account. After speaking, Xia Tian realized that the person behind the counter was the same beautiful manager who had kindly reminded him on the day he opened his account. Lin Xiyu. A nice name. Xia Tian glanced at her name tag, inwardly surprised. He remembered that the female clerk had mentioned that this woman was a manager from upstairs, so why was she at the counter in the lobby? Sir, opening the Chinex requires a balance of over 1,000 yuan and your ID. Lin Xiyu's mood was clearly low, but she still spoke politely. Here are my account info and ID. Xia Tian handed over the documents. Lin Xiyu looked up, and seeing Xia Tian, she was momentarily startled. She remembered him. The day he bought Luodun Development at the daily limit down, only to see it reverse to a limit up straight from the floor. She had even wondered if he might be a skilled trader. But when she saw him sell Luodun Development at the limit up yesterday, she was speechless. She immediately felt she had overthought it. It seemed buying that stock was just luck. Why would anyone sell at the limit up? Looking at the documents Xia Tian handed over, Lin Xiyu frowned. If she remembered correctly, this college-student-looking young man had only opened his account a few days ago. When he sold Luodun Development yesterday, his account had only about 5 or 6,000 yuan. And now he was putting in another 1,000 to open the Chinex. Given his novice level, could it be that he had too much money and wanted to lose it? Lin Xiyu was a bit exasperated, but still kindly reminded him, Mr. Chu, Chinex trading carries significant risk. Although the trading age restriction has been temporarily lifted, it's not recommended for beginners. A beginner. His combined trading experience probably exceeded her cup size. Xia Tian found it amusing, then glanced at her name tag again, pausing. Maybe he had jumped to conclusions too early. I know, just help me open it. Okay. Lin Xiyu had no choice but to take his documents and operate the computer. She saw the balance on the system, 102168.00 yuan, barely meeting the minimum requirement for Chinex. All set, Mr. Chu. Your Chinex trading permission is now active. Although the daily price limit is still 10, volatility can be high. Please invest cautiously. Lin Xiyu returned the documents and ID to Xia Tian, still kindly reminding him. After all, while 1,000 yuan was nothing in the stock market, it was not a small sum for an ordinary Thanks. Xia Tian nodded his respect for the beautiful manager, rising a notch. Though these words were meaningless to him, the fact that she took the initiative to warn him showed she had high professional integrity and a kind heart. After all, in securities firms, a broker's performance is directly tied to client trading volume. In other words, the more he traded, the higher her performance. Under such circumstances, she still chose to remind him, indicating she had her own principles and bottom line. Just then a shrill voice came from nearby Lin Xiyu. Didn't I tell you to clean the lobby? Why haven't you done it? Xia Tian looked over and saw the young woman who had opened his account. She walked over with an arrogant demeanor. Mr. Zhao will be here soon. Don't you know to clean first? Manager Wang, I have a client here. Lin Xiyu explained helplessly. A client? The young woman glanced at Xia Tian and sneered, I think you're just trying to flirt with some young guy. You. Lin Xiyu's face flushed with anger, her body trembling. Xia Tian frowned, his cold gaze fixed on the woman. What's your name and position? As a man who had long held high status and a composed demeanor, Xia Tian exuded a natural aura of authority. Once he became serious, that aura intensified. A dignified presence accumulated over time. This kind of presence was hard to fake. It was also the main reason he had managed to deceive Chen Xijie and Ma Ziqiang that night. Feeling the inexplicable pressure from Xia Tian, the young woman flinched, a sense of guilt rising. I believe the basic requirement for an employee of Guotong Securities is not to arbitrarily attack others, especially clients. With that, Xia Tian glanced at her coldly. And if I recall correctly, cleaning the lobby is not the duty of a business staff member, is it? The young woman opened her mouth, but couldn't find words. Xia Tian was right. The lobby had dedicated cleaning staff. She had only wanted to pick on Lin Xiyu. She hadn't recognized Xia Tian either. After all, someone who opened an account with just 500 yuan was beneath her notice. Now, feeling his imposing aura and hearing his words, she grew even more nervous. Anyone who could speak like that had to be someone important, possibly even acquainted with higher-ups at Guotong Securities. Someone like that was not someone she could afford to offend. With that thought, she hurriedly turned and left, flustered. Thank you. Lin Xiyu expressed her gratitude as the woman left. She had been having a terrible streak lately. First demoted from manager to ordinary clerk, then repeatedly harassed. She hadn't expected this young man to stand up for her. And the way he looked just now, it was actually quite handsome. At that thought, Lin Xiyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Xia Tian didn't pay much attention, just nodded casually. By the way, I'd also like to ask about margin trading. What are the requirements for opening a margin account? Margin trading? Lin Xiyu was stunned. Any trace of goodwill she had just felt for Xia Tian vanished instantly. Was he crazy? Opening the Chinex wasn't enough. Now he wanted to use leverage. Did he really think he was a stock god after just a few days of trading? Seeing how unreasonable the other party was, Lin Xiyu's expression also turned cold. I'm sorry, but opening a margin trading account requires at least 500 RMB in account funds, and the account must have been open for at least half a year. Xia Tian nodded. He had only asked casually. He knew that brokerage firms had high restrictions on leveraged stock trading, with requirements beyond just capital size, including account opening duration and many other conditions. He probably didn't meet the conditions now. Thank you. After expressing his thanks, Xia Tian turned and walked toward the computer area in the hall. Watching Xia Tian's retreating figure, Lin Xiyu shook her head helplessly. We're all young people these days, so self-righteous. She lowered her head, about to close the user system, when her gaze suddenly froze, stopping on a number. Then her eyes widened instantly, her delicate face filled with nothing but shock. Account name Xia Tian. Account level regular client. Account opening date October 19th, Fund account number. Recent 1-month return rate 79.85. This. How is it possible? Lin Xiyu stared fixedly at the number 79.85, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. It was said to be a 1-month return rate, but the other party had only opened the account 3 days ago. The other party had opened the account just the morning before last. Even if the stocks they bought hit the daily limit every day by today, they would have at most 2 limit-up boards. Adding the 20 profit from the first day's Reborn, a trading pattern where a stock goes from limit down to limit up, the maximum profit would be only around 40. After all, the other party had not activated trading on the Chinex board, where the maximum daily increase was 10. 2 Reborn. Sorry, the entire share market had only seen one such pattern recently, Luodan development. Moreover, even if one could buy 2 Reborn, it would be impossible to achieve the terrifying 79.85 return. It must be a system error. Lin Xiyu murmured to herself, then couldn't resist opening the transaction record of Xia Tian's account. When her eyes fell on the 4 characters, Huaca Media, she was completely stunned. She naturally knew this big, demon stock that had broken historical records with its single-day surge yesterday. She remembered that during last night's meeting the company's senior management had specifically mentioned this stock, saying that the manipulator behind it was ruthless and had almost fooled everyone. Because the opening price was too high coupled with extreme price movements, very few people actually bought it. In the entire central business department, it seemed only one account had purchased this stock. This account. Could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu swallowed hard. Once again, she carefully looked at the transaction record on the statement. October 20th, 0952, bought, Huaka Media, purchase price 7.85 yuan share, quantity 720 shares, amount 56520 yuan. October 21st, 0930, sold, Huaka Media, sell, price 12.90 yuan share, quantity 720 shares, amount 9880 yuan. Almost bought at the lowest point, and it was a full position buy. In just one trading day, a single trade yielded nearly 70 profit. Seeing this terrifying transaction record, Lin Xiyu stood there dumbfounded. The scene of Xia Tian selling Luodun development without hesitation at the limit-up price that morning appeared in her mind again. How ridiculous that she had been laughing at him as a rookie. It turned out that she was the ridiculous one. Compared to a 70 return in one day, what was a single limit-up board worth? Just then a cry of surprise rang out from the hall. Look, Huaka Media has actually opened the limit-up board. Holy shit, there are hundreds of thousands of lots being dumped down. This manipulator is too ruthless. What? Huaka Media opened the limit-up board. Lin Xiyu's body trembled again, and her eyes fell back on that transaction record. The other party had sold at the opening limit-up price today. That is, they sold at the highest point. Hiss. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but gasp, her expression extremely complicated. Although the other party was very young and had only opened the account a few days ago, presumably a stock market novice. But could this really be achieved by luck alone? Adding in the previous Luodun development. Slowly shaking her head, Lin Xiyu suddenly remembered something and quickly walked toward the trading hall. Xia Tian was sitting in front of a computer watching the trading screen of the stock Lusher Network. This Lusher Network was a tech stock on the Chinex board. Because the founder of this company was very good at painting a rosy picture and had stood at the forefront of the internet ecosystem, trend had gained favor from many investment institutions. The stock was also widely favored by the market. In the following months, its price would surge astonishingly. And today was the first limit-up board of this wave. Xia Tian had carefully recalled. According to the candlestick chart, today's lowest point for this stock should be around 5 below the opening price. But now it was still fluctuating slightly at around 3.5 above the opening price. So Xia Tian was idly watching the screen, waiting for the right moment to buy. Lin, Mr. Xia. Hearing the voice, Xia Tian looked up and saw Lin Xiyu approaching him. Her expression was respectful, and her gaze towards him had changed significantly from before. Apart from admiration, there seemed to be some curiosity. Miss Lin, is there something you need? Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, already guessing the reason for her change in attitude. Mr. Xia, it's like this. Regarding your inquiry about leverage, just now, according to our Guotong securities requirements, margin trading indeed requires at least 5 RMB in account funds to open. At this point, Lin Xiyu shifted the topic. But if Mr. Xia really needs it, I can help you contact an off-market margin financing institution. Off-market margin financing. Xia Tian was slightly stunned at first, then an uncontrollable surge of joy welled up in his heart. How could he have forgotten about this? Off-market margin financing refers to third-party institutions outside of securities companies providing margin trading services to investors. However, a certain fee would be charged. But this small fee was nothing to Xia Tian. A few years later, the Huagua government would issue specific documents explicitly banning off-market margin financing. However, under the current regulatory environment, off-market margin financing could still be used. Mr. Xia, if you need it, I can contact the margin institution for you right now. Seeing Xia Tian's expression, Lin Xiyu smiled. Xia Tian nodded. Okay, what is the maximum leverage for this kind of off-market margin financing? How many times? Any other requirements? Based on your personal account funds, you can set the leverage multiple yourself. The margin institution will automatically close or liquidate positions based on the margin amount and market conditions. Generally speaking, the maximum for a shares is 10 times. Special trades may have position limits based on the margin situation. Additionally, a certain percentage of margin deposit is required, generally 10. The efficiency of this off-site financing institution is remarkably high. Moreover, with Lin Xiyu being quite familiar with them, it took merely a few minutes to help Xia Tian set up the off-site financing account. They also linked Xia Tian's stock account to the trading system. Upon seeing Xia Tian directly opt for a 10-fold leverage, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but feel her heart race. A 10-fold leverage. This means that the trading risk is amplified 10-fold. A single drop limit could lead to a total loss. The account balance would drop to 0. This is something that ordinary people cannot bear. Considering the risks involved, Lin Xiyu quickly advised Chu Mr. Xia perhaps it's better to start with a twofold or threefold leverage, as anything higher could easily lead to a forced liquidation. What's the point of twofold or threefold? Miss Lin, please rest assured I understand the risks involved. Xia Tian smiled and shook his head, still choosing the tenfold leverage. Watching Xia Tian, who was as stubborn as a gambler, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but secretly regret revealing the off-site financing to him. Xia Tian logged back into the trading system, and seeing that aside from the 10 margin, there was still a staggering 900 available funds, he felt a surge of ambition. As the founder of Tianyang Capital, and someone who had navigated the financial realm for most of his life in his previous existence, Xia Tian was well versed in the rules of the financial market. Thus he knew exactly how to accumulate wealth rapidly. With leverage, it was akin to possessing the best conditions for wildly amassing riches. A daily profit of 10 through tenfold leverage could lead to a staggering 100. Daily profits of 100 mean that the principal doubles each day. The potential is terrifying to say the least. Of course, this strategy is only suitable for those with absolute certainty. Otherwise, just one drop limit could lead to utter disaster. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand this. Seeing Leshy Network being hit by several large orders, starting a significant plunge, Xia Tian smiled slightly, seizing the moment. He quickly placed an order at the 2 price. All in. Instant execution. A 90000 buy order is negligible for a stock with a market cap of nearly 10 billion. It didn't even manage to slow down for a second. The stock price continued to decline until it slowed down at the 3.5 mark. On Leshy Network. Lin Xiyu watched in fear, especially as she saw Xia Tian buy into Leshy Network with all his funds while the stock price was plummeting. The risks of GM stocks are far greater than those of ordinary shares. All right, Miss Lin, I need to head back to school now. Thank you very much for today. Xia Tian logged out of his account and bid farewell to Lin Xiyu. Watching him walk away, Lin Xiyu was left stunned, contemplating his calm demeanor and smile. Did he just leave so easily after going all in with tenfold leverage? Even as a mere observer, seeing Xia Tian buy into a stock with tenfold leverage would make her curious about its future performance. Lin Xiyu turned to the trading screen, and her mouth fell open as she saw Leshy Network at the 3 mark, barely held for a moment before being wildly bought up by several large orders. Then a pronounced upward trend took shape. As she watched the volume continuously spike on the intraday chart, Lin Xiyu felt utterly petrified. In her years in the financial industry, nothing had ever shocked her as much as today did. By the time she returned to school, it was already noon. As Xia Tian reached the school gate, he ran into Chen Xijie and Lu Nana coming out. Upon seeing Xia Tian, Lu Nana immediately displayed a disdainful expression, having heard from Chen Xijie about Xia Tian's car rental incident. I despise those who pretend to be wealthy when they are not. What's the point of pretending to be rich when you're broke? You can't even afford a fruit phone and still want to pursue our xiaoying. Chen Xijie glanced at Xia Tian, her face revealing a hint of disgust, as she coldly scoffed, a hypocritical man like him wouldn't impress me, even if he bought me 10 fruit phones. Just then a honking sound echoed from nearby, followed by the sound of rubber tires screeching against the ground. A Honda Civic sped in from a distance and came to a stop beside them. The window rolled down, revealing Ma Ziqiang. The Honda sedan exuded the aura of a supercar. Ma Ziqiang stepped out with a smug smile, looking at Xia Tian with mockery. So young Master Chu didn't rent a car today. Clearly Chen Xijie had informed him about Xia Tian's car rental incident. Ma Ziqiang actually admired Xia Tian's bold tactics. He typically only managed to impress girls with fake brand bags. He never imagined that Xia Tian would go so far as to buy counterfeit Lafite and wear fake watches, even renting luxury cars. Coupled with the exceptional performance that night, he had even been deceived himself. If it weren't for Chen Xijie's traditional and virtuous character, who had seen through Xia Tian at the critical moment, any other girl would have likely gone to a hotel to play cards with him by now. Indeed, that's exactly what Chen Xijie told him. He believed her words wholeheartedly. After all, Chen Xijie had always maintained an aloof goddess image, even to the point of not letting him touch her hand. Impressive. Ma Ziqiang silently lamented. If he had learned this tactic sooner, how many girls could have resisted? Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Chen Xijie nervously stepped forward, blocking the space between Xia Tian and Ma Ziqiang. Ziqiang, what's the point of chatting with a fraud? I'm a bit hungry, let's hurry and grab a bite. Saying this, she directly took Ma Ziqiang's hand, intending to get in the car. It was Ma Ziqiang's first time having this kind of physical contact with Chen Xijie. Feeling her soft little hand pulling him, he was completely stunned, excitedly saying, Sure Xiaoying, whatever you want to eat today, I'll arrange it. He hurriedly ran to open the car door, letting Chen Xijie and Lu Nana in. Before getting in, Ma Ziqiang made sure to wink at Xia Tian, deliberately extending his hand to flaunt it in front of him. His triumphant expression was utterly unhidden. Watching Ma Ziqiang's smug antics, Xia Tian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Just a touch of hands, and he was so satisfied. If this guy knew about Chen Xijie's initiative that night, he wouldn't know what kind of reaction to have. Xia Tian naturally knew that Chen Siji's panic just now was because she was worried that he would reveal what happened that night. Watching the departing Honda sedan, Xia Tian shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked toward the school. As soon as he stepped into the campus, the news broadcast from the campus radio came. Huawei Company has officially launched the HiCK 3v2 processor, the first domestically developed mobile phone processor chip in our country. The Huawei Mate series phones to be released next month will be the first to feature it. The rise of our country's high-tech industry is just around the corner. Huawei HiCK processor. Xia Tian was slightly startled, then shook his head helplessly. He knew very well that Huawei Company would indeed experience a period of rapid development, but a few years later, it would be choked by Pyongyang. Furthermore, it would be unable to obtain 5G chips for many years in a row. Combined with various technical blockades in other areas, this once unique domestic mobile phone leader would directly collapse. Semiconductor chips. Xia Tian frowned slightly. He was well aware that this industry was not something ordinary companies could venture into. Even the entire Huawei had been choked by Pyongyang in this critical field for decades. Without accumulated experience and time in the high-tech field, achieving a breakthrough under Pyongyang's technical blockade was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But since he had been reborn, wealth was absolutely no longer a problem for him. Based on absolute financial strength coupled with his foresight of development trends over the next 10 years, could it be possible to achieve some breakthroughs? Xia Tian's heart stirred slightly, and as he frowned in thought, he walked toward the dormitory building. Not far away, a mature and seductive, beautiful figure stood there. Watching Xia Tian somewhat desolate and thin back in the autumn wind, and recalling the scene where Ma Ziqiang and Chen Sijia had just mocked him, her beautiful brows tightly furrowed. Hangqing City Dongfang Building. Bastard. Who told you to use such means on that girl from the Mu family? If this gets exposed, do you know how much trouble it will bring to our Dongfang group? In the 16th floor chairman's office, a middle-aged man with an air of authority looked gloomily at his son in front of him, barely restraining the urge to slap him. Dad, I just wanted to cook the rice first, so to speak, which would also benefit our group's future development. Dongfang Hao put on a wronged expression. I just didn't expect that little vixen to run away. Cook the rice. Do you think that girl from the Mu family is that simple? The middle-aged man sneered, looking at his son like an idiot. No brains at all. You've lived for nothing all these years. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, that Mu girl didn't make a fuss about this time. But you must behave yourself from now on and don't provoke that girl again in the near future. Glaring at Dongfang Hao, the middle-aged man picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then his tone softened a bit. Don't worry, I've already planned regarding the Mutian group. Sooner or later your wish will be fulfilled. Dad, is that true? Dongfang Hao was overjoyed and immediately looked at the middle-aged man. Whenever he thought of that naturally seductive and sexy body, he couldn't help but feel an itch. Tianer, let's go to the food street tonight for barbecue and have a few drinks with the brothers. Seeing Xia Tian return, Luo Meng came over and said. He sensed that Xia Tian had been off these past few days, thinking it was still because of Chen Sijia, so he couldn't help but feel worried. Barbecue. Xia Tian was slightly surprised. Barbecue was definitely high-end consumption for college students. He remembered that previous dormitory gatherings were at small restaurants, rarely barbecue. It's that bastard Wang Kai who's back. He said he'll treat everyone to barbecue tonight. Guo Changdong was still lying on the bed, flipping through a novel, gritting his teeth in displeasure. That motherfucker has always been stingy. Since he's finally treating, we have to really fleece him. Wang Kai is treating us to barbecue. Chen Xiaokong, who had just entered the dorm, was shocked upon hearing this. He hasn't found some sugar mommy, has he? Otherwise, how could that stingy guy ever treat anyone? Guo Changdong turned over, curled his lips, and said, that bastard is said to have a new girlfriend again. He definitely wants to show off in front of us. Tonight we must fleece him good. Dorm 310 had 6 people in total. Besides the 4 Xia Tian who had been devoted to pursuing Chen Sijia, Chun Xiaokong busy with business every day, Guo Changdong the otaku, and Luo Meng, who secretly had a crush on a girl from the neighboring class. There were also 2 legendary figures who rarely showed up in the dorm, Sun Guodong and Wang Kai. Although both Sun Guodong and Wang Kai rarely showed their faces in the dormitory, the reasons were completely different. Sun Guodong was the only good student in the room. Not only did he refrain from smoking, drinking, and gaming, but he was also one of the most renowned academic elites in the economics and management department, and even the entire finance college. He wore a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses and was usually taciturn. He left early and returned late every day, seldom crossing paths with the others. Basically, whenever they opened their eyes in the morning, they found Sun Guodong's bed already empty. By his junior year, the guy had even moved his straw mat and blanket to the library. He slept directly in the library corridors at night. This became a legend at the finance college. After graduation, Sun Guodong directly passed the postgraduate entrance exam for Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, becoming one of only 2 outstanding graduates from that year's finance college to be admitted. The other one was the college's belle, Yi Xiaozhu, who was recommended for admission. And if Sun Guodong was a legend, Wang Kai could be called a myth. Because although Sun Guodong spent all day in the library, he still returned to the dormitory at night. Wang Kai, on the other hand, was almost never in the dormitory at night. Naturally, it wasn't for studying. Instead, he spent nearly every day in the hotel rooms around the campus. He was constantly on the move. When he occasionally returned, he had dark circles under his eyes and walked with unsteady steps. Yes, this guy was the most flamboyant in the dorm and a notorious heartthrob at the finance college. In just over a year since freshman year, the number of girlfriends had was no less than double digits. He even set a record of staying in a hotel for an entire month straight. It was said that the owner of that small hotel was so astonished, she secretly kept his phone number. It must be said this guy was truly skilled at handling girls. Although his girlfriends weren't exceptionally outstanding, each was passable. Even Xia Tian had to admire the bastard's stamina. But the other brothers in the dorm really disliked this jerk. Aside from a certain amount of envy and jealousy, it was more because this jerk was extremely generous with women, but very stingy with his brothers, unwilling to even buy a bottle of water on ordinary days. He had never paid for a group dinner. Even worse, the bastard loved flaunting his girlfriends in front of them, the single dogs. Damn, isn't it just having a girlfriend? What's there to be so cocky about? Guo Changdong slammed the novel in his hand shut and gritted his teeth. Don't you think Wang Kai is an idiot? How free and easy it is to be alone, but he foolishly goes after women. Although he said that the sourness in his voice was palpable from afar. Ahem, I might be bringing a girl over tonight. Chen Xiaokong coughed dryly and suddenly blurted out. You. Guo Changdong opened his mouth, but was choked speechless for a long time. The north gate of the finance college led to a long snack street known among students as Food Street. There were various specialty snacks from all over the country, as well as restaurants serving Sichuan, Hunan, Shandong, and Cantonese cuisines, along with open-air barbecue stalls. Because it was adjacent to both the finance college and the art college, it was bustling every night. Xia Tian, Luo Meng, and Guo Changdong, 3 single dogs, arrived first at the barbecue stall, found an empty table, and sat down to order. Just as they sat down, a flamboyant voice came from not far away. Hey brothers, long time no see. Wang Kai was approaching from the direction of the art college. As usual, the guy had 2 dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up. Behind him followed 2 girls, one of whom was holding his arm. That girl was slightly plump with full bust and hips, heavy makeup, and was fairly attractive. Completely opposite to Wang Kai, this girl looked energetic, leaning on him with a smile on her lips, gazing at him as if he were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The other girl also wore heavy makeup. Although it was unclear what she looked like without it, she seemed quite pretty, scoring about 85 out of 100. Although she still fell short compared to Chen Xijia, she could be considered a beauty. However, the arrogance written on her face was somewhat off-putting. But some guys still like that type. For instance, upon seeing this girl, Guo Changdong's eyes lit up, and he completely forgot the words he had prepared to mock Wang Kai. Old Sun the bookworm didn't come again. And Xiaokong. Wang Kai pulled over a few stools and arranged for the 2 girls to sit down. Guodong went to the library, Luo Meng explained. Xiaokong went to pick up his girlfriend. He should be here soon. Damn, when did that bastard get a girlfriend? I didn't know. Wang Kai laughed and cursed, then pulled the girl beside him and introduced her proudly. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Wang Na from Jiangcheng Art College next door. Hearing she was from Jiangcheng Art College, everyone was stunned. They cursed inwardly that this dog was indeed. However, for a guy from the finance college, having a girlfriend from the art college was indeed something to be proud of. After all, the finance college was just a third-rate undergraduate institution. And Jiangcheng Art College was a solid first-tier key university, one of the nationally renowned art schools. Although the 2 colleges were only separated by 1 street, the gap between them was evident. Moreover, in recent years, the art college had produced a few minor celebrities, making its female students even more arrogant, especially when facing guys from the finance college. And this beauty is also from the art college, your sister-in-law's roommate, Gao Jingjing. After speaking, he winked at Xia Tian as if hinting at something. Ahem, Xia Tian, let's go get the beer together. Guo Changdong immediately volunteered. Kai, let me go with you. I'm strong. You're strong. Wang Kai rolled his eyes, fully aware of the guy's intentions. You go get hot water. Tian, and I will get. Xia Tian was a bit puzzled, but still got up to follow for the beer. After walking a few steps, Wang Kai suddenly lowered his voice. Tian, what do you think of Gao Jingjing? Huh. Let me tell you, she's the prettiest in your sister-in-law's dorm, almost a department belle at the art college. I know you got dumped by Chen Xijia, but no worries. I specifically asked your sister-in-law to bring Gao Jingjing along to introduce to you. How about that? Am I a loyal bro? Wang Kai wore an expression of utmost righteousness, his panda eyes also seeming full of integrity. Xia Tian was dumbfounded. When had this guy ever been this good to him? You know, Gao Jingjing is usually the department belle at the art college. Ordinary people have to line up just to treat her to a meal. After boasting proudly, Wang Kai changed his tone and winked his panda eyes at Xia Tian. Ahem, since your bro is so loyal, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Appreciation? Xia Tian was even more confused. Wang Kai coughed dryly. Ahem, tonight your bro set this up to introduce you to a girl, so about this meal. Xia Tian finally understood. Damn that dog. I knew he wasn't being kind for no reason. This guy is really something special. He can come up with any excuse to skip out on the bill. And this Gao Jingjing is considered a department belle. She's the department belle of the Art Academy. Xia Tian felt speechless, but he still nodded. He had made a lot in the stock market these past few days, so it was time to treat his dorm brothers to a meal. The brothers in the dorm had different personalities, but they were all decent. There were no major issues with their character. Besides, there was also his best brother from his past life, Luo Meng. Seeing Xia Tian's nod of agreement, Wang Kai beamed with joy and directly lifted a case of pure draft beer. Let's try this pure draft beer today, we've never had it before. A million horses galloped through Xia Tian's mind instantly. This bastard wouldn't even spend on a 2 yuan bottle of ordinary ice beer when drinking alone, but when someone else is treating, he wants this 10 yuan bottle of pure draft. After carrying the 2 cases of beer back, Chen Xiaokong had also arrived, accompanied by a girl who wasn't particularly striking, but was decent looking. She was about 1.6 meters tall with quick-witted eyes that gave off a very shrewd impression, and she seemed quite compatible with Chen Xiaokong. Ahem, let me introduce everyone. My girlfriend Yu Lily, a sophomore in the finance department. Seeing Xia Tian and the others return, Chen Xiaokong introduced. Everyone greeted her, and Yu Lily was not at all reserved. She stood up generously and greeted each person in turn. Moreover, she could directly call out the names of Xia Tian and the others, clearly having done her homework beforehand. Xia Tian nodded inwardly. Chen Xiaokong, perhaps because he had been running small businesses from an early age, was indeed quite mature. This could be seen from his choice of girlfriend. Although Yu Lily was not very attractive, she seemed like a capable hand at business and managing a household. After greeting everyone, Yu Lily clearly cast a few more glances at Xia Tian, and her gaze was somewhat strained. Wang Na was completely focused on Wang Kai, sitting there half leaning on him, occasionally making small moves with her hand under the table. This made Wang Kai let out strange yells from time to time. These two were indeed thick-skinned, not blushing at all. The department belle, Gao Jingjing, whom Wang Kai had mentioned, wore an aloof expression, her pride undisguised. Aside from occasionally exchanging a few words with Wang Na, she clearly had no desire to talk to anyone else. Especially after seeing the only female companion among the group, Yu Lily, Gao Jingjing's expression became even more proud, and there was a hint of disdain in her gaze towards the others. As if eating with these bumpkins was beneath her dignity. Brothers, I haven't seen you all week, I really missed you. Come on. Before the barbecue even arrived, Wang Kai directly raised his beer. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. Except for Yu Lily, who didn't drink. Wang Na and Gao Jingjing also finished their glasses in one go, clearly accustomed to drinking out. Sip. I have to say, this pure draft beer tastes really good. No wonder they dare to sell it for 10 yuan. Wang Kai looked like he still wanted more, then seemed to think of tonight's sucker. Xia Tian, feeling a bit guilty. He turned to Gao Jingjing and smiled. Gao beauty, this is the handsomest guy in our dorm, Xia Tian. How about it? Want to get to know him? Gao Jingjing gave Xia Tian a faint glance, and when she saw that his entire outfit was worth no more than 200 yuan from a street stall, she had no desire to look a second time. Seeing Gao Jingjing silent and unwilling to engage, Wang Kai, afraid of an awkward silence, quickly raised his glass again. Come on, let's drink first. The barbecue soon arrived, and the sky gradually darkened. Since it was Friday night, and this place was at the intersection of 2 universities, the Finance College and the Art Academy, there were many people eating barbecue. There were almost no empty tables around, and it was very lively. Soon everyone had downed 2 bottles of beer, and conversation became more animated. Except for Xia Tian and Luo Meng, whose faces remained normal, the others were already flushed. Gao Jingjing's heavy makeup was not obvious in the night, but due to the alcohol, 2 patches of rosy red appeared on her cheeks. Combined with her aloof expression, she looked quite alluring. Add to that the long fair legs under her short skirt, and she definitely attracted the attention of the male customers at the barbecue stand. Hua Changdong was itching with desire, acting especially attentive at the table, occasionally going over to open Gao Jingjing's drinks and pour water. This bastard, he's forgotten his teacher Su. Wang Kai cursed, then whispered to Xia Tian beside him. Tian, Gao Jingjing just couldn't let down her face in front of strangers earlier. Don't worry, after we've drunk a bit more and gotten familiar, it'll get you to add her on QQ. Come on, let's have a drink, brother. Xia Tian shook his head, helplessly raised his glass, and drank it all in one go. While they were drinking, they saw Hua Changdong actually raise his glass, walk over to Gao Jingjing, phone in hand. Then he said something like a toast, and after whatever she said, he walked back with a flushed face. He sat there with his head down, not saying a word. Everyone was drinking, and although they saw this, they didn't pay much attention. Xia Tian and Luo Meng had been drinking quite a bit on their own. Wanting to comfort, Xia Tian Luo Ming drank without restraint. He was from Ludong and had the greatest alcohol tolerance in dorm 310. But the more he drank, the more astonished he became. In his memory, Xia Tian usually could only handle 1 or 2 bottles of beer at most. Yet today they had already downed 4 bottles, and the other guy showed no signs of being affected. His face hadn't even changed color. Xia Tian himself was not surprised at all. That night, when he drank with Yang Zihan, he had already known that his alcohol tolerance now was no less than before his rebirth. Combined with his performance in certain aspects that night, he had confirmed that after his rebirth his physical constitution had also been strengthened to a certain extent. Just then a white Maserati sports car sped over from the distance and did a drift stop beside the barbecue stand. The huge Trident logo on the front was dazzlingly bright. A tall, thin guy opened the car door and stepped out, then walked straight towards the barbecue stand. The guy had a cold, arrogant expression, dressed in a Versace casual outfit with black leather boots on his feet. The large, obvious LV logo on his belt was unabashedly displayed. It added even more charm to his already quite handsome appearance. Anna looked at Senior Ouyang. Seeing this guy, Gao Jingjing, who was sitting there, couldn't help but exclaim out loud, her eyes full of little stars. Wang Na also looked over, her eyes lighting up with an infatuated expression, nearly drooling. Nana, a wave of jealousy wafted over as Wang Kai spoke sourly beside her. Kai, he's the president of our art college's student union and one of the 2 campus heartthrobs. Ouyang Jia. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but he also writes amazing songs. Most importantly, they say his father is a top executive at Starry Sky Entertainment. Starry Sky Entertainment. To us art students, that's practically heaven. You saw it yourself. He's only a junior and already drives a Maserati. Wang Na licked her lips, still staring fixedly at the boy. Then, as if sensing the sourness, she turned back with a grin and comforted. Don't worry, I'm just feasting my eyes. Even if I could catch his eye, he wouldn't be interested in me. If he were looking for a girlfriend, she'd have to be at least on Jingjing's level. As she spoke, Ouyang Jia walked. Gao Jingjing's eyes brightened, and she immediately stood up to greet him, her voice suddenly becoming syrupy. Senior, Ouyang, are you here for barbecue too? Ouyang Jia gave Gao Jingjing a faint glance, completely ignoring her, and walked straight toward a nearby table. Watching his aloof back, Gao Jingjing could only sit back down in disappointment. That Ouyang Jia is notoriously cold and aloof, you know that. Seeing her best friend in such a state, Wang Na offered a few words of comfort, then picked up her glass again. Come on, let's drink. Gao Jingjing's mood had clearly dampened as she directly raised her glass, clinked with Wang Na, and downed it in one gulp. Hearing Wang Na and Gao Jingjing's words, the others from dorm 310 remained silent. They knew what it meant to drive a sports car to school as a junior, and a Maserati worth over $1 million. Guo Changdong lowered his head even further. He sat alone, quietly eating. Only Qin Xiaokong and Yu Lily chatted, planning to save up a bit more next semester to buy a second-hand Jetta. In 2012, Huagua, many college students got their driver's licenses after the college entrance exam, but very few actually owned a car. Driving a second-hand Jetta to school was already considered quite good. They drank for a while longer, and Wang Kai found a few more opportunities to subtly suggest introducing Xia Tian to Gao Jingjing, but she directly ignored him. Finally, only a few bottles remained from the 2 cases of beer. The barbecue stall owner brought the last plate of skewers to the table and asked, "Students, your skewers are all served. Is there anything else you need? Do you want to add anything more?" Wang Kai looked at the others with a grand gesture. Seeing Luo Meng and the others shake their heads, he turned to Gao Jingjing. "Gao, feel free to order whatever you like. Tonight our handsome Xia Tian is treating us especially for you. Don't be polite. Xia Tian is treating." Luo Meng and the others were taken aback, then catching Wang Kai's wink, they understood his trick. Damn, that bastard. Though they all cursed Wang Kai inwardly, they couldn't say anything at this moment. Gao Jingjing's mind was on Ouyang Jia not far away, so she simply shook her head. No one wants to add anything. Okay, boss, tally up the bill. Well paid. Seeing Gao Jingjing shake her head, Wang Kai shot Xia Tian a meaningful glance. Alright, let me check. The boss picked up the receipt and calculated. The barbecue comes to 278 yuan, plus 2 cases of draft beer, that's 518 yuan. They'll take 510. Hearing the number 510, Luo Meng and the others silently cursed Wang Kai again. Damn, over 500 yuan. That's nearly a month's food budget. Xia Tian, however, didn't feel much. That amount was less than a day's trading commission for him. He was about to pay, but when he reached into his pocket, he remembered all his money was in his stock account. He had no cash on him. He couldn't even remember how much was left in his bank card. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Boss, can I pay by card?" Card? The boss was taken aback, then students usually paid in cash, rarely with cards. Yes, we can. Wait a moment, he'll get the POS machine. TSK Tisk, looks like our handsome Chu is really loaded now. Paying by card even for this. Wang Kai, a textbook social butterfly, seized the chance to promote Xia Tian. Sure enough, when Gao Jingjing heard that Xia Tian was paying by card, she was intrigued and cast a glance his way. Indeed, paying by card at that time was considered quite stylish. When the boss brought the POS machine, Xia Tian handed over his bank card. He entered the PIN. After 2 beep sounds, the boss glanced at the screen, his expression turning strange. What's wrong, boss? Done. Wang Kai asked while munching on a lamb skewer. The boss gave an awkward smile and looked at Xia Tian. Ahem, student, it seems there's not enough balance on this card. It shows insufficient funds. Insufficient funds. Hearing those words, except for Xia Tian, who remained calm, everyone else's expressions turned awkward. At that age, college students cared a lot about face. Even if they were really poor, they didn't want to show it in front of classmates, especially when paying. Not even a few hundred yuan in the bank. How dirt poor could this guy be? Gao Jingjing let out a cold laugh, looking at Xia Tian with even more disdain than before. There was even a hint of contempt. Insufficient funds. How is that possible? Wang Kai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xia Tian, trying to find an excuse. Tian, you must have grabbed the wrong card. Quickly switch to the one you usually use. But Xia Tian shook his head with utter honesty. No, this is my only card. I guess there's really no money. With that, he turned to Luo Meng. Wait, I don't have enough. Do you have any cash? Lend me some. Tian, I didn't bring any money today. Luo Meng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He usually didn't carry much cash. Besides, that bastard Wang Kai had said he was treating them tonight. The guys in the dorm had already agreed beforehand to prevent him from ditching the bill again. They deliberately came without money. Xia Tian then looked at Guichangdong and Qin Xiaokong. Sure enough, both shook their heads in embarrassment. He had no choice but to turn to Wang Kai. Kai, what about you? Wang Kai made a face that looked worse than crying and shook his head. If it hadn't been for the draft beer, he might have scraped together enough with what he had. Seeing this, Gao Jingjing raised her chin high, a sneer on her lips. These guys from the School of Finance. None of them brought money when they went out to eat. Truly a rare breed. And seeing all the boys shake their heads, the boss' expression grew even more bizarre. He could only turn and shift his gaze to Gao Jingjing, who was nearby. Wang Kai, what do you mean? Seeing the barbecue stall owner's gaze on him, Gao Jingjing, who had been sneering on the sidelines, froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. You insisted on dragging Nana and me out to eat, saying you'd introduce me to a boyfriend, and this is the kind of Emboldened by the alcohol, Gao Jingjing's voice grew louder with each word, as if she had suffered a great insult. Yet despite her loud voice, the students at the surrounding tables paid no attention, for their gazes were all drawn to the roadside, not far away. A Porsche convertible had somehow pulled up beside the barbecue stall, and 2 stunningly beautiful figures stepped out one after another. Not a single cent in your pocket, and you still want to flash your bank card to show off. Gao Jingjing shot Xia Tian a glance, as if looking at a clown. A broke loser like you wants to be my boy. Do you think you're worthy? The only reason I came tonight was out of respect for Nana. Plenty of people want to treat me to dinner. You losers from the finance college are just a joke, huh? Hearing Gao Jingjing's words, Wang Kai's face flushed red, but he could not refute her. After all, he had indeed insisted on dragging her here tonight, just to show off in front of his dorm mates. For a male student from the finance college, landing a girlfriend from the art college and bringing her to dinner was indeed something worth bragging about. Introducing Gao Jingjing to Xia Tian was a spuro feminine idea. After all, Xia Tian was handsome, good-natured, and had suffered so much at the hands of that woman Shinxijia. A change of target might help him move on, but he never expected things to turn out like this. Guichangdong still kept his head down, face flushed red, breathing heavily. Xia Tian shrugged helplessly, his expression calm. He was no longer the naive 20-year-old. Such caustic words could barely stir his emotions. Or rather, with his current mindset, he didn't even consider Gao Jingjing worthy of notice. Just another passer. As for face, dignity comes from strength. A man's honor never needs to be proven by words. Stopping Luo Meng, who was about to stand up, Xia Tian raised an eyebrow and rose to speak, but a crisp, melodious female voice came from behind him. Be Xia Tian's girlfriend. Are you worthy? The originally clear, ethereal voice now carried an indescribable chill and anger. Almost simultaneously, gasps erupted from the crowd. Look over there. A beauty. An absolute stunner. Damn, I've never seen a beauty like this before. And there are 2 of them. It was only then that Wang Kai and the others realized that all eyes were now fixed on the spot behind Xia Tian. 2 breathtaking figures stood not far behind him. The leading girl had a face that could topple kingdoms. Easily a 95 out of 100, an absolute campus belle. She wore a simple white blouse, and her long snow-white legs under a black high-waisted shorts were dazzlingly captivating in the night. At that moment, her delicate snow-white face was slightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes carrying a barely surprised. The girl behind her wore light makeup, her exquisite oval face also scoring at least 95. She too donned black high-waisted shorts, and though her legs were slightly less striking than the other girls, they were round and sensuous. Especially the black tank top beneath her blue cardigan with glimpses of fair skin on her flat stomach made the male students around instinctively swallow hard. Most importantly, despite her cool demeanor, there was an ineffable allure about her every smile and frown tugging at the heart. Hearing the leading girl's words and seeing the two goddesses walking toward them, Wang Kai and the others were stunned. Such beauties, they had never even seen them before, let alone known them. The leading girl walked straight up to Xia Tian, hooked her arm through his, and fixed her icy gaze on Gao Jingjing, her voice even colder. Do you think you're worthy? Seeing this heavenly beauty clinging to Xia Tian's arm, Wang Kai and the others gawked, mouths agape, unable to react for a long time. Zihan Senior II. Gao Jingjing's face turned pale as she stared at the girl in disbelief, her body trembling, unable to speak. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. As the top campus belle of the art college, Yang Zihan's position was nearly unshakable. Whether it was her outstanding academic achievements or the countless suitors at the college, Yang Zihan seemed to concentrate all the glory of the art college within herself. Add to that her numerous provincial and national singing competition awards, and she was a legend in the art college, just like Yi Xiaozhu's status at the finance college. Moreover, Yang Zihan and Gao Jingjing were both in the vocal music department. Yang Zihan a senior, Gao Jingjing a sophomore. Though the gap in status was vast, Yang Zihan could be considered Gao Jingjing's senior fellow disciple. Several of Gao Jingjing's professional instructors discussed expertise with Yang Zihan on a daily basis. Even without all that, Yang Zihan's army of suitors alone could make life impossible for Gao Jingjing at the art college with just a single word. That was why Gao Jingjing was so terrified. Zihan, is everything all right? Sure enough, Ouyang Jia had spotted Yang Zihan, his expression changing as he hurried over only to see her arm linked with another man. His face darkened, and he was about to step forward, but Yang Zihan's icy glare stopped him in his tracks. He could only glare darkly at Xia Tian. It was the first time he had ever seen Yang Zihan so close to a man. Ignoring Ouyang Jia, Yang Zihan shot a cold glance at Gao Jingjing. Apologize. I am sorry, I didn't mean it. Gao Jingjing quickly bowed her head to Xia Tian, never imagining that an ordinary finance college boy could know Yang Zihan. Inwardly, she cursed Wang Kai's entire family. If he knew someone like this, why would he need to introduce a girlfriend? And judging by their posture, their relationship was clearly no ordinary one. Still, she was baffled. How could Yang Zihan, the pride of the art college, know such a poor finance college boy? Tian, her thighs is. Wang Kai and the others finally snapped out of their shock, swallowing hard. Yang Zihan turned around and gave Luo Meng and the others a brilliant smile, her frostiness melting away instantly. Hello, I'm Yang Zihan from the art college, and I'm Xia Tian's. Before she could finish, Xia Tian cut her off and introduced her to the group. Ahem, this is my sister. He knew that Yang Zihan's greatest dream was a career in performing arts, so she couldn't afford any scandalous rumors. Ahem, this is my sister, also the campus belle of the neighboring art college. Ouch. Xia Tian was rambling with a straight face, then felt a sharp pain in his waist and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Zihan cast a sultry glance at him, her eyes filled with reproach. Sister. Wang Kai and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Holy shit. When did this bastard Tian get such a goddess-like sister? Why had they never heard of it? In their eyes, whether in terms of looks or temperament, this woman far surpassed Shinxijia. Moreover, she was the campus belle of the art college. With a goddess sister like this, why would he still grovel after a woman like Shinxijia? Was he out of his mind? After all, spending every day with a fairy-like sister should have raised his standards. But upon hearing that Xia Tian was Yang Zihan's brother, Ouyang Jia frowned, scrutinizing Xia Tian with suspicion. He had never heard of Yang Zihan having such a brother, and judging by their intimate posture, their relationship was surely far from ordinary. Seeing Yang Zihan pull out her wallet to pay, Wang Kai and the others all wore expressions of envy. Having such a beautiful sister was truly blissful. After paying, Yang Zihan turned around, winked at Xia Tian, and gestured toward a girl beside her, introducing her. Little brother, this is my best friend Mu Yurong, also the campus belle of our art college. Yurong, this is the Xia Tian I told you about. Ah. Seeing Xia Tian's appearance, Mu Yurong's body trembled slightly, and she stood frozen. Xia Tian was also stunned, his gaze complicated as he looked at Yang Zihan's best friend. He never expected that after that night they would meet again in such a way. Yes, this best friend of Yang Zihan's, the stunning campus belle of the art college, was precisely the woman with whom Xia Tian had shared a one-night stand on his first day back from Rebirth. What's wrong? Do you know each other? Seeing their strange expressions, Yang Zihan asked curiously. No, we don't. Mu Yurong quickly shook her head, then nodded to Xia Tian and said flatly, Hello, I'm Mu Yurong from the art college. Xia Tian from the finance college. Sensing the coldness in her tone, Xia Tian showed no enthusiasm either. His gaze, however, inadvertently swept over the elusive white skin at her waist, recalling certain beautiful images from that night. Though her legs were not as straight and slender as Yang Zihan's, the slight fullness added a touch of allure. For a mature man, her appeal was no less than Yang Zihan's, especially her full firm chest and her waist like a water snake. Absolutely fatal to any man. Coupled with her innate charm, ordinary men could hardly resist. Seeing Xia Tian's expression, Mu Yurong gave a soft hum, a hint of coldness flashing deep in her eyes. Yang Zihan's heart was entirely focused on Xia Tian, and she didn't notice her friend's unusual behavior. After bidding farewell to Yang Zihan, he watched her get into the passenger seat of the Porsche 718 convertible. Mu Yurong slid into the driver's seat and started the car. With a roar of the engine, the sleek Porsche sped off toward the art college. Several boys stared enviously at the departing Porsche, a brand rarely seen in the university town. Tisk never thought I'd get to see Miss Mu in person. This is my first time seeing her real face. Watching the Porsche fade into the distance, Wang Na patted her chest, a look of emotion on her face. Gao Jingjing had already slunk away in disgrace, while Wang Na stayed, because she had plans with Wang Kai that evening. Miss Mu? Nana, do you know her? Recalling the alluring figure just now, Wang Kai couldn't help swallowing. Of course. Senior Mu is one of the 2 campus belles of our college. Though she rarely shows up on campus, in some ways, she's even more formidable than Senior Yang Zihan. Huh? What do you mean? Wang Kai couldn't help asking. Xia Tian also looked over curiously. You've heard of the Mutian? That's a well-known industrial group in Jiangcheng, owning countless high-end hotels. Almost every star-rated hotel you can name belongs to their family. This Senior Mu is the heiress of the Mutian group. Seeing the shock on Xia Tian's face, Wang Na rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that, as Yang Zihan's brother, Xia Tian was unaware of Mu Yurong's background. The entire art college knew that although Mu Yurong rarely attended classes, she and Yang Zihan were as close as real sisters. This was also one reason why Yang Zihan held a lofty status in the art college. After all, the Mutian group's strength was undeniable, and even in the whole of Jiangcheng, it was a well-established listed company. As the heiress of the Mutian group, no one dared to offend Mu Yurong. And as her best friend, Yang Zihan naturally benefited from that influence. The heiress of the Mutian group. Xia Tian was utterly bewildered. For someone of her status, why would she go to a bar seeking a one-night stand? And even, were all these heiresses so wild? He naturally knew of the Mutian group, a long-established giant in Jiangcheng's hotel industry with formidable strength. But in the course of future development, some problems arose. He remembered that in his previous life, due to changes in the Mutian group, the entire high-end hotel industry in Jiangcheng underwent a complete reshuffle. And the Mu family suffered a devastating loss in that reshuffle. No wonder she could drive a car like that. She's the heiress of the Mutian group, Wang Kai exclaimed in awe. But he knew that a woman like that was beyond his reach. The vast chasm in status was nearly impossible to cross. Xia Tian's lips curled slightly. He knew that Mu Yurong was actually quite low-key. After all, that Porsche 718 cost less than 1,000,000 Chinese yuan, which was nothing for the heiress of the mighty Mutian group. Tian, spill it now? When did you get such a goddess sister? And you kept it from us brothers. Wang Kai suddenly remembered and started interrogating Xia Tian. Zihan, that Xia Tian you talk about every day is that guy? Just an ordinary college student from a second-tier school like the finance college. What's so good about him? Why do you treat him that way? I've never seen you so angry. Mu Yurong said with a pout as she drove displeased. She really didn't want her best friend to get too close to that guy. What's wrong with the finance college? I think an ordinary guy is just fine. What has our Miss Mu now become a snob? Yang Zihan grinned, playfully winking as she said meaningfully, besides, you don't know what makes Xia Tian special. Yang Zihan gave a playful grin, blinking her big eyes meaningfully as she said, besides, you don't know what makes Xia Tian truly remarkable. He's just a bit decent looking, isn't he? Leaving other conditions aside, among the handsome men I've met, there are plenty better looking than him. Mu Yurong curled her lips, a disdainful expression on her face. What could be so special about an ordinary guy like him? As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Yang Zihan's expression, recalling the night after that event. She froze for a moment, then shrieked, Zihan, you haven't already. Oh my god. Mu Yurong slammed on the brakes, abruptly bringing the car to a sudden halt in the middle of the road, triggering a cacophony of honks from behind. Yang Zihan, spill it now, have you lost your purity? Yang Zihan blinked, smiling without a word. Seeing Yang Zihan's expression, Mu Yurong seemed to understand something, and the realization hit her hard. Remembering her own complicated entanglement with that scoundrel, she felt a deep urge to just die. After a long silence, she took a deep breath, looked up at Yang Zihan, and said, Are you stupid? Even if you want a boyfriend, you should at least be selective, right? How can you just casually pick some guy in? And, besides, aren't you planning to enter the entertainment industry? How can you just go around sleeping with men? Yang Zihan nodded. Yes, precisely because I intend to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. You know how dirty that world is. I'm already prepared to dedicate my life to art, but before that I want to give the best of myself to someone I truly like. Mu Yurong took another deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Someone you like. What do you like about him? Yang Zihan thought for a moment, and the image of Xia Tian's heroic and valiant demeanor from that night involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Well, I can't quite put it into words. I just feel he's simple and genuine, and being with him gives me a sense of security. Moreover, lately I've sensed an indescribable aura about him. Oh my dear, there are plenty of simple and genuine men out there. You need to find someone with better prospects, don't you? Mu Yurong nearly choked on her breath. She knew her best friend's musical talent and stunning voice all too well. Any song she sang could easily rival those of current pop stars. Coupled with her near-perfect appearance and figure, she was bound to become a superstar in the music industry. And a goddess of her caliber chose a boy from an ordinary second-tier college. Leaving her own matters aside, just for Yang Zihan's sake, Mu Yurong absolutely did not think Yang Zihan should. She took a deep breath, looked at Yang Zihan with a serious expression, and said earnestly, Zihan, I don't care how far things have gone between you two. But as your best friend, I have to tell you, you must stop seeing him any further. If you really want to date, I can introduce you to some truly outstanding guys who deserve you. She couldn't help but think of that bizarre guy who couldn't even afford a barbecue meal, shaking her head in exasperation. After comparing, you'll see the huge gap between them. Then you'll understand that sometimes the gap between people can't be bridged by mere effort. Besides, that guy can't even pay for a barbecue. Does he expect you to support him? Yang Zihan felt a slight discomfort at Mu Yurong's words. She was a straightforward girl, and she had never overthought her relationship with Xia Tian. Somehow she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Especially after that day spent with him, she developed an indescribable dependence and intimacy, as if she had become one with Xia Tian. She couldn't bear anyone speaking ill of him. That was precisely why she had snapped at Gao Jingjing at the barbecue stall just now. Yurong, don't bring this up again. I have something to do. You go back on your own. Suddenly remembering something, Yang Zihan said hurriedly, then opened the car door and stepped out. Zihan, you. Watching Yang Zihan's hurried retreating figure, Mu Yurong opened her mouth, helplessly, only to let out a soft sigh, lost in thought. I told you Campus Belle Yang is just a friend's daughter of my dad, so she's like my sister. Facing the intense interrogation from Wang Kai and the others, Xia Tian could only explain helplessly. I knew it. You might be somewhat decent looking, but there's no way you'd have such a beautiful real sister. Unless your genes mutated. Wang Kai curled his lips, reluctantly accepting Xia Tian's explanation. The others also finally calmed down. In their eyes, it was impossible for Xia Tian and Yang Zihan to have any special story. After all, the gap between them was obvious. One was the top campus belle of the Art Institute, and the other was a simp from the finance college. If not for their parents' connection, there would likely never have been any intersection between them. But getting that beautiful campus belle to introduce some beauties from the Art Institute to the guys was still possible. Wang Kai and Guo Changdong exchanged glances, sharing a lecherous, knowing smile. By the way, why was that Ouyang guy from your college so eager to help us pay the bill just now? Wang Kai suddenly recalled Ouyang Jie's behavior. Wang Na rolled her eyes at him. Of course it's because of Campus Belle Yang. Everyone in our college knows that Senior Ouyang is pursuing her. As she spoke, she glanced at Xia Tian and continued. Actually, Senior Ouyang Jie is quite impressive. Good-looking and from a wealthy family. He seems quite compatible with Campus Belle Yang. She thought that if Ouyang Jie really ended up with Yang Zihan, Xia Tian might use the connection to his advantage, which would be nice. He's not worthy, Xia Tian said coldly. Wang Na was instantly choked, speechless. Not worthy. Was this penniless guy who couldn't even afford a barbecue meal worthy? Cursing this pretentious poor fool 1,000 times in her mind, she fell silent. After walking a bit further, Wang Kai looked at the street of hotels ahead and whispered to Wang Na. Ahem, Nana, how about we each go back to our dorms tonight? I haven't been back in a week. Wang Na acted as if she hadn't heard him, smiled at the others, and said, all right, you guys head back. Kai and I have things to do. Then she grabbed Wang Kai and headed toward a hotel. Watching Wang Kai's desperate expression, the others nearly burst out laughing. Haha, looks like this dog has finally met his match. Imagining the scene of Wang Na's robust body mercilessly ravaging Wang Kai, they exchanged sympathetic glances, then walked away laughing. Just as he reached the dormitory building, Xia Tian's phone buzzed with a message notification. He glanced at it and froze. Junior Xia, where are you now? I'm at your school sports field. He replied, told Luo Meng and the others that he had something to do and would be back later, then turned and walked toward. The distance from the male dormitory building to the sports field was not far, and soon Xia Tian arrived at the edge. Although the finance college was just an ordinary second-tier institution, its sports field was impressively large, rivaling that of the prestigious Art Institute. Under the gentle evening breeze, the empty field felt somewhat desolate. A few night jogging students moved slowly along the track. Xia Tian was about to take out his phone to contact Yang Zihan when a crisp, ethereal voice came from behind him. Xia Tian. He turned around and saw under the night sky Yang Zihan standing beneath a parasol tree at the edge of the field. Her long hair gently danced in the wind, and her stunning face broke into a radiant smile directed at him. Her gaze was filled with tenderness. Before Xia Tian could react, Yang Zihan had already trotted over to him. She directly linked her arm with his, leaning half her body against his shoulder, her delicate face brimming with genuine joy. "Sister Zihan, is there something you need coming over so late?" Feeling the soft touch of her arm against his, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel his thoughts wander. "Can't I come see you without a reason?" Yang Zihan pouted, recalling the earlier incident, and let out a coquettish huff. "Why did you tell your classmate I'm your sister? Isn't it embarrassing to have a girlfriend like me yet?" "A sister, Zihan, you misunderstood. Didn't you want to pursue an acting career in the future? I was worried that if news of our relationship got out, it might have a negative impact on you." Xia Tian put on a wronged expression, then added with feigned seriousness, "Besides, you have to consider my personal safety. With your terrifying charm, Sister Zihan, and your status in the art school, if we really made our relationship public, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare step out of the finance college gate." "Huh?" Seeing Xia Tian's expression, Yang Zihan couldn't help but let out a giggle, casting a captivating sidelong glance at him. "Oh, come on, it's not that exaggerated." Yet her heart felt warm, because Xia Tian was truly thinking about her. If it were another guy, he'd probably be eager to show off that he'd scored the art school's campus bell. Thinking of this, she pressed herself even closer to Xia Tian. Xia Tian wrapped his arm around Yang Zihan's slender waist, feeling her smooth and soft skin, and a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He was determined to be a playboy in this life. A girlfriend. Was that something a proper playboy should have? Yang Zihan, naturally unaware of his grand ambition, leaned against his chest with a moved expression and whispered, "Let's take a walk. I want to see your campus." Xia Tian nodded and led her along the edge of the playground toward the interior. The finance college campus wasn't small. Between the playground and the teaching buildings, one had to cross an artificial lake and a small park. The park was lush with trees, verdant and serene. As they walked along the dim path, strange rustling sounds occasionally reached their ears. Sometimes there were even muffled groans, as if someone had bumped into trees or rocks. Xia Tian, thick-skinned enough, kept a calm expression. Yang Zihan, on the other hand, blushed, deeply pressing herself tightly against him, her face buried in his chest, revealing only a cute, rosy little ear. They reached a small intersection one side, leading to a dense thicket. Yang Zihan suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a watery gleam. "Junior, should we go in there?" Xia Tian paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly, and led the surprisingly bold campus belle senior into the thicket. Thanks to his exceptional physical condition, although the surroundings were a bit challenging, he easily overcame them. A gentle evening breeze brushed by the moonlight was faint. Listening to the chirping of insects around them, and the strange noises not far away, watching the students jogging on the distant playground. It had a unique charm. More than an hour later, Xia Tian helped out a somewhat exhausted Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan hung half-draped on Xia Tian like a koala. Her face was flushed crimson, her forehead beaded with sweat, and the tips of her hair were damp. Her chest heaved up and down as she gasped for fresh air, as if she had just finished a 3,000-meter run. Emerging from the park, they reached the edge of the playground again. Seeing Yang Zihan still breathing rapidly and not yet recovered, Xia Tian found it amusing. "Sister Zihan, are you going back tonight? How about we go to a hotel?" Before he could finish, Yang Zihan shook her head frantically. No, I have things to do at the academy tomorrow morning." She dared not go to a hotel with Xia Tian again. Though the feeling was addictively enticing, she was truly afraid her body couldn't handle it. Besides, she really did have matters at the academy tomorrow. "All right, I'll walk you back." Xia Tian nodded and walked with Yang Zihan toward the academy gate. After a short while, as they passed by the library building, they happened to encounter a graceful figure. She had just stepped out of the library. Still wearing that simple white long dress with a neat high ponytail and a minimalist backpack, she exuded a campus aesthetic charm. Even under the dim yellow light, one could sense her transcendent aura. Yi Xiaozhu paid no attention to Xia Tian and the other, walking straight toward the female dormitory building. "Junior, is that beautiful girl from your college?" Seeing a girl whose figure and looks were not inferior to her own, Yang Zihan couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Yes, Yi Xiaozhu, the top campus belle of our finance college." Xia Tian nodded. "Yi Xiaozhu. The name sounds familiar. I didn't expect your finance college to have such a pretty girl." Yang Zihan was still somewhat astonished. The unique aura emanating from that girl could hardly be matched even among the art academy students. "She's a legendary figure at our college. I heard that during the college entrance exam, she missed the English test, which is why she ended up here." Xia Tian gave a faint smile and casually explained. He wasn't particularly surprised by his former subordinate. After all, someone who could enter Tianyang Capital and become a branch manager was naturally extraordinary. "Ah, it's her." No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Yang Zihan suddenly realized. She was in the same batch of examinees as that girl. She remembered hearing about a prodigy student who scored 0 in English but still managed a total of 575 points coming to Jiangcheng that year. She just never expected that prodigy was right next door at the finance college. And she was such a stunningly beautiful ethereal girl. Yang Zihan recalled what Mu Yurong had said today. She wondered how Mu Yurong would feel if she knew this prodigy was at the finance college she looked down upon. English 0 points, total 575 points. That meant if she had taken the English test casually, her total score would have been at least above 700. Not to mention the Art Academy, which was a key art-focused undergraduate institution. Even among the arrogant top students of Jiangcheng University, she would easily crush them. The next day was Saturday. Early in the morning, Yi Xiaozhu spent 2 hours in the library study room reading the graduate textbook International Finance, then placed the book and her notebook into her backpack. Under the admiring gaze of a group of junior students behind her, she walked out of the library. Among them was Sun Guodong from dormitory 310. As one of the top students at the finance college, Yi Xiaozhu was his ultimate goal and source of motivation. Of course, he also knew the gap between himself and a true genius like Yi Xiaozhu. Although he knew he might never catch up to her, he still worked hard desperately. Stepping out of the finance college gate, Yi Xiaozhu directly hailed a taxi. She got off in front of the Starbucks under the Hangxing Tower. Yi Xiaozhu hailed from Modu, and though her family wasn't among the wealthiest in that city of millionaires, they were far from poor. Hers was a traditional scholarly household. She was also one of the 2 prodigies in the family, having studied at the finest schools in Modu since childhood, consistently achieving top grades all the way through her senior year of high school. However, due to certain health issues, she missed the English exam during the college entrance examination. She could have chosen to retake the year, but she did not. In Yi Xiaozhu's view, learning was a personal endeavor. The institution one attended mattered little, especially at the undergraduate level. This was perhaps the confidence of a genius. Yet as brilliant as Yi Xiaozhu was, there existed in her heart an even more extraordinary being. She had been the object of her admiration since childhood. That person was the other genius in the family, her older cousin. This cousin's achievements were no less than hers, and in fact surpassed them. That cousin had secured admission to Yanbei University with outstanding scores after the college entrance exam. After graduation, she pursued a master's degree at Harvard University in the United States, earning dual master's degrees in finance and management. She then returned to China to work. Shortly after starting her career, she had already become the general manager of the Hangzhou Center sales department at a major securities firm. At under 26 years of age, fresh into the workforce, to directly assume the role of general manager of a central sales department. This was nothing short of astounding. Thus, this older cousin was the goal Yi Xiaozhu had always strived to catch up to. She had also heard that recently, due to certain matters, her cousin was encountering some difficulties at work. But she believed that with her cousin's exceptional abilities, she would surely resolve them soon. Little did she expect that today this brilliant cousin would be sitting across from her, looking haggard and utterly distraught. "Sister Xiu, what's wrong? Is it still about work?" Yi Xiaozhu asked with concern. In all her years, she had never seen her ever-confident genius cousin in such a state. Lin Xiu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Ever since Leshy Network had surged from 3 underwater straight to the daily limit yesterday, she had been in a daze. The scene of Leshy Network rocketing to the daily limit kept replaying in her mind, along with Xia Tian's calm and composed expression before he left, especially after the company announced major positive news last night. Barring any surprises, next Monday Leshy Network would likely hit another daily limit, or even more than one. Mind you, Leshy Network was a Chinex stock starting with 300. At that time, daily limits on Chinex were rare, let alone consecutive ones. Just one day at the daily limit meant a full 10 profit. Xia Tian bought from a 2 position, leveraging 10 times the capital. That meant in just one day, Xia Tian's initial 100 yuan had already doubled. Thinking about Xia Tian's miraculous trades over the past week, Luodun Development and Huaka Media, Lin Xiu felt utterly unsettled. She hadn't slept well all night. As a top Harvard finance graduate, she had always been confident, even arrogant, in the financial field. But she simply couldn't fathom Xia Tian's extraordinary operations. Just then a waiter approached with coffee. "Ladies, your coffee." Taking the coffee numbly, Lin Xiu's gaze remained unfocused as she murmured, "Xiaozhu, tell me, do true geniuses really exist in this world?" "Huh? What did you say, Sister Xiu?" Yi Xiaozhu was stunned. In her eyes, this cousin was already a prodigy beyond compare, yet she was asking such a question. Lin Xiu gave a bitter smile and recounted the miraculous trades Xia Tian had made since opening his account. "You mean after opening his account, he doubled his principal in just 3 trading days?" Yi Xiaozhu's eyes widened. She was also a finance major and no stranger to stock market rules. Such a rate of return without leverage was nearly impossible. Lin Xiu shook her head gravely and said slowly, "To be precise, in 4 trading days he multiplied his principal 4-fold. Not only did every single one of his trades hit the daily limit, but he also bought into Huaka Media, which had an astonishing surge." At this point, Lin Xiu took a deep breath and smiled wryly. The most crucial thing is this person is only about 20 years old, looks like an ordinary college student. Around 20 years old. Even Yi Xiaozhu, with her composed nature, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her stunning face filled with... She had assumed that the extraordinary figure Lin Xiu spoke of was at least a 40-year-old stock market veteran. After all, without ample experience and enough tuition fees as a foundation, it was hard to achieve anything in the stock market. The stock market seemed simple, but it tested human nature and was one of the most complex things in the world. For someone of similar age or even younger to achieve such terrifying returns and elicit such a reaction from her genius cousin. Yi Xiaozhu couldn't help but feel curious about this person. She thought for a moment and said, "Sister Xiu, could it be that this person just got lucky and happened to buy those stocks that hit the daily limit?" Lucky? Lin Xiu recalled Xia Tian's calm confidence when buying Leshi Network and shook her head. With each of those stocks, he bought near the lowest point and sold at the highest. If it were just one stock, it might be a coincidence. But for 4 consecutive stocks to all behave this way, it's almost impossible to be mere chance. Yi Xiaozhu was even more astonished. After thinking, she asked then, "Could he have some inside information?" "Inside information, huh?" Lin Xiu nodded with a complex expression, finally picking up her coffee to take a sip. But there was still some doubt in her heart. Could he really be relying on inside information? Indeed, if one could know the inside information of these stocks in advance, making such accurate judgments would be unsurprising. But for some reason, Lin Xiu felt that the young man seemed not so simple. "Sister Xiu, actually this matter is very simple. Whether that person relies on luck or inside information, just watch his next moves." Lin Xiu nodded. She knew Yi Xiaozhu was right. After all, one person's good luck cannot last forever, and not every stock has inside information. Moreover, leaking inside information is easily discovered by regulatory authorities. Yi Xiaozhu also took a sip of coffee, then thought of Lin Xiu's work situation. "By the way, Sister Xiu, has it been resolved, eh?" Lin Xiu shook her head indifferently. "It's still the same. The company leaders want to force me to. Forget it, workplace matters are complicated. You'll understand when you start working. But it doesn't matter. At worst, he'll just switch to another company. Sister Xiu, you can come back to Modu to work. He'll soon be going to Modu University of Finance and Economics for graduate school." Yi Xiaozhu giggled, and her usually cold, beautiful face rarely showed an extremely cute and playful expression. If the students of the finance college saw it, they would surely be shocked. She knew that with her cousin's education and ability, she would definitely be eagerly sought after by those large listed companies. Monday. Xia Tian got out of bed early in the morning, dug out a set of sportswear from the closet, and put it on. Then he put on the pair of somewhat worn-out 80 Wong sneakers, looked at himself in the mirror, and found that he had quite the look of a sporty, handsome guy. After founding Tianyang Capital in his previous life, he had developed the habit of regular exercise. In addition, the activities with Yang Zihan in the small park 2 nights ago had made him realize the importance of physical stamina. To be a qualified player, one's physical fitness must be strong. Although after rebirth his physical qualities were already excellent in every aspect. But being even stronger wouldn't hurt, better safe than sorry. It was a little past 6 a.m. The sky was faintly bright. There weren't many people on the playground yet. A thin layer of dew covered the grass, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth. Xia Tian did a few simple warm-up exercises, then began to jog around the track. After rebirth, perhaps due to his enhanced physical condition, Xia Tian's figure became more symmetrical, and with his sharply defined, handsome profile, he truly exuded an indescribable charm. Occasionally, a few girls on the playground would cast frequent sidelong glances at him. But Xia Tian would just take a look and lose interest. After all, with his current standards, girls of average quality were simply not worth his time. After running just half a lap, Xia Tian noticed that almost all the boys on the playground had their eyes fixed on a black figure ahead. It was a girl running, tall and well-proportioned. She was wearing a black sports vest that tightly wrapped her upper. Her slender waist was exposed to the air, making her already fair skin appear even whiter. On her flat abdomen, 2 faint lines of a toned core could be vaguely seen. Below, she wore black, tight-fitting yoga pants, clearly outlining the perfect lines of her legs. The tempting curve of her hips coupled with her tiny waist made for the most standard-shaped figure. Her running pace was steady, neither fast nor slow, with excellent rhythm control. The boys behind her seemed intentional, all following at a fixed distance, not far behind the girl. After about 2 laps, the girl's speed remained unchanged. However, those boys were clearly unable to keep up their steps, becoming unsteady as they started gasping for breath. After another 2 laps, only the girl and Xia Tian were left on the track. Xia Tian secretly marveled that his current physical condition was truly extraordinary, even stronger than his peak in his previous life. 1 lap was 400 meters, 8 laps made 3,200 meters. Running 3,000 meters, his breathing was normal, and he had barely broken a sweat. But looking at the figure not far ahead, that high ponytail still bounced up and down with rhythmic grace. Xia Tian couldn't help but feel surprised. Was she a sports student? Otherwise her physical fitness was too good. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking and began to speed up. After all, this level of exercise was not very meaningful for his current physical condition. He doubled his speed and his body dashed forward. Soon he was beside the girl. Xia Tian couldn't help but turn and take a curious look. Holy crap, no way. Seeing that fairy-like, beautiful profile, Xia Tian was slightly stunned. This girl who had run 4 laps without even breathing hard and had exhausted all the boys was actually his former subordinate and the current super academic prodigy of the college, Xiaozhu. She was already unmatched in learning and work abilities. How could she be so incredible in sports as well? Would she even let others live? However, in his previous life, although she was his subordinate, he hadn't known that her physical fitness was also so excellent. Snapping back to reality, Xia Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He saw that her otherworldly beautiful face was now covered in sweat beads, and a pair of delicate collarbones below her snow-white neck shimmered with a faint glistening. Truly beautiful. Why hadn't he noticed before? This sweaty, fragrant appearance added a different kind of beauty. Due to the close distance, Xia Tian could hear her slightly rapid breathing, which actually stirred a reaction, and as if sensing Xia Tian's gaze, Yi Xiaozhu glanced at him from the corner of her eye, her brows slightly furrowed, and a trace of disgust flickered across her expression. She hadn't known that he had been behind her all along. Now seeing him run up quickly, she thought Xia Tian was the kind of boy trying to attract her attention. So she couldn't help but feel annoyed. But to her surprise, Xia Tian showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, he passed by her side and rushed straight ahead. Guotong Securities, Hangqing Central Business Department. Today Lin Xiyu came to the business hall very early. After handling her daily work, she opened a computer in the hall and pulled up the stock leshy. Calm. She glanced at the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock, not yet market opening. Lin Xiyu felt that time was passing so slowly today. Finally, it was almost 9:15 and Lin Xiyu nervously watched the computer screen. For some reason, she felt even more nervous than when she first traded stocks. 9:15. The moment the collective bidding began, seeing the bright red 10 displayed on the screen. 1 characters along with hundreds of thousands of buy orders waiting below. Lin Xiyu's body trembled as she swallowed hard. Sure enough, another daily limit up. Good morning, Manager Lin. As Lin Xiyu stared blankly at the trading screen, Xia Tian's voice sounded, "Chu, Mr. Xia." Lin Xiyu saw Xia Tian swallowed hard again and forced herself to remain composed. "Mr. Xia, the stock you bought Leshuang has hit the daily limit again today. Xia Tian responded casually, then walked to the computer and logged into his account. He glanced at his current portfolio. Leshuang, current price 17.86 yuan, current increase 10. 1 shares held 59500, total value 10626700. 00 yuan, profit 24. 10 profit amount 185580. 00 yuan. Xia Tian nodded slightly. Over the 2 trading days of Friday and today, he had gained a total of 24. 1 over 1800 yuan. Compared to his initial capital of 100 yuan, his profit was nearly double. Such was the power of 10x leverage. Against this terrifying rate of return, the few thousand yuan in off-site margin trading fees were almost negligible. Adding the original 100 yuan principal, his account now held 200 huaxia yuan. Seeing the 6-figure profit, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but swallow again. Although she was accustomed to dealing with big clients, it was rare to see a single trade yield 100 yuan in just 2 trading days. Especially given the initial capital was only 1000 yuan. Without hesitation, Xia Tian sold all his shares of Leshuang at the daily limit. Mr. Xia, this. Lin Xiyu's heart trembled. She was about to warn him, but it was too late. The screen displayed transaction successful. He had sold all his shares at the limit up price again, and this time he had used 10x leverage. Lin Xiyu could only wear a look of utter despair. Xia Tian, however, didn't dwell on it. He casually opened the trading interface for Luodun Fajan. Seeing Luodun Fajan still struggling around 5 below the opening price, Xia Tian pondered briefly, then bought all in. Again using 10x leverage. Over 2 million yuan in funds was a relatively large buy order for the current trading volume. The stock price of Luodun Fajan was pushed up nearly 1 percentage point. Then it fell back. But it only dropped slightly, as if Xia Tian's trade had triggered some effect. Suddenly several buy orders of thousands of shares surged in. The stock price of Luodun Fajan shot up instantly. In just a few minutes, it went from 5 below to positive territory, and without looking back, it rocketed straight to the daily limit. All this. Staring at the nearly 90-degree straight line on the screen, Lin Xiyu's mouth fell open, and she was stunned for a long time. Xia Tian opened his portfolio again. Luodun Fajan, current price 8.05 yuan, current increase 10. 1 shares held 361800, total value 2910490. 00 yuan, profit 15. 20 profit amount 382580. 00 yuan. Seeing the profit amount 382580, 00. Lin Shiyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her delicate body even trembled slightly. In just a few minutes, he had made a profit of 3/8 of 0 Huaxia yuan. His funds had more than doubled again. Was this even humanly possible? Inside information. Ridiculous. What kind of inside information could make a stock hit the daily limit within 2 minutes of purchase? Although she had been called a financial genius by her university peers and always thought her insight into the securities field was adequate, seeing this scene, a profound sense of inadequacy washed over her for the first time in her life. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar feeling began to sprout deep within her heart. She took a difficult breath and looked at the man's handsome profile, her gaze filled with an indescribable admiration. So there were men like this in the world. I hope Manager Lin can keep my trading records confidential. Xia Tian looked at the stunned Lin Shiyu and said calmly, yes, of course, please rest assured. Lin Shiyu quickly nodded seriously and said respectfully, Mr. Xia, I am no longer a manager now. You can call me by my name. Shiyu. Xia Tian glanced at her name tag and said casually. His eyes briefly swept over her perfect figure beneath the uniform, and he nodded inwardly. Indeed, her figure was flawless, especially accentuated by the work uniform. Curves in all the right places, rounded and elegant. Enough to awaken any man's longing for the allure of a uniform. Lin Shiyu's face flushed slightly. It was the first time a man had addressed her so directly. Since childhood, she had always been the top student in school, and most boys lacked the courage to approach her. For some reason, when Xia Tian called her that, she felt no aversion, but rather an inexplicable strange sensation. I'll call you Miss Lin instead. Seeming to notice her awkwardness, Xia Tian smiled. He guessed she might be facing some trouble at work, but didn't inquire further. Hearing his words, Lin Shiyu nodded but felt a pang of inexplicable disappointment. Xia Tian left Guotong Securities and returned to the academy after 12 o'clock. Since he hadn't had lunch, he went straight to the cafeteria instead of the dormitory. The lunch rush was over, so the dining hall wasn't very crowded. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical condition coupled with the intense morning and evening exercise, Xia Tian felt his appetite had grown significantly. He felt like he could eat a whole cow. Student, your meal with 3 meats and 3 vegetables plus 2 servings of rice comes to 11 yuan. Looking at the food piled high on Xia Tian's tray, the server auntie gave him a surprised look and said, okay. Xia Tian responded, pulling out his phone to scan and pay, but suddenly realized that mobile payments weren't supported yet. He scratched his head awkwardly and took out his meal card to swipe. 2 beeps sounded and the red LED on the card reader flashed. The auntie glanced at it and frowned. Student, there's not enough money on your card. Xia Tian then remembered that his card was indeed empty. The last few times he had eaten in the cafeteria, he had used Luo Meng's card. Just as he was feeling extremely embarrassed, a gentle voice came from behind. They'll pay for you. Xia Tian turned around only to realize that a girl in an old-fashioned school uniform was standing behind him, unknown to him when she had arrived. The sleeves of her oversized uniform were also fitted with a pair of brownish-yellow sleeve covers, looking somewhat odd. It was Su Ruoshi. She lowered her head and handed over her meal card. Xia Tian hesitated for a moment, then took the meal card. Holding it in his hand, he noticed that the card was wrapped in a protective case printed with a cartoon bear pattern, seemingly handmade, quite delicate and cute. Ding. Payment successful. The card reader displayed a balance of 26.80 yuan. Thank you. Xia Tian turned and handed the card back to her, then expressed his gratitude. I'll return the money to you tomorrow during class. No need. Su Ruoshi quickly waved her hands in front of her chest, speaking nervously in a low voice. How could someone so shy dare to initiate a conversation with him? Glancing at this easily embarrassed girl, Xia Tian smiled, without saying much, turned around, and found an empty table in the hall. There was free porridge available in the cafeteria. It was usually millet porridge or seaweed egg drop soup. Xia Tian placed his tray on the table and went to get some porridge. Today's free porridge was seaweed egg drop soup, but it was very watery, mostly seaweed with egg drops barely visible to the naked eye. Just as he had filled the bowl, he turned and found Su Ruoshi standing behind him. Xia Tian directly handed the soup to her. Here. No need. Su Ruoshi was about to refuse, but a glare from Xia Tian made her take the soup, somewhat aggrievedly whispering, thank you. Xia Tian said nothing, simply filled another bowl of seaweed soup, then turned and walked toward his own table. After a few steps, he sensed something and looked back. Sure enough, the shy plain girl was following behind him. Seeing Xia Tian staring at her, Su Ruoshi's cheeks flushed even more, as if she were feverish. Where's your meal? Xia Tian raised an eyebrow and asked. Over there. Su Ruoshi pointed to a nearby dining table. Only then did Xia Tian realize with sudden clarity that the girl hadn't intended to follow him. Indeed, with her shy personality, how could she possibly take the initiative to follow him? He remembered now that the reason this shy girl was so kind to him was because he had helped her during their freshman year. Back then, Su Ruoshi was working part-time at a small advertising agency across from the school, handing out flyers. After a whole week of distributing flyers, the boss of the agency refused to pay her wages, making up a flimsy excuse that the flyers weren't effective and the client was dissatisfied. This lame excuse was clearly an attempt to exploit Tsuruoshi's honest and easygoing nature, intending to withhold her wages. Tsuruoshi, who urgently needed the money, was on the verge of tears. This scene happened to be witnessed by Xiatian passing by. Back then Xiatian was young and hot-blooded. Seeing a girl from his class being bullied, he naturally turned into a passionate youth. He immediately confronted the boss, arguing fiercely, shielding Tsuruoshi behind him, and ultimately retrieved the wages for the flyers. Tsuruoshi, who had come from the western mountainous region, felt for the first time in this big city a sense of, from then on in her little heart, she developed an indescribable gratitude and fondness for Xiatian. This was also why a few days ago, after Xiatian was dumped by Chun Sijia, Tsuruoshi, despite her shy nature, took the initiative to care about him. Thinking of these things and glancing at this shy girl, Xiatian felt a warmth in his heart. Come and eat together. He pointed to his table, then took the bowl of seaweed egg drop soup from Tsuruoshi's hand and walked straight. He didn't give her a chance to refuse. Ow. Tsuruoshi was slightly stunned, staring at her empty hand for several seconds, then had to go get her own tray and carefully sat down opposite Xiatian. Damn, this is really awful. Xiatian took a sip of the seaweed egg drop soup and barely stopped himself from spitting it out. It was as bland as water with a muddy, fishy taste from the seaweed. Even Xiatian, who was never picky about food, found it hard to swallow. Xiatian shook his head, helplessly picked up his chopsticks, and was about to start eating when his gaze inadvertently fell on the opposite side, and he froze completely. On Tsuruoshi's tray there were only 2 bare white steamed buns, not a single vegetable leaf, let alone, and this girl was holding half a bun, taking small bites occasionally, sipping the seaweed soup. On a diet. Xiatian frowned directly. No, that wasn't right either. Although she wore loose old-fashioned school uniform, she was clearly not fat at all. Except for the unusually developed chest, she was even a bit thin. Looking at her faded, worn-out school uniform and the slightly delaminate canvas shoes, and recalling her part-time job handing out flyers, Xiatian suddenly understood. Watching Tsuruoshi nibble on the steamed bun-looking content, and then at his own luxuriously upgraded boxed lunch with 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes costing a full 11 yuan, Xiatian felt an indescribable emotion. He stared straight at the girl opposite, took a deep breath after a long moment, and directly pushed his own tray in front of Tsuruoshi. Ow! Tsuruoshi was startled, looking up at Xiatian with some confusion. Xiatian pointed at the tray, his voice somewhat low. It's too much, I can't finish it. Help me eat it. No need. Tsuruoshi quickly shook her head, looking flustered and at a loss. Ignoring Tsuruoxi's refusal, Xiatian directly picked up his tray and poured the braised fish chunks, kung pao chicken, and stir-fried shrimp with yam all into her tray. Ah! Tsuruoshi was startled, shaking her little head like a drum. No need, I really don't eat. Xiatian paid her no mind, set down his tray, and pushed hers back in front of her. Tsuruoshi was so anxious she could cry, but she had no idea what to do. She could only sit there clutching the steamed bun tightly in her hands. Xiatian also felt hungry. Perhaps it was due to the law of conservation of energy. After his rebirth, his Buddhist demand for energy had indeed increased. After wolfing down a few mouthfuls of rice and dishes, Xiatian looked up and saw Tsuruoshi still sitting there nibbling on her steamed bun, her tray untouched. He frowned, a hint of impatience creeping in. Why aren't you eating? Tsuruoshi nervously shook her head, chewing on the bun, pointing at Xiatian without speaking. Afraid he wouldn't have enough. Xiatian let out a soft snort, directly picked up a piece of braised fish with his chopsticks and extended it to Tsuruoxi's lips. Ah! Tsuruoshi was first startled, then her small face instantly flushed crimson. Even though it wasn't the peak lunch hour, there were still a few students scattered around. Tsuruoshi was thin-skinned and had never been through such a situation. She quickly backed away, shaking her head like a drum. No need. If you don't eat, I'll keep feeding you like this. Xiatian thrust the chopsticks forward a little more, adopting an unreasonable attitude. A few passing students glanced over curiously and whispered, "That guy is so thoughtful," among other things. Feeling the gaze of the surrounding classmates, Tsuruoxi's face was so red it seemed ready to drip blood. Under Xiatian's almost threatening stare, she had no choice but to part her lips, slightly revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Seeing Tsuruoshi eat the fish, Xiatian nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly put on a stern face and let out a cold snort. It startled Tsuruoshi. She had no idea what she had done to upset him again. Oomph. But Xiatian just handed her a pair of chopsticks, glaring fiercely. You're this old and still need to be fed. Don't you know how to use chopsticks yourself? Tsuruoshi was startled, apparently afraid that Xiatian would feed her again like before. She quickly took the chopsticks and under his fierce gaze began to eat cautiously. Seeing her like this, Xiatian couldn't help but find it amusing. Although her long hair covered most of her face, he had keenly glimpsed it again. A face of ethereal beauty, full of spiritual charm. There was a pure, untainted beauty about her, as if untouched by anything worldly. It stirred a protective instinct in men. Xia Tian averted his gaze and lowered his head to finish his own meal. Soon he had polished off both portions of rice and all the dishes. Setting down his chopsticks with a lingering sense of satisfaction, he noticed that Su Ruashi had also put down her chopsticks and was sitting there looking at him. The steamed bun on her plate was gone, but the dishes were still mostly untouched. Apart from the braised fish, the other two dishes had barely been eaten. Xia Tian frowned, but finally refrained from losing his temper. Full Su Ruashi nodded, her voice soft. Then she pointed at the untouched fish and kung pao chicken. You eat it. Xia Tian ignored her, directly grabbed her tray and began devouring the food quickly with his chopsticks. Watching Xia Tian eat from her own tray and remembering how he had fed her with his own chopsticks, Su Ruashi felt her face burning as if she had a fever. Yet deep down she felt an inexplicable joy. After the meal, Xia Tian headed toward the dormitory building. Su Ruashi followed behind, her head lowered. The male and female dormitory buildings were close to each other. But as they passed the library building, Su Ruashi suddenly said softly, I still have something to do. Goodbye. Watching Su Ruashi enter the library, Xia Tian was momentarily stunned. Then he remembered what Sun Guodong had mentioned earlier in the dormitory, that this girl seemed to work part-time in the library. Her job generally involved moving books from the warehouse, and the pay wasn't much, about 10 to 20 yuan a day. But working on campus had the advantage of being safe. That must be why Su Ruashi chose to work at the library. Back in the dormitory, Xia Tian found that player king, Wang Kai, was lying on his bed groaning weakly. He asked in surprise, Damn, am I seeing things? You actually came back. How could your girlfriend bear to lay? Haha, look at him. He's probably been drain dry. Even when squeezing peanut oil you eventually run out. Guo Changdong turned over on his bed gloating. Wang Na and I broke up. Wang Kai finally sat up on the bed, a look of dejection on his face. Damn, you son of a bitch, just want to change girlfriends again, don't you? Guo Changdong said scornfully, though inwardly he was envious. No, this time I really didn't initiate the breakup. Wang Na was the one who dumped me. Wang Kai shook his head, his panda-like eyes dull and lifeless. Xia Tian and the others were slightly surprised. They always said brothers were like limbs and women like clothes. This bastard changed girlfriends more often than he changed clothes. Every time he broke up before, he would be excited and cheerful, eagerly looking for the next target. This was the first time they had seen him wear such an expression. Could it be that he had actually fallen in love this time? What's wrong? A guy like you who changes girlfriends every 3 days can actually get hurt. Guo Changdong curled his lips, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. After finishing his girlfriend's phone call, Chen Xiaokong came over and patted Wang Kai on the shoulder. Isn't she just a woman? What's there to be sad about? A woman with such shallow feelings isn't worth keeping. Look at my girlfriend. Even if you gave her 2 more guts, she wouldn't dare to say break up in front of me. Although he said this, his face was full of smugness. This guy had always been showing off in front of them, and finally Chen Xiaokong had a chance to feel superior. You've got it wrong. I'm not sad. Wang Kai shook his head, a complex expression flickering in his dark panda-like eyes. Then he said with a look of unwillingness, I just didn't expect that I would actually be defeated in bed, and so thoroughly this time. Tisk, that woman is indeed formidable. As if recalling certain scenes, Wang Kai shook his head with lingering fear, then smiled with a hint of pride. But Wang Na also said that among her 66 boyfriends, I was the best performer. Xia Tian and the others were dumbfounded, utterly shocked, as if struck by lightning. Wang Kai's girlfriend really was a treacherous one. Watching Wang Kai's smug expression, the others were left speechless. Trash. Xia Tian suddenly felt that he was insulting the word itself. Seeing everyone stunned, Wang Kai thought they were all envious, so he flicked his hair conceitedly. Xiaokong, are there any beauties in your girlfriend's dorm? Introduce some to your buddy. Get lost. Chen Xiaokong rolled his eyes in annoyance. Introduce a girlfriend to this fucking bastard? That would be no better than pushing the girl straight into a fire pit. I'm fine if you don't want to. Actually, I plan to find a real girlfriend this time and have a passionate romance. Wang Kai pouted. So this time I'm going to look within our class. Who do you think is the prettiest in our class? What about Ma Yuchen? Damn, even a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its own nest. You dog, don't ruin our class girls. Guo Changdong, looking displeased, retorted, but talking about the prettiest in our class, that Ma Yuchen is nothing. It has to be Shen Nannan. Especially her figure, a solid 38C. How could Ma Yuchen compare? Ahem, I think Ma Yuchen is prettier. Although there aren't many beauties in our class, Ma Yuchen's face is the most stunning. Chen Xiaokong joined in. The discussion grew heated. The core topic revolved around the prettiest girl in the class. Was it the delicate-faced Ma Yuchen or the impressively endowed Shen Nannan? Even Luo Meng voiced his opinion, supporting Ma Yuchen. After all, a woman with big breasts and wide hips like Shen Nannan didn't fit the aesthetic of typical naive college students. Only Guo Changdong stubbornly held his ground, insisting that aside from teacher, Su Shen Nannan had the best figure he had ever seen. It was almost comparable to the actresses in adult films. Only Xia Tian stood by smiling in silence. He thought if you had seen Su Ruox's face and the stunning figure under her loose school uniform you would know that Shun and Ma were nothing. In the following 2 days, Xia Tian went to the track every morning to run. Then he skipped class to go to the Guotong Securities Business Hall. During his morning runs he encountered Yi Xiaozhu almost every day. Xia Tian also noticed that this top student and school beauty ran exactly 10 laps every day, which was 4,000 meters. After running, although she was slightly sweaty, she wasn't even breathing heavily. Such stamina. If not for his body being enhanced after rebirth, he would have been effortlessly outdone by his former self. If only Yang Zihan had such stamina. Ahem. Xia Tian couldn't help but imagine many vivid scenes. The scenes were too beautiful to behold. After his morning run, Xia Tian would skip class directly to the Guotong Securities Business Hall. For 2 consecutive days, he chose 2 stocks that were 2 or 3 points underwater, and they hit the daily limit up as expected. The next day, he sold after another limit up. This ensured the fastest profit rate. It was equivalent to a daily gain of over 20 points. With a 10x leverage, the daily profit was over 200. Lin Xiyu had become somewhat numb to Xia Tian's monstrous operations. She even felt a sense of unreality every day. All the frustrations at work had been forgotten. Now the biggest thing on her mind every day was watching Xia Tian's stock market operations. On Thursday, Xia Tian arrived early at the business hall. Because today was important. There was a newly listed stock today, Zhidong. This was also one of the famous demon stocks in his previous life. On its first day of listing, it set 8 new stock records, including the highest single-day gain for a new stock and the fastest temporary trading halt at opening. So Xia Tian couldn't help but feel a bit excited. If everything went smoothly, the day's profit could reach although it couldn't compare to the Huaca Media private placement a few days ago, which yielded nearly 70 in a single day. But now with the 10x leverage, a 50 profit meant 500. For Xia Tian, it was equivalent to a 5x increase in principal. Good morning, Mr. Xia. Seeing Xia Tian enter the hall, Lin Xiyu, who was standing at the service counter, quickly approached and greeted him, but then noticed the jianbing in his hand. A whole stack. It looked like at least several of them. Lin Xiyu was stunned. Others didn't know this person's background, but she was very clear about it. This young man, who looked like a college student, had been making hundreds of thousands of Huagua dollars every day recently, and it was growing geometrically, and he was only eating jianbing. Is this how the rich roll? Good morning. Xia Tian replied while eating his jianbing. Then he casually handed a steaming hot jianbing to Lin Xiyu. Have one freshly made. It's really good. Lin Xiyu took the jianbing with a flustered expression. The last time she had eaten jianbing was in high school. After college, she never had the chance, especially after studying abroad in the United States. Watching Xia Tian eat with relish and then looking at the steaming, fragrant jianbing in her hand, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but swallow. To eat or not to eat? That was a question worth considering. According to Guotong Securities regulations, employees were not allowed to eat during working hours. But then Lin Xiyu thought of something, and as if in defiance, she directly picked up the jianbing, opened her rosy lips, and took a big bite. So delicious. While eating, Lin Xiyu's beautiful eyes showed a very satisfied expression. How does it taste? Xia Tian finished 2 jianbing and saw Lin Xiyu devouring the jianbing. He gave her completely unlike her usual professional strongwoman image. He couldn't help but smile and ask, Delicious. Really delicious. Lin Xiyu nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken while chewing, speaking indistinctly. Xia Tian smiled, took another jianbing from the bag, and began eating. Burp. Lin Xiyu finished the jianbing in her hand, let out a satisfied burp, and looked up to find Xia Tian still eating jianbing from the bag. His manner was simply wolfing down, finishing one in just 3 or 4 bites. Want another? Xia Tian pointed to the last jianbing in the bag, looking at Lin Xiyu. No thanks, I'm full. Lin Xiyu quickly shook her head. Xia Tian nodded, then finished the last jianbing in a few bites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Watching Xia Tian's majestic eating style, Lin Xiyu counted the jianbing bags in his hand and couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Oh my god, is this guy a pig? In one go, he actually ate 5 jianbing. If counting the one she ate, that was 6. Lin Xiyu's gaze towards Xia Tian carried another kind of admiration. Xia Tian didn't notice Lin Xiyu's look. He directly opened a computer, logged into his account, and quickly found the stock, Zhidong. Seeing Xia Tian single out this new stock, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the past 2 years, due to the overall poor performance of the stock market, new stocks frequently fell below their issue price, so few people speculated on new listings. Xia Tian glanced at the basic profile of Zhidong, issue price 258 yuan. Circulating shares 90 million shares. Circulating market cap 232. 2 million yuan. Total shares 220 million shares. Total market cap 567. 6 million yuan. The total market cap was only a bit over 200 million yuan. Even if the stock price rose tenfold, it would still be only a few billion yuan in circulating value. No wonder it was so easy to drive up. Xia Tian suddenly understood, then switched to the stock telly he had bought earlier and placed a full position sell order at the limit up price. Lin Xiu was already accustomed to Xia Tian's such operations, but she was curious about which stock he would choose today and whether he could continue his previous legend. In fact, even if Xia Tian made one or two mistakes, it could no longer change his status in Lin Xiu's heart. After all, even the stock god Warren Buffett occasionally makes errors. Moreover, Lin Xiu felt that even if Warren Buffett himself were here, he might not be able to achieve such astonishing operations as Xia Tian had recently. At 9:30, the stock market officially opened. Sure enough, telly hit the limit up with a one-word board. The sell orders Xia Tian placed were all instantly filled without exception. Almost simultaneously, Xia Tian placed buy orders on the Zhidong Shibao trading interface. Moreover, he bought at a high price of 12.00 yuan, using 10x leverage with full position. This dumbfounded Lin Xiu, who was watching beside him. This stock Zhidong Shibao had an issue price of only 2.58 yuan per share, and not only did it open 400 higher, but it also reached 11.61 yuan, which was already very rare in the recent market. And this guy directly placed a high price of 12 yuan. Is it that he has too much money to spend? But before she could react, the price of Zhidong Shibao on the board quickly rose sharply, especially under the impact of Xia Tian's 3-1-0 lot buy orders. The massive sell order of over 3-0 lots at 12.00 yuan was directly devoured by Xia Tian alone. The entire trend instantly shot straight upward. It had an indomitable momentum. Wait, that huge sell order at 12.00 yuan was actually devoured by Xia Tian alone. That means Xia Tian just placed 3-1-0 lot buy orders. 12 yuan per share, 1-0 lots, is 1 million shares, which is 12 million Huahua currency. And 3-0 lots is a full 36 million Huahua currency. Lin Xiu finally reacted, her beautiful eyes instantly wide open, staring in disbelief at that extremely young and delicate profile. Although she knew that Xia Tian had opened a 10x margin account these days and had been catching limit-up stocks every day, he must have made a lot. But she hadn't specifically calculated Xia Tian's profits. Now seeing these 3-1-0 lot orders, she realized that the young man, who looked like a college student, had in just a few days seen his account funds exceed millions of Huahua currency. 36 million Huahua currency, even after deducting the 10x margin, that is still a full 3.6 million Huahua currency. Plus the margin, Xia Tian's own account funds had reached about 4 million. From 5,000 to 4 million in 10 days. Is this really something a human can achieve? Lin Xiu took several deep breaths before finally calming herself down. She also finally understood why Xia Tian had directly placed a high price buy order at 12.00 yuan. Joking, 12.00 yuan. Below 12.00 yuan, the total sell orders were at most 1 or 2,000 lots. If he hadn't placed a 1-0 lot buy order as a surprise attack to swallow the massive sell order at 12.00 yuan in one go, 00 yuan's massive sell order, it would have been almost impossible to buy so many chips. Seeing the 1-0 lot brother arrive, other retail investors immediately understood and rushed in. However, their speed was still a bit slow because various hot money had already sensed something wrong and started scrambling for shares. In just 2 minutes, Zhidong Shibao was directly suspended from trading. This also set a record for the fastest temporary suspension of a new stock on the share market. Xia Tian also noticed that the temporary suspension of Zhidong Shibao this time came nearly 10 minutes earlier than in his previous life. This must be due to his own involvement. After all, there were only 9-0 lots of circulating shares, and he had directly taken 3-0 lots. The impact on this stock was imaginable. In Modu City, on the 36th floor of Jinmao Tower, the famous Xinhai private equity in the Huahua financial sector had its office here. This was a huge office with an area of over 200 square meters with more than a dozen desks arranged in order. On each desk were several large monitors and some professional trading equipment. Boss, who the hell is this guy snatching shares? He directly placed a 3-0 lot buy order. I've never seen such a rule breaker. After Zhidong Shibao was suspended, a young man with thick-rimmed glasses slammed the table in anger, stood up, and looked at the central desk in front. Should we still execute the original plan? Should we counter him? The sell order of over 3-0 lots just now was placed by him, aiming to suppress the buying momentum and accumulate more chips. But unexpectedly, it was directly devoured by Xia Tian in one go. Lightning, just check the account. Is at the large and luxurious desk, a stern-faced, middle-aged man glanced at the information on the computer screen, frowned, and said it must be the daredevils from Jiangcheng. Damn, after setting up this trap for so long we got cut off by these bastards. Those bastards again. The bespectacled young man took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then looked at the middle-aged man. Boss, should we change our plan? The temporary suspension is about to end. He knew that although the amount of this trade was not very large, it was very important for Shanghai private equity. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said with a grave expression, proceed with the original. Since the other party is so blatantly buying 3.0 lots at this time, their ambition must be considerable. Or rather, since they dare to flex their muscles so nakedly, our goals should be aligned. But no one could have imagined that we started laying the groundwork for this stock half a year ago, and now our chips have even reached 30 of the circulating shares. As he spoke, a cruel smile curled at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. Weren't we a bit worried before that the counterparty would be all retail investors, making the harvest less satisfying? So the other party coming to us at this time might not be a bad thing.